Happy Thursday, Rickies. For the Junks coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan, Team 980, 910 The Fan. If you're listening in Richmond, you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network as well on the TV side. We're celebrating 30 years of the Junks, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. I'm Cakes at Money Metal Cakes on your Twitter, at Cakes Flops on your Instagram. This morning, Jason Bishop is here too.
What's up, Cakesy?
Hey, what's up?
What's up?
John Paul Flame is not here. He's in the Outer Banks. Eric Pickle is here.
Good morning. How are you, Ricky?
Good morning. He will soon be in the greater Chicago area.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Flying out today. Going to meet my wife at the airport. I was going to drive back and pick her up, but you know me. I like to be at the airport early. I don't like to leave anything for chance.
You don't like the rush.
So
don't like to rush.
Are you guys doing two cars at the airport?
No, Kate's going to drop off D.
Smart.
Kate's going to drop off D.
You can't pay two parkings for however long you're gone. That's just crazy. It's crazy.
I think I have done that before in certain instances, but no, not doing that.
And Kate's okay on the Beltway by herself?
Oh, yeah.
She's all right now.
She's good, yeah.
She's a seasoned vet driver.
She's always been a pretty natural driver. We had a scare, remember when we had the construction issue where two lanes closed like really fast? But, you got to go through those. You got to learn. You got to have those moments. Thank God I was there with her to help her with it.
Got to have the reps.
Yeah, you just need
reps out there on the Beltway.
She's gotten a lot of reps. So, I mean, I'll check in on her, make sure she gets home safe, after she drops us off or drops Dina off. But I tried to pull. Do you think this is fair? So we're traveling with golf clubs. We're playing golf tomorrow. Meg, Coop, and I were playing out at Highlands. Tom's kind enough to let us sneak out there and play. So I got to travel with golf clubs. And as much as I love playing golf, I hate traveling with golf clubs. I truly hate it. But I'm too cheap to use ship sticks, $100 each way, whatever.
Yeah, ship sticks is very convenient.
It works. I've used it,
but it's pricey.
It gets it's an extra $200 I don't need to do, and I do it for two clubs. That's $400. I just don't need to do it.
Right.
So I'm gonna lug them. I tried to get D to take the golf clubs and have Kate just drop her off, right in front of the entrance, and say, D, can you do me a favor? Can you just bring the clubs? And then I'll take all the other suitcases myself because I know where I park. It's a long walk.
Yeah.
And believe me, I can do it. And I'm going to. But can you? And she looked at me like I asked her to lift an elephant.
Are you flying out of Reagan or out of Dulles?
Dulles.
There's things you barely have to lift it.
It's such a long walk where I park. Have you use Dulles frequently, or Dulles?
I've flown with in and out of Dulles with golf clubs.
So
before.
I always do, and my wife, it perturbs my wife, but she's been walking around at midnight not knowing where her car is because she gets the garages confused.
Yeah,
that never happens to me. I always park in the furthermost garage on the right. Okay. If you're familiar with Dulles at all, there's a garage that's. I think it's garage one that's like straight in front of it, and there's one all the way over to the right.
Yeah.
All right. I always do the one on the right, and I always do it on the same level, which is the third level, which is where you walk straight into where you have to check in.
Yeah.
Now the problem is we fly United. United is on the extreme opposite end. Okay, it's the left-hand corner of Dulles. If you're picturing Dulles, right, that's where you check in Dulles, check your bags, your golf clubs, etc. The walk from where I park with golf clubs and suitcases, I mean, you're sweaty by the time you get there, and you got to switch hands, and it's a little laborious. It's a 15-minute. 20-minute walk with luggage.
It's an odyssey. It's never ending.
But I know where my car is. It's just I'm a guy of routine. I'm a little bit like Cakes that way. I know where my car is always.
Yeah, you got that comfort zone.
I got the comfort zone. The other garage I'm not as comfortable with. Just don't use it. I've been using this one for 20 years, and she looked at me like I was an alien. Like I was asking her to lug. I said, all you got to do, Kate will drop you off right in front of the United.
Right.
All you got to do is you can actually just sit there and wait for me.
Right.
Just don't do anything.
Well, what did she say?
She was gonna do it, but then she was so backed up with stuff she didn't even get a chance to pack, so it fell apart.
Yeah.
My best laid plan fell apart. So we're each gonna just I'm gonna have to lug my clubs. She's gonna bring Meg's club. We're gonna make it work.
I mean, what you could have done is just drop it, pull up right in front of your gate or the entrance, pull the clubs out, just put them right there on the sidewalk, and then go park your car. No one's going to steal them. You could.
I just don't feel comfortable.
You can
doing
just
that.
tell one of the guys, "Hey, I'm just going to go park my car." I mean, you would have been fine.
I've never done that. I considered it for a brief second. I'm not that trusting.
Yeah,
I'm not that trusting.
I think you would have been all right, but
Do they just allow you to drop off like a bag?
Well, he's
Like
talking about like on the curb.
Yeah.
yeah, I'm
He's
just talking about
Okay,
before you
outside.
actually go
Yeah.
into the airport.
Yeah. I'm just not that trusting. I probably should.
So you don't have to lug it all the way from the garage.
It is, believe me, Squirrel and I did it a couple weeks ago, and he was cursing me the entire walk. And I'm like, I know, dude, this is what I do every time I travel.
Why you park so
he
far
ships
away,
them.
Eric?
He ships them every time.
He just
doesn't
never flies out of Dulles. He's
okay.
lived so close to BWI.
Yeah.
Right, but
BWI is
yeah,
a smaller airport.
But how does he bring his clubs to the
He
airport?
does, but it's not as big a walk.
Yeah.
It's a smaller airport.
BWI, depending, I guess, what gate you're flying out of or what.
It's
what
easier to
airline.
navigate.
Yeah, you walk probably 50 yards with them.
It's easy to navigate. There's no doubt. But I'm a United guy. That's where I get all my points and
your
all my
miles.
mileage. And, it's the hub.
You'll get through it.
We'll get through it. That's my odyssey today.
Out to Chicago.
Out to Chicago.
Did you prep your bag? Like, did you take your driver head off?
I don't do that. My buddies do that. If it breaks,
you
it
stuff
breaks.
your putter where the head is down at the base of the bag, so that doesn't snap off.
Oh,
I know.
That's a thing. That's a real worry. That's a concern.
Oh yeah,
see
flying. Oh yeah, flying with the golf clubs. You have to prep your bag so that none of your stuff gets broken.
Yeah,
Okay,
I just
guess that makes
unzip
sense.
and wish. I unzip and
Matt,
wish.
I've never flown with golf clubs. I've always shipped them.
Ship sticks.
Yep.
Yeah.
Always.
Well, the downside
When
also
you're,
is that
when you're
you don't
nubbed
have
like
them.
me, every dollar counts.
Gotta
yeah,
save
no,
that
I
money.
understand it.
Every dollar counts for me too, buddy. And
When I went out to Colorado years ago and I shipped them, they were just sitting right the front of my hotel room.
No,
Oh,
I know.
that's pretty.
I mean, it's just money.
That is a nice.
Well,
perk.
we get them just shipped right to the Highlands when we've done it.
Yeah, I mean, they could ship them to the golf
Right to
course.
the golf course. They take
but
it.
I just had them. They asked me the address. I just said the hotel. They were sitting right in front of my hotel room.
Beautiful.
It is. It
was $200 or maybe more, but
It's convenient.
it was worth it for me.
But the other thing is, though, if you want to use your clubs the day before, like yesterday, I was working on a game a little bit, trying to tighten it up for me. When am I going to ship the clubs?
Yeah.
Well, they used to, when I flew Southwest, you get 2 bags free, and that would count. It would count towards clubs, so it wouldn't cost you anything to ship them out.
What a perk that they took away.
For some reason, I think it's because some sort of our we only had to pay for one of them, which is good. So one of them's flying
It might
free.
be your United status. Or
I think
United tier
so.
or whatever.
Yeah.
Good. So
Think
out to
so.
Chicago. You'll be out there for the weekend playing some golf.
Playing some golf, going out to dinner.
Going to the Morgan Wallen
Go to see
concert
Morgan Wallen on Saturday night.
at
Soldier Field.
Soldier
All I'm
Field.
and that one I'm also riddled with
He
anxiety.
thinks he goes. I think it's going to be cold.
I think it's gonna be cold.
Cold.
Well, because it's Chicago.
It's Chicago, you're out by the water. It's
I mean,
gonna be
it's
at night.
late June.
I'm worried about being cold.
It's not Antarctica.
I know,
Yeah.
but I'm not. I'll tell you right now, I'm not going in a t-shirt. That won't happen.
Bringing a quarter zip.
In fact, I'm not going in shorts. I'm gonna have jeans. I consider bringing my Red Wings cowboy boots too.
All right, Saturday is
Yeah, let's see the weather report.
77's your high, 63's your low.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's
So
63
it's going to be
so good.
It's going to be
Oh, that's
probably
chilly.
63
70
shorts
degrees.
weather.
It's probably going to be
Out by the
72 degrees.
water.
Are you going to the first or second show?
I
that
guess
he's
the
doing?
second
Dicey.
because
Whenever Morgan cancels shows, it's always the second one.
Oh, is that
second
the
one
case?
get out of town.
I guess
That's his move.
Yeah, but he might be okay with that.
If he died, yeah, my
He
heart
didn't
won't be broken.
He didn't pay for the tickets.
My heart won't be
He
broken.
might have a
Well, I got
tickle
to
in his
offer to
throat
pay.
already.
I know, but you didn't pay for them. Yeah.
It was a surprise. I wasn't even supposed to really know, but I found out.
So he wouldn't mind if that canceled.
Well, if they cancel them, everybody gets their money back.
Right, but I'm saying just because you're not really looking forward to going.
Listen, no, I love. My daughter asked me yesterday, "Who's your favorite artist?" I said, honestly, it's Morgan.
Is Ella Langley opening?
No, I haven't done any investigation.
Can you check that, Matt? Is Ella Langley opening?
Does she normally open for him?
Well, she's opening for him in
Baltimore.
Baltimore.
I have no idea.
I don't know. If
told
she's
you
opening.
Let's see.
Brooks and Dunn opened during the show that I'm going to.
I can pull it up. I can tell
okay.
you exactly who
okay.
EB is going to ignore at the opener.
No,
You're
don't
going-
get me wrong. He's my favorite artist, and I will love being there. I'm just a person that doesn't like all of the planes, trains, and automobiles and parking and everything, and just The
Right,
hassle.
right.
Are
of
you
everything.
attending on the 19th or
The
20th?
second day?
You're
that'd
going to
be
see Ella Langley, Gavin Adcock, and Zach John King.
I get sized for Gavin Adcock.
You got to get there for. You have to get there for Ella.
Yeah,
She's
well,
money.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll be there for all of it.
She's probably gonna be the first one off.
What
right?
time do you think you have to get there now? What time does the show start?
8?
Let's see.
You probably got to get there at 6:30.
Chicago.
6. I don't
You don't
know.
understand.
Doesn't say.
I'm not like Jason. I'm not so calculated. I'm just kind of winging it.
Actually, no. If the concert starts at 8, she'll probably go off at 8, right? Because he won't go off until 9,
Yeah,
9:30 or 10.
there's always it's doors, first act, second, third, headliner,
Yeah.
whatever.
Just make sure you're there by 8.
They've got it all mapped out.
No, I'll see Ella Langley. I'm a big fan of hers. I also really like Gavin Adcock. That's actually cool. I didn't even think about the openers.
You got a quadruple bill out there in Chicago, EB.
Well, who's the fourth one?
Ella Langley, Gavin Adcock, and Zach John King, whoever that is.
I'm actually not familiar with Zach.
So is it in order?
Oh,
is that the order,
That
or-
might be. Well, Ella Langley's a bigger name than Zach
Right,
John
that's what I
King.
mean.
So he's first, Adcock,
And then Ella.
Langley, Morgan Wallen.
Right. So yeah,
I would assume that is
pretty
your
good
order.
show.
yeah. My wife's when I sent her the tickets for the Morgan concert in July in Baltimore, she said, "I can't believe you want to go." I said, "I'm only going because Ella Langley's going to be there." And she said, "Oh, I got you."
Jason, you're going to see.
I mean, Morgan's fine, but
he's great.
Ella's my girl.
So you're going to the second night in Baltimore. You're going July 18th.
Please tell me Ella's opening.
Well, she's opening one of the two nights.
Well, I think it's the 18th. It better be.
Well, if the 18th, she is one of the openers.
So okay, all right, good.
Yeah.
But she's not there on the 17th.
She's not. Nope.
That's when Matt's going.
Yeah.
Matt's going to see Brooks and Dunn.
Brooks and Dunn, right?
Quite a lineup.
Old school.
Yeah.
A little more size for B&D than Ella.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, coming up on the show today on a Thursday, we've got Evan Washburn joining us, CBS Sports NFL reporter. He'll be promoting his new YouTube series called Process. He'll be on with us at 8 o'clock, and we will get an update from our exclusive World Cup analyst and soccer analyst, Sebastian Salazar. Always great to talk to him. That's at
Nice.
9:25. Also on today's show at 7:45, we're going to give you, yes, you, the listener, a chance to win $500 courtesy of NBC and Peacock with MLB trivia. That's coming up at 7:45. Coming up next, Trae Young opts out of his deal. We will break that down next here on the Junks on the Fan. Reminder, at 7:45, you'll have a chance to win $500 just by listening to the Junks and answering some MLB trivia. That's coming up at 7:45, so keep listening for your chance to win. I mean, who wouldn't want to win $500 heading into a 3-day weekend?
We already got the questions.
Pretty big score.
I assume Matt's got the questions.
Got the questions right in front of me.
Good.
So we're good to go. That's coming up at 7:45. All right, so big Wizards news that broke late last night around 10:20. Trae Young plans to decline his $48.97 million player option for the 2026-2027 season and will become a free agent on Monday, according to Mark Spears. Washington remains the front runner for the four-time All-Star, but multiple teams are expected to have interest in Trae Young, according to sources.
Just think about just comparing this situation to everyday life, and I understand the NBA is a different world.
Yeah.
These guys are filthy, filthy rich. But just can you imagine someone turning down, just a normal American, turning down $49 million,
Of course
guaranteed money because you want a bigger contract that's not guaranteed because you don't know what's going to be offered to you.
Right.
But you're turning down $49 million.
But I mean, it just shows that he's expecting something in that stratosphere.
Well,
I know.
Like, you're not turning down basically $49 million to make a lot less.
No,
I think
he's going to make a lot
knows.
more.
I think he kind of knows.
And
This
I'm not
is-
surprised by this at all.
Yeah, there's zero surprise. I think a lot of people are overreacting.
Yeah.
Sure, a team could, I guess, swoop in and give him $1 billion, but I don't think that's going to happen. I think this is the Wizards have been aware of this. They've been talking. The rough framework that's been out there, that's been reported for weeks, is 3 years, 120 after he declines.
Yeah.
He had to do it before Monday. Sure, I guess the team could swoop in and do it. I don't think they're going to do it. There wasn't a big market for Trae when they acquired him. He played 5 games, and now suddenly there's going to be this massive market where teams are going to give him $50, $60 million a year. I don't see it. I don't think the Wizards are going to allow that to happen either. I think he is thrilled to be here. He talked about how he wasn't just traded to Atlanta, from Atlanta to Washington, that he wanted to come here. This is where he wanted to be. He's embraced it from day one. I have zero anxiety about
And
this.
that in and of itself, his desire to actually be here,
Is
that's
massive.
a huge thing because,
Yeah, sure.
I mean, for years, this has not been a free agent destination because of, let's be honest, the team's been poorly run, had bad results on the court, and they realized they had to blow it all up. So, I mean, why would free agents have wanted to choose Washington when they had many other more attractive options?
Yeah.
So for Trae Young, a player of his caliber, to want to be here, to be part of the recalibration, the rebuild, like,
Just
that's a
add it
pretty
to the
big
list.
thing.
Add it to Darren Peterson. Add it to A.J. DeBonta. Add it to Ace Bailey last year. Add it to Alex Sarr. It's a trend, Cakes. Guys
I
are
know.
wanting to come here.
It's becoming a more attractive place.
They
Yeah,
see
it really is.
what's doing. So,
But we talked about it yesterday. He could get somewhere in that $180 million range.
well, the word
could.
was a week ago was 120.
I know.
Maybe this drives up his price a little bit. The fact that maybe some other teams like Miami could be interested, so that's good leverage on him. The Wizards they talked about part of the reason why they acquired him when they did is they saw him as a potential top free agent of 2026. They saw him declining this option before they acquired him. They said, let's just acquire him now, get him in the building, get him used to our culture. And this has been sort of the plan all along.
Yeah, and it hurt him because he was looking at a 4-year that max deal, 4 years. I don't know what the number is, $230 million, something like that. But then he got hurt 5 games into the season and didn't come back until December. So that hurt him. That hurt his chances last year. But I think he's going to get more than 120. I think he's going to play well, and I think he's going to get more than 120 million.
Well, I think they're going to give him the extension, I don't know, whenever they figure it out
Yeah.
in the next few weeks.
I would guess it'll be relatively quickly.
Yeah, they're going to
let's
lock
hope.
him up. I think it's great. I have become a Trae Young stan. I've gone from zero caring about Trae Young. In fact, maybe
Couldn't
even
have cared.
having a negative view of him. But I am all in on Trae. If he leaves, I'll be sad. I just don't think it's a real viable possibility.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
I just like how he's embraced Washington. Like he was
Totally.
into, like even before he suited up, like he was
Totally.
supporting his teammates on the bench. You could
He's wearing
tell
DC gear everywhere.
he was taking a leadership role.
Yeah.
Like he's into it.
It's a
So
great
hopefully
fit.
he gets re-signed to help some of the younger kids along the way.
I see some people online speculating, oh, maybe this is why he sees that they want to bring in DP. DP wants to be a point guard. So Trae Young wants to get on. That's not what's happening. This is just a sort of a formality.
But
we'll see.
And it was to be expected.
Yes.
It was to be expected.
Yeah. But sure, a team could come in and swoop in and offer him all the money in the world, and I guess it could theoretically get to a point where the Wizards say, "Oh, well, we're not going to pay him, $60 million a year or whatever the max would be." The Wizards could pay him more than anybody else.
But he has played.
I don't think that's going to happen.
He has played a lot of years, but he's not old. I mean, he's in. I think he's in year 9.
Yeah, he's got some wear and tear.
But
on
he's
him.
only 27.
Our pal JP Finlay had some of those concerns. He tweeted this last night. He said, on some level, doesn't it open the door for Peterson at 1 and not bringing Trae back? Or am I crazy? So then he got into a conversation with Josh Robbins, who covers the Wizards. His response was, no, you're not crazy, but it's unclear to me that Darren Peterson is considered point guard by the Wizards. Right. Peterson's more of a 2-guard/1 guard than a pure 1.
Right.
He's one of 2 candidates for Washington to draft at number 1, but the Trae Young news is not connected to the Wizards' draft plans. Young and Peterson could coexist easily.
Totally.
End of tweet.
Actually, this is year 10.
Yeah.
This will be year 10 for
Trae.
He's played almost 500 games.
I think it's
not including postseason.
I think this was all expected. I don't think there shouldn't be any surprise. Let's see how it plays out.
Yeah, Wizards fans, just relax.
Well, I think some Wizards fans actually don't love Trae.
I know a lot of them don't.
Yeah.
I know. I
think some Wizards fans would be okay if they didn't resign.
800-636-1067.
I'm all about it.
As a Wizards fan, are you concerned about Trae Young becoming a free agent and the potential of another team swooping in and signing him? And look, the Wizards didn't give up a ton to acquire Trae Young. They gave up C.J. McCollum, who was a rental, and Corey Kispert.
Right.
So, if he does get signed away, which I don't think is going to happen, then it's not like you gave up a huge number of assets. But it does kind of blow up in your face if he isn't here next year, because the plan was to pair Davis and Young along with your young core and kind of make that next step.
Right.
Contend for the playoffs.
Right.
Be competitive. Not lose 60-plus games.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that would hurt that if Trae Young isn't in uniform and playing, fingers crossed, 60-plus games for this team.
You can't wait for the start of the season just to see
It's
what it's all like.
You think it's not going to be fun?
When's the last time you were this eager to see the Wiz play the opener?
It's been a long
in
time.
October.
Probably
it's been a long
never.
time.
Right.
I mean,
Isn't it crazy?
Maybe
How
when
things
MJ,
have
when
completely
they signed
flipped?
MJ.
Because they completely flipped.
Yeah.
Maybe when they drafted
Vibes
John.
are at an all-time high in Wizardville.
Yeah, when John was here. That's
Right.
true.
When John Wall was drafted.
But there's just so many other names here now.
Oh, I know. I can't wait. And I still can't wait to figure out what they're going to do at the time. I go back and forth on what they're really going to do. I mean, most people are adamant that at the end of the day, push come to shove, it's going to be AJ. So that's definitely the consensus among most people. When they want to put their money on the line, they're going AJ.
If I had to go to the betting window, I'd bet that AJ DeBonsa is the pick.
I'm still going with my instinct that's going to be DP.
I'd be worried about it until I hear Adam Silver, until I hear the words come out of his mouth. But I'd still place my money on DeBonsa.
The great thing is, I honestly believe this in all my heart. It's a win-win for the Wiz. I just don't see how they can lose.
Yeah, you're getting a stud.
Both these guys are so good. And I think are going to be really good at the next level.
I can't remember where I saw it yesterday, but someone did a mock draft and they explained why each pick was selected where they were, and he had AJ going 1, but he had Utah taking Boozer.
Oh, really?
And then he had Memphis, right? Memphis is 3.
Memphis is 3, Chicago 4.
He had Memphis taking DP.
Well, if Darren Peterson falls 3 to Memphis, I mean, they're going to be throwing a parade down the middle of, is it Beale Street in Memphis? The big street? I think it is.
Is that where JJ the Boss hangs out?
I'm sorry?
Is that where JJ the Boss hangs out?
I mean, if you say so. I don't know how much about JJ the Boss.
Eric, I'll push back on you saying that it's not a win-win no matter what. Nothing is guaranteed. If they take the wrong guy, and
of course,
yeah,
but I think it's win-win on the whole. I think the likelihood.
It's not. It's
listen,
not.
for you. You can create an argument if you want. the likelihood is 90+% that both these guys are going to hit, in my opinion. 90+%.
Where'd that percentage come from?
My brain. My brain.
Okay. I mean, there's countless examples of
I don't
guys
think either one of these guys are Zachary Sachet.
It's not as I say being Zach. It could be you're taking Marvin Bagley over Luka or Darko over Dwayne Wade. It's a million examples.
I'll bet on both these guys. Make the bet. You got me at a vulnerable time.
Anything's possible.
I
got
don't
my
feel
dukes
like
up.
it. For some reason you're angry at 6.
Well, because you're trying to create an argument that doesn't exist in my mind. But I'm willing to. I'm
so
stand
you're
up.
100% guaranteed these guys are both future 10-time All-Stars?
I just said 90+%. If you're less than that, let's go. I'll put the money down. Who do you want to bet? I'll bet on both guys. You pick the guy that busts. I'll bet on either one. I'm betting on both of them.
Getting a little testy.
I'm betting on AJ and I'm betting on you
On
pick
DP.
the bust. Who's the bust?
He probably thinks AJ
I know
is.
you like DP, so you think AJ's the bust?
No, I don't like AJ. I've said that 100 times on the show.
So you think AJ's the
I don't know if he's a bust. I said I don't like him.
Okay, I think he's going to hit. I think both guys are going to hit. I think I would go roll the dice with DP, but I'm willing to bet on AJ. That's where I'm coming from. I'm not as confident about Caleb, although he's intriguing.
But your opinion of hitting and his opinion of hitting could be different. So it would have to be.
Well, I think we're both going to be all-stars. I think DP's going to be an all-star.
Multiple times. They got to be multiple time
Sure.
All-Stars.
I'm willing to bet on that. Do you want to bet on that draft?
There you
Let's have
go.
a lifetime bet.
If you're a multiple time,
AJ is a multiple.
If you're a multiple time All-Star, you've hit.
Yeah, that's a hit.
You pretty much have hit.
Probably.
Yeah.
You don't think so?
I guess it depends. I mean, sure, I guess. I don't think Zion Williams, I think there's levels to it. You got a lot of hype. These guys have a lot of hype. Zion Williamson, in my opinion, has massively underachieved. He's never made the playoffs in 10 years in the NBA.
Yeah, that's different.
So,
He's
I mean,
injuries.
Zion
But when he
Williamson,
plays,
like, to me,
he's
that's-
been very good when he plays. Zion. Now, he's had injury issues, and it's limited his productivity, no doubt. But when he plays, he produces.
I think people were thinking championships when Zion was drafted. He was one of the most hyped recruits or draft picks in the last 20 years.
Yeah. I'm not saying there aren't busts at the top of the draft. I just think this is being hyped up, and I believe it, as one of the better top-heavy drafts in recent years.
Has Zion been a multiple time All-Star?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Yeah.
I just know his numbers are very good when he plays.
Yeah.
I just don't love the idea that the Wizards, like Will Dawkins, is going to hit a double no matter what because he's Will Dawkins and we like him and we're rooting for him. Will has to hit it, and the Wizards have to do very well.
I've also said I wouldn't personally want to be the GM.
Well,
Of course, it's a pressure, but I think he's
It's a
going to
tough job.
Of course, I do think that ultimately one guy will be thought of as higher than the other, and I don't know which one that is, but I think they're both going to be pretty good.
Zion's a 2-time All-Star.
Oh, he did make two.
So he would
21
qualify.
and 23.
He would qualify even with all his injuries.
Yeah, well, that's the thing that's killed him is the injuries because
Yeah.
the most amount of games he's played in a season is 70.
Yeah. I
But he's averaged 24 a game.
Drab, I feel like you just want there to, like, I don't know.
He just wants you to be wrong.
He wants me to be wrong.
That's what it is.
That's what
And it wants
everybody
to be,
wants.
he just wants drama. Like,
That's all he
no,
wants.
to be honest, I just hate when it's like everyone will be great. I just hate that. Not everyone's going to be great. We know that. We said that for the NFL draft. We say it for the NBA draft. Not everyone's going to be great.
I think AJ, I'm willing to bet.
Well, he's just saying two.
Yeah,
he's not saying the top 10. He's saying the top two.
You know,
They could both be superstars. It's possible.
I think it's likely. I think it's likely that AJ and Darren Peterson are both going to be multiple All-Stars at the next level, and I think that's kind of the consensus. The only knock people have is they've deduced that because of the drama with DP at Kansas, that he might be unreliable, and some people have created a character issue, and I just reject.
Would
that.
anybody be willing to bet that either or both of them are 5-time or more NBA All-Stars?
That's a lot.
That's a lot. Yeah, five.
That's a lot.
Well, I mean, that means you've developed into a superstar. Like,
Yeah.
if you think that these guys are superstar level, like 5-time NBA All-Star or more, that's rarefied air.
Rarefied air. I'm not willing to go that far. I'm going multiple time All-Star. I feel like that's pretty good. Both of them. I'll bet, and you could pick the other guy you want to back.
Yeah.
So if they draft AJ DeBonta, you think that it could be it's a very dicey pick.
I just think they have to get with this opportunity the best player in the draft. If Boozer wins 4 championships and they draft a 2-time All-Star and Boozer's a 10-time All-Star, they failed.
Mm-hmm.
Totally agree.
Well, I mean,
I would agree with that. I don't.
You can't.
think
But we'll just
Of
go
course.
back and say, well, AJ was the top guy, so we took him. Well, it's their job to find the top guy. It's Will and Michael's job.
I would agree with that. I think it's unlikely. Sometimes Boozer could win a championship and be the second guy on his team. Like, does that count?
Well, whoever they take,
Brian Scalabrine won a championship.
whoever they take, they feel like he's the right guy.
The mock
obviously.
the mock that Jason is talking about is Matt Norlander on CBSSports.com.
Yeah,
he
Matt
has the Wizards taking DeBonta at 1, and his last little blurb is the Wizards last drafted a player with star potential in 2012, Bradley Beal. DeBonta is a much better prospect than that. He will likely lead the NBA in scoring multiple times and is franchise-altering talent who should have his name called first.
All right,
That's his opinion.
All right, and what's he say about Peterson?
Peterson, this is where he has him falling to 3.
Right. Which is interesting.
I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I'm going to read his parting shot with him. It says his size, sleek attacking style, and nonchalant shooting form could turn him into one of the 2 or 3 best shooting guards in the league by the year 2030.
Yeah.
So he's really high.
But he's got
on him,
AJ leading the league in scoring.
multiple times.
Multiple times, and he's got
not just once, multiple.
And he's got DP as being a pretty. Does he say pretty good shooting guard? I
said into one of the 2 or 3 best shooting guards in the league by 2030.
Right. Okay.
So he's clearly high on both of them.
Yeah.
And then he's got Boozer sandwiched in between them at 2 going to Utah. That's him shaking up the NBA draft order.
Mm-hmm.
He's got Caleb Wilson, of course, going 4. I don't think I've seen one mock that doesn't have some combo of those 4 players going off the board 1 through 4.
Yeah, it'd be stunning if Wilson slips and like Acuff or somebody
That's
jumps
the
ahead
bet
of
we
him.
need to get in, that those 4 go in are your top 4 picks. But you're probably getting terrible odds on it. That those are the top 4 picks in no particular order.
I wouldn't take the bet, but it's crazy things happen. I mean, that certainly could happen.
I would take that bet. I'd feel pretty comfortable placing that bet. Those are your top 4 picks in no particular order.
Well, the thing is, if people really, really love Acuff,
yeah,
and you think Wilson's a little bit more of a project, you could see it.
I mean, tough to draft Acuff, who's like 6'2", when Caleb Wilson's like 6'10", with all his potential.
It's not all about height, Case.
That's true. We'll have to see how it shakes out.
See, now he's making you more of an AJ DeBonta fan now.
No,
you were a DP, and
I think DP's gonna. I think DP has maybe bigger
I know you think he's
star
gonna be better.
potential.
Yeah,
I think, but I also think, and I think I'm allowed to think that both guys are going to be studs.
This is America. You're allowed to think that, EB.
I know. Is it possible that one guy's going to be significantly better than the other? Of course. Of course. I've also said on the air for weeks, I'm glad I don't have to make this pick.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad I don't have to do it.
Well, you don't have to do it. You just have to watch it.
I mean, this is kind of superficial, but you could make a small wager on who's going to average more points in the rookie year.
I just don't think the rookie year matters because some guys come out in a rookie year. Like look at what DeAndre Ayton did to start his career.
Yeah, I understand.
And then it just kind of
but you're not going to do a lifetime bet, the 12-year bet. Who's going to be more All-Star games in 12 years or 14 years.
Yeah, I don't know.
So you'd have to make a kind of a smaller, quicker wager.
Yeah.
So
I don't know.
All right, coming up in just about an hour at 7:45, you'll have a chance to win $500 on the Junks, courtesy of NBC and Peacock with MLB trivia. That's coming up at 7:45. Next, we will pick our golfers for the U.S. Open Golf Pool. It's a big one. It's double entry fees, $20 a man. I am on the clock with the number 1 pick. We will do that next here on The Fan.
Celebrate Father's Day this year at Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. Get Dad dialed in with Ping Scottsdale Tech Putters. The new mallets introduce IQ alignment technology. Each model improves your focus to sink more putts. If you need more ideas this Father's Day, they've got gift cards in any amount. They've also got the online gift guide. Check that out at worldwidegolf.com. Trusted by golfers since 1982, home to the legendary 90-day 100% satisfaction guarantee. Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. Get there.
So we drew the draft order for the U.S. Open golf pool prior to the show. There was slight controversy while it was ongoing with two names left in the hat. where I thought I had missed one of the names. I guess because JP's on vacation, I panicked because I thought that there were 3 people left and only 2 slips of paper. Valdez was freaking out because
he was screaming.
He knew he had a top 1 or 2 pick.
Yeah.
And then he was like, we're going to have to redraft. Drab was fist pumping because he thought Valdez was going to get boned. But then cooler heads prevailed. We realized that all of the names
all was good.
were properly in the hopper, and we were good to go. So here's your draft order. We're going to go from 7 all the way to 1. Thirsty Anna picks number 7. Finally, she has some adversity in her life. She's picking 7th in a 7-person draft. Mike Marr will be picking 6th. Bitch Bucks at 5. Drab T-shirt picking 4th. Eric Bickle at 3.
Pretty good.
This is Matt Valdez picking number 2 overall. And old golfer Flakes picking number 1.
Valdez,
uno.
what time do the boys tee up? When are the first tee times?
They're out already.
Already.
Yeah, I think
you
6:45.
you can barely see where they're hitting from the fog.
Perfect.
Oh my God! And they still let them out. Wow.
All right,
yeah.
so everybody knows the rules. You pick 1 player from the United States. You pick 1 overseas player. I'm not even sure of the scoring system of how this works. Do we have to get the winner? We have to have the winner.
Have to have the
That's
winner, or
right.
else it rolls over for the British.
Oh, and then we could triple
So
for the
it's-
British.
No,
So
I think it's just an extra $10.
It's extra 10.
So it'd be
okay.
30, not 40.
Got it.
So
Okay.
this is worth 20.
We're
This was
20
worth
bucks.
20.
a man.
Juicy pot.
This would be good.
Could be a big one.
What do we have? 6 guys?
7.
Well, I don't
7
know.
with Anna.
Yeah,
Right,
yeah.
right. Yeah,
I don't know what to do with JP. My guess is he's
He doesn't
void out
care.
of
That's
this.
fine.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
just
yeah.
sit this one out. It's
Screw
all
him
good.
out. Yeah.
All good.
He didn't show any interest. If he showed interest, he could have said, "Hey, I'll make sure you pick for me."
But he does owe $10.
Still owes $10.
Oh, yeah. He's got to throw that in the kitty.
So it's $150 in the pot. Yeah.
Woo.
All right.
Big
I
one.
like it.
All right, I'm not going to waste much time. I have the number 1 overall pick. I'm going to take the guy with the shortest odds. I mean, this is an easy pick at plus 550. Scotty Scheffler off the board.
I don't
mean,
think
no
it's
surprise
good
there.
to doubt him, but he just has a bit of tick off this year.
That's okay.
But he's always in the hunt, as long as he doesn't shoot himself out in the first round.
All
The
right, so
numbers, by the way, could be crazy. But they're projecting, like the average score is going to be way up there.
Well, the
With the
winds,
winds.
25-mile-per-hour winds every day at the maximum. That's a lot. 25 is pretty heavy winds.
Yeah, and then if you get it into the thick stuff, and you can't advance, I mean, it could be a poop show.
Yeah.
You see the way the guys are chipping and then
were
rolling back down to their feet.
They were showing highlights of old U.S. Opens at Shinnecock, and when Payne Stewart, I can't remember what year it was, late 90s, Payne Stewart had a 4-foot putt, and he missed it, and it rolled about 30 feet away from the cup.
That is just so penal.
And he just looked at it and crossed his arms and just looked at it.
Yeah.
You remember that?
No.
Remember when Phil missed that one putt and he went down and the
That'll
ball was
never
still
forget.
moving?
Right.
Yeah. That'll never forget.
Yeah.
All right, so
I don't
Kate's
think
got
the green's
Scotty.
going to be that bad.
I've got Scotty on my squad. This, Matt Valdez now on the clock.
I got the guy that I was targeting all along. I think Rory's going to win this U.S. Open. I think it's a misnomer that he struggles in the wind when actually he gains strokes compared to the field with winds at over 19 miles per hour. You look at his last 100 rounds. I think he got a great draw with morning late. Not only morning late, but he starts off on number 10. So number 10 and number 11 are historically the hardest holes at Shinnecock. So he's going to play them at the easiest conditions possible this morning. So I think it's all kind of setting up for Rory to have a good first round compared to the field. And then he can coast home, maybe wire-to-wire winner.
All right, so Rory off the board. First international player
I'll be honest.
selected.
If I had gotten the first pick, I might have selected Rory.
I probably would have.
I might have selected Rory. It's rare that I wouldn't take the chalk at the top.
Hey, you guys are trying to get in my head over here. I'm not going to allow that to happen.
I'm not trying to get
It's
your head.
not happening.
I'm just making it known. I think I would have taken Rory 1.
All right, well, you're picking third.
Yeah.
So Chef
Well, this
and
is when I
Rory
think
off
it starts
the
to
board.
get a little dicier. I think I'm going to take the guy who I still think is one of the most talented players in the world. Finished second in the PGA Championship. I'm going to take John Rahm.
All right, Rami Bear off the board at the third overall pick.
Rahm has one of the worst draws. I think he goes off at 2 o'clock today, right in the teeth of the wind.
We're going to have to see his medal, see if he can pull it.
All right, Drab T-shirt, you are on the clock with the fourth overall pick.
I'll buy into the early late theory, so I'm looking at that. So I'll take a guy with the early tee time today. I like to go international also early, so I'll take Tommy Fleetwood. 18-1 to win.
Tommy's been around the lead a lot this year.
Shot a final round 63 at Shinnecock in 2018 in similar conditions when they lost the course.
All right, there's been a run on international players. They've gone 2 through 4 in this first of 2 rounds. Bishbucks now on the clock with the 5th pick.
All right, I'm going to take the guy who has never missed a cut at the U.S. Open. In fact, he's never finished worse than 14th. He's got 6 top 10s. His name is Xander Schauffele.
All right, another American. There we go with the 5th pick. Now, golfer Mike is on the clock at 6 overall.
Now, I definitely would give a deep analysis about Shinnecock because I definitely know a lot about the course and the U.S. Open history. But for the sake of time, I'll just save everyone a couple minutes, and I'll take my favorite golfer. I will never pass on this guy because he is due, and it might be this weekend, Ludwig.
Oh, yeah, he's a big Ludwig guy. It's not a bad pick. He's always in the mix, at least early.
He just can't string together 4 days. He'll play well for 2 or 3.
All right, Oberg off the board. So far, 4 overseas players, 2 Americans have been selected. Now we go for back-to-back picks. We head out to Annapolis.
Okay.
Thirsty Anna on the clock.
Has she tweeted a picture of her in a bikini on a boat yet?
Not that I know of, but I mean, the
Not
summer
yet.
is young, EB.
Yeah.
It's not even officially summer. You
All
know
right.
this.
Good morning, boys.
Good morning.
It's Father's Day weekend.
Thank
it's
you.
like the perfect combo, the Open and Father's Day weekend. So happy
Thank
Father's
you.
Day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Anna.
All right. Who do you like?
So you guys you're so international heavy on the list.
Yep.
So I'm trying to think. I think I'm going to jump in with my boy Shane. I haven't done it in a couple tournaments, so I don't want to hear about it from the donks on Twitter about my love of Shane. But I think he's a good pick for this one.
All right.
And then
Love Shane Lowry, always.
circle around. You know who I'm going to go with for my American? I was in Jupiter a couple weeks ago and got to meet Chris
Goddard.
at UTiki. And I feel really good about him. He's
I
been
think he's a
hot.
stud.
He's been at the leaderboard.
Where
And I
did you
think
meet him?
At UTiki. I was with the Cindelars. I was with my golfing family,
Uh-huh.
visiting them in Jupiter. He was at the restaurant we were at.
Oh.
It wasn't the
family.
woods, was it? No, you said, what was it called?
No, we were at UTiki, which is like a Jupiter.
All right.
UTiki.
That
It's
must
where
be
you
our
guys
next-
should have gone when the night you went to the Breakers. You should have gone to UTiki.
Yeah.
We hadn't
Although
heard
we
of
had a great
UTiki.
time at the Breakers.
The
we did have
Breakers
a great
was
time. Memories forever.
You guys are the poorest guys in the Breakers.
Oh, it wasn't even close. And Jason peed all over the parking lot.
Yeah.
With security everywhere.
Don't know how he didn't get arrested.
Had to go,
His-
man.
His jeans are on his ankles.
All right, Anna. So you went back to back. You have Shane Lowry, the Shane Dogger.
True
and
story.
Goddard.
Tweet out that picture again, 'cause he's wearing like Jinko jeans.
I don't know if I have it. Who has it? I'll tweet it if you send it to me. Did he have like the world's baggiest jeans?
Yeah.
Back when like the tight
Yep.
jeans were becoming popular.
He looked like he was crisscross.
Yeah. I do
You
remember
can't
that.
take the PG County out of it.
Yeah,
No,
what are you
you
going to
can't.
do? Yeah.
You can't.
can only be so fancy.
Jason taught me a trick, and I remember we did a bar crawl at Georgetown, and he walked backward. He said you could. So if you have to pee while you're in a bar crawl, you just walk
Yeah.
backwards.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
it looks like you're walking. You're not actually sitting
Yeah.
Yeah,
there
it
peeing.
doesn't- so nobody knows you're peeing, and you're walking backwards. So
that's
you're not
next
walking.
Well,
level.
it's
you're
very
not
small
walking into
steps.
it.
Very small
Very
steps.
next level. All right,
Yeah.
Anna, you're in. Let's go to Mike Marr with his American
Thanks.
golfer.
So normally I would take Bryson DeChambeau here, but he burned me big time at the Masters. So I'm going to go to a guy who's been playing really good can jam as of late. Give me Cameron Young.
All right, good pick. I like it.
All right, now we go to Bishbucks. He took Xander in the first round. Needs an overseas player.
All right, I'm going to take a guy who finished third last year at Oakmont. Now, the year before they missed the cut, he's missed the cut a couple times, had to withdraw in 2021 at Torrey Pines because of an injury, but played really well last year at Oakmont, which was a baller course. I believe the winner was at 1 under. He finished 2 over. His name is Victor Hovland.
All right, Hovland off the board. Jason's team is complete. Now we go to draft T-shirt. He needs an American golfer.
I love a troublemaker. And this guy always does well when I pick him. I'll take Patrick Reed.
Okay, all right. Pat Reed off the board. Now we go to EB for his American.
Man, this is all right. I know we got up against a break. I need an American.
Yep.
I'm definitely not picking Bryson.
No.
Don't really want to pick him. I don't really like him. This is, you know what? I'm probably throwing this, but he's been hot lately.
Yep. I know you're taking.
No, you don't. Wyndham Clark.
I was going to say that.
I'm going to take Wyndham Clark.
All right, Wyndham
I
Clark.
did.
Now,
That's what I was going to guess.
now to Matt
because
Valdez.
he has been hot.
Valdez took Rory with his first pick. Now this is his American.
I don't want to take him because he goes off late today.
Scramble mode. He ready to scramble like this on Monday for the Purple Heart Open.
All right, I'm going to take him just because
You don't like?
I don't want to take
like this guy.
because he's just going off at 134 today.
Oh,
That's the
okay.
only reason.
It's against
why.
your theory.
It's
Yeah.
against my theory. So I'm going to take Sam Burns as my American.
He's a beast. Though.
All right, so Burns is off the board. I'm going to close out my team with the highest remaining international player in the odds. That is Matty Fitzpatrick.
Oh, that's a good pick.
So I have Fitzpatrick as my
So who do you
foreign
have?
player.
Chef and
I've got
Fitz.
Scheffler and
That's a pretty good team.
Fitzpatrick.
That's a great
Valdez
team.
I couldn't believe he fell all the way
That's
down
a
there.
great.
He's got
team.
2 of the top 5 on
That's
That's
FanDuel.
a great team.
Need it. Burns and Rory for Valdez. Eby's got Clark and Rahm. Drab T-shirt Reed and Fleetwood. Bishbuck's Xander Hovland. Marr has Young and Oberg, and Anna's got Goddard and Lowry. Those are our World Cup sweats.
All right, good
for this
luck, Anna.
weekend. When we come back, we will get into our World Cup pool standings. It's all about gambling here on the Junks. We'll do that next, and at 7:45, you'll have a chance to win $500 just by listening to the Junks. We all know legends aren't made overnight. The best athletes, they train, they prepare, they plan for their success. And when they hang up their cleats, their legacy lives on and on. What about your legacy? Trajan Wealth specializes in retirement strategies and wealth management. Their fiduciary advisors can help you develop a plan to weather the ups and downs of the market. Don't leave your future to chance. Call Trajan Wealth today. Here's the number: 1-855-TRAJAN1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN1, or visit them online at trajanwealth.com. Because your legacy isn't just about what you earn, it's about what you leave behind. So call Trajan Wealth today, 1-855-TRAJAN1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN1, or go to trajanwealth.com online. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
we've got some big Wizards news. Star Trae Young plans to decline his $48.97 million player option for the 2026-2027 season and will become a free agent on Monday. Washington remains the frontrunner for the four-time All-Star, but multiple teams are expected to have some interest per ESPN. Young played only 5 games for the rebuilding Wizards and averaged 17.9 points and 8 assists in a combined 15 games for the Hawks and the Wizards. And the Nationals lost to the Royals 6-2 in the third and final game of the series, unable to complete the sweep. Zach Littell allowed 4 runs and 7 hits in 5 innings of work. He's now lost back-to-back starts after going 7 in a row without a defeat. The Nationals now turn their attention to the Rays and start a 3-game set in Tampa on Friday. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
We're celebrating 30 years of the Junks here in 2026, brought to you by our friends at Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. In just about 40 minutes, we're going to give you a chance to win $500 cash, courtesy of NBC and Peacock with MLB trivia. So get ready to win big here on the Junks at 7:45. All right, so it's a big day tomorrow as the U.S. takes on Australia in Game 2 of their World Cup journey.
Mm-hmm.
It's a big matchup. Both teams with wins in the first round, and I had kind of forgotten that Valdez has his childhood friend that he brought into studio with him. His name is Skippy.
Is this your Whoopi?
Yeah. We've talked about it before. Maybe you forgot.
It's a very well used and worn.
It's pretty worn out.
Koala bear.
Yeah.
Okay?
So yeah,
Koala.
I've had it ever since I can remember.
All right.
And it is a koala, which is native to Australia.
It
Right.
is native, and
USA play Australia.
it's a puppet.
And it's a
Also,
puppet. I've had it for as long as I can remember, and that's
Yes.
the biggest Australian soccer fan that I know.
Yeah.
Is Zippy the koala?
Zippy or Skippy?
Zippy or Skippy?
Zippy. Sorry, that's
You put Skippy.
no. Drab put Skippy because
Okay.
he can't listen.
So
He doesn't listen.
This is Zippy
Zippy.
Zippy Valdez.
Yes.
Okay. Now, will Zippy Valdez? Will he be making the trip to Hyde to hang out with the boys on Friday for the 3 p.m. kick? Well, we know he's definitely doing that. We know that he's going to
That's
be
Zippy?
Yeah,
That's Zippy?
that is Zippy.
Yeah, that's Zippy.
Zippy's got a lot of answers.
I was just confused when I.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Zippy. We
Thank you.
we appreciate that Australia reference.
So much shtick.
Yeah.
So we have a few questions we want to ask Zippy, who's going to be clearly
We do?
rooting for the Socceroos. Zippy, why do you think the Australians? Why do you think they're going to beat the United States on Friday? Zippy, you're very tuned in to what Valdez would have done during his college years in College Park. That's impressive. Do you think Zippy has a score prediction for the game on Friday, Jace?
I do.
Okay. Nah, I don't. Zippy's
Pretty accurate.
He's predicting a 2-0 shutout by the Socceroos.
Okay, but that's Zippy.
That's Zippy's
That's
thing.
Zippy's prediction.
making that. Sebastian's not predicting that.
Well, I mean, we can ask Sebastian when he's on the show, I believe, coming up at 9:25.
Right.
I mean, do you think Sebastian knows more than this threadbare stuffed animal that Valdez brought in today? It might be equally as obnoxious, but we like him. We like Zippy's personality. Zippy, can you give us a misnomer or two about Australia that we might be confused about?
Oh,
Sorry, is that the wrong answer, Zippy?
I think Zippy's glitching.
yeah, Zippy glitched right there.
so.
All right, that's okay.
Very funny. JP's taking some Joan shrapnel while he's several hundred miles away.
I mean, his daughter's an excellent soccer player.
That's the way it usually works.
Excellent player.
So, well, you have 5 Toy Stories to enjoy, Zippy, so that we can understand. Zippy, the Junks are not big world travelers. Would we like traveling to your native land of Australia?
Sorry, he glitched right there.
Glitched again. Is that true?
Yeah.
I think so. yeah.
I believe it was a British penal
Yeah, it was-
colony way back in the day.
Is that right?
Yeah.
That's where they send all the derelicts.
Yeah.
Wow.
Like you want to ship your golf clubs to Chicago, they would ship all of their derelict criminals to Australia.
Right.
That's their backstory.
You thought Alcatraz was bad.
Yeah, Australia's pretty
You
bad.
go to Australia, there's nowhere else to go.
Yeah. So, Zippy, are you going to be at Hyde Friday to watch a game? Please don't glitch here.
I think you asked that one already.
Oh, I
but-
did?
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
Well,
Yeah.
here's what I do know. If Zippy is on premises at Hyde and the U.S. starts beating that ass, I think Mike Marr is going to be putting belt to ass to this old-ass stuffed animal. I would think. That's got to be part of the plan, right?
Yes, it would be.
I
Are
can't-
they all going to hide? They're all
That-
planning
I
on
I think they're
going.
Yeah,
all
we'll be
going.
there.
It is
so.
basically the same crew, at least for with you guys, Valdez. Basically, same crew.
Are my hands sweating?
Yeah,
I have
yeah.
I have
Yeah,
to
you
take
gotta
this
take it
guy
off.
off.
Yeah.
There's only about 6 or 7 prepared questions, right? I think
There's
we went
like
through 'em.
5.
I think we went through 'em.
Yeah.
5. I do like to bet. This is like a 25-year-old stuffed animal.
I can't remember when I
30-year-old.
haven't had it. Yeah.
You know what? It's holding up pretty well through all the years.
Take care of it.
It's got a little bit of wear right here in its neck. Probably multiple. Zippy's got a lot of good canned shtick. Do like me some Zippy.
Hey, I've heard enough mumbo jumbo from that little stuffed animal rat. I brought my belt today, so why wait until tomorrow to go
you
belt
did?
to
You're
ass?
gonna give him a pre-belt
Yeah,
to
this would be a
ass?
preliminary belt to
Well,
ass.
let's do it.
You're gonna let Zippy take that punishment,
I mean, I don't know. Mar loves belt to ass.
He does love it.
right? All
Now,
right.
is this gonna pain you as he's inflicting pain? on
Not as much pain as Zippy's gonna get.
All right. So how do you? I don't even know. How do you administer belt to ass? Don't you just?
Yeah, he's gonna lay the koala down and give it belt to ass.
Here you go. Here you go.
He's gonna teach that foul-mouthed koala a thing or two. All right, so he's being set up. Zippy's being set up at JP's spot.
Aussie, Aussie, Aussie! We'll see you tomorrow, Australia. Belt to ass. This is pretty trifling actually to hold in the hand.
It's kind of dirty, right?
Yeah, it's pretty dirty. I mean, God knows how long he's had this thing.
stiff.
Put
too.
a black light on Zippy.
Yeah,
Oh,
I don't
good
think you
Lord.
want to do that.
Jason,
Yeah,
why,
do that again.
Jason, why don't you get a belt to ass? Why don't you?
You do it again.
I'll see you all at High tomorrow.
Oh, you missed on the belt. That's an errant swing. Man, there's a lot of detail that's gone into this bit. A lot of production.
All right, so that's going to be midday tomorrow.
3 p.m.
When you look at the odds, they're actually not heavy favorites. Only minus 170. I mean, this is definitely dicey. We're just all assuming that they're just going to be silly because they played great in game one. Have you been watching? Did you watch any of the games yesterday?
I watched a little bit of
I
Ghana,
watched-
Panama. I mean,
That
what
was
an
great.
ending.
What a
Scoring
great
the 95th
ending.
minute to get the win.
So patient too, the way the guy was at the very end with the
Yeah.
ball.
I had to watch Ronaldo I watched most of the, if not all of the.
I was out. I didn't get to see. How did Ronaldo do? He didn't really do much.
I mean, he missed a couple layups.
He did.
I think one was tougher than the other. But they were killing them.
They had a draw,
they were
though, right? Didn't they have a draw?
Yeah,
they were
1-1.
And they were a big fave over Congo.
So they're not good.
Yeah, it was like a win for Congo.
Yeah.
But
The England Croatia game was awesome, at least for half.
I watched a little bit of that too.
And then maybe early parts of the second half before it started to get away from them a little
Who
bit.
had Ghana in the pool?
I don't know.
Do you have this?
Do you have
I got it right here.
Do you have the updated standings
I think
draft?
Draft
Has
T-shirt
there
has that.
been any significant movement?
A lot of us are jumboed up with 8 points, including me, because I got 6 points yesterday.
Oh, so you were at 2, so now you're back in the
Yeah,
mix.
because I had Colombia and England.
JP has Ghana.
All right.
If this
So
is
you got 3.
if this is correct, Bish is in last place.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he only has 1 win.
I didn't have anybody
Who's
play.
screwing you? Because everybody's played now, right?
Brazil drawing wasn't great for him.
I had Brazil and the Netherlands, and they both had draws, I believe.
And are you getting
Brazil definitely.
Do you get 1 point for a draw?
Yeah.
All right.
I don't have a win yet.
You got no dubs?
Hold on, didn't Austria get a win?
Oh no, I just right. I have Austria.
Yeah, he has 1 win. Austria.
He's got the one. Okay.
So you got like 5 points?
So that was Austria was a couple nights ago. I think I have 6.
You have 6 points. All right.
Yeah.
All right. So who's at the top? If you're
Still Mar and Valdez.
Still Mar and Valdez. Did I slip? Because I didn't.
You're in that group with 8. Me, JP, Cakes, and I'll have 8.
All right. And then who has a big matchup going today?
Well, here's your
Well,
match.
the game of the day is Mexico, South Korea.
Well, who has who?
I know Valdez has South
I
Korea.
have-
I think
JP's
JP has
got
Mexico.
Mexico.
Okay.
So your lineup today, you got a quadruple header starting at noon. You've got Czechia against South Africa. Both of those teams looking for at least a draw or a win. They both take L's into this matchup. Switzerland and Bosnia-Herzegovina, that is your 3 p.m. kick. Switzerland, a pretty big fave, minus 180 in that matchup. 6 p.m., Canada and Qatar face off. Canada's minus 350 to win that matchup. That is in Vancouver. And as Drab mentioned, 9 p.m., Mexico, South Korea. They both won their opening matchups. That is from Guadalajara, Mexico's plus 105.
Typically, you would think, minus 185 or minus 170, pretty big fave. But the way you've seen these matches play out, when they're so low scoring, you can easily get a draw out of it. It's not really that big a favorite. The way things can play out. I think, again, I know people are critical of soccer, when there's not enough goals scored from, but, when there are a lot of chances and it's 0-0 and they're desperate for a point or somebody's holding on, just, packing it in, may not be the most pleasant soccer, but it can be exciting.
Matt, you watched the Portugal match, correct?
What's that?
Did you watch the Portugal match?
Yes. Yeah.
He's a big Ronaldo guy.
Yeah, what did you think of Ronaldo? He looked pretty old.
There's an old saying that leave the football before the football leaves you.
Okay.
And the football's left him.
That's
really?
bad.
It was
news
that
for
bad?
Portugal.
I was
I didn't
surprised
see
he
it.
played that long.
It was that bad?
I couldn't. Well, the chemistry is off. I think they just, he had a couple chances. He wasn't able to do anything with them.
Right.
But they just were not in a good flow at all.
No, they didn't look good.
And Congo played great D, but it was kind of embarrassing.
There was
especially with what the other stars
I get
have done.
I get the impression that Ronaldo is a big me guy.
What gave you that impression?
I don't watch much of him.
The abs?
No. He constantly wants to get shots on goal, and he seems all about the Team Ronaldo, not Team
Well, do
Portugal.
they have
I
any
actually
of-
didn't think they were forcing it to him yesterday. They just couldn't get anything going.
Do they have other guys on their team that are super marketable stars, or is he by far? Like, in other words, they have others that
No.
are like on the international
Well, I
stage,
mean,
have good reputations.
Bruno Fernandes, who's a great player internationally, but he's not a name that you would know.
Right, but he is internationally. He's a great player. People know him
Phenomenal.
for sure.
Yeah.
I made a critical
What
mistake. I took Portugal instead of Argentina in the first round. That's going to come back to haunt me.
You think?
What about the?
There was a player
goalie?
for Congo who would steal the ball every time down.
Really?
They were calling him a shutdown corner. They call him Dion.
What about the goalie for Croatia, who I thought was making some amazing plays? Is he internationally known? I don't know if you guys happen to catch any of that. There were a couple sequences where he made 2 or 3 saves in a row.
So you're saying he should have been like 6 or 7 goals instead of the 4 that he allowed?
Well, he made a bunch of saves, Kicks. That's all I could tell you. He made a bunch of saves, and it was kind of standing on his head. There's only so much you could do, and they keep
just peppering you with
and
shots.
They keep peppering you.
That was Dominic Livakovic.
Yeah, is he a nobody
I don't know.
internationally? Yeah,
He's
Yeah. The guy I
nobody
know.
to these guys.
I thought he was.
I barely know who
I thought he
Ronaldo
was
is.
pretty amazing a few times. Well,
Yeah, but so 4 more today, 4 more matches today, and of course the big one tomorrow at 3.
big one tomorrow, and then go hang out with the boys at Hyde.
Yes.
Yes.
Be sure to do that.
This
He
is
did.
actually, I mean, maybe I'm wrong on the math, but I think every team we've picked has at least 1 point. Has anybody suffered a loss
Don't know.
on your teams that you're tracking?
Portugal, Norway, Switzerland, Turkey. I don't think so.
Isn't that incredible?
That is
Didn't
pretty
someone
amazing.
someone had to have had Croatia.
I had Croatia.
Oh, that's an L.
Oh, okay. So Mar has the 1 loss.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And kind of a loss, Spain drawing with
Who-
Cape Verde.
Hey.
Kind of an L.
Reel off my countries again. Brazil,
Jason
Netherlands.
you've got Brazil, Netherlands, Senegal, Austria, Bosnia, Congo. So you got a
Oh,
good
I had
draw with
Congo.
Congo.
I
That
had
was your last
Congo
pick,
yesterday.
too. That was your last pick.
Didn't even know it.
Pretty
I was rooting
solid.
for Portugal because I bet on Portugal. I got Congo in my pool.
Yeah, you don't know what to bet on
No.
or who to root for
All
or
over the
against. All right, don't forget it's 7:45. We're going to give you a chance to win $500 with MLB trivia. When we come back, we'll talk Commanders. A very important piece of the offense apparently still has a long way to go to master the Commanders' new offense. We're going to tell you who that is next.
Hey, it's your boy Bish. Let's be honest. We're all just trying to hit more fairways, save a few strokes. My guy Josh Cochran and his team over at Bayer Subaru in Alexandria, they're helping with at least one of those. Right now, you can score a crazy low 1.9% APR for 72 months on a new 2026 Outback or an Ascent. Or take dead aim at a new 2026 Crosstrek with 1.9% APR for 36 months. And I'll tell you something else I really respect about these guys over at Bayer. They don't just care about what you're driving, they care about the people riding along with us too. This month, through the Subaru Loves to Care initiative, Bayer Subaru is once again proud to partner with the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society as a drop-off location for blankets, art kits, and your personal messages of encouragement. Those items will be delivered to patients at Inova L.J. Murphy Children's Hospital, which is just a really cool thing to be a part of. So do what I did. Scramble on over to Bayer Subaru. Ask for Josh Cochran. He's the GM. Keep a little more green in your bag this summer. Check him out on Richmond Highway in Alexandria or at BuyerSubaru.com.
Coming up in just under 20 minutes is 7:45. We're going to give the listeners a chance to win $500 courtesy of NBC and Peacock with MLB trivia. So stay tuned for your chance to win big on a Thursday here with the Junks. All right, before we get into the Commanders topic, did Mike Mars spill like any of his like smelling salts in the hallway outside of the bathroom?
Why? Does it smell terrible?
You round the corner there, it smells like I'm sniffing on Mike Mars smelling salts.
Maybe it's the
bottle.
cleaning guys because it's ammonia,
Could
right?
be.
It's ammonia in the
maybe
smelling
it's-
salts.
Maybe it's just the ammonia that they're using
Yeah.
for cleaning.
Yeah.
But I round that corner, I'm like, I feel like Mike Marr is putting that bottle right under my nose, and I'm about to take a big old whiff of it.
No, the salts have just stayed in this room.
Stalls they're secure.
Yeah, they're not going on the road games with me.
Okay.
He and Clary were really trying to like shame me into hitting
they
the
were?
smelling salts yesterday.
Okay.
Just that.
Trying to get you to take a hit.
Yeah, I mean, I think I did. I think when we first opened it, maybe I just did regular ones. I think I just did the regular ones. I never did the high intensity
Yeah, you just did
ones.
the one we cracked. I
Yeah.
really thought we were going to get you yesterday, though.
No. I wasn't gonna buckle.
Thought he had a moment of
I mean,
vulnerability.
why would I do it? You guys even acknowledge it only lasts like 10 seconds. It knocks you like to the floor, and then the sort of the impact of it is only about 10 seconds long.
But it's a 10-second rocket chip.
Oh, it is. Yeah, you're.
It's like you get punched in the face,
Yeah.
and then 10 seconds later it's gone. I don't understand the point.
That's why you're constantly chasing the dragon.
Yeah, that's why you always
You just keep going back to the well
You're
because
always
it's 10
trying
seconds.
to get. You're just trying to recapture that magical moment.
Yeah.
All right, so again, 7:45. You're gonna have a chance to win $500. So be sure to keep listening. All right, so we're gonna get into this article that John Kime put up because mandatory minicamp is ongoing right now in Ashburn, and the headline of his article on ESPN.com is Daniels still has quote long way to go to master the Commanders' offense. So of course he's trying to rebound from last year's injury-marred season. There's a new offense to master. His quote was, "I've still got a long way to go." We also have some other audio from Jaden talking about learning David Blau's new offense.
I think just learning the new offense terminology, why we're attacking this play, what we want to do in this play, and things like that. I mean, man, it's just giving different variations and variety, different formations, run, play action, either that's in the gun, wide zone, inside zone, mid zone, things like that. So, man, I would just open up a lot more things that we have to go out there and give. And then from there, just keep learning, keep building from there, and get better in training camp when the time comes.
Also in Kime's article, I like the fact that Jaden he's turned the page on last year. His quote is, "I'm done talking about last year. Last year is last year. I'm moving on to this season, and whatever happened last year happened last year. It can't do anything for me. I'll just continue to get better."
I think that's a
I'm
good
done
approach.
talking about last year. Moving on to this season, and whatever happened last year is what happened last year. Can't do anything for me, but just continue to get it better.
I mean, that's just him
That's a good approach.
telling everybody,
Let's
don't ask
drop
me about
it.
last year anymore. I'm sick of talking about it. It's not going to help me master this new offense, worrying about everything that went sideways in 2025.
Listen, I think it's great. It's humble for him to say he's got a lot to learn. But DQ's already gone on record and said he's been kind of blown away with his grasp of the offense already, how quickly they've been getting in and out of the huddle.
Right.
Larry Tunsil was asked about him. He was very complimentary of Jaden and just says he's going to get it done. And the way he commands the huddle. People have talked about how in his third year, just being a lot more vocal. I think people also underappreciate how smart all these guys are. I mean, I was even listening. I mean, offensively, it's ridiculous. I mean, it's a silly anecdote, but I've told it many times. When we played the Divas, and I didn't play football. I played other sports, but we didn't play football. And so when we played the Divas, and Jason's calling out all these plays and formations, I had to have a friggin' wristband just to line up at tight ends, just to know what side to line up.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
That's the most dumbest. Like we had 3 plays.
Right.
And it was still too much
I think we had
information.
5, but okay.
Okay. But the amount of processing that these guys
Cakesy.
do, and how quickly they do it is
Yeah.
unbelievable.
Well, not only to know
the
what-
verbiage.
But he has to do. He's got to know what everybody else
gotta
on
know
the
what everybody's
offense
doing.
has to do, where they're lined up, what their assignment is. Like,
Yeah.
he's a super smart guy. I'm
mean,
not
they're
worried
all
about him.
smart.
Like, it's going to take time for him to learn the offense, but he's going to get it locked in and completely down. Like, he's super smart.
And even defensively, I was listening. I don't know if it was Sonny Styles was talking about it, but they were talking about all the reads they make and all the communication, obviously, that these guys have to have. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable the level of knowledge and processing that these guys are doing at the highest level. All right, who's got him? You got him. You're going to do that. I mean, and you got to do it in like 15 seconds.
Yeah. Well, I mean, to help them,
it's unbelievable.
It's a lot of repetition. So it's probably a lot easier for them. For us, it's impossible. For them, it's probably a lot easier.
I'm sure.
But
and
going
they've been
from
doing
college,
it their whole life.
True, but going from college to the pros, so for a rookie, it's obviously much more difficult because it's totally different.
I can't imagine.
Totally different language.
You got a new language, and now you got new offensive coordinator, new defensive coordinator. These guys are going to have their own, right? Probably a lot of the language does change.
I just have a vibe, and I could be totally wrong on this, but I have a vibe. Jaden just has a really good year.
I hope.
Maybe similar to rookie year.
Well, that's what Louis Riddick is kind of trumpeting that too.
Yeah.
He's expecting.
Now, the only thing that concerns
year.
me is the new coordinator.
You're concerned about Blau?
I'm not necessarily concerned.
Just the unknown?
Just the unknown, right? Because he's young and he's a rookie coordinator.
Have you been impressed with him?
No, I like him. And I think he's going to be good. But maybe early in the season, you might see some issues with that. But I just feel like Jaden is going to have, statistically, I feel like he's going to have a good year.
I just hope he stays upright and healthy. I recorded John Keim's podcast with him. I think he's going to air it in a few weeks when he's on vacation. So he kind of put it in the can. Mm-hmm. So people get to hear that. I'll remind people when it comes out. But we talked about how there is a percentage of, and I wouldn't even say it's the fan base, it's people on the periphery that still, to this day, are trying to make RG3 comparisons with Jaden. Mm-hmm. But league personnel people, coaches around the league that John talks to.
They say you're crazy.
There's no concern, really. Listen, is it a big year for Jaden? No question. But I don't think anybody thinks he's in the same category.
Talent-wise, no.
As Robert, work ethic-wise,
right.
everything.
Yeah.
And nobody goes around and goes, everyone on the ground, look, it's a big year for Dan Quinn. It's a big year for Adam. It's a big year for everyone. Certainly Jaden Daniels, too. But nobody really thinks we don't know yet if Washington has their guy. I mean, he could flop, and then maybe we'll look stupid in a year and go, yeah, we really don't.
Well, that's why it's a big year,
But I think most people assume he's the real deal.
But don't you feel like he's going to bounce back?
Yes.
This year?
He stays
I
healthy.
feel like he is.
My only caveat is I'm very nervous about the schedule. If they get behind the 8 ball early, I just don't know how they're going to respond. You could get knocked out of this the first 3 weeks.
Yeah. I do want him to keep running, though. I know a lot of the Commanders fans don't want to see that.
But maybe not to the extent he did as a rookie, but he'll still run.
Yeah, I don't necessarily like the design runs.
Yeah.
But if he has to scoot out of a pocket, man,
he has to.
8, 10, 12 yards like that, just
get
out of bounds.
Tom Brady. He can't be Matthew Stafford.
No, don't sit back there.
No, he's not going to. That's his instinct.
Correct.
His instinct is to take off.
But as long as he knows, and this is year 3, so I know he knows he has to avoid those hits.
Here's what he has to do. Yeah, exactly.
And he'll be good at that.
And I thought he was getting a little bit better at getting down, but hey, this is third year now. He's suffered all these different injuries. He knows how brutal some of these hits can be and awkward some of these hits can be. And we were also talking about this yesterday with John, too, that some people are trying to say, hey, he looks a little bigger here, a little bigger there. 5 pounds here or there is not going to make a difference. It's a kind of the level of pounding he's going to be able to take or not, right? He's always going to be a sort of smaller slider.
He's going to have a wiry type of frame.
He's always going to be that guy.
Cakes, what did he rush for rookie year? Was it about 800?
I think it was 800 plus, but I'd have to pull it up. But
it was
like a lot.
It was 891.
Yeah, almost 900.
I mean, that's a great year. I don't think he'll be at 891, but he's got to be, in my opinion, he's got to be in that 7 to 8 range.
I think he will. Because
you know what I mean?
891 yards. I don't have the numbers in front of me.
I've got him right here.
That has to put him in like the top 35, 40-ish rushers in the league.
Oh, I'm sure it did.
Like maybe even higher. Like that puts him way high up on that list. I don't think he's going to be at that number, but I think 650, 700 yards is kind of what you should look for. I don't know what the Vegas number is on him rushing-wise in 2026.
All right, in 2024, Jaden Daniels finished Brian Robinson finished actually he was behind him. 23.
Okay, he's top 25 in rushing.
Yeah, 23.
That's impressive.
And Brian Robinson was at
But
27.
remember,
so-
I think the offense is going to be more prolific too. And the offense in 24 was unbelievable. Maybe they won't get to those numbers, but they might with Chig, with Terry if he stays healthy, with Rashad White out of the backfield. If Antonio Williams is as good as some of us think he might be, I don't know. The new offense with moving guys around. I know. I listened to them talk to Terry. Terry's super excited about the way they're utilizing him and the way he's going to be able to sort of maximize his abilities.
Could be a big
in
year
this
incoming
offense.
for one Terry
I'm
McLaurin.
surprised there wasn't a new Brandon Ayuk vid yesterday. Unless I'm missing
The only
something.
one I saw was getting on the scale.
Maybe
that was
he's
a couple days ago.
Maybe he's taking a day off. You know what? Good.
Right,
Take
right.
take the long weekend off, Brandon. You know what?
Yeah.
Maybe a video in a few weeks.
But I think the sort of the original point is it's a good thing that Jaden says he has a lot to learn in the offseason
Yep.
and that he's going to grind it out. Does anybody think that Jaden Daniels is going to be ill prepared for week one?
Definitely
No,
not.
no,
He
no.
will be fully prepared. He'll be completely locked
And
in.
we're all on board that we think he's going to bounce back and have a good year.
Yes.
Provided he stays healthy.
As long as he's on the
As
field.
long as he stays healthy.
All right, you can start calling in right now at 800-636-1067. When we come back, we're going to give you a chance to win $500 courtesy of NBC and Peacock with MLB Trivia. 800-636-1067. Your chance to win $500 on the Junkies is next.
Celebrate Father's Day this year at Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. You can get Dad dialed in with Ping Scottsdale Tech Putters. The new mallets introduced IQ alignment technology. Each model improves your focus so you can sink more putts. If you need more ideas this Father's Day, they've got gift cards in any amount, and they've got an online gift guide at worldwidegolf.com. Trusted by golfers since 1982. Home to the legendary 90-day 100% satisfaction guarantee. Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. Get there.
Remember, you can listen to the show on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen to your podcasts. Also streaming live on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn as well. All right, very cool prize to give away. We've got $500 to give away right now, courtesy of NBC and Peacock.
Can't beat that.
That's
Cold hard cash.
Pretty
Cakes.
damn good, and we're doing it via MLB Trivia. It's very simple. You're going to have 3 seconds to answer the question. If you don't answer it correctly, we'll move on to the next person. If
All
we
right.
get a few that miss the question, we'll go on to a new question so people can't Google everything, and we should be able to get a winner quickly.
All
I would
right,
think.
let's go to Jamie, line 2. Hey, Jamie.
Jamie.
Hey, good morning. Good morning.
Good morning,
Jamie,
buddy.
in MLB, what does the stat WHIP stand for?
Wow.
All right, let's move on to the next caller.
All right, let's go to Shane Monrovia.
All right, Shane, in MLB stats, what does the stat WHIP stand for?
Walks plus hits per innings pitched.
Nice.
Did he get it correct? I didn't hear his answer.
Walks, hits, innings pitched.
All right, that's a winner.
Yeah.
All right, he wins. You get $500 to get your game on with Sunday Night Baseball on NBC. Sunday at 7, the Philadelphia Phillies host the New York Mets, only on NBC4 and streaming on Peacock. Congratulations, you win.
Peacock.
How easy is
Let me
that?
get that correct.
To
Peacock.
win $500. Even your boy old EB could have got that.
That's right. WHIP was a big one.
That was a
for
big one
fantasy
back in our
baseball.
fantasy. That was like advanced analytics for
Back
us.
when old baseball cakes played fantasy baseball many, many moons ago.
Yeah.
It's a long time ago.
I don't think Zach Littell's whip was very good yesterday.
Probably wasn't.
7 innings and two walks in 5 innings.
Yeah, when I tuned in, I think they were down 6-2. Is that right?
Yeah,
when
they
I
lost,
tuned in.
they lost 6-2. Kansas
Yeah.
City hit 4 bombs. Lane Thomas, former Nat, hit one of them.
Yeah.
And I mean, that dude, that young dude for the Royals he was pretty much unhittable. They couldn't get to him. Avila, he was really good. But they still won the series. Day off today. Aren't they playing in Tampa this weekend?
They do face Tampa, yes. 3 games against Tampa, then they come home to face the Phillies for 4.
Yeah, that's the big one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think 9 of their next 13 are on the road.
Yeah.
But they've been a really good road team, so that's
fine.
Probably a good thing for this squad.
All right, so 39-36.
Still 3 games above 500 is a great spot to be in.
Yep.
For a team projected to win 65 games. They're in good shape. If you're paying attention to the U.S. Open, looks like they're about 38, 39 minutes into suspended play. I think because of the fog, right? Guys,
definitely foggy.
It looks really foggy.
the guys
really
couldn't even
thick,
see the ball
too.
land.
Yeah. Well, that should burn off here soon.
Yeah, I mean, how long can fog linger? You'd think maybe an hour
I
or
don't know.
so.
They are near the water, so
Something
who
They're
knows?
gonna.
that.
They said they're restarting at 8:15.
8:15 is the goal. All right, so that'd be about an hour. Maybe a little longer. Because they're about 39 minutes in.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah,
Oh,
total.
I thought you meant like now. I was like,
Yeah, total.
No,
Total delay.
Hey,
Yeah.
this is I hate that NBC is doing this.
What do you mean? Doing what?
He complained about this last year too, because I believe they did the same
They,
thing.
they did. They're trying to take advantage of golf sickos
Yes.
out there, because in order to watch, I guess probably a lot of the later rounds today, you're going to need Peacock because it switches over to Peacock at 5:00, and then tomorrow, Friday, coverage starts at 6:30 in the morning. So you're like, oh man, I get to watch the entire round. I mean, some people have off; they can just chill, watch the U.S. Open. You need Peacock in order to watch from 6:30 to 1:30.
Ooh.
But I know you have Peacock.
I know. I have
You just
Peacock.
feel like
I'm not.
sympathy and
I'm not
empathy?
stressing. I'm talking about like
Are you worried about
the Mars of the world who are just getting into golf and are enjoying major season and stuff like that, and want to watch some of these early rounds tomorrow or watch the late rounds today.
Yeah.
Unless they're subscribing to Peacock for whatever reason, they can't watch a good majority of the Thursday and Friday rounds of the U.S. Open,
Yeah.
which is just kind of a show.
It's the way of the world, though. They use these big events to rope you in.
It's
I know, but they got NBC owns 10 billion channels and 10 billion affiliates. If it's not USA, TNT, Golf Channel, whatever else they own, CNBC, they own 10 billion stations, and they can't put it on TV for people to watch.
They're clearly promoting the app.
That's how
they want
you can't even watch it online. You'll get no online coverage.
US Open .com has like feature groups.
Okay, so you could do that.
Yeah, but that's not really the same. To watch feature groups for 5 hours.
It's not the same as the live.
Where 3 people could be completely shot themselves out of it after day one.
Sometimes they venture off a little bit of the feature group and so show some other shots. But hey, listen, I'm with you. I don't like this.
You right.
You gotta be an Amazon guy. You gotta be a Peacock guy. You gotta
pay
everything.
It's exhausting.
Yeah.
It's exhausting. Put the U.S. Open on effing TV.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem that complicated.
Well, the thing is I guess the argument would be is that back in the day, for most of these, you didn't get as much coverage. Now, to get some of the coverage, you're going to have to cough up a few bucks to get those channels to get the complete round-the-clock 24-hour coverage. I think that was what the argument
they did
would
it
be.
before when it was on Fox. They did it before.
Yeah.
Just it's annoying.
Yeah.
It is annoying. I'm totally with you.
I have it, but. And I'll be okay, but I'm looking out for the casuals
What about
out
your
there.
dad?
Is
Yeah,
NBA
my dad would watch the entire U.S. Open, but he can't figure out Peacock. You think my dad can figure out Peacock if he has it, if he's subscribed to it?
I'm gonna guess no.
What is Peacock's what is their best asset right now that everybody loves?
The Office.
Office
So-
reruns?
yeah, so
they
if
don't
you-
have original content
They
that
have
people
lots
love.
I mean, they have original content, but in order to stream The Office, which a lot of the young people do, it's the only place to do it. You can't stream The Office on Netflix or Amazon Prime, but they have Traders, they have Love Island.
Oh, Love Island's huge. My daughter loves.
I'm pretty sure that's on Peacock.
I think that's out of my.
Oh, yeah.
That's out of
I
my
must have
purview.
Peacock because my daughter's watching Love Island every night.
Yeah.
Her and her girlfriends, they come over, they go down in the basement.
I mean,
and they
let's be
watch.
honest. What I said this right. It's like,
Trash
can you
TV.
just rename it Sex Island?
Yeah.
I mean, come on. It's not Love Island. It's Sex Island, right?
Yeah.
Let's just hook
I
up.
think
Yeah,
so,
they don't
together,
love each
right?
other.
I think so.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's that much love going on there. There's a lot of banging going on there.
Meg was in somewhere in the city walking around, and apparently she saw one of the stars of Love Island, and there was this text thread, and Kate was freaking out.
Yeah.
And then my friends in Florida were freaking out, and literally all she did was see a character from the show on the streets of New York, and everyone's freaking
And
out.
I think the worst part about the show is, of course, I've never seen an episode. I think it's all just
hooking up.
It's all influencers. I'm like, I asked my daughter, I was like, what do these people do for a living? She's like, they're all like YouTube influencers. And I said, well, they should drop a nuke on Sex Island and just wipe everybody out.
Right.
Just lob a few bombs onto Sex Island and make life better for everybody.
Last time we were in the city, I don't know, 6 or 8 weeks or so ago, we were visiting Meg, and we were just walking around, and my wife noticed an influencer.
Really?
Yeah,
Just
it was
walking
just
around
by
the
the
city?
hat the guy wears, and apparently he's like a cooking influencer.
Okay.
So I don't know if he's known for his pastries or whatever.
Yeah.
But like she knew who he was, and she pointed out to my daughter. My daughter knew who he was. Everyone's freaking out, and I look at the guy, just looks like a regular guy on the street.
Sure. Of course you didn't know who he was.
Yeah, I didn't know who the guy was. But I don't know. He makes pastries or something. Okay. And it's got
The only pastry you know is Mike Cassidy.
It's the only one.
That's
I
the
know.
only guy.
Exactly.
That's it.
Exactly.
Yeah, we know a pastry.
We do.
He likes some pastries too.
Well, who doesn't like a delicious pastry?
Yeah.
I'd like one right now.
Yeah. All right, so we're going to have Evan Washburn up next, correct?
Yes.
And he's doing a new series on YouTube, I think. I don't know if it's for the NFL channel or...
It's called Process.
It's called Process, and I watched it. First episode, or at least the one that we're interested in, is the one with Dan Quinn. And you just... I think you have to watch it to really appreciate how reflective and how introspective DQ really is. I mean, he analyzes everything. Remember, there was that famous report a couple years ago about how he paid that I don't know, was it Lauren Rutledge or one of those ladies to go out there and interview all his ex-coaches and ex-players and do like a blind spot, like just to kind of see what he's missing in his coaching, anonymous report that she put together. Remember that? He does this kind of stuff all the time, constantly reflecting, constantly looking back. How can he tweak? How can things change? One interesting anecdote, and then we'll go and we'll have Evan up next. He said he could tell. He pulled a random OTA clip from 2024, and then he pulled a clip from practice in 2025, and he showed the guys, some of the guys, and he showed some of his coaches, and he said you could just see the difference. We had more intensity, we had a little more fight, a little more fire, a little more desire. We were just off a little bit last year.
So Evan Washburn was hanging out in Ashburn doing this interview with DQ.
Real hardcore sit down.
Yeah, so Evan Washburn, CBS Sports NFL reporter. His new YouTube series is called Process. He sat down with Dan Quinn. We will have him on the show next here on the Junks.
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Darren Peterson is making his preferred NBA draft destination pretty clear. ESPN reported that Peterson has visited the Wizards and does not plan to take any additional trips, including to the Utah Jazz, who hold the number 2 overall pick. According to CBS Sports, as of today, that report is true, but they noted that Peterson did meet with Utah's front office at last month's NBA Draft Combine. They also reported that he didn't just visit Washington for a standard workout, he stayed for an extensive visit, he spanned multiple days, and more than one on-court workout. Peterson's decision not to visit Utah, according to sources, is meant to be a statement not to the Jazz, but to the Wizards to show them how serious he is about wanting to play in Washington. And guard Trae Young plans to decline his $48.97 million player option for the 2026-2027 season and will become a free agent on Monday. The Wizards reportedly remain the front-runner to sign him long-term. From the Grot Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
We're celebrating 30 years of the Junks in 2026, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Before we go to Evan, we're going to play a quick clip of his brand new YouTube series called Process. This is a short clip of him with Commanders head coach Dan Quinn out at Ashburn.
To your life as a coach, why is process, and then the term or the phrase process over result, why does that seem to anchor itself so much in this league?
Well, I think with those 17 games that are guaranteed, you want to make sure that you're doing all the steps necessary to play well. And I can almost live with any result if we went through the right process to get there. Man, it might have knocked on your way, the ball hit the upright, bounced the wrong way, but if you felt like you played it the right way, you prepared the guys, you can live with the results. If there's, we didn't cover that, we didn't go through that as a team, those are the ones as a coach, man, there was some part of the process that missed.
That's Commanders head coach Dan Quinn with our next guest on the Ruud Guest Hotline. Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. We welcome back in Evan Washburn from CBS Sports. He's here to promote his new YouTube series called Process. What's up, Evan? Good morning.
Hey, fellas. Thanks for having me, and thanks for shouting out the new project.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I watched it yesterday, and it's, I think we all kind of know that DQ is a well-intentioned, very thoughtful guy, but my God, man, he doesn't leave any stone unturned, does he, when he kind of prepares for a season, including looking back on sort of every detail of seasons past.
No doubt. I was exhausted just hearing his process of day-to-day, and it was fun being there because we were there for a couple hours in the building, hanging out in his office while he was wrapping up the OTA practices. And then we're spending a little over an hour walking around the building with him, but also sitting down and having that in-depth conversation. And it's a reminder, and we all get a taste of it, thankfully, thanks to our jobs, that the amount into this for these guys is 365, 24/7. And you can see why there's burnout and exhaustion. But he's in love with it, and he's obsessed with it. He's energized by it, and that was the cool part about not having to worry about talking about an opponent or who they were playing that Sunday. It was just all about the minutia that us football nerds obsess over.
Evan, do you think every NFL head coach would give you that sort of access? I mean, he's there for his mini camp. He obviously has a lot of things going on. He's a lot of plates in the air. Like he gave you a lot of time. Like I don't think every coach is gonna have that sit down with you.
That is correct, and no, it would be the answer. And that's why when we were putting together who we wanted to get after it with in terms of meeting and having the subjects for each one of these episodes, Dan Quinn was number one on my list. Not just because I knew he would be open to the idea, but also because I thought we'd get something out of it. I think some coaches, once you put a camera on, they're not a different version, but they're just naturally more guarded. And DQ just can't help, especially when you're talking about process and the craft, to be a bit more open, which I really appreciate.
How much time did he give you? I mean, I know the episode's like 20 minutes, but how much time did he actually give?
We sat for close to 45, 50 minutes, and we kind of walked around his office. We talked about some stuff like on his walls, just kind of getting a better idea who he is as a guy. We're in the entryway there. Obviously, that's in the front end of the episode about their commander standards. So I'd say overall, a little over an hour.
Wow.
Hey, Evan, I'm kind of intrigued by the painting that he showed you of Abraham Lincoln wearing like a Commander's starter jersey.
Right.
He's got tats on his fingers with the 1932.
It's a BMF.
The year that the team was founded. He's got all sorts of bling and like a diamond encrusted whistle. Like it's kind of a weird picture, but I'm kind of intrigued by it too.
And I think it embodies just who Dan Quinn is as a guy. And I think it speaks to all of us. We're not all exactly what you see. I'm not the clean-cut sideline reporter that people just talk about my hair all the time. Like, there's a lot of dimension to who I am, just like there are to you guys. And that's what I like about whether you're going into someone's office or if you get a chance to go to someone's house. Like, inevitably there's going to be something on the wall or on the mantle that gives you an idea of like, oh, there's some more here. There's some fun here. There's some goofiness. Obviously, I think DQ with the hat backwards, like he's got some swag to him, and his office embodied that with that painting. But also, and I love that his wife gave it to him. That also shows the dynamics of their relationship. And he's got a lot more beyond just the kind of the big bombastic sideline presence that he is as a coach.
Yeah, that clip that we ran before you came on of him talking about going through the process and just being 100% fully prepared for everything. He says, I'm okay with a result, even if we lose a game, as long as we went through the process and we were fully prepared. He talks about the bad bounces and everything. But was that surprising to you that he said that?
I mean, I liked how he kind of boiled it down. I do think that when you speak to these guys in April, May, in this case, early June, they do have a better perspective on it. They're not as, I think, crushed by the unfortunate bounces that just happen in this league, or you could call it bad luck when it comes to injuries. But I do think he intentionally looks and can find reason as to why. And that's where, and I know you guys saw the whole thing, but even later in that interview, when he talks about 2025 and being able to go back and examine it, and that was really at the heart of what I wanted to get to. And I didn't want it to all be about the disappointment of 25 because they had an incredible 24, and he's doing a good job building a foundation for hopefully what is a long-running program there that he's leading. But he talked about popping in tape of an OTA in 2024 and then comparing it to an OTA in 2025, and he said they look different. There wasn't that desperation. And that, to me, is at the heart of the process. And if every step going all the way back to day one of OTAs isn't handled properly, you'll feel it in week 12 or week 16.
It's interesting. One of the talking points and one of the big things is there was a coaching staff overhaul. They didn't get rid of everybody, but they got rid of the two most important guys and some assistants that go along with that. And sort of unproven offensive and defensive coordinators, giving them their first crack at it. From afar, it seems dicey, but the way DQ is so involved in his coaching staff, and he even talked about, I think, with you a moment, that he likes to develop coaches. In hindsight, it kind of makes sense.
It was one of the parts of the interview that was really critical to get to because, yes, as I prepared for it and reminded myself of what they did in the offseason from a staff perspective, I was stunned by just how inexperienced both David and Durante are. But his word was, I want to be bold. And I think it also goes back, guys, and I know this has been well documented or reported, just what he learned from his Atlanta experience when it comes to developing depth in his coaching staff and having a plan for who's next. And part of his 360 report that Laura Oakman did, where he kind of got an idea of where he had some blind spots. And that seemed to be the thing that has stuck with him over the last few years is I'm not going to be in that position again. I'm going to be bold when it comes to how I handle building out my staff, and we'll see how it plays out. But a large portion of the interview, or I would say the answers, no matter what question I asked him, would come back to his staff. And I think that speaks to his view of this thing as the CEO of this team. Obviously, he's still going to have his hands heavily on every aspect, but I would say primarily the defense. But he is all about figuring out the best version of a staff, like down to the detail of he wants his film sessions with the staff to be everybody together, both sides of the ball, so that they're not just kind of annexed into their position rooms watching film. So I think he feels like that's an area they need to be better in terms of communication and process as a coaching staff.
He also talked about the detail, though, of that when he's kind of doing, like, I think he referred to it maybe as a blind spot review and that kind of thing, self-evaluation, that when he brings the coaches in or players or wherever he's talking to, that he also does that, though, in small groups, right? So that they can feel comfortable and maybe not around him, bringing those critiques and then bring it all in together. I mean, this dude is not afraid of criticism and wants to get better. That definitely comes out.
100%. And I think he acknowledged in the interview, but just as a guy, that it's not going to be easy for somebody who on the ladder is below him, but he is trying to create an environment where a position coach can offer criticism or offer opinion that maybe go against what the head coach thinks and wants. So that to me goes back to what he experienced in Atlanta, what that 360 blind spot report provided him in terms of information, and what he's trying to do with this version of the coaching staff. Because you're right, it's a lot of change. But for the guys that are coming back, the part of the interview that hopefully you guys caught was just how they view 25 when it comes to the things they didn't like in that process of burning. Literally, they had a little fire with the coaching staff at 25 of things they didn't like about their process and what they did over the course of that season. And it didn't include the new coaches because, as he put it, they didn't wear any of those scars. But like that level of detail with the staff and building the mentality of that staff, I think is a huge storyline for this team and for everybody that's following them here going into 26.
So all that being said, with all the big, bold moves they did with their staff, with the free agency, the money they threw at guys like Odafe, the money they gave Leo Chenal, the others, the drafting of Sonny Styles, the drafting of Antonio Williams. Do you like their moves? Do you like their positioning heading into 2026?
I like the personnel. I don't love that one can think that just by free agency is going to solve all your ills. I think that's a tough way to live in this league, and we've seen that. But I like the ownership of what happened and what went wrong, and not burying the head in the sand saying, "Oh no," and finding excuses or explanations outside of just injuries and a new coaching vision. I mean, like they clearly went down to the studs here in some regards to try and get this team back to where it needs to be. But I think it's going to be a challenging year. I think that's what happens when you set such a ceiling for yourself in year one. I think they'll be much improved. But as we know, like right now, it's just talk season. Everybody's in the best shape of their lives. Everybody's the best version of themselves. But the one thing I took away from being in that building for a couple hours is that there is an intention to, if nothing else, have the same level of desperation and standard, to use DQ's words, and have some bad MFers out there in practice and every time they hit the field. They didn't feel like they had that in 25.
Evan, his coaching background is long and lengthy and detailed, and I'm just wondering how much you got into it with them in terms of the kind of the Hall of Fame caliber head coaches he's been with. I mean, he coached under Pete Carroll. He coached with Nick Saban. He coached with Mike McCarthy, under Mike McCarthy of Dallas. He was with Steve Mariucci, who was very successful, obviously, with San Francisco. So did he kind of get into that and all the stuff he learned from all those big names?
He did, and I'm glad you bring it up because I kind of forget that. I mean, the Pete Carroll one I knew because that was where he sort of started to build a more prominent name for himself as part of the coaching staff with that Legion of Boom. But the Nick Saban years really pivotal, and he did bring up Mooch and that staff, and even kind of having connection to Walsh in those early years. And his big takeaway or what he hopes to bring from that experience, it's not like he's talking to those guys every week or even it would appear that much in the off season, but that they were authentic to who they were. There was no ambiguity, no question when you walked into a Pete Carroll building or had a Pete Carroll team, like the way they were going to get down, as DQ likes to say. And same with Saban and with Mooch and that staff. So, and that's, again, going back to the clear comparison of 24 and 25 with the Commanders, which I'm sure you all have done, fans continue to do, like, hey, what happened here? It's clear they kind of lost sight of who they were and what they were about, and that's what I think Dan has figured out, and it's not just specific to this offseason, but, like, he's going to be him. Like, it's going to be the way he wants to do things, and he wants there to be clarity for anyone who walks into that building or watches that team in the way they approach things, and I think that does come from his experience with all of those coaches.
Joined by Evan Washburn, CBS Sports NFL reporter. Be sure to check out his new YouTube series called Process. He sat down with Dan Quinn out in Ashburn earlier this week. Do you want to tip your hand and tell us who else is in the pipeline, who the next episode or two might be of Process on YouTube, or are you going to keep that under wraps?
No, absolutely. Let's get it out there as best we can. Yeah, episode 1 was Sam Darnold. So we looked at Process as a pretty broad term. So how do you create a framework that makes it more digestible for viewers and listeners? And I looked at it in 3 categories: the physical, the mental, and the emotional. The physical, pretty obvious. What do you do physically in the off season as part of your process to prime your body for the start of a new season? So we went out to Seattle, spent a similar amount of time with Sam Darnold, and really got into the nitty gritty of deep ball throwing and really throwing mechanics. So I would recommend it to anybody, but obviously if you're a young quarterback or a college quarterback, I mean, I knew it was going to be detailed, but the way Sam explained it, and he just got so excited to get into teacher mode. So that was awesome. That was episode 1. That's already available. DQ is our mental subject, and I kind of had a head coach, and Dan specifically targeted for this, because they spend the whole time after that season ends in their head trying to figure out what went wrong, what went right, and how they have to prep the team for 26. So that's, again, what we did with Dan. And then our last one is more fun. It's the emotional. It's what do guys do away from the field to refill that emotional tank. And Kyle Hamilton of the Ravens, all-pro safety, I don't know if you guys know, is a hell of a golfer. So we went out and played golf and kind of did our version of a DeChambeau or a Grant Horvat, I think we tried to go under par we ended up playing 6 holes, and obviously a lot of it's talking in between shots, but no, we get after it, and it was fun, and I was able to keep up to some degree, which made me
feel really
good. Nice.
Where'd you guys play?
I think we played up in Hayfield, so I live in Baltimore. So Hayfield is a great course up kind of Hunt Valley on your way to PA, and we had a gorgeous day, so it worked out.
Oh, nice. Sweet.
All right, Evan.
So that'll come out next Wednesday.
Great.
So that it's a 3-parter, and my hope is to kind of replicate this each off season with new guys, obviously, to fill those 3 categories.
Do you already have your schedule of what games you're going to be covering? Has that already come out yet for you?
No. The way it works on our end, I mean, we know what games CBS has, obviously, but they like to hold that basically, I want to say until like the 3rd week of August, because of inevitably a lot can happen between now and the start of the season, whether it's training camp injuries, storylines, things that pop up. So we usually get our first 3 games is how it works in the 3rd week of August. And then from there on out, we're basically 10 to 14 days out, which in terms of what our next games are.
Gotcha.
Well, Evan, enjoy what's left of your summer. The NFL will be here before we know it. I believe it's 8-ish weeks before week 1 kicks off. So it's not that far off.
No, it's going to be here before we know it. And again, thanks so much for having me on to talk about Process, and look forward to catching up with you guys down the road.
Anytime you want to come on, bro.
All right,
Anytime.
Thank you, buddy.
Good talking to you. That's
Hi, buddy.
Evan Washburn, CBS Sports NFL reporter. Be sure to check out the new YouTube series called Process. He sat down with Dan Quinn in the second of 3 episodes. Check that out on YouTube.
Very cool.
When we come back, we'll get back into the Wizards. What happens if Trae Young does indeed leave via free agency? He opted out of his player option. He is a free agent as of Monday. We'll discuss that next here on the Junks. Let's gauge the level of concern amongst Junk's listeners about Trae Young declining his $48.97 million player option for the 2026-2027 season. He'll become a free agent Monday. This is according to Mark Spears, who broke the story. Washington remains the front runner to re-sign Trae Young, but multiple teams are expected to have interest. 800-636-1067. Where are you on a scale of 1 to 10 about concern about Trae Young? 1 being, that's no big deal. Wiz are going to re-sign him. He'll get a 3 or 4 year deal. 10, you're in a full-blown panic that he gets signed away and he was acquired, and you dealt away C.J. McCollum and Corey Kispert. Nothing huge, but okay, some pieces, some potential. You could have traded for somebody else who could be with your team longer term. Like, are you concerned? 10 is full-blown panic.
I wonder
concern.
if you ever thought about optioning into the $49 million and then just having playing really well, having a bomb year and increasing your value next year.
You can, but it's a gamble.
It's a gamble, right?
It's a gamble.
That's why he probably didn't ever thought about that.
No, I'm sure he did.
But
sure contemplated it.
Because you get your $50 million, but then you have a big year. Okay, well then someone wants you for 4 years.
Yeah, but what if you get hurt?
True.
All it takes is one blown knee, and now you've lost out on another 70,
all
80
over.
million, whatever, potentially guaranteed. Listen, my concern level would be at a 1. It would really be a 0, but I guess, listen, there aren't a ton of teams that would be interested that have the kind of cap room that it would take. Miami is one team, but they really want Giannis. He's kind of like a backup plan for them. There wasn't a ton of interest in Trae prior to Atlanta unloading him. That's why Washington was able to get him for so little.
Yeah, like his style of play is kind of out of favor in the league. Like a ball-dominant, smaller guard. Like those guys are
not a great defensive player.
Yeah, those guys are kind of passe.
But Will Dawkins made the deal knowing that this was on the table.
Sure,
he knew this was going to happen.
This is what they thought would happen. This would give them their best opportunity. And the other part of it is, I think they've really grown to love him. I think by every interview you've ever seen him has been glowing. Remember, he's talking about potentially Washington being a 1 seed next year. This guy's not thinking he's going to leave, like maybe like an AD.
The vibe he gives off is completely counter to what we're getting from Anthony Davis.
If he didn't opt out, then your eyebrows would be raised and go, oh, they're probably going to trade an expiring contract.
Yeah.
Right? So, I mean, this is, for anybody that's been following this closely at all, this is 100% expected. This is routine. Now, could a team go in there and shock you and just blow the doors off and offer him some max deal that Washington's not willing to necessarily commit to? I guess that's always possible.
Kind of like panic buying a little bit.
Yeah. Could happen, but there wasn't that much interest in him. Guy played 5 games, 6 games, whatever the hell it was.
Yeah, that's the thing that helps him.
And now all of a sudden the whole league wants him? I'm not buying it.
That's the thing that helps Will. And again, he made the deal knowing Trae was probably going to opt out of that $48 million.
Yeah, and wanted to opt out so they could sign him to a longer term
and they get
extension.
him to a 3-year deal, whatever it is, $150 million.
What if a contender comes knocking? Maybe it's a similar offer to what Washington can give him, maybe a little bit less.
Well, then there's a chance he goes.
Like what if Houston or Minnesota, who are already good defensive teams,
I guess
come
it's possible.
come knocking and say, "Hey, Trae, we think you could be a missing piece. We think you could help scoring for us during the regular season and the playoffs."
Yeah,
right. I mean,
so what's the timeline on free agency?
That I don't know.
I think Monday he's officially.
Monday is official.
It's official.
Yes. It becomes an official free agent.
So
free agent
signings can start Monday.
I'd have to look up the league calendar, but
I think if like Houston did it, that would take up a chunk of theirs. They have about $15 million less in cap space than Washington. I don't know what other teams you're throwing out there.
Minnesota was another team that was suggested.
Mm-hmm.
Minnesota, where are they in terms of cap space?
I think we all know that this was a first step in order to try to sign him long term. But
Minnesota has some cap space.
I disagree that I think the market has shifted since when he was first traded to Washington. It was kind of he was damaged goods.
Why? He only played
just because time always helps. Time just always helps in your
Do you
favor.
actually think there's a better than a 1 out of 10?
I
don't think
it's the sky is falling 10 out of 10. I think it's more like a 3 or 4. I think it's more of a long shot, but I think it's more likely than to just shrug it off.
I think if he signs somewhere else, I'll be flat out stunned.
So it looks like
I'll be on the record for it. I'll be flat out stunned.
late June into the first week of July is when free agency
Begins.
basically, yeah.
Yeah.
So on June 29th, that's the last day for decisions on player, team, and early termination options. The last day for teams to make qualifying offers to players eligible for restricted free agency. Then on June 30th, negotiations begin for all upcoming free agents.
Okay.
As of July 6th, free agency moratorium ends. Teams can officially sign free agents to contracts. That's July 6th. So it's coming up in the next 10 to 15 days. It's going to be a lot of action.
I just know this was a foregone conclusion. This is what we thought was going to happen. So why would I panic about it? This is what I thought was going to happen.
Just because the landscape changed, maybe his stock has gone up a little bit. Maybe seeing Jalen Brunson win a title kind of makes guard heavy play stock go up. The fact that maybe he's a Knicks killer and you could use him if you're going to face the Knicks in the Eastern Conference or the NBA Finals.
Okay. Could
change the landscape of it.
Yeah. I mean, I think those are fair criticisms. I'll just be flat out stunned if he does leave. Flat out stunned.
I would think if it's gonna happen, it's gonna happen
You're
pretty quick.
going to have to give him a lot of money.
Yeah.
Okay, because they're pretty much willing. The floor kind of was 3 years, 120. That's what everybody's been throwing out there for the last couple weeks.
Yep.
Maybe it goes up a little. That's $40 million a year.
Yeah.
So you're gonna have to. So if you're gonna really pry him from here, you're gonna have to give him what, 50? I mean,
I don't know. Maybe it just depends on the situation and
that you could give him a lot of money and then
the possible success he could have in the postseason.
Here are some quotes from Will Dawkins, him talking to Mark Medina of Essentially Sports. He said, quote, "We have good relationships with his reps. We've had communication on what it would look like to be a Wizard because he really wanted to be here, and that was important to us. And we want to make sure everybody feels comfortable and builds that partnership and relationship until we have any real conversations."
Yeah. I mean, I think what Matt brings up is relevant from Trey's standpoint, because if Trey gets a similar deal, like he's saying, from a team that is kind of on the cusp of a championship, or certainly pretty much a lock to go to the playoffs, maybe he does look that direction. Mm-hmm. Or does he want to be a part of this kind of, this rebuild?
I think he believes
and who knows
in
what's
the
going to happen with
rebuild.
Anthony Davis, but does he want to play with the young studs like Sarr and whoever they draft?
All indications are he does.
Or is it he's just going for top dollar?
Yeah. By the way, his career 9.8 assists per game average trails only 2 players: Magic Johnson, John Stockton.
Pretty crazy.
Then it's Trae Young.
Pretty good.
It's pretty
That's
crazy.
pretty good company
Pretty
to
good
be
players.
in. That's pretty impressive.
Crazy.
I mean, that's a guy that you would love to. You get his scoring, you get his playmaking, you get him getting other players, young players involved, and he's also he's a good team guy. You can tell that already from him just being here for a limited amount of time.
Well, Cakes, why do you say that about Trey now for Washington, but it can't be true about other teams thinking the same thing about him? You know what I mean?
I think
we're saying, well, there's no market for him.
Yeah.
And then you're very excited for him to stay here and play here.
Just a good fit here. It's just a good fit here.
I think other teams probably took notice to the way he kind of warmed up to Washington, and that might make him attractive to other teams. I mean,
I'm sure
I'm
other.
I know that's why I don't think the argument of what teams really want him. There's no real market for him.
Well, there wasn't a big market.
Is invalid because if the team and fans and players want him here, why would that not be the same for other teams around the league?
It could be. And look, it only takes one team to fall in love with him and give him an offer that the Wizards might look at and say, "Well, we really like Trae Young, but we might not like him that much to that level." I think it's unlikely, but a mystery team could swoop in and sign him to a big deal.
I'm just trusted all the guys I've been following very closely the last few weeks that cover this team on a daily basis. And this is what was expected. This is part of the process. And if some team comes in and swoops them, I'll be hurt. I might even shed a tear. Life will go on,
Well,
but
if
I will
someone-
be stunned if he signs with another team.
Well, just think if someone does swoop him and Davis decides that he definitely doesn't want to be here, and they make a deal and they trade him, man, the expectations of this team went down the drain.
Right.
For this year.
Right, because you were expecting two
expecting
all-star
Davis.
level players.
Yeah, yeah.
One's a Hall of Fame level player.
Yep.
Added to the mix to blend in with
Now,
your young
look,
core.
they could go out and sign another free agent, a big name free agent to
Right.
replace one of those guys, if not both.
Sure, they would have to.
They targeted him for a reason. This is part of the plan. Do you take him at his word? Do they have a great relationship with their agents?
I
They
would
know
assume that's
the
the
idea
case.
of the number it's going to take to re-sign him. In Trey's best interest, he'll get some offers, and then Washington will have an opportunity to match or beat him.
Yep.
If he can bring any.
I think you're correct. Will Dawkins knew this was going to happen. They've already been talking, and you're probably right. But you just
I'll
never
say
know
this.
what's going on inside a guy's head.
If people want me to be sad and disappointed, I'll be sad and disappointed if he leaves.
All right, are you concerned about Trey Young making himself a free agent? He will be that as of Monday. He declines his nearly $49 million player option, 800-636-1067. Are you concerned about Trey Young departing the Wizards after just a short time here after being acquired from the Hawks? We'll take your calls on that next. We're the Junks.
All right, guys, EB here. The team that brought you Surfside is back with something new. Meet Super Light, the new vodka plus aid canned cocktail. Super Light comes in 4 classic sports drink flavors: fruit punch, orange, lemon lime, and blue chill. Try them all. They're amazing. Perfect to enjoy after the game or on the golf course or during the barbecue with friends. With just 90 calories, 0 sugar, and 0 bubbles, Super Light is here to fuel the moment. Look for Super Light variety packs and individual flavors at stores and bars near you. Must be 21 plus. Please drink responsibly.
Taking your calls on your level of concern if Trae Young is going to be a Wizard this upcoming fall or not. He will be a free agent as of Monday. He declined his $48.97 million player option for the upcoming season.
Crazy. Guys just turning down $50 million.
Yep. So he will become a free agent Monday. Do you see the Wizards re-signing him? Do you see a mystery team swooping in and signing him away? 800-636-1067 is the number.
I do not. I will be stunned and I will be very sad. You'll have a very sad EB. We can do 4 hours on how sad I am.
I'd put it at a 2 or 3 level of concern that he's going to get signed away. I don't think it's going to happen, but there's a possibility, but I think it's small.
All right, let's go to Gus in Arlington. Hey, Gus, what's up, man? You're on with the Junks.
Hey, guys, I'm very concerned because if we don't get him, that means we traded McCollum away for nothing. And because of the timing, will this impact who we draft? Because if we can't get Young, that means we got to lean towards Peterson because we don't have a major ball handler on our team.
Yeah, and I don't think any of these things are really connected. This was going to happen regardless of who was at the top of the draft or where they were picking.
Yeah. And they would have traded, if it wasn't Trae Young, they would have traded CJ to somebody else for another player.
If he were to depart, you do have Bub Carrington on the roster, and they would go out and sign a point guard. They would bring in a point guard.
Sure.
If Trae Young isn't on the roster. So it's not the end of the world if Trae Young leaves. It's not great. It's not optimal.
Yeah.
But if he does, I think the Wizards would have to have contingency plans.
I guess they would, but it would be very disappointing. Very, very disappointing.
Be great.
And then you could say, hey, you guys, here's a knock against Will Dawkins. Okay, fair.
But again, we've said it multiple times. Will Dawkins made this deal knowing he was probably going to opt out of this deal.
Right, and then they were going to attempt to re-sign him.
They would have a good chance of re-signing him based on the numbers. But, I mean, you can't predict the future. I mean,
but
he
it would
could change his
blow up
mind.
everything if he went elsewhere, and then obviously AD even more unhappy if Trae. Imagine if Trae, he'd be so unhappy if he was the only.
He already
vet.
seems kind of unhappy.
You know what the average age of this team is, and this is with AD and Trae on the roster. It's like they're the second youngest team in the league.
Yeah,
they're like 24 years old, average age.
Because AD's 33, I believe.
Yeah, man.
32 or
about
33, and Trae Young's not even 30 yet.
Yeah,
Trae Young's not even 28.
Yeah, he's not even close to 30. And they got a bunch of
so
youngins.
if they lost those two guys, their average age would be like 21,
right?
22,
yeah. Right.
Let's go to Paul. You can't compete if your average age on your team is 21.
They need a few
couple
steady
vets.
hands of vets to help guide them along. It can't be all 21 to 23-year-olds.
Hey, Paul in Olney, what's up, buddy? Yo, the Junks.
Yes, sir. I wouldn't be surprised if Trae Young is gone. Anthony Davis never plays here. Nobody wants to play for the Wizards, man, and I don't blame the GM. He's a salesman.
That's just not true.
I think it is true. I think it is true.
We just gave you quotes from Will Dawkins saying Trae Young wants to be here with the Wizards. Now, unless he's lying,
he has to say that. He's the GM.
All right, what about Alex Sarr saying he wanted it wouldn't work out for the Hawks? He wanted to come here. How about Ace Bailey wanting to come here? How about AJ and Darren Peterson both? Now you could say it's just they just want to be number one in the draft, but both seemingly wanting to be here.
Okay, so some guys might want to be here, but how many games did they win last year? You can't rest your hat on being the biggest loser.
No, they weren't.
They
weren't designed to win games last year. The design was to lose as many games as possible.
Trying, but I don't praise somebody for being the biggest loser. It means nothing to me. You wouldn't say that about Washington, the Commanders.
So
we lost the most games.
It's totally different.
It's a different
approach.
lottery system.
Yeah, come on.
But
it is, but you still can't commend a horrible losing franchise for losing.
Right. Okay.
That's
so you're
true.
just
now remember, this is a different crew running the show. All right, different front office, so they've got a different perspective and they've got different goals, and they know what their plan is.
Right.
So you just have to trust them. You have to trust them.
I get it. I'll trust them if they.
You trust them what?
Win.
If they win, well, okay.
This is the test.
That's what they're striving to do.
If they lose, if they go out and lose next year and it's like, they win 25, 28 games and it's just a big disaster, like marginal improvement, we're gonna crush them.
Well, the most important aspect of winning is who they draft at 1.
Right.
going forward.
Absolutely.
It's not re-signing Trae Young. It's not Anthony Davis. It's who they draft number 1.
Yeah. Has to be a home
and
run.
if Trae Young decides to go to Miami or whoever, and they'll make an adjustment.
Right.
I mean, Trae Young's not the greatest player on earth.
It's not the
they
end of the
can get
world
another
if
guy
Trae-
to replace him.
It's not the end of the world if Trae Young doesn't re-sign. It's not their plan.
It's not their plan.
But
right.
it's not like they're just going to fold up shop and not come out and play games next year because Trae Young
Put it this
isn't
way,
here.
it'll be a big fail. If he signs
I
elsewhere,
agree.
it'll be a big fail, and you got back to
I
the
don't
drawing
love
board.
it.
Yeah.
I mean,
It'd be a big fail.
I was gullible enough to think that both Trae Young and Anthony Davis were going to be in Wizards uniforms from day one of the start of next season. Trae Young, I'm still pretty confident about. Anthony Davis, I have some questions.
I think Anthony's going to be here.
He might be here for
I
like
think they're
half a
both gonna
season,
be
but
here.
if I'm Anthony Davis, I'm clearly renting. I'm not buying a place in DC.
Well, I think it's kind of a crucial time because if Trey wants to be here and sign long term to be here, that's probably the first real vet to ever choose this destination.
Right.
Eric listed a bunch of players that wanted to be here, but I don't only put so much stock into rookies that don't have that much of a say about where they can go. It's
Yeah.
either this place or that place. Trey can kind of almost pick where he wants to play. Well, pick in terms of teams that have a better pedigree than than Washington.
100%.
See, he's
Yeah,
not
you're
going to have 100 choices.
No,
He might
he's
have a
not.
couple.
But I
He might
think
have a couple.
he'll have a couple.
He might have a couple.
But
We'll
I
see.
think that's
It's a
that's a
test.
big. I think it's a big fork in the road for the organization where they never really had a star that's choosing them.
Well, it'll really look bad if he decides to go to another team with a better chance to win now and takes less money. That'll really look bad.
I'll be stunned if that happens.
I know. These guys usually go for the biggest
I will
paycheck.
be at 100% stunned if he
And
takes
hopefully
less
that
money to go somewhere else.
Yeah, and hopefully that doesn't happen.
But I'll be stunned.
That would really look bad, and it would continue that theme of the veterans, the established guys don't want to play here.
All right, let's go to Ellis in D.C. Ellis, what's up, man?
What's going on, Junks? Hey, this could be the best thing to happen to the Wizards, actually.
All right. How?
It's hard to build a championship team when your best player doesn't play defense, and Trae Young is a liability on the defensive end.
That's
So
true.
They're
how
aware
can
of
he
that,
lead
you
the
understand.
team?
Yep.
They're kind of building the team around that to complement him.
Right, but when your best player, when your leader doesn't play defense, the other players won't play any defense either. Right?
Oh, you think Alex Sarr just stopped playing
doesn't
defense
work like
because
that.
Trey's not good at it?
Not that he's not good at that, he doesn't give the effort. It's not right. It just doesn't work.
I don't know if that's true. I've heard other guys say, look, man, you know who I've heard talk about it? You say what you want. Jason Williams. Jason Williams, white chocolate. He's talking about, he goes, I was a bad defensive
they
player.
Championship level.
Hold on.
They actually traded him to get Bibby, who played defense.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, Jason Williams talked about it. He
They
said,
let him
listen,
go to
I was a bad defensive player. I was trying. I was just bad. He said, Trae Young is trying.
I think Trae Young's giving his effort. He's just kind of slight.
Yeah,
and
he just sucks at it.
Yeah, he's not. Look, defense is not his calling card. When Will Dawkins acquired Trae Young, defense was down on the list.
They understand his pluses and minuses. They understand his shortcomings.
That's why it would be a blessing. That's why it would be a blessing in disguise.
I think if you lose a guy that career averages is 25 and 10, that would maybe he's only 27 years old. That would hurt.
So
Yeah.
you
I
want
don't
him,
think it would be a blessing.
So you want him to take another deal. You want him to go to play for another team next year.
Go sign with Miami. Get Giannis and play with Miami. It'd be a blessing for the
They
Wizards.
can't
in
afford
disguise.
both those guys. It's incompatible. It's not even possible.
No, Giannis coming here? Is
No,
that what
he's
you're
saying
talking about?
Giannis and Trae. That's not even a thing.
Like that would be a blessing for the Wizards. Today's NBA is built on searching out the defensive weakness in the team. Like look at what happened to Cleveland. They ate up James Harden all series long. They went at him every play. Like that's what will happen to us. And so you need players that can play both sides of the floor.
Right. Okay,
All right.
thank you. Appreciate your comments. Appreciate your
Yeah,
insight.
he definitely is not a Trey guy.
I just don't think that teams are built in the modern day NBA with 5 two-way players.
No.
You just don't.
It's rare. It's rare to
every
find
team
that.
has guys who have defensive deficiencies.
I mean, it is. I mean, the Knicks are just a better team than Cleveland all the way around, but they did go after Harden.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, he was terrible.
I'm sure teams will do that.
Yeah.
I'm sure teams will target Trey.
So that
100%.
That point is valid, but yeah, we'll just see what happens. We'll
I think that's part of the attraction. If you have Darren Peterson with him in the backcourt, he is a stud defensive player.
Coming up in the 9 o'clock hour at 9:25, we'll be joined by our pal Sebastian Salazar. He is our World Cup soccer analyst. He'll join us coming up at 9:25 right here on The Fan.
Hey, it's Bish. Let's be honest. We're all just trying to hit more fairways, right? Save a few strokes. My guy Josh Cochran and his team over at Buyer Subaru in Alexandria are helping with at least one of those. Right now, you can score a crazy low 1.9% APR, 72 months, or a new 2026 Outback or an Ascent. Or take dead aim at the new 2026 Crosstrek with 1.9% APR for 36 months. And I'll tell you something else that I really respect about these guys. They don't just care about what you're driving. They care about the people riding along with us, too. And this month, through the Subaru Loves to Care initiative, Buyer Subaru is once again proud to partner with the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society as a drop-off location for blankets, art kits, and your personal messages of encouragement. Those items will be delivered to patients at Inova L.J. Murphy Children's Hospital, which is just a really cool thing to be a part of. So do what I did. Head on over to Buyer Subaru, ask for Josh Cochran, keep a little more green in your bag this summer, and check him out on Richmond Highway in Alexandria or online, buyersubaru.com.
This sports update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? Trae Young has declined his $48.97 million player option to become a free agent, and that will be official reportedly on Monday. Washington's still seen as the leader to sign the point guard, even as multiple teams are expected to show interest, according to ESPN. Young is expecting max contract interest from his suitors. So now Washington has no guarantee of keeping Trae Young. The Wizards, though, also have another aging star in Anthony Davis, which could lead to a quick rebuild with Washington owning the first pick in the 2026 NBA draft. The Wiz could land a star like Kansas wing Darren Peterson to join other promising youngsters Alex Sarr, Keyshawn George, and Trey Johnson. And the rumor has it, according to ESPN, Peterson is only meeting with the Wizards ahead of the 2026 NBA draft, and he's making it very well known that he wants to play in Washington. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
We're celebrating 30 years of the Junks in 2026, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Sebastian Salazar is going to join us in just about 25 minutes. We'll get the latest on the World Cup from him and preview USA Australia, which is tomorrow at 3 p.m. Kind of been snoozing on Open Line Thursday, which is brought to you by Window Nation. Searching for new windows and doors? Search windownation.com. Their windows, they are measured to fit the first time and installed by experts to last. Window Nation for your home because it's where you live. 800-636-1067 is the number.
U.S. Open round one was suspended roughly for about 2 hours because of fog. Now, it looks like they're getting ready to start up again, but only about 4 groups have started yet. Mm-hmm. So the 657 group didn't even get out yet. So it's been about a 2-hour delay. Who knows how that's going to affect the rest of the day? But if you're watching it, the fog is crazy. But they're finally going to get out there finally and tee it back up. But the fog has suspended this for a couple hours.
The fog, if it's thick enough, kind of terrifying to drive through. Because you've seen videos and heard stories about like 60-car pileups on a highway due to dense fog.
Correct.
I mean, like, it sucks to drive in rain, snow, and ice, but like I feel those are more controllable because you can actually see what's going on. Mm-hmm. Thick fog, I mean, you could just be driving and then there's a brake lights 50 feet in front of you.
Yeah, you didn't
stop.
See it. Correct.
You know, you were talking about my daughter driving us the other day, and we were driving out into Northern Virginia, and all of a sudden, like a flash storm hit.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not that dissimilar from fog. A flash storm hit, and you know when it's pummeling your windshield and you can't see anything?
Mm-hmm.
She was asking me, what do you do if you get it? So, well, you drive butt slow to the point where maybe you pull over.
Right.
Like, you know what I mean? And luckily, we got to experience a little of that.
Yeah.
You know, you don't just plow through.
You put your hazards on and then you pull over.
You got to slow down.
You slow the F down.
Pulling over the shoulder is the absolute last resort.
Yeah, that's dangerous. I mean, but I agree.
Maybe I've done that once for really intense rain. I just try to like cut my speed down.
Well, you have to because you can't see
20 miles an hour.
You can't go anywhere when you can't see.
I know.
Like, and sometimes, you know, when it's coming, you know, when you just have a flash and all of a sudden it comes out of nowhere in 2 minutes, like in a minute, all of a sudden you just can't see where you're going.
Was she on the toll road or was she on the Beltway?
We were on, might have been on 28.
Yeah.
You know, something like that.
Right.
But we dealt with it, but it was a good learning experience. All right, let's bounce some of these calls. So Joe from Australia, I believe he's going to hang out with the boys on Friday.
Is he in town yet?
He must be. Let's go to Joe on line 1. Joe? Handsome Joe.
Maybe he can be Zippy. He can be Zippy's caretaker at Hyde.
What's up, buddy?
What's up, Aussie, oi, oi, oi. I'm ready for tomorrow. I'm here in town, touchdown early this week.
Okay, good.
So even though you were born in the United States and you've lived, what, like half your life here, you're all in on Australia. Is that right?
That's right. So, yeah, 15. 15, then moved over to Australia then, and then in Australia for the last about 18 years.
So are you a dual citizen? What's your status?
Yeah, dual citizen.
Dual citizen.
Yeah, dual citizen. Dual citizen. So I came back with my American passport, go back with my Australian.
But push come to shove, you're rooting for Australia.
Yeah. I'll be Australia tomorrow.
And so you'll be wearing? Are you gonna be wearing a jersey?
Yeah, what are you gonna wear?
I got a jersey, scarf. We'll get some eye paint. My wife's here with me, and she's full Australian.
Right.
So, and she's been indulging in all the Americanisms as we've been in the last few days. I mean, I tell you what, I feel like one of that German tourist has come from the World Cup.
Freddie?
The amount of food.
Or Freddie, yeah.
Yeah, like Freddie. The amount of food and options. I completely forgot. No wonder there are so many fatties walking around. It's
he's fat shaming us. I don't know if I like it.
It's tempting. Yeah, it's tempting.
All right, what do we have? What have you encountered that sort of thing you don't encounter, or is it just the sheer volume of these spots?
Well, night one we land pretty late. Got into Dulles around 8:30. Went to Five Guys straight away, and my wife just orders the normal burger, and it's the size of her head. Yeah. And there's fries just pouring out of the bag, and the peanuts everywhere, and
peanuts
the free refills. The drinks are also.
I think that
enormous.
it throws people from overseas. The refills, it blows their mind.
Yeah, because they don't get those.
Like soda refills.
Really?
I don't think that's a thing.
Hold on.
In Europe.
I don't really go to Five Guys a lot. Is Five Guys one of those spots that have the peanut shells all on the floor?
No, but they have like these big boxes of peanuts, and then they've got the little cardboard boxes. You can just throw some peanuts in your bag or bring them to your table.
There's free for just a snack on.
So many peanuts. Like you don't walk into Five Guys if you have a peanut allergy. That's the last place you want to go. You would die. You'd straight away die.
All right, so you did Five Guys. That blew you away. What else?
Well, we went to the Nats game yesterday, and there's more restaurants in the stadium, just the Nats Stadium, than I think in my whole city. You have hot dogs with whatever you want on it, like the chili dogs and the crab meat on top of it.
Yeah, so good.
Pretzels. It's overwhelming, the options. And again, we're in this section where that you can just fill up your soda continuously the entire time.
Yes, that's what's great about America.
They're almost forcing you to do it. They just keep telling me to fill up my soda constantly, and I feel guilty that I'm not.
Yes.
You can get a diet.
He's gonna go home with diabetes.
You can get a Diet Coke. You don't have to get the sugary version.
So you're gonna gain about 12 pounds over here, but it's okay. You can lose it when you go back.
God forbid you go home with only 4 abs instead of 6 or 8.
Hey Joe, how brutal was the flight?
Oh, it's brutal. It's brutal. That 16-hour first leg, and then you get off, and you land in San Fran.
Right, and then you got another 6.
Jump on another leg for 5 hours. Yeah, and then so you're just the inevitable just slog of getting back on a plane after sitting for 3 hours. So I just smashed a few beers at the airport in San Fran and tried to pass out on the way. But
so when you went the 16-hour leg, Joe, how comfortable was it? Do you have one of those things that completely lays out so you could totally lay down, or what were your accommodations?
No, you're crammed in. You're in
a regular
class.
flight.
We didn't fly first class.
Yeah.
So it's like a regular flight.
Regular flight.
That's possible.
Yeah. I don't know how I did.
I couldn't do it.
We'll watch Crocodile Dundee and Crocodile Dundee 2.
You got to watch it 12 times.
Yeah.
He knows every word to it.
Yeah, Mad Max too. All Australian movies.
Yeah, Mad Max.
That's a knife.
That's not
just reruns of Verwin
35-year-old reference still made me laugh.
All right.
All right, so you're going to hang out with the boys tomorrow.
The boys are looking forward to it. Make sure you pay attention to Valdez, though.
Yeah, we'll be there. We'll be there. I do have an issue for you, Joe. I'm probably going to be there 10 minutes after kickoff. Is that cool?
Why?
Are you blowing it off?
I'm not blowing it off.
I guarantee he's playing golf.
I'm not blowing it off. I have to get this match in because it's a whole thing where I have a summer series and there's too much money involved to bail on it. It's the only time anyone can play. So I will be there 10 minutes after kickoff.
Maybe
I'll allow it, but it is the summer a drab, and I'm a biddy as well. I was a biddy loyalist. So you have someone all the way over from Australia here. I expect big things.
Hey, you know what? You know what else you should possibly expect? maybe a little Mike Marr belt to Joe's ass if the U.S. starts whipping that Australian ass tomorrow at Hyde. Mike,
I tell you what, though, I'm prone to a drunk sig, so if Mike brings those, we'll be lighting it up later.
You guys,
Mike's eyes just lit up.
Hey, Joe, I think pre-match, if Chuck allows it, we do a shoey.
Yeah, John. That's a staple. I literally had to do a shoey to get my citizenship.
But pre-match before the red, white, and blue beatdown starts.
The guy's balking at free refills of soda, yet he does shoeys all the time. And, this guy's a walking contradiction.
All right, Joe. Look forward to it.
All right.
Look forward to seeing you out there. It'll be a good time at Hyde.
Have fun.
Aussie.
All right.
Good.
Yeah, we
All
can't.
right.
Can't do that chant. Can't do that chant today.
Again, you guys will be the match is at 3. Valdez
3 p.m.
Clayman will be there.
I'll be there like at
3:10,
3:15.
What time's your match? 10? 11?
11. I'm scooting right out of there.
All right.
You know what? That's also the beauty
Might
of the
be a
World Cup.
halftime.
If they say they're kicking off at 3, they're kicking that bitch off at 3 p.m. It's not 3 p.m. Then it's 3:15 or 3:20. Not like here in the good old
they're on time.
U.S. for the NBA Finals. They're running a tight ship.
It's crazy how organized it is.
They're not messing around.
It really is. We talked about it. We don't watch soccer besides the World Cup. I do when the Olympics, but definitely World Cup. Is that how most sports fans are in this country? Are they still watching the World Cup just because of how big the event is? Or are they just completely out?
I'm putting it on every day.
Yeah.
I have it on every day.
And you never watch soccer.
I never watch soccer.
No.
It's great to kind of have it on in the background.
It's amazing.
Yeah,
I thought the England Croatia game was electric.
It was awesome.
It's kind of cool to see all the different pride people have in their country. It's
Totally. Their whole country's fortunate. Like you see, even if you eke out a draw, it's like a huge win for the
Well, did you
country.
see how
It's the best against the best.
I mean, did you see how the people in the stands for Ghana were celebrating when they scored in the 95th minute against Panama?
They were going nuts. Yeah.
They were insane.
That old man head coach was butt sized.
Of course he was.
All right, let's go to Carlos.
And the first game today is at 12, right? Yep, it's 12.
I believe so.
Czech in South Africa, 12 o'clock.
Carlos, Severna Park, 800-636-1067 if you want to chime in. Carlos, what's up, buddy? You're on with the Junkies.
Good morning, guys. Just wanted to call in, and I've actually been to a World Cup game, and I'm actually going to my next World Cup game. The first World Cup game I went to is in Philadelphia. It was against Ecuador. My whole mother's side of the family is Ecuadorian.
Okay.
So,
Very cool.
listen, once in a lifetime experience. I cried. I cried when I entered the stadium because you got to think about this: 68,000 filled into that stadium, all Ecuadorians. Maybe like 200 of them were Ivory Coast, and then it was like over like 36 million viewed it worldwide. So like you got to think about it. You're one of the 68,000 out of 38 million that got to see that live. These tickets are to die for. You know, not to die for, but like they're sought after. The World Cup, in my opinion, is the greatest experience ever. So I'm on the way to Kansas City to go watch Ecuador versus Curacao, and I'm on the lookout for tickets for Ecuador versus Germany because that's going to be a killer.
So how much are you spending on these things?
So here's the thing. I got lucky. I got them for free because they donate to veterans. So if you're one of the lucky few that get picked for these tickets. As a veteran, you can go and watch them. Bank of America donates them.
That's awesome.
So,
that's great.
Yeah. So I'm keeping a lookout for when USA, whenever they go to the playoffs, if there's ever a game in Boston or in Philadelphia. Speaking of Boston, let's talk about Scotland. Oh my goodness, I have massive FOMO for that. I wish I can join in for that. But yeah, I'm all in.
They've drained every bar up there.
You want to be part of the Tartan Army?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I wish, that's what I'm saying. I wish sports fans in America were like, I'm not saying, drive the bar out every night, but the passion that the World Cup leads to this country is amazing. So I'm all in for Ecuador. I do have a USA jersey. I bought myself a Pulisic USA jersey because, Team USA veteran, I serve my country. I'm all in for USA as well. But as a soccer fan, yesterday I wore my Cristiano Ronaldo jersey because I wanted him to do good. And then I wore my England jersey. Today I'm wearing my USA jersey and here and so forth. So I'm all in for the World Cup.
Man, well, thanks for your service.
Right, thank you for your service,
safe
brother.
Travels out to the
I got a
Ecuador
question.
game.
I got a real question. Are you in agreement with Drabby that it's over for Ronaldo?
Okay, look, I'm biased, man. I'm a Manchester United fan. Ronaldo to me is like what these, I'm not as crazy, but has these LeBron fans feel about LeBron. You know, I think Cristiano Ronaldo still has some fire in him. He's going to get 1,000 goals in his career. He's going to be.
Is it over? I understand his relevance historically. Is it over?
It's not over. It's not over. It's not over, and it's never going to be over until he retires. I promise you that.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Carlos.
Thanks,
Appreciate you,
Carlos.
buddy.
Thank you.
By the way, the cheapest ticket to get into USA versus Australia tomorrow in Seattle, $1,750 per ticket.
Ooh.
$1,750 per. It looks like there's less than 1% of tickets left still available. So the aftermarket is on fire.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to
Imagine if they
Brian.
win.
Oh.
If they win, they clinch. They clinch, right?
I mean, if they get 2 wins, I would expect that clinches a spot out of the first group.
Yeah.
Brian, what's up, buddy? Terrible phone. Oh my God,
put him
Brian
on
just
hold.
know
That's-
better.
that's
Yeah.
absurd.
He knows
He's in
better.
Pennsylvania. What is there? A freaking storm up there?
Who knows? All right, when we come back, we will talk more World Cup. Sebastian Salazar, the Junks exclusive World Cup.
He's going to give us
soccer
fatties.
analyst. He'll give us some picks. He will preview USA versus Australia and more. We'll do that next here on The Fan.
Hey, celebrate Father's Day this year at Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. Get Dad dialed in with Ping Scottsdale Tech Putters. The new mallets introduce IQ alignment technology. Each model improves your focus so you can sink more putts. Need more ideas this Father's Day? They've got gift cards in any amount, and they've got an online gift guide at worldwidegolf.com. Trusted by golfers since 1982 and home to the legendary 90-day 100% satisfaction guarantee. Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. Get there.
Let's head out to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. We say good morning to our friend Sebastian Salazar, the Junk's exclusive World Cup and soccer analyst. He knows way more about soccer than you do, so you should take him seriously and listen to everything he has to say.
Especially if you're a gambler.
What's up, Sebastian? Good morning.
Boys, how we doing? Bish, you recovered financially from Spain yet, or what?
No, I haven't recovered, but I'm back on.
I feel kind of bad, Sebastian, because he asked before he placed the bet. He's like, "What are the chances that Spain loses to Cape Verde?" And I jumped in. I was like, immediately, like 0, less than 0%.
I mean, technically, he was right. They didn't lose, but I lost my bet.
But it felt. I mean, that felt like a loss to Spain and all their supporters. Drawing with Cape Verde.
Oh, believe me, I was so bitter, Sebastian.
But you know what? I thought that was a great example of, people criticize soccer for not enough action, whatever. There's plenty of action there. Sure, they packed it in. They were fighting for the draw. But there was so much drama in that. I don't know. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah,
actually.
Especially if you knew the story of Cape Verde, right? And kind of all that they had overcome to get to this World Cup, their first World Cup. It really was David versus Goliath, whatever whatever you want to use there. And so to see them hang on against Spain, it's also the beauty of the World Cup. FIFA got a lot of criticism for pushing it to 48 teams. I think they did it for money, but this is one of kind of the nice effects of it. You get some real Cinderella stories.
And for me, a guy who
sorry, Bish.
I know. I got boned, but
it hurts.
You told me, you texted me, that's soccer.
Yep.
Yeah,
you're right.
I'll tell you what, though.
I got boned in Switzerland, Qatar, so it happens to all of us. That late Qatari goal did me some damage.
For sure. Well, whenever it's low scoring like this, I mean, that kind of thing can happen. But it was a great introduction for me. Someone who's just, I check in on soccer really every 4 years, the World Cup. I love it. But don't really pay as much attention. It was a great introduction for me, for Yamal, because, when they did bring him in, my God, was he dynamic every time he touched it. Now, they weren't able to pull it off, but you felt like it was imminent and they could at any moment.
Yeah, he's an electric player and really, a phenomenon. I mean, in world soccer, you get a talent like that really every once in a decade, and then maybe once every 2 decades, that talent actually kind of becomes what it's supposed to become. Maybe you get a Messi or a Maradona or a Ronaldo. Lamine is truly at that level. When Spain were at their best a couple summers ago, actually, if I take you back like 4 years ago to the World Cup, Spain didn't get out of the group phase. And basically, they had no cutting edge. They could possess the ball all day, but just they couldn't do anything with it. In comes Lamine Yamal. They brought in some other players that were on the edge that were really, huge players for them. Nico Williams, another guy. Both those guys were on the bench to start this game. So I think when you look at Spain, you think about a team building into the tournament. But, if they get those 2 guys going, especially Lamine, it's going to be a totally different Spanish team. We're not going to be talking about them going 0-0 with Capo Verde.
So, Sebastian, one of those other David versus Goliath matchups was yesterday with Portugal and Congo. Oh. And, I watched the whole game. I don't really understand what I'm watching. I'm just looking for action. But I did notice that Ronaldo missed a couple. I'm not going to call them chippies. One of them was kind of a difficult angle, but the first one I thought he just missed it. And just kind of reading up on what these analysts thought about how he played. Give us your thoughts on how you thought Ronaldo played, and that's also kind of a loss for Portugal when you tie Congo, I think.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'll pull back the curtain a little bit. I told you guys this on air, but my pre-tournament favorites were Spain, France, and Portugal, and 2 of the 3 really weren't great early on. I think. We talked about this when I was in studio. I think, Eric, you were the one that asked the question about Ronaldo, and I was like, listen, this kind of happened in the last World Cup. They went in with the plan that he's the starter. That didn't work, and they had to go to something else. I don't know why anybody in Portugal thought that 4 years later, 4 years older, like further into his, as great and wonderful and amazing as he is, sorry, Drabby, into his kind of decay as an elite athlete, that the problem would be, or that the answer would be found. So I think the question now comes down to, is the manager strong enough in his gut to make the call? And it's a big question. Roberto Martinez is the guy's name. He's had some big jobs in the past, but
so the call Ronaldo's is to bench him.
Figure.
That's the call?
That's the call is to bench him. That's how good Portugal is. That's how good their other players are. That's how the ceiling is for the team. And so a 1-1 draw against Congo is not ruinous to their ultimate chances, but it's a sign that if this team plays that way, they are not going to achieve the things that they want to achieve. And A lot of people, both in Portugal and outside of Portugal right now, are doing the obvious thing, which is pointing to the guy up top that missed the chances that would have, changed the game, and saying, is this the guy we need to be sacrificing everything for? And I think they're going to find the same answer this time around that they found in Qatar.
How many minutes did he play?
I mean, that's the question: is if he, in soccer you can't sub,
right?
So if he starts, you're kind of pot committed to him.
So he was out there the whole time.
If you don't start him, and if you don't start him, you're kind of like, you're like, all right, you're a 20 to 30 minute player, and it's not like you can get half and half. Usually a sub is more for the last 20 or 30 minutes, which could be a great role for him. He's still like, if you look at his numbers, he plays in the Saudi league, so you take it with a grain of salt, but he still scores almost every time out. He's a great finisher. It's just for those first 60, 70 minutes of games, Portugal does not look good with him on the field and in the starting lineup.
I got to say that there was a defender for Congo that he was stealing the ball all the time, and they were calling him a shutdown corner. I can't remember the name. That dude was legit.
Yeah. No, they got some great players, and it was a fantastic matchup, and another amazing story. Congo was Zaire the last time they were in the World Cup in the 70s, and just incredible to see them back and see them get a similar result. It'll feel the same for Cape Verde as they did in getting that result. And in soccer now, the way this World Cup works, if you nick a draw against a powerhouse in your first game, you now have a legit shot to advance. Right. And for a lot of these teams, they were looking at an opening game against a powerhouse and a huge scoreline that might effectively wipe you out of the World Cup. And instead, right now, they're going into the second and third games feeling great about it, and shows everybody back home, and that builds momentum, and that's kind of what it's all about.
All right, so while Ronaldo struggled, Messi, on the other hand, had an unbelievable debut, and people are kind of wondering where he might stand with this team, and maybe they weren't the favorites, even though they're defending champs. That performance, does that elevate Argentina for you, or is that just sort of because of the opponent?
Can we just acknowledge what Tuesday was? I mean, you had Haaland dropping 2 for Norway, his World Cup debut. Everybody's thinking he's one of the next big things. Then you had Mbappe. He had a brace as well in his game for France. And then you had Messi kind of do it in the nightcap with the hat-trick for Argentina. I mean, you guys have all seen the clips. Like, the goals are amazing. And then the other clips that people post online are of a guy walking around.
Right.
So it is really it's a one-of-one. There's no other player that could have that big of an impact on the field. I think it puts to rest a lot of the concerns about Messi and what he can do to lead Argentina deep into this tournament. I think for those kind of soccer nerds that nitpick the other things, maybe there's things in the Argentina performance. And of course, as you mentioned, the opponent Algeria, maybe not a powerhouse you expect to go super deep in this tournament, but still a respectable World Cup foe. And Messi really tore him apart. And if you take Messi out of it, you kind of wonder what else can Argentina do? Are they Messi dependent? And in the past, the answer has been yes, but the answer has also been that's enough. And the question here is, okay, like, he can still do it at a World Cup level and take over a game. Okay, check the box. Amazing at his age. But there's a big difference between Algeria and Netherlands in a quarterfinal, England in a semifinal, whoever you might meet, France in a final. And so I think it was an amazing moment, and he ties the World Cup record for goals scored, but I don't know that it puts Argentina into that top elite class, although it might, with Spain dropping out, with Portugal dropping out. If you look at the teams that have really put on a good display, it's not that many. It's the U.S. is in there, Argentina's in there. I think England's 4-2, despite some shakiness in the first half against Croatia yesterday. They're in there, so. Some of the big boys have disappointed, and I think fair credit to Argentina for putting on a really good show for a team that oftentimes doesn't start great. Remember, they lost their opener last time around before going on to win it all.
We're joined by Sebastian Salazar on the Rude Guest Hotline. He's our Junkies exclusive World Cup and soccer analyst. So you just touched on the U.S. there. Were you surprised at how thoroughly they dominated Paraguay in the opener? And Balogun that dude is just a difference maker. Like, people are saying, the U.S. hasn't had a guy like this maybe ever. I mean, what an impact he had in that game. Were you surprised how thoroughly they took care of Paraguay?
Cake, surprise doesn't do it justice. I mean, the U.S. has never played like that in a major tournament. Not against a minnow in a major tournament, not against respectable competition like Paraguay, certainly not against a giant, and that'll be the next
Was
step,
it
right?
the style, Sebastian, or was it just you're just talking about the sheer dominance?
Yeah, no. You can win a game 4-0 and not kind of dominate the ball and have possession. The U.S. this is like a very soccer term, it's borrowed from Spanish, but we're the protagonist in the game. And the American teams have not often been the protagonist. They've been more the counterattack team, the team to receive the pressure, even in games against equal opponents sometimes. Here, not only were they protagonists, but they were lethal protagonists. And I want to put into perspective, like, Paraguay is not Curacao. Paraguay qualified from South America. They have an incredibly good defensive record. They played the best teams and not conceded 3 goals in a game, let alone a half. What the U.S. did in that first 45 minutes was mind-blowing, was beautiful. You know, you put that in yellow and people say, oh, Brazil, da-da-da-da-da. It was amazing, guys. It was really, truly great. And Cakes, I love that you point out Balogun. Fair enough. He scored the goals, and goals make games. It's so simple, but it's decisive. And having a guy like that is a program changer, right? It changes your ceiling in a tournament if you're efficient in front of goal versus not. But I think for me, that the guy who did it in that game was Christian Pulisic.
Oh, he was awesome.
Because he's the guy, guys. And everybody in the stadium knew it. Everybody in the world knew it. Everybody on Paraguay knew it. And he didn't touch the ball for the first 5 minutes. But the first time he really gets on the ball, he doesn't just go one-on-one. He goes 2-on-1, and he skins them and still beats a third Paraguayan defender to the ball and makes the play that makes the own goal. I mean, he literally put the team on his shoulders, said, this is going to happen now because of me, and we're not going to suffer in this game and get 30 minutes into this game 0-0. I'm Christian Pulisic. Everybody said I'm Captain America. I'm going to show you why. And I thought it was such a great moment in his career, such a validating moment. You know, I've been watching this kid since he was 14, and so it felt like a mountaintop, maybe not the mountaintop, but certainly a great moment.
It's ridiculous how he handles the ball. All right, so tomorrow at 3:00, talk to us about the matchup against Australia. U.S. is kind of a sizable favorite, -170 to win, but talk to us about this matchup. What's the key?
Yeah. A fascinating matchup. A lot of comparisons to Paraguay, a team that is really more focused on defense and kind of using that to set up its counter. They got some really pacey players, and they pulled an upset in their first game when they beat Turkey. Not a lot of people saw that coming, and on paper, Turkey is better team than Australia, but it goes to show, right? It's the team, it's not what's on paper. There's a lot of controversy right now in Australia because the U.S. soccer punditry world is being very arrogant about this game and has been for a long time, basically saying, we're going to wipe the floor with Australia. Not the U.S. players, but the U.S. media, and that has become bulletin board material for the Australia media, for their team, so there's a lot of emotion. I do think the U.S. are sizable favorites. I agree with the books there. I see it as a low-scoring game. I know that's what we thought Paraguay was going to be like, but I think Australia will be even more shut down, even less open to play. And I don't think Australia, I'd be very surprised if the U.S. scores as early against Australia as they did against Paraguay. And when that happens to you as a counterattacking team, you're really done. You're kind of up against it. So for me, I think the U.S. wins. Low-scoring game. I don't see this really getting out of hand. But
so they're going to pack it in? That's all they're going to
do?
That's
and if you actually watch Australia versus Turkey, that's what they did. People are like, oh, they won 2-0. What a great result. Yes, watch the game and tell me what you thought. The U.S. dominated Paraguay. Turkey dominated Australia. It was Australia that got the smash and grab. But what they do, guys, is they counter lightning quick. The first goal that they got against Turkey, you don't have to know anything about soccer. It goes 80 yards in about 3 seconds and 3 touches. And if U.S. has the ball and doesn't get a goal, every minute that passes, they get more aggressive, more ambitious, more open at the back. And that's when you start to worry. If this game's 0-0, 30 minutes in, look out, because that Australia counter is coming. When it comes quick. And against Turkey,
scary.
It was very lethal.
It's a terrifying game.
Yeah, it is. Switzerland.
Everything's terrifying in the World Cup, but EB, dude, you got to feel good. They come in playing great. They're at home. They're the favorite. You look at the rosters. They got better players. Think about the last 20 to 40 years, how many games you've really gone into feeling good about the U.S. You should feel good about this one.
And if they win, they've pretty much clinched the next round, correct? The round of 32.
They clinched the next round. They could actually, depending on the result in the Turkey game, they could win the group with a win in this game, which would be huge. Maybe give yourself a little chance to rotate in that third group phase game, give some guys a rest for what could be a long tournament. So a lot to play for in Seattle tomorrow.
All right, we got to go, but text me your favorite plays today.
There you go. There it is. Love it.
We'll do.
All right, that's Sebastian Salazar.
My man.
Great to hear from you. We will hear from you again soon. Thanks, buddy.
Thank you, man.
That's Sebastian Salazar, Junkies exclusive World Cup and soccer analyst. We'll close out an open line Thursday next. 800-636-1067. We'll take your calls to close out the show next here on The Fan.
All right, guys, we're flush in the middle of major season, which means more weekends of everybody sitting on that couch convincing themselves they could hit that shot. Meanwhile, there's a major opportunity over at BMW Fairfax. That's right, my girl Miriam's got brand new BMW X1s, X3s, and over 100 new X5s in stock, all with, are you ready for this, 1.99% APR. Or you could go low with 0.9% APR on a new X7. Before the next major tease off, do what I did. Make a major upgrade at BMW Fairfax. Make sure you tell them EB sent you. Check them out now at bmwfairfax.com.
It's an Open Line Thursday brought to you by Window Nation. Searching for new windows and doors, search windownation.com. Their windows are measured to fit the first time and installed by experts to last. Window Nation for your home because it's where you live. You can talk about the Nats failing to sweep the Kansas City Royals yesterday if you want. You can talk about the NBA drafts next Tuesday. Trae Young declining his player option. We've talked about that a good amount today. Talk about your plans for World Cup, USA versus Australia tomorrow, 3 p.m. Hopefully you're watching. They give you a real reason to watch with the way they drummed Paraguay in the opener.
Happy Father's Day weekend, by the way, to
Happy
you boys.
Father's Day weekend to everybody.
Happy Father's Day weekend.
Yep.
To all the pops out there.
Hopefully it's a nice, fun, relaxing weekend for all the dads.
This is the most U.S. Open I'm going to miss because I'm just going to be
You're not gonna
visiting. I'll be
watch any
running
of it.
around. I will watch on Sunday, but I'm going to miss a lot these next couple days just being traveling.
Right,
you know?
right.
I'm going to
Yeah,
try
'cause
to watch them, and we have activities planned, and we got a lot of stuff planned.
Yeah, I mean,
this is what it is.
I mean, you're going to be playing golf tomorrow, right?
Playing golf tomorrow, and then
Is it early tee time?
11.
Okay,
that
middle-
early.
kind
Kind of like the middle of the day. You miss the bulk of it.
You're going to miss the most of it.
Yeah, I mean, I'll check in, of course, but we got a lot of playing. My daughter likes to have stuff.
What's the clubhouse like at Highlands?
Spectacular.
Do they have nice TVs and everything?
Oh, they have everything. It's just
after the round, you
spectacular.
just go in there, have a drink or two, and just watch.
Yeah, well, okay, I'll be able to catch up. I'll
Watch
be able
an
to check-
hour or two.
But it's not like I normally am, where I'm sitting around the house like Valdez. Just like
Does Coop like to watch golf?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he loves to play golf.
I know he loves to play it.
Yeah.
And he's good.
He's good.
But he probably likes to watch it too.
Yeah.
By the way, before,
Cakes won't watch any of it.
I'll watch a little.
He'll watch a little on Sunday.
I'll watch here and there. I'll
watch
pick,
a little.
pick my spots.
I saw
That's what
Cakes
I'm gonna
walking
do.
his dog yesterday.
I
Did you know
did.
that was me right away? Or
when
you just thought it was
when
one
you
of your...
honked and I saw you drive by. Yes, I knew.
Or did you think it was a fan or something? Do you?
No, I know your car, and
So
I
you know
know
it's
you're
me.
at Norbeck all the time, which
Yeah,
is
yeah. All right.
literally within walking
I mean,
distance of my
I
house.
drive by Cake's house almost every day.
Yeah.
I rarely see him.
So if you go out of your house towards your street,
Yes,
whatever street,
out town towards my
is
road.
Norbeck
yes.
to the left or the
It's
right?
To the right.
It's to the right. Okay.
About 500 yards.
I could walk
wow.
there.
It's right there.
I mean,
close.
I've walked there once. I wouldn't recommend
Just a
it
long
'cause
driveway.
It's a long driveway. You can't really walk on the road.
You can
because
walk
it's
to the
kinda narrow.
6th green very easily.
Definitely walk on there. I could definitely just bring my clubs out and work on my short game all the time if
Yeah.
I wanted to, but I've never done it.
Yeah. It's kind of like Woodmont because Woodmont has that long ass entryway.
It's not as long as that, but it's pretty long.
Yeah.
By the way, before we talk about the Terry Crews story, this is a way different story.
Mm-hmm.
According to sources, this is from David Pagnotta's Twitter at the fourth period. Per sources, the Washington Capitals and head coach Spencer Carberry are in agreement on a multi-year contract extension. So he hasn't put pen to paper yet, but it looks like he's about to sign a multi-year deal.
What was his original deal? Was it a 3-year?
It was a 3-year deal.
Okay.
I mean, it was coach of the year.
He's in the final year of that deal.
They got to lock him
It
up
was
for
either
more
3 or
years.
4 year deal.
But these guys often, man, they don't last that long. We kind of cycle through
There
them.
is some turnover with
hockey
NHL head coaches. So
And then when is Ovi going to make his decision?
I mean, it's got to be soon.
I mean, we're in late June.
I feel
Probably
like
by
he's
early
made
July.
it.
I'm sure he's made it, but when's he going to announce it?
I feel like he announced it when he said he wants a 2-year deal. You know what I
Oh,
mean?
okay. So
I think
that-
it's just more like the other side kind of.
I don't know. Just waiting for it to be an official.
Yeah.
Official
I think there's some
announcement.
hemming and hawing. I don't know. My sense is that
Hemming and
the
hawing from the-
organization,
from the
organization
team.
in some sense wants to kind of move on.
I think
Right.
you're going to know. You're going to know within about 2 weeks.
I think you're right on that.
You're going to get some closure one way or
on
another.
some level. They love having him. They love what he does for the the organization.
Sure.
But on some level, they're ready to move on.
Correct.
I think that not the players, but I think
Front office.
maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, we'll see.
So I touched
Just a
on
guess.
Terry Crews, and he was just spilling his guts earlier this week. I don't know if Valdez has audio of this. He does have audio. This is Terry Crews expanding on his porn addiction and how bad it got for him.
It was, I got a day off from the set. I'm usually on location, and I could watch porn from probably 10 o'clock after my workout, 10 a.m. to 11 p.m. at night.
10 a.m. to 11 p.m. at night.
It wouldn't stop, and I couldn't stop. It was what you would call a splurge. Like, it just couldn't stop. I couldn't. When day turns into night and you're still watching, I knew I had a problem.
That
Dude,
man, that's
he
a
was
problem.
watching for 12 hours.
I feel great about myself.
Yeah,
I feel great
this
about
makes you
myself.
feel so good about yourself that
because
you-
I'm nowhere near that case.
like
Yeah, but that's an issue.
He has to be an extreme
Right.
case because it sounds like there's no way that he's active that whole time. If you know
No,
what I'm
but
saying,
he probably
but he's
active.
still consuming the product after.
Like it's a psychopath because now he's just watching just to watch.
Yeah,
like no one
Or is
no one just sits down and watches porn like
keeps
it's
watching after they
like
hit?
it's a Netflix
There's a
series.
specific purpose for watching it, and once that purpose is reached, I would say
Who keeps watching?
99% of the population.
That's
just
what
turns-
the- I know,
psychos.
turns
That's when
it
the
off.
shame and embarrassment kicks in.
Yeah, and regret.
Yes.
And all
You don't
those
want to see if
things.
she gets unstuck from the couch.
so to speak. Yeah, that's a bizarre. I mean, he's got to be 0.00001%. Let's hope.
Oh,
Let's
yeah.
hope that's what a real
to
problem
watch it
looks
for
like.
that long. Yeah,
I thought
there's no way-
everybody.
I mean, you could be addicted to it and watch it every day for 10 minutes,
right?
But to watch it for 12 hours,
Right.
you got something wrong with your brain.
Is there a possibility where he's taking that 12-hour span and he's like doing the tantric thing, where you know what I'm talking
Or
about?
using the E word.
Yeah, yeah.
No, I don't think that's.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe.
Probably could.
Yeah,
maybe that's the
he's
case.
wedging.
He's working around the edges.
Yeah, that's that's a lot of working on the periphery.
I don't
if you
know.
will.
I do know this. Drab likes to chastise me because I read stories. He goes, "Oh, that's all fake" or whatever. But you see stories where they say, "Well, too much of that is bad for you." Then you see other stories where they say, "Well, if you complete your race a certain amount of times in a year, it can add light. You can add." There's
for your
a
prostate.
story right here
Yeah.
from
It's a
Yahoo
muscle. It's a
News.
muscle. You got to exercise.
You got
it.
to exercise it.
Yeah.
This is from Health and the Telegraph. I got the story right here where it talks about how if you have 100 of those,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? If you do that 100 times in a year, you can increase your life expectancy up to like 3 to 4 years.
It's pretty good. You'll take 3
You
to 4
do that
years.
repeatedly, not
Yeah.
just 1 year. Ain't gonna do it.
right.
But if you do
You're
that
consistent.
on
You're
average
Cal
100
Ripken.
times a year,
You keep
it can
showing up.
add 3 to 4. Some even say as many as 8 years to your life.
Pretty good.
Life.
You live a long life. You tell that to your wife.
I can't believe
No, I
Terry
won't.
Crews is watching porn from 10 a.m. to 11 p.m.
Well, he said he used to. He doesn't anymore, right?
No, he said that was like a splurge
Yeah,
thing.
yeah.
Like he'd get a day off from his set, and then he would
How
just.
does he get away from that? Did he go to therapy or
He had
something?
to go to Tiger Woods' rehab place.
Yeah.
They go
I mean,
Switzerland.
Switzerland?
I mean, if you're that into porn, I think you need some sort of like
need therapy.
or intervention.
Yeah, you need a doctor.
to get you all, get you
a mental doctor.
get you to quit cold turkey.
Jeez.
I don't know, man. That's all.
And he can't. He strikes me as he can't be a guy who's like California sober either. Like he's just got to be full on off the porno, or else he's going to go right down the wormhole.
Yeah, I don't think he's.
Like I don't think he can just
He's
sample it for 30 minutes.
I bet
and
you. I bet
stop.
you he likes some of the wild genres.
Oh, yeah, he probably
Hey, Mike.
does.
Mike.
Yeah, yeah.
Mike Moore, are you there? Mike Moore.
Stepmom, all
Yeah,
that. All
yeah.
that.
Mike Moore.
What's up?
Let's keep it less than 4 hours this weekend. All right, buddy.
What do you mean?
Less than 4 hours.
Oh, on his.
yeah, less than 4 hours. All right.
I mean, he's got
Maintain it.
a big chunk of his weekend at Hyde. I mean, hopefully he's not doing it there.
We're 30 hours away. 30 hours until kickoff.
Almost belt to ass.
Do you
time.
have a crew showing up this time?
No, it should be a little bit lighter this time.
Very
It's
good.
going to be fun.
All right, boys, have fun. Have fun this weekend. Have a great time at Hyde watching the U.S. take care of business. We're the Junks. We'll see you Monday.
Washington Wizards star Trae Young plans to decline his $48.97 million player option for the 2026-2027 season and will become a free agent on Monday. Now, according to ESPN, Washington remains the frontrunner for the four-time All-Star, but multiple teams are expected to have some interest in giving him a max contract. The Nationals lost to the Royals 6-2 in the third and final game of the series, unable to complete the sweep. Zach Littell allowed 4 runs and 7 hits in 5 innings of work. They now play the Tampa Bay Rays on the road starting on Friday. And after a 2-hour fog delay, the U.S. Open is finally underway. First round play was suspended at 7 a.m. due to this fog after 30 minutes of play began. Scottie Scheffler's making his first attempt at the career Grand Slam this week. He'll tee off at 10:14 a.m., which is now 12:14 p.m. thanks to this fog delay. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. We are in Bethesda Row, hanging out at the Collars & Co. store. If you are in the area, come through, say what's up. B is already signing autographs.
Hey, yes.
Who's our guy that rolled in with the BMitch jersey?
You don't see many real Brian Mitchell jerseys walking around, and when he had that on, I had to make sure I take care of him.
I mean, that is really cool, man. And this store is dope. I think it's relatively new. They've had the store in Rockville for some time, but obviously the store here in Bethesda. The scuttlebutt this morning, the boys were kind of excited because B drove in from Centerville.
Yeah.
So you're half-hour drive, 40 minutes-ish? It all depends on the bridge, right?
Depending on what you catch.
So B drove in from Centerville. What time did you get here?
I was here, what time? 30-something.
9:30-ish?
Yeah.
I'll get an exact number for myself. So I live
4 miles away.
2.3 miles away.
2.3 miles.
And I got here about 9:55.
Yeah, 56 actually.
In my defense,
56 actually.
I don't play for Tom Coughlin. Like, as long as you're here before the show starts, you're on time for the show.
Well, you know, JP, if you played for Tom Coughlin, you just would have been fine because you're not on time normally. So let's just be real.
Well, listen, I'm doing better.
The military family made me be here.
I'm doing better than one of our counterparts. I can tell you that much. Valdez, we're happy to have you, buddy. I'm sure you're thrilled. We are at Collars & Co., and I love this gear.
Wait,
I'm wearing
Valdez
the shirt.
not here?
No, Valdez is here. Somebody else isn't here. Somebody else isn't there.
The person that's always late, but he always has some level of an excuse. I understand.
Exactly. Really excited to do the show from here today. It's going to be a blast.
Yeah.
Also, but I don't know if it's the original, but Bethesda Bagels just up the street, so we might have to get some bagels because they're very good.
I don't need no bread, man. Bread.
Who's calling you?
Bread
right
make
now?
your butt spread.
Who's calling you right now? Spam?
Nah.
Answer it.
No, I'm not answering on phone. I might respond, but I'm not gonna answer.
So what'd you do last night?
What did I do last night? I went to sleep.
Really?
Yeah, I was tired last night, man.
I did not.
I've done a lot of riding, getting ready for this ride tomorrow, and
what's your call time in the morning?
Call time in the morning, I will be up about 4:15. On the pedals at 5.
Damn. I will be doing none of those things.
I'll be on the pedals at 5, and hopefully to be in Annapolis by 7:30 at the latest.
Man, we have the day off tomorrow. Celebrate Juneteenth. I hope everybody that gets that day off.
You should come do your 20 miles you owe us with us tomorrow morning.
Probably not going to happen, B. Probably not. I would take the under on 20 miles for me tomorrow morning.
Oh, yeah.
We have our member, and I think today is Lee's.
And you playing as a 10 handicap, I heard?
12 and a half. They give you 85% of your lowest cap in the last year, which is just crazy.
No, that's how it's supposed to be because they know all you sandbaggers.
I am not a sandbagger. You play golf with me. What have I possibly sandbagged?
I'm going to tell you how I know you. This is why I call you.
I can play good. I can play bad. It often happens in the same round.
You can play good as long as you stay sober. and you refuse to do that.
I would take the under on that as well.
If you ever try to play around all the ways and just stay locked in, well, that's very hard for you to do.
I'm not really a locked-in guy.
Yeah, but if you ever
outside of
did
like
it-
work,
and so it is not my fault or the other people that you may play fault that you don't know how to lock in.
that's accurate. I have no complaint
We
there.
need you to lock in, and then you get that legitimate handicap.
You want to know what I was locked into last night that I did not expect to be locked into?
I did see a lot of soccer because everywhere I went before going to sleep, they had soccer on.
I ended up watching Colombia versus Uzbekistan last night. Started at 10 p.m. from Mexico. I thought I'd watch 5 minutes of it. It was compelling. It was a good game. There was a lot of action, a lot of scoring, and I really enjoyed it.
Who won it?
Colombia.
Wow.
And Uzbekistan, I've never thought about Uzbekistan this much in my life. I'm not too familiar with Uzbekistan.
Yeah.
But they had a chance to tie it up late, and the dude just missed it, and then Colombia came down in stoppage time to make it 3-1. But Colombia's sneaky good, dude, and all their goals were beautiful. I did not realize this. I don't know. White Brian's probably our soccer expert, and between the remote and everything else, Dub B, maybe you just text me this. The first goal that Colombia scored, I thought it was really, really pretty and cool to see, but I was shocked they didn't have like a review for it. I was shocked because it looked like the dude was very, very close to offsides, and it seems like in soccer they review everything. So I tweeted out, like, yo, that was an awesome goal. How do they not review it?
And that's somebody told you how crazy you were?
It ends up, White Brian, confirm if this is correct. Like, you know how every touchdown in the NFL is getting reviewed?
Yeah.
I think every goal in the World Cup is
They're
getting
reviewing
reviewed.
it behind the scenes.
Yeah.
And they don't have to go. They don't have to stop. They stop play too much.
Totally.
They shouldn't have to stop
for a
the
game that they brag about never stopping play. Like the introduction,
They stop it all the fake injuries, boy. I tell you,
the water breaks are just a joke. But I really enjoyed
the water breaks is for
television.
FIFA would
Money.
FIFA wouldn't let people here make a lot of money, but the companies in America found a way they're gonna make some money.
No, it started in the last one in Qatar.
Okay.
It's not just American people trying to make money.
Hey,
FIFA people are trying to make money.
it's not just it's the companies that are doing this stuff gonna get some money too now.
Sure.
They want you to see their stuff on the world's biggest platform.
Mess with me and get some money. Everybody involved is getting money. You are listening to BMitch and Finlay live from Collars & Co.'s brand new flagship store in Bethesda Row. Come hang out, catch the first round of the major, and knock out your Father's Day shopping all in one place.
Yeah, spend some money on the dads. Come on, people.
Yeah, B's adamant about this.
Yeah, I heard all the money they spend on Mother's Day. Damn, you can't do it without a dad. Come on now, help your daddy out.
If you're watching on Monumental or on the YouTube stream, you can see the store is really nice. It has a vibe that you could kind of just hang out here. Like, especially with these couches, U.S. Open's on. So feel free to come by and hang out. B is happy to sign, take pictures,
JP too.
Shake hands, kiss babies.
JP too.
Sure. Nobody's interested in me.
Yes,
We've done this enough.
They love you, dog.
The best. You remember when we were in Dewey, when we were at Starboard, and the lady wanted a picture with me, and she asked you to take it?
Yeah.
And then Monty took a picture of you taking the picture of me. All right, so I watched the World Cup last night. It was fun. It was cool.
Yeah, yeah.
But by far the biggest news, and people think I'm crazy, I'm just pointing out possibilities, okay?
Yeah.
Trae Young has opted out of the player option year. So he becomes technically a free agent, right? That would have paid him $50 million, $49.7 million.
Yeah.
Now, the idea is he wants to re-sign with the Wizards, like a 3-year deal, maybe making less annually. So say that number gets dropped down to, I don't know, NBA contracts are crazy.
Yeah.
Say that number gets dropped down to $35 million.
I don't know if that's going to happen, Jay. I think all of the little talk we heard yesterday, all this works hand in hand.
So that's my thought process.
Yeah.
So the NBA ball knowers will tell you Trae opted out so he can get more guaranteed money. So say he signs, I don't know what the dollars are going to be. I'm not going to pretend. Let's just say it's 3 for $120, and he's making $40 a year. In the NBA, that's immediately $120 million guaranteed in the bank, right?
Yeah.
So that's why he would opt out to then guarantee himself another $70 million. I can process that, no problem. But we are hearing growing smoke around Darren Peterson
To Washington.
To Washington.
Yeah.
Like, that is undeniable. And when you talk to NBA, did you see the John Wall video?
Yep.
Like, if I was in charge at number one, I would take Darren Peterson.
But I have AJ second.
Dude, I don't know his level of basketball expertise, but Laramie Tunsil got asked yesterday who he would take at number one.
What he said?
Darren Peterson. So it's an interesting situation. Josh Robbins is a friend of the program. Josh Robbins covers the Wizards and the NBA for The Athletic. Josh Robbins tweeted this last night, 10:52 p.m. I was locked into Colombia, Uzbekistan until Trae Young got my attention. And you know my attention could change rapidly.
Quickly.
Josh Robbins tweeted out, it's not a surprise that Trae Young will decline his player option for the upcoming season and seek a multi-year deal in free agency.
Not a surprise at all.
But it would be a surprise if he doesn't remain with the Washington Wizards. The Wizards have the clear inside track there. Okay. I replied to Josh, who, again, listens to the program, friend of the program. I said, on some level, doesn't it open the door for Peterson at 1 and not bringing Trae back, or am I crazy? His reply, no, you're not crazy, but it's unclear to me that Darren Peterson is considered a point guard by the Wizards. Peterson is more of a 2-guard, 1-guard than a pure 1-guard. He's one of 2 candidates for Washington to draft at number 1, but the Trae Young news is not connected to the Wizards' draft plans. Young and Peterson could coexist easily.
Okay.
Could they?
We'll see. I mean, you don't know until they get on the court, but I'm sure when you look at Trae, though, people talk about he's the best facilitator out there. So if Peterson is a extremely good shooter, Trae can get the ball to him. He's an assist king.
Totally.
So, you still can get that done. So, and then 2 guards on the court like that, both of them can handle the ball. That could be a plus.
Dude, and you've also got Trey Johnson, who's a shooter. The more shooters you have in the National Basketball Association, the better off you are. I guess this was always the plan. Maybe they thought they'd get the extension done ahead of time. I just don't think it's as simple as, like, if Miami was really interested in Trae Young already and they're going to swing for Giannis, but we don't know if they're going to get Giannis. Everybody's like, yeah, of course he was opting out. He just wants more cash, but he's definitely coming back. I don't know that he's definitely coming back.
Ain't no definite, ain't nothing. Maybe opting out because he can get more money, yes. But definitely coming back, no, I'm not going to go there. You don't know that. That's not a fact.
I agree with that. Like, there are more unknowns now being introduced. And I also wonder, and I'm curious if you wonder about this, if Trae Young ends up somewhere else, I feel like that puts some pressure on Anthony Davis and what he's going to do. I think Anthony Davis.
I don't think if Trae Young ends up somewhere else, it put pressure on Anthony. I think Anthony Davis has been playing his cards the whole time. Anthony Davis has already told you, I want to see how things are going to go. He has not spoken into anything to say I'm definitely going to be here or not. So whatever happens with him, I think is him. You know what I mean? I don't think he has gave us any indication that he wants to be here or he definitely want to go somewhere. He just want to be in the best spot. But when you're going to be getting about $120 million over the next 2 years, you lean towards where that money's guaranteed already.
I agree with that. What I'm saying is I do think Anthony Davis wants to play for a winner. And I think if he's on this team and you've got Trae Young and Davis and the number 1 pick and Sarr and Riley and Keyshawn, right? Like, if Trae Young's on this team, this looks like a playoff team in some capacity, whether that's the play-in or the 4 seed, whatever that may be, it looks like that.
But
if Trae Young ends up somewhere else.
See, his words were he want to play for a contender. Contender is not just making it to the play-in.
Totally. It's just the levels of intrigue continue to pile up here would be my thought. I want to open the phone lines up. If people think I'm crazy, that's fine. I
think they know that.
If people think I'm crazy specific to this Trae Young conversation, that's what I'm saying. Not just life in general. I don't think this is as done of a deal as everybody. The amount of fluidity in this situation is significant. And I don't think you could just be dismissive of that. Like, dude, it's a done deal. He just wants more cash. He's going to sign back here. Because these other teams that are desperate to be relevant, like the Heat don't operate at the bottom of the East. The Heat consider themselves an elite franchise. How old is Pat Riley? Look that up for me.
Pat Riley.
Got to be 80, right?
Close to it.
Dog, Pat Riley.
The smoothest 80-year-old you're going to find.
Totally. But Pat Riley's not here for playing tournaments. Especially at 80.
No.
81 years old.
Yeah, Pat Riley wants
Pat
to
Riley's
win.
smooth, dog.
Yes, but like the
Pat Riley
culture.
come in college and go and be. Let me get that.
Right, yeah,
You know,
for sure.
And I'm sure he'll make.
Pat
it look
Riley
good.
would look good at college.
Hell
and
yeah.
I don't think anything is as simple as folks are making it out to be.
It's not.
We'll open the phones on that.
But you know,
800.
every fan always make it that simple, and that they know more than the people that are talking about it. You don't, and because the people that are really talking about it, the people that are making the decisions don't really know what's going to happen.
Agreed.
You know, that's the thing. Will and all those guys, they don't know exactly what's going to happen. So, what makes you think Kevin from down the street know what he talking about? You know what I mean?
800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. I'm just curious, this Trae Young thing, like the ESPN tweet last night, I believe it was Mark Spears that broke that news.
Yeah.
Kind of surprised it wasn't Shams, but Spears is obviously a really locked-in dude. Like, don't tell me that this is all totally expected and not a big deal when the ESPN tweet makes it seem like it's a massive deal. Like, this was the graphic, right?
Yeah.
And so I just, for me, man, I think we got to –
you know, my buddy Ben, he wants to always – he say, y'all didn't see this coming. You didn't see it coming either, dude. You don't know a damn thing about basketball. It's amazing when people see stuff that they act like they knew. If you had known, you'd have been told me, because everything you know, you tell me. Every time you get some information, you want to share it. So you didn't share that, so you know what I mean? You didn't know a damn thing.
I think specifically my question is, I asked this maybe last week or 2 weeks ago. Do you think there's going to be fireworks, or are they just going to make the number one pick and it's going to be simple? I lean more and more towards fireworks. I don't know what that means, but
I think whether they make it or not, the fireworks have already started. Because all of these different stories on a daily basis is what brings the attention to it. The fireworks have already started.
Maybe
whether it's going to be a big explosion or not is a different question.
Well, and maybe there's some level of
Are they going to be sparkles or are they going to be
right
the actual
like
rockets,
4th of July
you know what I'm
joints,
saying?
right? The rockets red glare. And maybe
You know what I'm saying?
maybe just getting the number one overall pick is fireworks in and of itself.
It is.
I really wonder the Trae Young thing coming at this juncture with all of the conversation around other teams wanting him and what's going to happen with Giannis. Like, what is the deadline with Giannis? It's probably Tuesday. Do you think Giannis is a Milwaukee Buck on Wednesday morning?
I don't know. I think some stuff, man. Giannis has already shown them that he wants to go. He's ready to get out of there.
I've had enough.
And in the
Culvers.
NBA, when you see the stars do stuff like that, normally something happens. Because there are teams out there right now that know if Giannis on their team, they have a chance.
Well, and dude, I mean, you go a little further. LeBron is in play. LeBron's in play for the Warriors. Would Anthony Davis
be? I'm a little past that one because I think that old thing, Father Time, he wins in that. LeBron, listen, I know you can love LeBron all you want. LeBron is on that Lindsey Vonn right now. He's on that downhill slide. He can't carry a team no more.
Don't let little LeBroniacs hear that.
I don't care
But
what they hear.
I think
he cannot carry a team.
But
right
I think
now.
that's why
he's
he
been
wants,
great for a long time.
That's why he wants to go somewhere where he doesn't have to carry it.
But
so if you go with Steph and whatever else Golden State's
You
going
watch
to
LeBron
amass.
play. LeBron knew he couldn't carry a team this year, last year. But LeBron still, once he gets on the basketball court, still believe he is, what's the country song? I could be as good as I was once as I ever was.
Right.
He think he could be as good as he was all the time, and he cannot. And this is not a knock. This is telling you the truth. I still think I can run a football, but I know I can't go out there and do it. I probably could do it against some people, but I'm gonna go out there and I'm gonna try to make a move, and something gonna go the one way and something gonna go the other way. You know, you get to the point where you can think what you want. Your body will tell you it's over, bro.
I hear you. Now, there are reports that the Giannis thing could drag all the way into the summer, into July.
We'll take it.
I don't know. It's a fascinating time.
Do you want it to carry into July?
The Giannis stuff?
I want all of it because there's more good stuff to talk about. I'm just saying.
Maybe. I just want to know. I want some clarity on the Wiz. I want to know what the Wiz are doing and how that's going to look. That's what I care. Giannis ain't coming here. So I'm not overly concerned about Giannis, about LeBron, about any of it. I want to know what this Wizards team is going to do, and I want the Wizards to continue to think big picture. And I believe Michael Winger, Dawkins, like the staff they've assembled, that's how these guys operate. And I look at the Thunder, as good as they are, and I recognize they didn't win the title this year, but I look at the Thunder, and they still have
they have
extra first-round picks.
Yes.
All right, we're going to take your calls. Trae Young opting out of his player option, slated for free agency. It's BMitch Finlay.
This sports update is brought to you by paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. The 2026 NBA free agent class has its top point guard. Washington Wizards guard Trae Young plans to decline his almost $49 million player option for the 2026-2027 season and will become a free agent on Monday. The Wizards reportedly remain the frontrunner to sign Young long-term, but he expects to get max contract interest from other teams. It was reported earlier this week that Young has been receiving trade interest as well. And Major League Baseball has once again changed the home run derby format. The clock will be eliminated this year, and the derby will go back to a swing-based format, according to The Athletic. MLB has not yet announced the change. The home run derby is scheduled for Monday, July 13th at Citizens Bank Park in Philadelphia. This month, score $125 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $600 off doors at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Grant Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
BMitch Finlay 1067 The Fan. We're out at Collars & Co. on Bethesda Row in Bethesda. If you're in the area, come say what's up. We had a dude come in. Did you see that can you signed, B?
Yeah.
That was so cool. My man has a Coke can from the 91 Super Bowl
Hold
that
on,
he
Jay.
saved. What?
Did you hear that question you just asked? Did you see the can that you signed? No, I didn't see the can I signed. I just signed it with my eyes closed.
Okay. We have news here. Trae Young. This pokes a hole in my conspiracy theory. Per Brian Windhorst, Trae Young expected to sign with the Wizards a 3-year deal. So this is what folks were saying was the expectation all along. Trae gets more guaranteed money out of the deal. And then
but just signing that 3-year deal don't mean that he can't move forward, though.
That's true.
Because signing a 3-year deal may make it even more enticing. A 3-year deal at a lower per year salary makes him more enticing to other teams that may want to get him on their team, which means you could probably get a bigger haul for trading him.
Sure. And maybe you like for a team to trade for him, they would want the security of knowing.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Because that him going somewhere on just a 1-year deal and could leave after that year, that's no guarantees. But if he has a 3-year deal and the annual yearly salary drops, that's even better.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
It's going to be interesting. I think
that's just that thinking. I don't know if we don't know if that's going to happen, but hell, if I were a team wanting to trade for him, I would want him to have longer term.
Yeah,
and
you
a
get
lower
security
price.
with it.
And then that I'll be willing to make a move then.
800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Here's the situation with Trae Young. He opted out of the $50 million player option. Now Windhorst is reporting he's going to sign a 3-year extension. My guess is he extends his guaranteed cash by $70 million. Like the accounting of it makes total sense.
A 3-year 120, that would be great because he'll get more guaranteed. But you know what? For the team, that's $9 per year dropping down.
Right.
You know?
I'm curious how confident you are that Trae Young signs this deal and is part of the long haul process here for Washington. I think the Darren Peterson smoke is just growing and growing and growing. And I don't know what to make of John Wall on the record saying he would take Darren Peterson 1. Because John
asked him if he were the person making the decision, and ask him what somebody else would do. So he's telling you his feel. And then John being a point guard, I can see him leaning towards a guy like that.
I agree with all that.
Yeah.
But John is with the organization in some capacity. He was the dude at the lottery 3 weeks ago.
There's a difference between being a former player that's doing some things and a guy that's actually signed up to be a guy promoting because they can't give their information out. But you ask me what I plan. You ask that to Chris. You ask that to anybody else. I guarantee they wouldn't answer that question.
Totally. Yeah. But I just find it interesting, you know what I mean, that Wall on the record is saying Peterson. And
It may be part of the plan, Jay. have John said to make people think we really go in there and then we go the other direction. Or he said it. We didn't say that.
Right. We never said that.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. It's going to be really interesting to watch all this unfold, and I have a tremendous amount of excitement. I mean, think about just the movement we've seen now in the last 24 hours with Young opting out and then expected to re-sign. And again, maybe this is all expected. There haven't been any surprises yet. Okay, I get it. But it doesn't mean there aren't surprises coming. Trae Young's eligible to sign up to a 4-year, $210 million contract. Now, they're saying it's only 3. The money in the NBA is bananas.
Yeah.
What is 4 at 210? 50
plus. 50 plus.
Do you think
50.25?
So do you think he stays at the 50 number?
I don't know.
Is he worth 50?
Who?
Trae Young.
You worth anything somebody offer you?
I understand that, but I don't know. That's a lot of money.
Okay,
dude.
I know it's a lot of money. What's Brad worth? What he got?
You know that.
I mean,
Bradley Beal got a quarter of $1 billion.
He's still playing, so he's worth it.
Man,
that's all I'm saying.
I don't know. I'm very curious. We'll take the phones. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067 is the phone number. A lot of action with this Wizards team, and we are only a few days out from the NBA draft. It's Thursday. The draft is Tuesday night. Stallion, you got to figure out this call, Doc, because I know there's calls. Jeff, you could just call them up if you want. We're going to see how this all shakes out. It's exciting to watch. That much I know.
Truly.
And it's exciting to kind of see how it's going to go. I got to talk to Michael Winger and asked him about Anthony Davis, and he kind of explained everything's going well. We're happy with AD. Everything's cool. So apparently
as long
Anthony
as he's
Davis,
here, everything's well.
Apparently in social media videos, he's been wearing Wizards gear.
Okay.
Does that
don't move me. Listen, man, just like when you ask, the thing for me, when you ask an athlete a question, we can answer it for them in certain situations. Am I right?
Sure.
But when they answer the question and you get certain people who don't understand it, they go haywire over that answer. Dude, if you're on a team and they ask you anything about that, you're not going to say, no, this team sucks, I hate them. If you are getting drafted, the normal answer is, hey, I'll be happy anywhere I go. Although you have a favorite. Most athletes are not, they are smart enough to understand what to say and what not to say. But everyone expects them, see, he said this. Yeah, he said it. Doesn't mean he 100% believe it.
How much, if at all, do you think if we're kind of seeing the smoke with Peterson, how much, if at all, do you think DeBonce is paying attention to any of it?
He shouldn't, because let's be real, man. Whether he goes 1 or 2, he will be a rich man, and be able to go out there and prove himself. MJ was drafted when?
3rd.
And ended up being the best of the draft. Doesn't make I keep saying it doesn't make a difference where you're drafted. That to me, people are like, I was the number 1 pick. You know, I did this. You know how many Heisman Trophy winners didn't play at the next level? You know how many MVPs in college basketball didn't go out there and have a great career? Just because you did something at one point don't mean you're going to keep doing it. It's what you do after that. So AJ or Darren, it would be a motivator to me. I wouldn't be upset if I went 2nd. I'm still happy as hell. But when I get out there, I'm going to see if you're going to outwork me if I believe I'm better than you.
It's really interesting because everybody will tell you that when they went head-to-head, Peterson was the more impressive player head-to-head. Now, it's not like they're guarding each other. They're obviously, they're kind of different
positions.
Yeah. But head-to-head, Peterson, to me, it's just so hard to reconcile what appeared to be do you love the game behavior at Kansas.
See, but I asked a question about that. Is that hard for us as fans and media people to reconcile? Because it don't seem like the people in the NBA give a damn about it. Don't seem like the people that's making decisions care one bit or the other. They probably got the answers that they are cool with and comfortable with. We can't reconcile with it because we don't even understand the level he's at most times. But the teams are still, you don't hear him, they projected him to go number 8, number 9, number 10 and not get drafted. He's still 1 or 2. So do they care? That's the question I was asked. Like, we get tied up into the mindsets we have sometimes, and sometimes that's cool. But for the most part, the people that will be giving him an opportunity to make that money, they still believe he's the number one or number two prospect in this whole draft.
Totally. I remain in the camp of the best possible scenario is Utah desperately wants Devonta. You stack up more assets, whether that is Ace Bailey or just future ones, whatever it is, but you get a bunch there to continue to build, continue to get great players.
See, now I've asked this question too, and I've thought about this a little bit. I thought about it more before John said what he said. Could it be Utah pushing this? Wizards really want Peterson, and if they end up taking him, then we don't have to give you anything. You get what I'm saying?
Totally.
We just sitting there waiting. I just always think it's something that could be like, yes, a lot of smoke is going on, but we also know there's a lot of BS could be going on too.
That is a really interesting idea, the thought that it could be Utah, and they're just trying to create this vacuum where they get Devonta too without having to pay.
Yeah.
Right. That I don't know that it'll go that way, but it is pretty darn interesting.
Yeah.
And if you are the Jazz, you want to create the scenario where Peterson goes one or where there's at least intrigue there. The betting markets suggest this is all pixels. This is all just the content game. Because all right, we got callers coming in. I think you want to take Aaron and Suitland real quick. Let's hop on. All right, we're going to go to break real quick. If you're on hold, stay there.
Yeah, stay there, Aaron. We got you, baby.
I don't think Big Tony will call in considering he's standing behind us, but maybe we'll let Big Tony talk wearing his Steelers yellow, I point out. Taking your calls, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. NBA draft's around the corner. Trae Young opted out of his player option. Now it's reported he's going to sign a 3-year deal. That does not mean he's definitively here. That could still be part of a trade package. A lot of the basketball people will tell you Peterson and Young could coexist. Some people suggest that Peterson wants the ball in his hands more. I would say they're both kind of ball dependent. Maybe Peterson is more of a 2. He certainly has the shooting and skills to be a 2. Fascinating times in the NBA. The Washington Wizards are in the middle of it all. Nobody go anywhere. Little DMX get you moving. BMitch and Finlay live at Collars & Co. in Bethesda. Come through if you're in the area. Bethesda Row. The store is awesome. We got the U.S. Open on. People are coming in, getting some good gear. We're getting all sorts of stuff dropped off. Big Tony just dropped off some venison jerky. Our guy Sinai just brought bagels and ginger shots for the boys. So we're getting healthy and
just ginger. Nothing else is in the shots. Just ginger.
It's we're off and running, man. The store is awesome. They've got a ton of great gear. If you're looking for Father's Day presents, this is the place to do it. We're having this Wizards conversation. I want to get to the phones because then we're going to switch some football talk.
You saw that T-shirt she had on, huh?
Yeah, the Kicking It With
Kicking
BMitch.
It With BMitch,
That's
baby.
awesome. Let's go to Aaron in Suitland. Aaron, there's a lot of moving parts with the Wizards right now. Trae Young opts out of his player option. Now it's reported he's going to sign a 3-year deal. Are you expecting fireworks at the draft?
No, I'm not really expecting fireworks. The kid out of Utah, I would not draft him. I would not draft Peterson. The reason why I wouldn't draft the kid out of Utah is because we don't know what we're going to do with Anthony Davis, which is a similar position, which I would get rid of him. But let's talk about Keyshawn George, the development of him. Let's talk about the development of Will Riley, who played basically the same position as the guy out of Utah. Then when we talk about Peterson coming in, what are we going to do with Trae? What are we going to do with Trae Johnson? We got Trae Johnson. So the team is full of 2, 3s, and 4s. Now, the person that I would get is what we're lacking the most, in my opinion. Someone that can come in that has an offensive skill set, that can play the 4-5, and can rebound. So Boozer has played against a lot of competition. His numbers are real. The kid out of Utah, he hadn't played against most competition or on a team with a lot of competition like Boozer. Boozer is younger. I'm going after Boozer. That's the guy I want, but I will not give that number 1 draft pick up without trying to get something for him. So that's what I would pick is Boozer. Because we're lacking a center, a rebounder, and we're lacking a backup point guard, depending on what Trae Young does. We need those 2 elements, and then we should have all the pieces to the puzzle, all the slices to the pie, and we should start winning.
It's a good call, man. I appreciate you. The Boozer camp is out there, and they are vocal, and they are strong. So I'm not –
I understand what he's saying, and I like I said, I like the call. But the development of all those players don't stop you from trying to get better. And if they believe that the talent and the upside of those other guys might be better, you're going to make that move. I mean, it happens every year. It's like so you saying what we already have, all we need to do is just get Boozer, and we're going to be competing with the team that was in the finals now? I don't see that.
Sure seems like it.
No stretch of the imagination.
It's an interesting spot, man. Let's go to Mark in Clinton. Mark, what's up, dude? What do you make of all the moving parts with the NBA
Hey, guys,
draft?
how you doing?
We're good, buddy. How are you?
doing?
All right. So, JP,
yes.
I love you.
Okay.
But they wouldn't have brought that kid Trae Young in here if they were going to ever let him walk or trade him. When they did that deal, in my opinion, they had a handshake. They had a handshake deal. Yep, you can go ahead and opt out. We're going to give you this amount of money, and you're going to be good. You're not going anywhere.
So,
and as far as the pick, it's the Bonska. It's the Bonska.
It might be, and you're correct. They probably did have some agreement with Trae. Hey, we're going to trade for you. We're happy to work out an extension. I don't disagree with that, but I do not think
we see this happen every day.
Bob Rotella is a famous psychologist that works with golfers. He famously worked with Rory McIlroy, right? And he turned Rory's career around, got him able to process his thoughts, able to win at Augusta. And one of his biggest lessons is one shot does not affect the next. And so you're right. They probably had this deal with Trae Young. Yo, we're going to let you opt out. We'll get the extension done. And for right now, Trae Young is a part of the Wizards' plan. But these things are fluid.
Yeah,
I'm just saying there's fluidity to it over time.
I was listening to NBA radio with Brian Scalabrine.
Okay.
And he said even before Wemby's, what's the guy with ESPN? Reports all the news. Not Shams, but the other guy.
Windhorst.
Windhorst said, what, 3-1-20?
Yeah.
2 hours ago, Scalabrini was on the radio. He said the same thing. He said that this is purposely done, and it's going to be 120.
Yeah, but dude,
so I didn't need Windhorst to say that.
But the thing about
you just gotta listen. I don't know everything. I just try and listen and make my own opinion.
All right,
I
man.
understand,
Appreciate
but like,
the call.
Whether Scalabrini said it on Windhorst, they probably got it from the same person.
It's like when you and I talk about
So if
NFL contracts, I can guesstimate what it's going to be pretty darn
You
good.
can guesstimate, but like if someone tells us something and you go on to let's say you had a show and I had a separate show.
Right.
You think I'm not going to say it on my show?
Right.
I mean, who cares who said it first or who you take? Maybe the caller believes in Scalabrini more than he does Windhorst. But Windhorst don't say BS.
No.
He telling you facts too.
It's June 18th. The NBA draft is June 23rd, I believe. Who is the point guard for the Washington Wizards game 1 on Halloween?
Don't know. I'm telling you, listen, man, I understand how these things happen, and things can be feeling one way at 1 o'clock, and at 1:15 somebody call you and you make that damn move. So I don't know. You know, if it's Trae Young, I'll be happy. If it's not Trae Young, I'm going to be happy. You know why? Because they got something for him.
Right.
I'm not one of the players, like I'm not these fans who it has to be this person or it's all wrong. You're putting yourself above everybody. No, I don't believe that. I believe they're going to make a move that's going to be best for the team. And if they can't get anything for Trae, like talking about, they won't move him. But if they would get some magical thing, they'll move him in a heartbeat.
I know a guy that I play a little golf with that's a very successful person, right? And
Mm-hmm.
he just built this big-ass company. And we played the other day, and he's like, we're actually taking a couple weeks vacation. I was like, you are? He's like, yeah, we're selling the company. And you know what his next move is?
Uh-huh.
Build another company. Like, the really successful people in the world are constantly in search of more success. So the excitement surrounding Trae Young, who is a very exciting player, one of the best passers in the league. I mean, everybody remembers the ice cold thing when they took down the Knicks in the playoffs a couple years ago. Like, this dude has juice. He has charisma.
Totally.
But Winger and Dawkins are charged with continuously making this roster the best it can be. And that doesn't necessarily mandate that Trae Young is part of it for the long haul.
Yeah.
Now, these are the correct moves in a basketball sense to let him opt out, get the deal done, move forward. And I think more likely than not, is the point guard opening night at Cap One this fall.
It's very possible.
I just think things
But
are
you know how things happen.
fluid.
Yeah.
Fluid. Things could change on a dime. Speaking of changing on a dime, time for us to talk some football. We were out at Commanders minicamp yesterday. Got to see a lot. I want to start with like the structure of the 2 days of minicamp because it was different. It was interesting. Plus, Dan Quinn has talked about how bad last year was and how much he has to change things. Nobody go anywhere. It's BMitch Finlay.
This sports update is brought to you by Millwood. When the Wizards traded for Trae Young at the deadline, it didn't seem as though he had a robust market. Well, fast forward to June, and Young, according to ESPN, is declining his $49 million player option for next season. That option is what the Hawks wanted to dump when they traded him to Washington. Now Young will become a free agent at the end of the month. Now, the big question is, could Young stay in Washington? Well, it's not only possible, but it's probably the likeliest outcome at this point. Washington is reportedly the front runner, and the reports about an extension have been common since the trade. And after a 2-hour delay for Frog, play has resumed at Shinnecock for the U.S. Open. And it's 2 birdies and 3 holes for Rory McIlroy, who has quickly vaulted to the top of the leaderboard. Donate your unwanted vehicle to Melwood and support people with disabilities in your local community. They can pick up as soon as tomorrow. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
When I walk in the club. BMitch Finlay live from Collars & Co.'s brand new flagship store in Bethesda Row. Come hang out, catch the first round of the major. We're watching the U.S. Open. Rory was in the lead. He just bogeyed a hole. I think it's Sam Burns in the lead now. If you remember, J.J. Spawn won the U.S. Open last year at Oakmont. But remember, it was Sam Burns that got hosed when his ball was in that puddle and the USGA wouldn't give him relief. They said it wasn't standing water. Meanwhile, the ball was like halfway submerged. I don't know how that's not standing water.
If it's above the ground, it's standing, right?
Yeah, exactly. All right, B, we spent the last few days in Ashburn, and the Commanders will be on the field today briefly to wrap up mini camp. The first 2 days were where they got the bulk of the work done. Today's session will be very short, followed by a family barbecue. So it's kind of like a send-off for the summer for the NFL.
Yeah.
And one thing I applaud with Quinn is that he's very intentional in what he does. And this minicamp was really pretty different than anything I had seen in that the starters just did walkthroughs. It was like, maybe you could call it a jog through. Maybe it was a little more than a walkthrough, but it wasn't much. And it was the 2s and 3s on the other field going, full speed for June, no contact, 11 on 11s. And Quinn explained why. He's like, we had so many injuries last year. I need to know that these guys can go. I need to know what they can give me. I think there's some amount of, I need to know if I need to look for other people down the roster. And it was just an interesting, intentional decision by Quinn. Mm-hmm. And Quinn has said over and over and over again that he wants to have the most competitive training camp he's ever had, and certainly in Washington. And then I saw this morning. Evan Washburn is a friend of the program. Evan, we all used to work together back in the CSN days. Evan is now with CBS Sports and had an interview with Dan Quinn where Quinn talked about how bad everything was last year. I thought this was quite interesting.
Pulled out some tape from a random 2024 OTA practice and one from a 25 OTA practice, and I showed some of the players this offseason to say this was a team desperate and this one wasn't as desperate. And so what a great example. Sometimes you might just be 1 degree off, and then in July you're this far, August a little further, and by October, what the hell? Wow. And it was such a hard lesson to go through and to learn, but it's also one that, I wanted to take the lessons from 25, learn them, and then burn, all the others. In fact, before the new coaches came in here for 26, I took everybody else outside. We wrote some things down on a piece of paper, a couple big, paint stirrers, wrote down some stuff, lit a big fire in one of those big cans, said, all right, what are the things we're leaving behind? There's got to be the lessons that we're taking from this past season, because it wasn't all injury related. We weren't as connected. We weren't as tough. We weren't as clutch. And so some of that's practice, some of that's connection, Some of that's, you know, the scheme, the coaching, all of it. You know, you can put everything into one big, you know, pot. But
and you guys literally did that. You
yes.
put things that you wanted to burn from the 25 experience.
And it wasn't fair for any of these new coaches coming in for them to have any other baggage that we're bringing into this season. There was no chance for that. And so I like developing the coaches. So let's talk about what we didn't like, how we're going to fix it. But, like, we're not bringing this old from 25 into this season with these new coaches that are being a part of this. So the day before they arrived, I did that exercise with the coaches that, you know, were with us the season prior. And I also showed that video that I spoke to you about. I didn't show this year's players. They had nothing to do with them. Sure. But I wanted the other players to see, let's make sure that practice here, the competitive nature, that's our standard.
So, B, you've been part of good teams. You've been part of bad teams. How important is it for a coach, for a head coach? And I think it takes some level of guts for Quinn to say, you know, we didn't have the same edge in 25 we had in 24. How important is it to recognize that? And then, you know, the actual symbolic act of burning that season or whatever you want to say, maybe that works, maybe that doesn't. But I think
it's very important because so many times you end the season and you see people saying, well, I did my job, he didn't. Or the coaches go, well, we coached. They didn't get it. Players go, well, you know, they let us down. But if everybody could come to it on the same notion and have that belief, that's cool. But you have to be intentional about it and every day think like that to remember that. Because the first day the act of burning the stuff means nothing. The every day after it and being consistent with the things you need to do to make it, to leave it behind, that's what's most important. And if they do that, because I like you said, you and I discussed intensity from last year, how easy we thought stuff looked.
Yeah.
Even in these little mini camps, once they get out there, they're going at a quicker pace.
It's a much more rapid pace when you're out there watching.
I like that, you know, because listen, bro. 2024, they had something to prove. 2025, as they say, they were smelling themselves.
Well, and I think, like, that's the whole building, right? That's Peters bringing in Debo and Tunsil. Like, they made plays for these vets rather than continuing to build. Like, you saw it happen, and the thing I'm most curious for is where is the physicality in camp? Like, is that noticeably different? And I don't know. We don't know yet, right? We'll have to see. They can't probably put pads on until like the first week of August.
Yeah.
But I think you have to up that intensity as well.
You have to up it, and upping that intensity doesn't mean people have to be on the ground. And I think that's the ultimate thing where these guys have to learn how to practice fast, practice hard, but take care of each other. And I keep going back because I know people are, back in the day, we didn't tackle in practice. We had a period where we would do some 9-on-9s where it'd be about 5 plays, sometimes 6 at the most, goal line type situation, short yards type situation where you would. But that's only like one day out of, 12, 13 of them. But you would always be going fast and butt-ups. You heard the shoulder pass hit. You let the guy go. You didn't wrap him up and take him to the ground. They can still do that. All of those things that they did back then, that Joe Gibbs did, all the things that the 49ers did, they didn't have on pads. But they were one of the best teams in the league because they did everything at a full speed pace. And they knew how to take care of each other. They got to get to that point. If you walk around in practice and you go slow in practice, you are not going to be able to go full speed for a whole football game. It ain't going to happen.
Agreed. It's not about getting hurt in practice, right? Yeah. But it is about upping that intensity.
Totally.
And then, so Jaden yesterday, spoke at length and got asked about, the struggles from last year. What does that mean for this year? And Jaden's like, last year is last year. I'm done talking about last year. I'm focused on this year. I'm focused on getting better. And I guess some people kind of took issue with it that, you should have some focus and thought on what went wrong last year to improve it this year. I didn't have any issue with what Jaden said because I was also there and understood kind of the
But he
context
can't
of
improve
it.
what he did wrong last year. He can improve this year. He could be a better player this year.
Right.
What happens has happened.
And I also think if anybody believes that he's not taking lessons from last year, I think that's incredibly naive.
No, he's looked at it. He saw it. He goes to practice and he tries to be more intentional. Like something I might have done last year caused some of the issues. I'm not going to do that anymore. But I think a lot of times people have to understand that because you haven't gotten past it don't mean that player's not past it. And just because you want to write that story don't mean they're going to keep answering your questions.
Right. And like answering the question versus taking from the experience are very separate things.
Yeah, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Totally.
Did you take stuff from previous seasons every year of your career?
If it was something that was totally wrong, I would. By the time I got back to actual practices, I had already gone through, read it, and tried to correct it. When I got to practice, it's over. Now I'm trying to work on the things that I think is going to help me that year. You get what I'm saying? The thing about players, like is I read this book called The Present, and I think that's how players have to think in football for the most part. Yeah, something happened last year, but you can't let it wear you down today. And yeah, you want to be somewhere tomorrow, but you can't be worried about that. You got to be right in the present, taking care of what the hell you can handle today. And if you do it every time like that, learn from what you went through and try to make sure that it's not repeated by focusing on now so I can be what I want to be later on. If they do stuff like that, that's how they're going to get better. But if media people think players have to always be focused on the past or what happened then, no, you let it go. You got to let it go eventually or you never be able to move forward.
Von Miller said something to me last year that stuck with me, and he said, the key to playing professional football is you have to be a prisoner of the present.
There you go.
You can't be looking ahead 2 or 3 games. Like if they're playing Tampa this week, but they know the NFC East showdown with the Eagles is 3 weeks out, you can't be thinking about that, man. And for these dudes at June minicamp to be thinking about week 10 of the previous season, it's not how it functions. And I think for DQ to do the symbolism of burning the notes from last year, cool. And because you have overhauled this staff, it's not fair to David Blau to relitigate the struggles of Cliff's offense last year. Or like it's certainly not fair to Durante Jones to discuss how awful the defense was last year. He wasn't a part of that. And it's going to look different. And so I think for Jaden to be like, dude, last year's last year, we're moving forward. I think it's a bridge too far to suggest he hasn't learned stuff from last year.
He probably learned from last year, but he's in a totally different offense right now.
Right.
So, I'll ask the question to any media person that got mad. And look yourself in the mirror and I ask you this question. You want him to worry about last year, you want him to learn his goddamn offense? Which one you want? You want him to be better this year, you want him to keep worried about last year? Okay? Because you wrote a bad article last year, or you did a bad report. Are you still thinking about you're going to be better this year? That's the question I would ask anybody that was upset. Because, the thing of it is, you can't want respect and don't give it. That's when it gets to the point. And
I also didn't think it was an aggressive answer.
No, I'm just saying, I've been on multiple sides on this thing. And I understand the player side, I understand the media side. But media, you can't expect respect if you don't give the same level of respect. You're here to write a story. And, yes, you need me to help you write your story. But if you already got your story in mind and I am not on that mindset, rewrite the story, change up the approach.
One thing I really liked from Jaden yesterday is he was asked, how's it going with the new offense? And he made a point. He repeated this. I've got a long ways to go. We've got a long ways to go.
Yeah.
I know I'm going to be in Southern California for the summer break here, but I'm going to be in the playbook. I'm going to be watching film. I'm going to continue to immerse myself in this new offense. And I think just to my eye, having watched them throughout the summer, when Jaden is in the huddle and then going to the line of scrimmage, he's locked in.
Yeah.
They're not having to rehuddle. The routes look sharp. It looks like they're running this well. I would argue, and I've talked to people privately, Jaden is really taking this offense fast, strong. Mm-hmm. But saying that, if our number one guy, if our top dog is like, we got a long ways to go, I'm still studying, I'm still learning, you for sure, if you're the fourth tight end or the sixth running back or the fifth wide receiver or the eighth offensive lineman, it's like, damn, Jaden says he's got a long ways to go. I better stay in this thing too.
Yeah.
And I thought that was, we've heard about his leadership, his increased like role. I thought that was indicative of it.
But the way I look at that is this. If Jaden says that, what if I am a player at another position that I jump into my stuff and I have less to learn than Jaden? See, Jaden has to know what the offensive line's concepts are. He has to know what a tight end, what they're looking for, this, that, and the other. Break down all the defense. As a running back, I need to know blitz pickups, my routes. I don't have to learn all the stuff he learns. What if I am a guy just like him, and I am on point, I'm ready to go? Still don't mean I got nothing. There's nothing else I can't learn to make me even better, but I may not be at his point. Like Jaden may have, let's say, a ton of stuff to learn. I only have 200 pounds of that to learn. I may learn mine quicker than he does his ton, and that's not a knock on either person. You know what I mean?
Right.
But I will say, I look at Michael Jordan, I look at Tom Brady. I think two of the best to ever play their position in their sport.
Sure.
What were they doing there last year?
Grinding.
Still learning, right?
Yeah.
Still trying to figure out stuff about people. What makes you think a guy in his third year is not still trying to learn, still not trying to be better? If those guys were doing it when they had already proven how good they are, if he were to tell me, oh, yeah, I already got all this stuff down, I don't need to learn anything else, that would concern me. But he understands how this thing is going to be.
Totally, man. It was interesting to hear Jaden talk about the offense and where he is. I didn't make much of the last year was last year.
But it was. It was last year.
Well, and I think what's forgotten is Jaden Daniels' locker cleanout day is when guys kind of assess the year they've had.
Yeah.
And Jaden talked about it then and talked about his struggles, his frustrations, staying healthy, like what he has to do differently to make everything work. He's addressed that. And so to be asked about it in June, I don't think there was any –
you know,
there was no like malice in his statement.
Yeah,
I didn't.
I agree with you on that because this is what gets me. After 2024, you know what everybody to a man was saying in our side of this thing, the media side? Oh, we got to forget about that and try to repeat this next year, but you got to forget about it. So if you're going to want to forget about the good stuff they did, you're damn sure we're going to forget about the bad stuff they did, right?
Right.
So you can't be two-faced. One year you want them to forget about stuff to try to move on. The next year you want them to keep remembering it? No. I don't want to remember the bad things I did.
What do you think about the way DQ ran minicamp with the starters really getting it easy and the twos and threes getting the action?
I think he understands that the starters catch on a lot quicker than the backups and new people that are coming in. And when everything starts up again, guess who's going to be getting all the plays? The starters.
Right.
The backups now are not going to be getting them as much, so that experience right there give them a better feel of it when they come back into it. I'm cool with that.
I also think throughout OTAs, throughout the majority of the off-season workouts, it's been the starters getting the work.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'll tell you the real problem with it. When you have Sam Hartman and you have Ethan Kaliak-Manis running the offenses for these 11-on-11s where you're trying to see good work, the level of quarterback play from those two is not allowing for a lot of functioning offense. There's some, but it's been subpar quarterbacking from those two. And I'm not trying to take shots. I'm not saying, like, specifically they have a lot to learn, all that stuff. But the problem with trying to run that with those guys is that, like, I'm not sure how good and how real the work is. But maybe that's good for the defense.
I can tell you for me in college, when our third, fourth, fifth string quarterbacks would run the stuff, and me and my boy Clint, Rich Pennell had to watch it, and then when they come back and I get to talk to them about what's going on, you know what they gave me? A better understanding of the offense. I am breaking it down to them about, hey, man, you got to look at this, this, and this. And not only I wasn't helping them as much as I was helping myself. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
At the moment when it was happening, I thought I was teaching them, coaching them. which in turn now when I got up there, what I told them was stuck here. And I was able to read it based off of what I told them. That may be a part of it as well.
Tony Massenberg played in the NBA a long time. Tony Massenberg joins us next to talk about the Wizards' options with the number 1 overall pick. Nobody go anywhere. It's BMitch Finlay. BMitch Finlay here for our friends at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Last night we got a big rainstorm at my house. Stayed nice and cool because I got good windows. You know that humidity creeps up when these big rains come in the summer? Not in my house because Paul Henry and his crew came in, took care of all of my windows, all of my doors. Working with Paul Henry's been tremendous for my family because they treat you like you're part of theirs. It's a family-owned company over there. They get the jobs done ahead of schedule and under budget. You can't say that about a ton of contractors out there. If you call in June, you get $125 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $600 off doors.
What I love about Paul and his crew, they come in and they're going to be open, they're going to be honest, and they're not going to try to sell you stuff that you don't need. Too many times you get a company comes in and they want to oversell. They don't do this. If you were asking for something that they felt wasn't really necessary, they'll tell you that. You know, how many people will do that in the company? So if you want windows and doors, reach out to Paul right now. And when they tell you they're going to give you $125 off each window, they mean it. He also have the 5-window minimum and give you $600 off each door. They're not going to try to upcharge something somewhere else. So when you take that money off, it doesn't seem like you lost anything. You're going to have a low price. You're going to get these amount of dollars off, and great things are going to happen. Contact Paul Henry's Window Installation today. Tell him BMitch Finlay sent you. PaulHenry'sWindows.com. Your clear home improvement choice.
This sports update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? Washington Wizards guard Trae Young plans to decline his $49 million player option for the 2026-27 season and will become a free agent on Monday. The Wizards reportedly remain the frontrunner to sign Young long-term, but he does expect to get some max contract interest from other teams. Moving over to college baseball, the Tar Heels went 3-0 in bracket play and will play for the national championship starting on Saturday in the best-of-3 finals against Oklahoma. UNC is seeking its first national championship in baseball. Its 12 College World Series appearances entering this year are tied for the second most by a team without a title. Getting engaged or married, visit Mervis Diamond Importers for the finest diamonds at the best value. At Mervis, you'll find the largest selection of Decory engagement rings and wedding rings in D.C. Together, Mervis and Decory help create a ring that's extraordinary as your love. Go to MervisDiamond.com. From the Crop Nightcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
BMitch and Finlay, 106.7 The Fan. Coming at you live from Collars & Co. on Bethesda Row in Bethesda. If you are in this area, come through. We're watching golf. The U.S. Open's on. It's a really cool vibe in here. There's some couches you can hang out on. If you're watching on Monumental, you can see
Caprica is up there.
You can see Metal Chris right there lounging on the couch. It's going to be a fun day here. Don't you forget either that BMitch and Finlay is officially brought to you by Rude. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and enjoy a budget-friendly financing options with low monthly payments. Keep your cool and your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at rude.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. Now, we're very excited to welcome on to the Rude Guest Hotline our friend, Mr. Tony Massenberg. Mass, what's up, dude? How are you?
I'm good, man. Thanks for having me.
Thank you for making time, man.
Tony, let me ask you one question. This is off the record.
Well,
if you ask somebody, if you as an adult ask a guy, you ask somebody to bring you some coffee, you want him to bring hot coffee, right?
I thought that's the only kind of coffee there really is. I know there's iced coffee, but we don't do that.
I just say give me a coffee with no cream and 2 stevias. I'm expecting him to bring hot coffee back. He just walked in here with his iced coffee. Man, dudes, this is not a dude thing. This is a lady thing.
Hey,
come on, man.
Welcome to 2026, B. Mitch. This is what it is, man. It ain't what you and I grew up on.
I just wanted to see what the answer would be, and I knew it would be what you said, but
it was certainly implied you wanted hot coffee.
If this ever happened again, Ryan, don't bring this, please.
Mass, I did want to.
Mitch, that's what happened when dudes living that good life, man. See, that's what happened.
Yeah.
I did want to ask, I'm curious, I know you played for the Spurs, got a ring with the Spurs. I know the organization means something to you. We're going to talk draft, but what'd you think of that NBA Finals, especially as the Knicks are having their championship parade today?
Well, listen, man, you already know what my heart was the entire time with that. I'm a Wemby guy, and the young Spurs, I was very impressed with what they were able to accomplish, and I thought they really overachieved in a lot of people's eyes. Not mine, because I actually had them going deep from the very beginning. But that being said, you got to take your hat off to what the New York Knicks were able to do, and Jalen Brunson and OG and all these guys, because what they did was reaffirm what I've always said, is that team basketball is always going to win out. And they play team basketball probably better than anybody in the league, because they don't have the most talented roster in the league. But they, to me, particularly when Mike Brown made those adjustments at the end of the season that basically took the ball out of Jalen Brunson's hands and put it back in his hands toward the end of games when they really needed him to close, that whole mindset and allowing other guys to get involved, man, it really changed their team. And defensively, they did what they needed to do without having an elite shot blocker. And they played great team basketball, and Jalen Brunson proved why he's the clutch player of the year.
Have you ever seen a run like that, though? I mean, they lost one time in, 5 weeks or so?
I've never seen a run like that, BMitch, and then couple it with this. Not only did they have the run like you just mentioned, but it was a run from a team that everybody had wrote off during the regular season.
Yeah,
because they just did not look good. It was like, oh man, the Knicks, it's over. It's a wrap for them. I mean, they nobody was talking about the Knicks, and so when you consider they came from that to going on that type of run, man, that was incredible.
Well, dude, I mean, people thought the Sixers were going to give him a series in the second round there, and that sure didn't happen. All right, we're
Not
talking
even close.
Not even close. Talking with our friend Tony Massenberg. Catch all of his work on Monumental Sports Network, doing Wizards games. Mass, we're getting so close to the draft here. I'm curious. I'm guessing you've watched tape on all these prospects. What do you kind of think of the guys at the top? Tabonsa, certainly Peterson, Boozer. What do you make of the level of talent available?
Well, first of all, I don't think you can go wrong. I don't think you can really have a hard swing and a miss at anybody in the top three, I think, when you look at it. I'm very intrigued by the Peterson, Tabonsa, Caleb. These guys, to me, are very elite level athletes, first of all. And BMitch can appreciate this as an NFL guy. You know when a guy comes in, BMitch, even before he steps on the field, when there's certain measurables, when there's certain things that you see that are exceptional, even at the pro level, we're talking about athleticism, that guy, has a chance. Now it's a matter of what's his skill level? Can he actually play? Will he get better? How much passion does he have for the game to push himself to be the best that he can be with his God-given ability? So when I look at those top three guys that I just mentioned, I see that. I like Boozer from a skill standpoint. I look at his game. It's a little bit old school. He's a big body, but he's highly skilled, can shoot the basketball, can handle the basketball, can pass. Sometimes I look at him and I question how much success he can have playing down low because guys are so athletic and so tall now. Him at 6'9", about 250 with not a lot of length. Meaning not super long arms and doesn't play above the rim. But his skill level, I think, will allow him to have success. The other three guys do play above the rim and have exceptional skill levels, and clearly the potential to get better is what excites all the GMs and coaches across the league.
You look at Tabonsa, he's 6'11", 6'10", whatever, and then you come down to Peterson, who's a shorter guy, but explosive as hell. When you I heard someone say it comes down to what the situation is. Like, both of the guys could be a number one. The Wizards, do they need more of a point or they guard, or they need more of a long guy?
Here's what I'm going to say about that. And again, when it comes to the Wizards and who they select, I'm going to put my confidence in their decision-making based off the history of what I've seen them do over the last couple of drafts. And when I look at the draft picks that they've had, the guys that are there, clearly we've all seen the success from Sarr to Keyshawn George as a 24th pick. A guy like Bub Carrington, at 14, leading his rookie class in minutes. A guy like Alex Sarr, who's the second pick in the draft, who looks more like the first pick in the draft when you consider what those guys did production-wise in his draft class. So I'm going to lean on the Wizards to make the right pick. I'm just happy that they have this pool of guys to pull from with the number one pick this year, because based off of what they have done so far and the development of these guys and the fit for these guys, you have to think with a deep pool now at their disposal in the number one pick option, they're going to make the right pick. And so for me, I'm just excited to be a part of it and just wait to see which way the Wizards lean, because either way they go, I don't think they can miss.
I think you're right. Tony, what do you think about their ability to compete this coming season? Reports are saying they redid a deal with Trey, so he's back presumably. We don't know with Anthony Davis, but he's under contract. He's an employee of the team. And then you add a number one pick with all the young talent they had. Do you think next year looks way different than the last few?
I think next year looks way different from this standpoint. First of all, the aforementioned players are just named. The guys that they just drafted over the last couple of years have developed not just on time. Most of them are ahead of schedule. You look at a guy like Will Riley, he's ahead of schedule. Keyshawn George is ahead of schedule for where he was projected to be when he was drafted. The same can be said for Bud Carrington almost to a certain degree when you look at his ability to now play the backup point guard position and be a consistent backup point as well as play the two guard position. A guy like Trae Young set a lot of, open a lot of people's eyes with his ability to shoot the basketball and finish, around the rim and not just be a one-dimensional shooter. So when you think about the development of these guys, now with a healthy Trae Young in the mix, who, again, is, 25 and 10, and the ability to shoot from long range as good as anybody outside of Steph Curry in the league. You have hopefully a healthy Anthony Davis. Regardless of the situation, he's going to have value. If he comes in healthy, you pair him alongside Alex Sarr. And this is before you bring in the number one pick. So I think when you look at this team, it's hard not to say, just on paper, how can it not look different when you consider the development of the younger players who are now seem to be blooming at the right time. And if you got these two vets in Davis and Trae Young, along with the number one pick, whoever that is, when you consider the depth that the Wizards could have, with guys like Champagnie coming off the bench, along with some of the others who were contributing last year, yeah, I think this team looks drastically different next year, and my expectations are much higher.
Man, it'd be fun to have playoff level hoops again. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
it seems
I can't wait.
It seems like whether it's next year or down the road, and they're just acquiring all these assets, like it seems like that's the track we're on. Mass, I'm so encouraged by the Wiz right now, and I cannot wait for Tuesday night. Where are you going to be? What's your setup for Tuesday?
Well, I'll be part of what's going down Tuesday night. We'll be obviously doing some things, and from Monumental, we will be streaming some shows. We'll have some draft shows and talk about these things and wait to see how it all kind of plays out. I do know for a fact that on the 23rd, we'll be doing a live stream from about 7 p.m. and we'll know a little bit more then. But Thursday, we'll also have a press conference from the Wharf that'll also, I think, be broadcast. And then July 1st, we're going to have our recap show, basically talking about who we drafted and what our expectations are based off of that. So we got some things coming up on Monumental Sports. Like I said, this is a great time, I think, for the organization, for the fans, for the D.C. area. And as you said it right there, JP, playoff basketball, in my opinion, should be back in D.C. next year. And not just a first round thing. My expectations are high. If these guys are healthy, if the team stays, as presently constructed, yes, playoffs, that's, for me, that's the floor for this team. So I think with the vets and the mix of young players, particularly in the East, everybody healthy, as you need it to be for any team, the Wizards will be in the playoffs next year.
All right.
Hell yeah, Tony.
T.
And Tony, I believe a certain midday radio program that's on from 10 to 2 is trying to broadcast from that event you'll be at next Thursday from 10 to 2. So
there you go.
Sources can't confirm anything on that, but that may be in the works, and maybe we'll see you in person. You can chat with us then.
All right. I will, man. You guys, thanks for having me, man, as always.
Thank you, Tony.
Brother.
Great to
Take
talk
care,
to you,
Tony.
man.
All right.
All right, bro.
The great Tony Massenberg got a NBA championship. I mean, you listen to Gary Williams talk about Tony Massenberg, who he got to coach at University of Maryland.
Man's a bad man.
I
bro.
mean, dude, just a great human and a great basketball mind. Appreciate Mass taking some time with us. When we come back, let's talk a little bit about Anthony Davis, if he's going to be a part of this thing going forward. It is BMitch Finlay. The Oarsman Automotive Group of Virginia has been serving area car buyers for over 100 years. With that kind of track record, you know they're doing something right. They've got 7 convenient locations all over Northern Virginia, from Alexandria to Chantilly. They got the best brands you're looking for, like my Toyota that I drive from Oarsman Fairfax Toyota, Kia that B drives, Ford,
EV9,
Lincoln,
baby.
Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, those big Ram trucks. You can get a Tahoe, whatever it is you're looking for, they've got it. They've got great financing, an unmatched selection. Plus, they've got the Oarsman Lifetime Edge.
And with that Oarsman Lifetime Edge comes with up to $1,500 in extras, including a complimentary car wash with every scheduled maintenance, loaner cars with every major maintenance, and a lifetime engine guarantee. And that's great news coming from Oarsman. You have a car to sell, take it to Oarsman. Most people try to lowball you and pay you under 100% of the Kelley Blue Book value. Oarsman pays you up to 125% of the Kelley Blue Book value, regardless of its make, model, or year. It's simple at Oarsman. They like to keep their customers happy. Take it from JP and I to beyond satisfied Oarsman customers, and let's ride together.
Shout out to our guy Connor. Just came in to say hello, said he lives up the street, wanted to come get a photo.
And the man was wearing a shirt, and you didn't get him a beer.
I offered him a beer. He said he was good. He was wearing the BMitch Finlay owe me a beer.
I'll take Connor's beer.
Right now?
Hell yeah.
Do you want it cold or hot?
Nah, I'd rather drink that cold. That would be way better than this cold coffee I got from the MS over there.
I got to talk to Mike Winger, and I asked him where things stand with Anthony Davis.
Mm-hmm.
We haven't seen Anthony play, right? Like, how are your conversations with him? How much excitement does he have, like Trey did?
My conversations with AD are delightful. He's a pro's pro. He understands who he is in this league. He understands the direction of the league. He understands what we're trying to do organizationally. He's communicated to me a strong interest in being part of what we're building.
That's great. That's great to hear.
It is, of course. He, like the rest of us, wants to be on a really, really good basketball team and compete for something big. That's our aim. That's what we want to do, and I'm delighted that Anthony's here for that.
What you hear, B?
The man's a pro. I'm talking about Winger.
He is a pro.
And for me, this is my thing. This is the way I think as a player. If I want to be on a very good basketball team or a football team or whatever, and I'm a very good player, you know what I do? I'm on the team. I lead by being a guy. I lead the way. I don't sit back and wait till you build it. That's where I get with the mindset of a lot of people where I want to be on a great team, but you wait till the team is great, so then you join it.
Right.
Were you a part of making it great, or you just wait till something was good and you jumped on it? Be a part of building.
Technique.
Be the part of building something sometimes, man. That's my opinion. And man, many people may not think like that. But I never was a person who say, man, I got to be on a great team, and I'll sit back and wait till the team is built. You know, I remember going to Philly, and they asked me, you know, what is it about, like when I was in Washington, how we viewed things. I said, well, you know, we played against you all in the Giants, and there were people that they had a mindset that we can't get over the hump. I always wanted to get over the hump. I say, so some of y'all might not like me because I saw that you were soft, and I try to put my helmet in your chest and put my foot in your chest every day. So I'm telling this to the team I'm on now. They said, well, we have a problem with the Giants. I said, well, follow me. We'll get over that hump. I didn't go up there saying, once y'all beat the Giants, then I'm going to come join the team.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Because
How different do you think that mindset, though, is in the NBA? Because it does feel different. Like, people want to – but LeBron changed that with, like, the decision.
He might have changed it, but there are still people who go out there and make it happen. You know what I'm saying? When they traded for Shea didn't say, oh, I don't want to be here. He went in there and he led. Brunson gets into the league, and the kid's been balling the whole time. He kept leading the way, kept chopping. Why does it have to be great for you to join it? Why can't you be the conduit that makes that happen? You know, I think when we talk about great players, you know what, when you start really talking about, you lean towards that guy who led the way, not the guy who joined after it was good already.
I mean, especially if you consider the way titles were built, like MJ era. The most lasting image of The Last Dance to me, and The Last Dance was state-owned media, right? Like MJ got to produce his own documentary, so you saw his vision of things, and maybe it wasn't always the most accurate vision of things, but
his vision of things was what we saw.
Right.
To be honest with you.
But the lasting image of that to me is the Bad Boy Pistons win the back-to-back titles, I think 89 and 90, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And they used to just hammer MJ.
Yeah.
And rather than trying to change something or get other players there, whatever that was, MJ bulked up. Yeah. I mean, the video of him working the bench press after the last loss to the Pistons, I think in the Eastern Conference Finals, I just think that's such a powerful image for all athletes that he recognized what he has to do to get past this team that is overly physical and did it. And it wasn't about we got to find somebody else. I mean, I think they did make a coaching change. I think
they did things,
Doug Collins got –
But people like to try to knock him by saying who he had with him. When he left, they say, oh, they made the playoffs. Did they win? No, they couldn't carry it. When he came back, they won 3 in a row.
Yeah.
Think about that. You win 3 in a row. The man leaves. You go, but you ain't win nothing. He comes back and you win 3 in a row again. Who's the conduit? Who's the leader? Who's the guy getting it done? Michael MJ. MJ Jordan. You know what I'm saying? You can't sit up here with these guys like, well, man, I'm not going to – I want to be on a winner. Well, you're saying you're not a winner then. Because if I want to be on a winner, I'm going to join the team. I'm going to make it a winner. That's the way he has to think.
And that's what I wonder if Peterson has. Where I get curious about Darren Peterson over A.J. DeBonsa is he that mindset that Brunson has, that, like, Brunson wants to win, and that's the highest priority, not Instagram or commercials or anything else. And
if you win, guess what comes with that?
All
that stuff.
All of it.
Yeah.
So do you think Anthony Davis plays for the Wiz this season?
I hope he plays for the Wizards this season.
I, too, hope he plays for the Wizards this season. We're going to talk some Commanders minicamp when we return. It's BMitch Finlay.
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Washington Capitals coach Spencer Carberry has signed a multi-year contract extension. Agreeing to a new deal with Carberry comes after he guided the Capitals within 4 points of the second and final Eastern Conference wildcard spot. Carberry's fourth season in charge is expected to be one that could see the Capitals potentially return to the playoffs, and one could once again be a tightly contested Eastern Conference landscape in 2026 and 2027. And Wizards point guard Trae Young plans to decline his $48.97 million contract option for the 2026-2027 season and will become an unrestricted free agent. Re-signing with Washington on a multi-year deal remains a strong possibility, but there's been speculation that other teams may be pursuing him. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to me in Power Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Nightcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCannell, The Fan.
BMitch and Finlay, high noon in the District of Columbia, hanging out at Collars & Co. on Bethesda Row. If you're in the area, come through, man. It is we got the U.S. Open on.
A lot of great gear here, man.
Dude, the gear here, you just got a new hat.
Co right there, Collars & Co. right here, got the hat on.
If anybody watched All Ears last night, I was Collars & Co. head to toe. Yeah. I had the T-shirt with the blazer, with the pants.
There you go, Jay.
Dude, these loafers they have are sick.
Loafers are sweet.
It really is awesome gear, man.
I saw some trunks over there. I think I'm going to be wearing those in Nag's Head.
I like when do you go? This weekend or next weekend?
Tomorrow.
So just run everybody through your day tomorrow. Because people don't recognize how insane Brian Mitchell is.
After this, I'm going to go pick up packets for my team. And then I'm going to go get a rental car. And then I'm going to stay at the MGM tonight. And then I'm going to be waking up about 4 o'clock, and we get to Union Market maybe about 4:20, 4:30.
Now, do you stay at the MGM?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then we'll be hitting the pedals around 5 o'clock on our way to Dewey. We hope to be in Annapolis by 7:30 or so, get across the bridge, and then we're going to start off again at Centerville Elementary School, and be rolling. So it's a 110-mile ride total. Then I'll get back home, and we're going down to Nag's Head and be there until Monday night, Tuesday, something like that.
So you're going to wake up at 4 in the morning, ride a bicycle from D.C.
to Annapolis
to
and
Dewey
then
Beach.
Then from Centerville there.
Right. Then you're going to drive from Dewey back to Centerville.
Yeah.
Then you're going to drive from Centerville to Nag's Head.
Somebody else will start driving.
That is a lot, dog.
Yeah, but when you got something to do, you do it, Jay.
It's a lot.
So it's a 4-hour, 37-minute drive, supposedly. That's if you do the speed limit, but I'm not going to do that.
That's also if you don't hit traffic.
But ultimately is this, to fly to Norfolk and then rent a car.
Sure.
Yeah, that's too much stuff right there. And I don't want to fly. I don't want to go to Dulles Airport that early. No, DCA.
Yeah,
normally,
no.
To get to Norfolk, then and if you don't get to Norfolk at a certain time, you can't find a rent a car.
Plus, when you're down there, you need a car. It's not.
Well, no, you would have to. You can't fly in the Nag's Head.
I'm saying, but even if you flew to Norfolk,
you got to rent a car,
and it's still like a 90-minute, 2-hour drive.
Yeah,
It's not. Driving is the move. I'm just saying, all that in one day is a lot. I just hope you don't hit traffic because I've had trips to the Outer Banks that go easy, and I've had trips where it's awful.
Well, when I get to it, we got a big house, so we're good.
All right,
I chill.
Dude, you're a machine. I've seen it in person, and I'm always impressed.
Son, they'll take care of me.
Yeah, you'll have fun.
I just make Willie get everything.
It's just I'm proud of you,
Daddy. What you need? Go get this, son.
All right, I have a bunch of notes from yesterday at minicamp. I want to start with. We should get Ricky Irvins on sometime soon.
Yeah,
because Ricky told me a story. We got to Mark Klaus is the Commanders team president, and he was standing there on the sideline with us for a while. So it was me, Ricky, I'm trying to remember who all was standing there. I think this young man Martenzi that has recently started covering the Commanders for Notice. There's a lot of new outlets with like the demise of the Washington Post, and then new outlets are popping up to cover things. So I'm trying to keep track of everything. I had a great conversation with this dude, Martenzi, and I look forward to hanging out with him further.
Mm-hmm.
But so Klaus, we were talking about the new stadium, and it was cool because Ricky had a lot of questions, and I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
And
Rick will ask questions.
Yeah, dude. And Ricky asked, so we were having a really good conversation, and then Ricky asked him, he's like, look, I don't know how possible it is, but one of the coolest things was playing at RFK was those stands used to bounce. And Klaus is like, well, I want to point a couple things out. You know, those stands weren't intended to bounce. And that was probably a safety issue that they were bouncing. But then he said, but we are building bounceable seats.
Yeah.
Now they're going to have
the bounce area.
I think it's in one, they call it the wall of fans. My guess is it's going to be an end zone if it's a wall going up kind of. And within that wall of fans, they're going to have some seats that bounce, that are designed to bounce, right?
Yeah.
How cool is that? The attention to detail.
Listen, I mentioned that to actually Josh and Mitch. I'm like, hey, what kind of seats y'all going to build? I mean, you got to get that section in there. And listen, architects can do it. They can do it because those big springs, you put those in there, they'll move a little bit, and they won't be no hazard. So they just got to get the right architect to go out there and figure it out.
Yeah, dude. They could, like, in the modern world where we're sending rockets to Mars, we could get some seats to bounce.
Yeah, yeah.
I think it's going to be so cool to watch the stadium get built, and just going back downtown is going to change everything.
The one thing I'm still worried, Jay, that water that goes back there, they got to figure out a way to get that water flowing through there and get some food on that. Get some food places on the water back there. I'm
Totally.
serious.
Like the way the wharf is built up and everything.
That can take up some of the tailgating or whatever.
So
that'll help out with the tailgating.
I do think they're going to I think they're going to release a plan with explaining how people can do tailgating. That's going to be really interesting. There's so much excitement with the stadium, and every time I get to chat with Klaus, he kind of gives a little update. But what's cool is you see his excitement about it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Totally.
And these dudes, I think especially with Harris and Rails driving this thing. I mean, those are Harris owns the most. I think Rails owns the next most. Those are DC dudes that grew up going to that stadium.
Yeah.
And they know what it means. And I think it's going to be – they're not – what DQ always says about we're not going to miss a marker, I don't think Harris and Rails are going to let any marker get missed for this new RFK
When
stadium.
you grew up as a fan of this team and you lived in the glory days and now you are the owners of that team, your vision is way different than anybody else's.
Totally.
You saw what it took for this team to be good. Now you're coming in and you're trying to extend that. Oh, man, come on. It's going to be amazing.
So
I'm looking forward to it.
What I saw on the field yesterday, I wish I remembered the caller we had last week that called in about Robert Henry, the undrafted running back out of University of Texas, San Antonio.
He got some shake.
Dude, so he's wearing number 30, which I
saw
think,
that, yeah.
I think you'd approve of. When I first glanced up and saw this kid Henry and just saw the number 30, I was like, that looks like Eckler. He looks like Eckler on the field. And now I don't know.
He's a little bigger.
He's a little taller for sure.
Yeah.
Eckler was the most muscular human on earth. But he had a little of that glide and cut to him. I don't know that there's a roster spot for Robert Henry, but damn if I don't find it interesting.
Yeah.
And
you look at some of his film, bro.
The A&M game.
He was good, bro.
A&M, Miami probably had the best defense in college football, but if it wasn't Miami, it was A&M. And maybe Texas Tech's in that conversation. He went for $180 and 2 touchdowns against A&M at UTSA.
Yeah.
And I don't know. The caller, credit to that person. Does anybody remember his name? The dude that called in about Robert Henry?
No, I don't.
But I don't know. Robert Henry, something I'm going to pay attention to. The other thing that stood out to me, Bill was in practice for the first time here at minicamp, right?
Yep.
And Bill talked to the media yesterday, I believe, and talked at length about how he's trying to expand his game. And that got me thinking.
Bill even looked a little thicker.
He did.
Yeah.
And that's going to happen with
And
these guys.
I'm not saying out of shape. I'm talking about he's gained muscle. Because Ricky kept saying that yesterday too. Like, man, he wasn't that big last year. I'm like, Ricky, you weren't the same size your second year that you were your first year either.
I love talking to Ricky Urbans, man. He's so funny.
Yes, he is.
But with Bill expanding his game, I heard to my ears, which are large,
very.
For Bill to expand his game, here's what I think he's saying. He talked about the pass game, being better in the pass game.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that's necessarily about working the jugs machine for his hands. It's about understanding pass protection.
That first. But he needs to still work on his hands because that could help it out even more.
Totally.
But, like I always say, you have two jobs before you run the football. Protect the football and then protect the quarterback, then protect the football. Then you can run it. If you can't do those two, you can't run it.
Well, I think Bill, I can pull the number, but he didn't get a ton of burn in the middle of the season there because the ball was hitting the ground too often.
And the ball hit the ground, you're going to be on the sideline. You're going to be sitting next to us.
I just think looking at this running back room where you add Rashad White, Jerome Ford is a player of some accomplishment, although it was some time ago prior to some injuries. You draft Katron Allen, and you've got Bill, the presumed kind of leader in the clubhouse, who had a really solid rookie season. He fumbled 4 times last year on 184 touches. Bill needs to demonstrate, especially in an offense that is going to be more complicated for the running backs. This is not just line up in the pistol. There's going to be play action. There's going to be more. I think outside zone could really play to Bill's strengths.
Mm-hmm.
But he's got to learn the pass pro situations.
The pass pro thing is the most important. And like for me, it wasn't necessarily the physicality of it. It was knowing. Because there were situations where you would be lined up on the weak side behind the tackle. And as you begin to scan, you know who your blocking assignment would be? Your blocking assignment would be the guy on the right side of the field over the slot. So quarterback is dropping back. How do you get over there without affecting the quarterback? You go over the top, or do you slide under and try to get there? All those different things, and I think that's the main thing. Being able to identify who's playing linebacker. Sometimes it'll be a safety. Sometimes it's an extra corner that's playing that linebacker position, per se, as we count it. And you have to be able to get the vision on him to get over there to him. I remember Mark Rippon hitting Art on a play where I came from the right side all the way over just to pick up the guy and was able to chip him enough for Mark to get the ball off. Coach, how did you know that was your blocking assignment? Coach, I told you that in the meeting. And as Don told me when you were asleep, I didn't know if you really got it. I said, I don't wait till I get to practice to learn my stuff.
I think one name I didn't mention who is an absolute stud in pass pro, and it's probably why he's able to have a long NFL career, Jeremy McNichols.
Yeah.
I thought
Is he year 10 now?
Probably 8 or 9. J-Mac has been excellent. He was drafted 5th round, 2017 draft out of Boise.
That sounds like a nice round right there.
Yeah, something about 5th round backs,
yeah,
huh?
5th round back. They know how to block. They know if they don't block, they're going to be going home real soon.
Totally. And I think blocking is a lot of willingness and then understanding where guys are coming from. And I think Bill has the willingness. He's just got to build that understanding. So when he talked about expanding his game, that's what I heard. Yeah. And I thought that was pretty interesting. Specifically kind of with the receivers, Dan Quinn went out of his way to highlight De'Ami Brown and Van Jefferson and kind of the offseason they're having. And then to conclude practice, generally practice is 11 on 11s, and they wait for like a kind of big play to wrap it.
Mm-hmm.
And Van Jefferson, I believe the team posted this clip because when they're in 11s, like the media is not allowed to be filming anything. And the Commanders' PR and the Commanders' leadership are very strict about that. But the team posted the video of this catch that Van made in the corner of the end zone to conclude practice. And then the teams go crazy, and the defense yells that he's out of bounds, and the offense yells touchdown. And it's a lot of fun how it concludes that way. And I think Van has looked really good, dude. Mm-hmm. And Van Jefferson, I've said this before. Last year when the bottom of your receiving room was Chris Moore and Robbie Chosen, and then you get some injuries, and then all of a sudden those dudes have to play a bunch, that's where things really went sideways.
Totally.
If you look at Van Jefferson, he's only had the one big season. His second year with the Rams, he went for 800 yards and 6 touchdowns. In subsequent years, he's kind of fallen out of favor. And a lot of that, I'd say, in L.A. was the emergence of Puka Nacua, too. But this dude is a pro receiver that doesn't miss time, that is available and can get out there, run the right routes, and is just capable.
Yeah.
So we've talked about this. This receiver room, Treylon Burks has the opportunity to emerge. Like, everything is set up for Burks to emerge. Burks just has to stay healthy, and it's something he hasn't done in his career.
True.
But that's what's needed here is for Burks to stay healthy. If he stays healthy, the opportunity is going to be there. Terry's had a great camp. Terry's mindset is in such a great place because I think that's cool. Joey's showing the Van Jefferson catch on Monumental.
That's inbounds.
It's a hell of a
2
catch.
2 feet down, and he knocked down the pylon.
Totally. He's 100% inbounds. And he's wide-ass open, too. Now, if that ball
1, 2.
Now, you do want to high point that ball, but if that ball's a little better, he doesn't have to jump like that because he's 6 yards clear of the DB. But regardless.
That just shows you what the capabilities are right there.
Totally. And I think he's a pro receiver.
Yeah.
He belongs in the pros right now. We had veteran journeymen that were bouncing on and off rosters at the bottom of the receiver room prior. But, dude, Terry, Burks, Antonio Williams, who's looked good. Antonio Williams yesterday talked, and I thought it was really interesting. He says he tries to take something from Terry every day and that he appreciates so much that Terry's an open book with him. Because there are veterans in this league that when the new rookie comes in, they have no interest in helping because ultimately that dude's gunning for your job in some capacity.
Yeah, there are people who goes out and watch practice, and they want to know who somebody is before they do something. Well, I talked to this guy yesterday who said, I like to come out here. I don't want no papers. I don't want to know who nobody is. I don't want to know their numbers. I just want to see who catches my attention. And so I said, who caught your attention? And the comment was, who the hell is number 14? I say, why? He say, that kid right there got something. He said he's routing up people. He knows how to use his body. And I'm like, that's a receiver they drafted this year. He said, and people say he can't play. He can't. He say, that dude right there, what I'm looking at today, and I know it's early, that dude could be a receiver, a number 1, number 2 receiver in this league.
You know what I like?
That says a lot.
For sure. You know what I like with Williams is you see there's like an intrinsic knowledge to playing wide out that just is about getting open.
Yeah.
That is beyond the playbook. And what players, like, you can have all the playbooks in the world, the best schemes, whatever. Players have to make plays on the field. And sometimes that requires, for receivers that can use their body to kind of disguise the route, or if they're setting up a double move, and you kind of use your shoulders and you kind of use your helmet, but you're able to maintain your speed and your footwork, those guys generally can separate. And, dude, it's super early. Who knows? But I do think you see that with Williams.
You do. And that's why every time someone says all something, I'm like, look, man, he gets separation. It's all you need as a receiver to be able to get the quarterback to throw it to you. And for me, like, I think anybody out there, you can probably Google it, and you pull up Santana Moss route running. And if that thing pops up that this guy had posted on Instagram, I think it was, you see what they mean by having control of your body, knowing how to manipulate routes and make people think one thing or the other. Tanner was unbelievable at that and did a hell of a job doing it. So we're going to see.
Right. Like, nobody is sitting here making a comparison to Santana Moss.
I'm not. But the only thing I'm saying
there's
is
some similarities.
I played quarterback at one point, and I threw the ball to the guys that were open. If the other color was too close to that guy, I kind of went away from that receiver and threw it to somebody else. That kid, when you look for him, he shows separation. He's open. You let the ball go to him. So if a guy can be open consistently, he's going to get a lot of damn targets.
Coming up at 1 o'clock, we're going to open the phone lines up for Bleep You Thursday. It's BMitch and Finlay live at Collars & Co., Bethesda Row. If you're in the area, come through, hang out. Happy to take a photo, sign some pictures, whatever you want.
Yeah.
BMitch will do the signing. I'll take the pictures. Nobody go anywhere.
Hey, it's BMitch here. Bike to the Beach is here tomorrow, so I'll be on the bike at 5 o'clock in the morning. We're going to help support autism and disability inclusion, and you can also donate to my team if you want to. If you can't make it, please make that donation. I think tomorrow is the final day. If you want to get them in the day, get it. You can go to BMitch30.com. BMitch30 has been my Instagram. You can find the link there. You can find a link also on my on my Facebook post, or you can go to biketothebeach.org. You could donate today, or you could just donate tomorrow, whenever you want. Make sure you go out there. We're going to go over to Dewey. We're riding to Dewey Beach. 5 o'clock in the morning. Just think about your boy and all of his teammates. We're going to be on a bike going out there to support a great cause, and we wish we could have your help. Biketothebeach.org.
This sports update is brought to you by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. Head coach Spencer Carberry signed a multi-year contract extension with the Capitals. Carberry's contract was set to expire after next season. He has 2 Stanley Cup playoff appearances in his 3 seasons as head coach of the Caps. And the 2026 NBA draft is less than a week away, and CBS Sports has put out another mock where they have the Wizards taking AJ DeBanza number 1 overall. In this mock, the Jazz take Karen Boozer second, and the Grizzlies select Darren Peterson. However, Darren Peterson is making his preferred destination very clear. ESPN is reporting that Peterson has visited the Wizards, and he doesn't plan to take any additional trips. Strong teams need spaces that keep up. PVI Office Furniture helps businesses create better workspaces with expert guidance, new and used options, fast delivery, and installation by PVI's own team. Visit PVI's massive Frederick showroom or go to PVI.com and come experience the PVI difference today. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
BMitch Finlay, 106.7 The Fan, coming to you live from Collars & Co., Bethesda Row in Bethesda, Maryland. If you're in the area, come by. Vibes are high here. We're watching the U.S. Open. Big Tony's sneaking onto the television. What did you just get presented with? A deer carcass?
Yeah.
Hold that up for the cameras.
I ain't holding it up for no camera. I need a bag, Tony. You have to bring the stuff without a damn bag.
Here, you can put it in that Bethesda bagel bag. I don't know. A lot of venison just arrived here. I don't know that Collars & Co. really trades in venison, but I don't know. Maybe Big Tony's going back to olden times, trading buckskin for fabric. I'm not so sure.
I won't see somebody wear that.
We're running through kind of my notes from yesterday at minicamp, and they're not hitting. They do not have pads on.
No, they're not.
But Laramie Tunsil talked at length about the work he's done this offseason with Josh Connerly. And Tunsil trains every day. He's got his own trainer down in Tuscaloosa, Alabama.
Yeah.
And he said Connerly came and stayed with him for a while, and he put him through his program and kind of how the supplements, the nutrition, no carbs at dinner, all those sorts of things. And you could see
the difference in him.
I mean, to your eye, you see Connerly looks different.
Yeah,
shoulders are broader, bigger, kind of like how I'm standing right now.
Yeah.
Don't my shoulders look broad when I actually sit?
I don't
My
know.
wife always tells me to sit up straight and put my shoulders back, and I look significant. I look taller and more handsome, but I usually sit like this.
Taller, I'll go with more handsome. I'm not going to tell you look more handsome. I'll leave that for Jeff.
Thanks, Jeff. There was a drill yesterday where it was clearly like a run-blocking drill, and it was the O-linemen were firing from a three-point stance, getting like 2 or 3 steps, and then hitting a blocking pad, right? The gentleman holding the blocking pad was, I think it's Tim McKay, who is a offensive lineman for the Commanders. McKay goes, what do they list him at? 6'4", 312 for Tim McKay. And I saw Josh Connerly fire out of his stance, take the 2 or 3 steps, and then explode into this pad. And you know when you hear the pop?
Yeah.
When you hear the pop without pads on, kind of sticks with you.
Yeah.
Connerly looked powerful. And coming into the league, his pass blocking was ahead of his run blocking because he played at Oregon. I mean, they're primarily a shotgun, no-huddle, spread offense.
Yeah.
If he can start with his size and athleticism, if that young man can start really moving downhill, like the fact that Connerly was able to get that level of pop this wasn't a coach holding the bag.
Yeah.
This was a 300-pound offensive lineman holding the bag. It was a snapshot. It's a flashpoint in time. I don't want to overstate it.
Yeah.
But between what I could physically see with his body, between Tunsil working with him, Tunsil said he reminds me of me when I was that age.
Okay.
Like, that's pretty damn exciting.
And it's like for the offensive lineman, it's not more or less the big gathering thing. It's the sharp explosions.
Totally.
And it's normally short. If you come off the ball and you can just get somebody right here, you lock them up and push them on. They don't call hold when you hold them in tight. When you put it outside the shows, you get him. But you can see he's gotten bigger, and his explosion should get better as he goes forward. Because guys get drafted, and I keep saying people would think they're finished products. They're not. Once they get to the league, now they got to turn that college young man body into a professional man's body.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying? Because, the people they're playing against, he came out of college, 20 years old, 21?
21.
And you got guys 30 years old.
Right.
They're a grown man. They got that
lot
old
happens.
man strength. So
Totally.
you got to catch up with that.
Totally. I continue to be impressed with Connerly, but they concluded minicamp. They weren't running full gassers. They weren't running hundreds, right? But they were doing sprints, and the training staff was running them through the sprints, and it was really cool. So it was the entire all the starters, offense and defense, lined up across, call it the 50, and they would go one by one. So Tischler said it kind of looked like synchronized swimming because it was like this really cool, rhythmic sprinting.
Up and down certain lines.
And they said, they're like, all right, let's start at 60% of your sprint. Then they'd get to 70. Then they'd get to 80. Then they got to 90. And they said, they're like, all right, I want you at 95. I want you touching 100. And when you see that from DBs and wideouts and running backs, it doesn't look that out of the ordinary. But when you see linemen doing that,
yeah.
And to me, what stood out, I spoke earlier in the program, if you missed it, about Jaden Daniels saying we've got a long ways to go to this offense. And I don't actually think he does. I think he has a true mastery of the offense. I think he and David Blau kind of built it together, right? But he's saying that so that his teammates know we're still building. We got to stay in our playbook during this break. And that stood out to me from Jaden from a leadership perspective.
Yeah.
But, Brian, when I see Laramie Tunsil doing these sprints in June and hitting his 90%, his 95%, his 100%, for a dude of that size, for a dude of his experience in the game, and honestly for a dude with his stature in the game. This is one of the best tackles in football who just got paid a boatload of money. That is leadership in action. Because you could dog it if you want. It's June. You've accomplished a lot. And I remember checking in with people from Houston after the trade, and they're like, LT works his ass off and is a leader to other players. He doesn't care about media. He doesn't care about doing it for the cameras, but he's the real deal.
Yeah.
And then getting to kind of know him a bit last year and then seeing that this year, that just is a moment that stood out to me.
I'll take that. The thing about it, people get these reputations, like you say, he works out with his trainer, but he works out. Some guys don't show up to minicamp stuff and they're not working out. He's always in shape. He's always ready. He gets a rep off of that, but when you start talking about helping out players, being a leader, being around, that makes a difference to me. And if he shows up ready to go, I could care less if he's there or not, especially on the times he don't have to be there. But when you see a guy like that taking the time to help out the young guys, and that makes the team better. I've always felt that the last person on the roster is the one I need to be the strongest. So you need to be stronger than your last person on your roster. And if you keep doing that, you help the team grow rather quickly. Everybody has studs at the top of the roster, but it's those guys down the line. And if you could get those guys caught up or even ahead of a lot of other people, you win football games. And by him doing that just shows it. But a lot of times you get knocked because you may not say the right things to the right people. That's saying more than enough. And I'd rather see him be like that than try to please everybody else.
Sure. Leadership in action matters far more than leadership in words. And it impressed me. Another thing that impressed me is Zach Ertz was a perfect fit for Cliff Kingsbury's offense, especially at this stage of his career, because a lot of that offense didn't have a ton of verticality or complexity in the routes. Not that they didn't take deep shots. Jaden took deep shots. Terry caught bombs. Diami caught bombs, especially in that playoff run. Look at my man right here wearing a BCC T-shirt, B. Go Barons, kid. We're in BCC country right here.
Yeah.
But Chigakonkwo is a different player. He's a different stage of his life.
He looks like a receiver when he lines up, dude.
Well, did you notice him working with Wes Welker yesterday? So he and Wes, during special teams drills, were working to the side. And I honestly think Chig's probably a foot taller than Wes. They're obviously different players.
Uh-huh.
But playing that slot and the way what you just said, that Chig looks like a receiver out there, Wes Welker obviously was a slot demon. Chig is going to be a tight end, but there's going to be some of those looks, especially if you're in 13 and he's the outside guy, where it's almost kind of a slot position. And a lot of the footwork, a lot of that underneath stuff where you're trying to combat linebackers and safeties, like some of that has real similarities.
Mm-hmm.
And I think for Chig and I think for Ben Sennett, honestly, this offense is really going to work to their games. I think Sennett told me yesterday, I love this offense. It reminds me a lot more of what we did at K-State. The outside zone that I can block on, and then having some verticality in the routes.
Yeah. I saw Yank make some good plays yesterday, too.
Yank stays making good plays.
Yeah.
That dude is an elite athlete.
Mm-hmm.
Elite athlete.
Love it.
But I do think Sennett's going to have – everybody's kind of been waiting for a breakout, whatever you want to call it. I think more and more you're going to see him – get more opportunity. And with that opportunity, it's on him to turn it into production.
Totally.
But I think this is an exciting offense for the tight ends particularly.
And I believe that this league has shown that can be that help. And I think if Chig can be what I think he can, that will help out and solve that question and answer that question of who's number 2.
Right.
Yeah.
There was also a really cool drill I watched with the receivers. So receivers are coached to show their hands as late as possible, right? I honestly think that's T. Higgins' superpower in Cincinnati. If you watch Higgins, especially around the end zone where he's such a threat, he is able to flash his hands so quick that he puts them up so late. And why receivers are taught that is when the receiver shows their hands to catch a pass is when the DBs get their hands up. That's how the defensive backs are taught because they want to break that pass up. So the later you can put your hands up like that, the more advantage the offense has. And they ran this really cool drill that maybe I've seen and just hadn't watched it as intently or whatever, where you'd have one receiver with his back to the passer and the other receiver looking at the passer. And the whole point is it was pretty tight quarters to show your hands as late as possible so you can make the catch without the other receiver getting their hands up to block the pass. And it was just so fun to watch it. And it was so fun to watch kind of the competitive nature of the players with that. And it was just really – and McLaurin, his competitive side was coming out, just talking all sorts of fun. So it was cool, man. We have some NBA news I want to get to. 1 o'clock, phone lines are open for Bleep You Thursday. This is BMitch Finlay live. Collars & Co. in Bethesda. Come through if you're in the area, right on Bethesda Row. It's a beautiful day outside. Come hang out.
Hey, it's BMitch here. And fellas, if you're still rocking those tired old polos with those floppy collars, it's time to upgrade to Collars & Co. this spring. Listen, you look at the shirt JP had on, look at the shirt I have on, different styles, but you know what? That collar will not be floppy. I wear mine to the studio, out on the course, or even I layer on a sweater or a blazer at night. No wrinkles, no dry cleaning, just throw it on and you're good to go. So head to collarsandco.com or their new store in Bethesda Road, or you can go to the Rest of Town Center to get squared away for Father's Day. As I noticed today, I've been asking for a lot of moms, a lot of girlfriends, whoever, to come out and take care of Dad. Bunch of ladies coming in here taking care of their dad. It's an easy win. Collars & Co. Make sure you check them out.
So I've noticed it throughout the day. Jeff is playing Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday music because the boys are off tomorrow. B's going to ride his bike to the beach. I'm going to play some golf. I hope everybody celebrates Juneteenth how they find it appropriate. So it's kind of Friday for the boys. Nobody's complaining. And we're also thrilled to have friend of the program, our guy AD, in here at Collars & Co. He's about to buy out the store if I know how he operates. I have said for a while, so we've always joked about this, that we have not one but two dudes named Sinai that listen to the program. Sinai 1 came in this morning, dropped off bagels and ginger shots for the boys. The other Sinai just showed up and works around the corner at the Bethesda Marriott. So, I don't know. 2 Sinais in one day, B. That's big.
That's big. The second Sinai didn't bring any gifts.
That's true. Now, if you want to come hang out with us, we are at
If
Collars
you want to
&
give
Co.
us some free rooms at Marriott, we'll take that.
We're at Collars & Co. in Bethesda, right on Bethesda Row. It's vibing in here. People are coming in and out. We had one dude come over that looked like he wanted to say hello to me and BMitch, and then we realized he was just watching the U.S. Open.
Yeah.
And he's like, sorry, guys, that's more interesting.
Yeah, people are buying.
No problem.
People are shopping for Father's Day, Jay. I'm loving it.
You love to see it. Now,
$3.6 billion for Mother's Day. Let's see what we do for Father's Day.
Speaking of things you love to see, that wind is blowing. Look at that. We're watching the U.S.
I
Open.
love this, though. I love to see them challenged.
that looks challenging. Those balls might not stay on the green level challenging. Now, I've said repeatedly that I want the Wiz to get back up into the top 10 and draft one of these big guys from Michigan. Mm-hmm. Yahoo Sports, Kevin O'Connor, talked about maybe some movement coming from the Washington Wizards.
My league sources say that the Wizards want another lottery pick. They're trying to trade in to the late lottery. They want another choice. So I wonder if that could also dictate what they do here with this first pick. If they get, let's say, 12 from OKC, would that mean if there's a player they want there, they might go in a different direction at 1? Who knows? But that's the latest that I'm hearing around the Wizards is that aside from all the drama around number 1, they are targeting another late lottery pick.
Inject that into my veins. This draft is so loaded. Get another crack at it.
All of these rumors, all of these things that are happening right now, don't think something is not about to happen. They're trying their best to put themselves in a position to make this team better but younger. You know what I'm saying? Where this thing could happen for a long period of time. You saw OKC last year win it. The OKC this year was right there, one game away from it. You want to be able to be there all the time. Nobody wants to see them go out there, be great one year, and then they bad for 2 years and bad great. You want to see it where every year you have an opportunity. And if you get younger talent on your team, that can happen.
He specifically mentioned OKC. OKC has the 12th overall pick. According to Tankathon, in their mock draft, they have that pick being Yaxel Lendenborg, the dude from Michigan I want, the exact dude I want to happen. Further, Brian, you know who OKC could use as Chet evolves and perhaps grows a pair, if not just remains a giant wimp?
Who?
They could use a big guy in the middle, a veteran big guy with presence and a playoff caliber. And you know, a veteran big guy that wants to be part of a winner?
He'll go there.
Maybe Anthony Davis to Oklahoma City.
You think Winger and Dawkins know the people over there?
I think they do.
Oh, okay.
Like, it's a hell of a thing for Kevin O'Connor to say. League sources are saying the Wiz want to get back into the late lottery. Oklahoma City's sitting there at 12. You wonder if they were healthy, if they would have beaten the Spurs. That thing went 7. But the way Wemby bodied Chet, if they tried to add beef to the middle of that, would not surprise me.
He straight punked him. Ain't nobody punked him.
Would that shock you?
No, it wouldn't.
It wouldn't shock me either.
Look, I wouldn't be surprised. They already had conversations. Listen to me. When you have a familiarity with some people, you go back to them and talk to them again. You understand how they like to move and manipulate stuff.
Listen, 3 dudes in this draft I like a lot. Lendenborg from Michigan, Adai Mara from Michigan, the 7'5" dude. Mm-hmm. I think Mara ends up going a lot earlier than people expect. But you've also got the local kid, Nate Ament, the Tennessee kid. Mm-hmm. He's 6'10". He's almost 6'11". He's a scorer. If you get into that, my only thought is if you are trying to target that, then you're probably going Peterson. Because if you bring in DeBonsa and Lendenborg or DeBonsa and Ament, I'm just not sure that makes a ton of sense with Sarr already here.
I know, like, people start wondering if everybody basically like the same size. When you look at those guys constantly coming off the bench in Oklahoma City, don't they all look about the same? They have tons of them.
Tons of them.
They got 18
Just
Williams
6'9" dudes coming off
and
the
they
bench.
just come off and play. So I believe, like in basketball today, just because you're 6'9" or 6'10" doesn't mean you are just a shooter or a banger. A lot of these guys can dribble and do all kind of stuff.
Totally.
So it's not the size anymore. It's what are your capabilities? What are your fundamentals? What kind of skills you have?
You wonder why that Michigan Wolverines basketball team was so good? According to Tankathon, they have 3 big men expected to go in the top 15 of this draft. Woo. Mara, Lendenborg, and the dude Johnson, who's 6'10".
Wow.
I mean,
that team did look
shout
good.
out to Coach Blakeney.
Look,
Howard gave them a run and didn't have a player over 6'5".
When Michigan get off the bus, you go, damn.
Yeah.
They big. Remember when New England came out in Richmond? You were like, man, they're going to kill us.
Those joint practices with the way the Patriots ran their practice and the way Washington was running practice in those days, that looked different.
It was like a Bugatti factory and a go-kart track.
Do you remember just like Tom Brady's stature?
Yeah, man.
And
it was different, bro.
It was different. You knew immediately. All right, folks, it's that time. Whoever you're mad at, whoever has wronged you, whatever problems you have in your life, now is the chance to come together as a group of people and complain about things. It's Bleep You Thursday. 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. This is your chance for non-denominational fellowship complaining about the things that are wrong in this world. Let's do it.
The Washington Capitals are keeping Spencer Carberry on board for the long haul. Washington and Carberry have agreed to terms on a multi-year contract extension, as his was set to expire at the end of next year. Carberry replaced Peter Laviolette as the Caps head coach back in 2023, and he's been behind the bench for the last 3 seasons. In the 24-25 campaign, he led the Caps to a first-place finish in the Eastern Conference, which won him the Jack Adams Trophy, and he's helped Washington to the playoffs in 2 of his 3 years as head coach. And the bipartisan Protect College Sports Act has cleared the Senate Commerce Committee, final vote 19-9, marking the first time that a college sports reform bill has advanced this far in the Senate and setting up a potential floor vote before the August recess. The bill would establish the first comprehensive federal framework for college athletics, write down some laws about NIL, and replace the current state-by-state patchwork structure with a single national standard. From the Crop Medcap ByStar Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
It wasn't enough.
It is a Bleep You Thursday on BMitch Finlay. Phone lines are open. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067.
Yeah.
Phone lines are open. We're all in it together to find out if there's anybody on there. I did get a tweet from C-Dub. He says, my Bleep You goes to these social media GMs that think they're experts because they watch games and YouTube highlights. I know that drives you crazy.
Oh, yeah. I'm with him. I mean, and half of them don't even watch all the damn games. They hear one person say something and they take it as like a scripture out of the Bible. And it's not. Everybody got an opinion, and then just most of the guys, you know this, Jay, most of the guys get the same information. It's depending on how soon you get it or not.
Totally.
You know?
Before we get to the phones, I want to tell you, Rude is the official show sponsor of BMitch Finlay. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and enjoy budget-friendly financing options with low monthly payments. Keep your cool and keep your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at rude.com. If it ain't Rude, Brian.
It ain't right.
You're damn right. If you are in the Bethesda area, come through Collars & Co. We got a good group hanging out. We're watching the U.S. Open. Look, Brian, it's a lady drinking iced coffee.
Yeah, like Ryan. Anybody that's looking for a Father's Day gift for your super, super handsome and great father,
that's nice
come
of you to
over here to
describe
Collins & Co. and take care of him. I mean, they don't want no ugly socks. They got pretty socks here.
Yeah.
They don't want no tie that nobody ever would wear. Don't buy them that. And they damn sure don't want
Look at the shirts we're wearing.
a
These shirts are
blower.
dope.
They don't want anything that they got to go do work. The worst thing in the world, somebody go buy a father a damn toolbox with tools in it. What are you trying to tell me? I'm not doing it. No.
All right, let's kick this thing off. Charlie is in College Park. Charlie, what's up, buddy? Who you mad at?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Can you hear me okay?
We got you, pal.
I want to quadruple bleep in the strongest possible terms and bleep from behind the UFC event at the White House, the people who put it on, the fighters, and that person who decided to trash Michelle Obama in a personal way.
All right.
Why don't you guys get a life?
I'm with you.
Thank you, buddy. Charlie, always passionate. Appreciate the passion. Let's go to our boy Rusty in Delaware. What's up, Rusty?
What up, Russ?
God bless the USA.
What's up,
Also, happy early Father's Day to you fellas.
Thanks, man.
Appreciate
too,
you, bro.
Hey, thank you. My bleep you is, I got 2 of them. Number 1 is to a client of ours who signed off on terms and conditions saying they had good water, and my crew ended up pumping about 2 inches full of silt into our pressure washing system. So bleep you to them. And then my second bleep you is to the NFL off season or whatever we're in right now, because you guys have talked so much about this Wizards team and how good they could potentially be. I'm about to buy a season ticket package. So
let's go.
Hail to the Commanders, and maybe we'll hail to the Wizards too.
All right, hail to the Wizards, and JP and I, we got to get a kickback.
Rusty,
tickets.
you live in Delaware, dog. You gonna go to 40 basketball games?
I'll probably buy something smaller, or maybe I got some buddies over that way, so we'll do some trading.
All right, there you go, man. Thank you for the
That's
call,
right
Rusty. Good to hear from you, bud.
All right, brother.
You know who bought season tickets to the Wizards?
Who that?
PFT commenter. He lives in Chicago.
PFT, you know who will help you out on that?
He's
your boy BMitch.
So I texted him. He's like, yeah, man, I don't know what I'm going to do with these tickets. It was an impulse purchase. If you and B want to go, let me know.
Yes.
Because he said he wanted to be able to hear the players. So he bought the first row behind the bench.
I help him with that. Oh, yeah.
I figured
I got you,
would.
PFT.
I figured you would.
Don't let Nate go because he won't be able to see over the floor.
Let's go to Kay in D.C. Kay, what's up?
I don't know how people keep misspelling my name. They call me Pay, K. It's Tay.
Tay, what's up, brother?
Oh, what's up, Tay? Listen, in your defense, our guy Wes is trying to do a lot of things on his own here. So we're gonna give young Luigi a break.
Okay. All right. Let me start off. At my job, I have, let's say, 6 floors that's residential, 2 commercial. And I have this one guy from the commercial units who loves going to the rooftop of my building to use the bathroom. I get off the elevator to go up there. I'm told, as soon as you step off the elevator, you smell it. Smells like blue planes. Blue planes. So I go downstairs and I said, let me run this camera back and see who this joker is. This dude, he comes out the bathroom, takes one of them big long stretches like he just did like a 5-hour drive, and I'm pissed. Like, I don't go to your floors dropping off loads. Why you gotta do that to mine?
That's nasty.
Bleep that funky bastard, man. Thanks for the call.
You have my full support
he
there.
the fucking chicken.
That's gross, dude.
Hey, you need to tell him something, Tay.
That's tough.
Walk up and say, yo, bro, I know it's you.
That's tough. What are you doing? Stretching?
Yeah, that's how he say he do. Take a fucking stretch.
It
you
is.
know you come out a good one, boy. You got to stretch it out, dog.
It
You
is
been sitting on that damn toilet all damn day.
I'm trying to. It is Bleep You Thursday. The phone lines are open. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. I know these golfers at Shinnecock are saying bleep you to this wind. You can see that wind is howling up there.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, look at the flags. They are just rocking.
That wind stopped that ball.
Maybe he played it to him.
Yeah.
Ludwig Oberg out to the lead on the back 9 of his first round in the U.S. Open. That dude could play, man. He's the real deal.
Yeah.
The setup here at College & Co., if you're in the area, man, come through because we're just hanging out. It's pretty awesome. And we're watching golf. We're eating lunch.
There go your boy, man.
Kodak Black?
Yeah, that's your boy.
That's my guy.
Yeah.
He and I had an interesting evening together.
Yeah, you asked him, man, how much his tea cost?
I did. I thought when you have that many diamonds in your teeth, I thought you might like to share.
He told you a grip.
Yeah, which I'm still. What is that? 10 grand?
No, he
grand?
told you. What he told you it was like.
He said a grip
50 or something like that. He told you what the price was.
I thought he said a grip, and
he told you $50-something.
I was unaware of that denomination. He was cool though. It was a weird vibe because he had these gigantic security guards with him.
Yeah.
And he would just go to empty seats, but then the people would come back from their seats and they're like, pardon me, Kodak Black, that's my chair.
Get out my seat, son.
Let's go to our guy Jupe in the DMWV. What's up, Jupe?
What's up, Jupe?
What's happening, fellas? Hey, yeah, let me back up Tay-Dub and say bleep that dude that got his floor smelling like hell's trash, because that's trifling. But my real bleep you goes to, it's not really a bleep. I keep hearing about this S-Talk, Keener S-Talk. And you know what? I don't make a claim for the throne. It's a new sheriff in town. So Rev T, he remind me of Show Enough from The Last Dragon. Y'all know that show. Who's the baddest? Show Enough.
I remember that.
And then Big Tony reminds me of the non-racist version of Uncle Ruckus from the Boondocks. And then word on the street is that Jared is personally funding the production of Brokeback Mountain 2, Jared's World. And then Charlie's your typical get off my lawn guy. Don't even step foot on this curb because he's going to come out the house, get on my lawn. Shut up. And then last but not least, Jeff, he washes jeans with this soap. And everybody in the YouTube chat, they all got bad credit. All right, fellas, that's all I got for y'all.
Oh, my God, B. Thank you for the call, Jupe.
I guess Anaya said bleep BMitch for talking trash.
This is funny, dude.
So Sinai number 1 came in this morning and got us bagels and ginger shots. Sinai number 2 just showed Potbelly milkshakes. Oh my God! Come here and get on
Sinai,
television.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. I apologize.
So BMitch called you out, Sinai said.
I said Sinai number 2 didn't bring no gifts, and he came in here and said, "Bleep you, BMitch."
Now he has. What do we got? We should be out and
What
about.
flavors we have?
I want either Oreo or banana pudding.
I want an Oreo.
I think. What do you want, JP?
I'll do banana pudding or Oreo.
You know which what?
I'm going to give you the Oreo. I like banana pudding. I'm a
You
banana
know it's
pudding
Oreo?
guy.
Yeah, you can see that it's Oreo. Yo, Sinai, thank you, dude. That's amazing. Hey,
Appreciate
man,
it, brother.
we are happy to bring you back. I imagine the sales
This
lady
is
over here
Oreo
is
too?
very happy to hear that. That's Oreo, dude.
All right, good.
What do you think that is? Look at it.
I don't know. Could have been a banana pudding or something. I don't know.
Phone lines are open as we get milkshake deliveries from Sinai. Thank you, buddy. 800-636-1067.
Man, somebody could have bought me a Ferrari. Since they bringing stuff today, you're like, hey, I'm gonna shoot for the moon.
My bleep views, Brian, I've just come to so Mike Garafolo from NFL Network and now ESPN was at practice yesterday, and he was asking me.
It's fantabulous.
Yeah, the Potbelly makes the best milkshakes.
Ooh, boy.
Tasty Diner too. But anyway, Mike and I have been friends for a long time, and he was asking, he's like, so how close do you live from here? And I'm like, this is pretty far out west in Ashburn. But so I think my house is a little less than 30 miles, maybe 25 miles from Ashburn, which to like my family that lives in North and South Carolina, if something's 25 miles away, it takes you about a half hour. You know what I mean?
Less than that.
And I was like, yeah, I don't live that far, but it takes an hour.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, what do you mean? I was like, it's an hour no matter what. And I've just come to accept the traffic from Tyson's to the Legion Bridge. But we shouldn't have to accept that. I don't know what the answer is.
The answer is when they finally finish everything.
I think it's finished.
It's not.
What are they still doing?
They still have to do the other side over here, and because you still see those damn trucks out there, that's why it's not completely finished. And on top of it, it's been traffic there since I got here. I got here in April of 90. That little area right there locks up all the time.
For me, man, like my Virginia friends, my boy Mike Kelly always blames it on Maryland. That Virginia has widened the road and added these speed lanes, and then you get into Maryland and there's less roads. Maybe he's right. I don't know who's wrong. I don't know who's right.
He's right.
I don't know who's wrong, but we shouldn't have to accept every time you go over this one bridge, it's going to take you an hour.
Make y'all roads wider.
Bleep you to the traffic, man.
Bleep you for Maryland for being lazy and cheap.
I actually have another bleep you from Maryland today because on the way here, I was on this random highway. I sent a picture to the group chat. They had a whole second lane that was blocked off.
I ignored it because you just complain about everything.
I know I'm complaining. But what are we doing there?
What?
So
Were
bleep
you
you
on
to Maryland.
Clara Barton?
No. It was right by Sibley Memorial Hospital.
Yeah.
It was like whatever it is.
Clara Barton.
I don't know. Second lane, blocked off. So all this traffic is now congested into one lane.
So depending where you were, there have been lanes closed because of the poop spill, which was Virginia's fault, I will add. So the poop spill happened like right where the Legion Bridge.
It wasn't
goes over.
Virginia's fault.
It was Virginia's fault.
No, it was not. It was a Maryland. It was on the Maryland side.
pipe side is where the actually pipe broke.
It was Virginia's poop.
But if y'all had fixed the damn pipe, it wouldn't have never cracked and it messed up.
Isn't that DC Water? DC Water is the body in charge, the agency in charge of
Maryland
everything.
side.
You guys are haters.
No, we telling you the truth. See, y'all don't like to spend money. Like you gonna tell us, you can run it through here because we all work together with this thing.
Well,
but you're not doing your part.
Another bleep you. Adam Tuss is a friend of the program, anchor and reporter at NBC4. He had a story on the Purple Line, which is close to opening, apparently. Mm-hmm. The Purple Line will connect New Carrollton to Bethesda. And it's not a metro project, but now it's closing down like 5 red line stops from what used to be called White Flint to Friendship Heights, I think.
White Flint way out there?
Yeah, all of them. So to handle that close of the metro, they've closed a lane on Wisconsin. A lot of colors in that hair. They've closed a lane both north and southbound on Wisconsin Avenue. That's now only for buses taking people between the metro stops. Do you know the inconvenience that causes? And
Kammerer said this yesterday.
Where is this at again? Maryland.
Right here. Nobody, when they had the design and the vision for the Purple Line, was before Uber took over the world.
Mm-hmm.
And by the time this thing's actually operational, there's going to be driverless cars everywhere. Nobody's going to ride this damn thing. Do you know how much it cost to build?
How much?
How much did it cost for Josh Harris to buy the Commanders?
Was it 3.7?
It was $6 billion.
$6 billion. I'm talking, that's the stadium.
$6 billion to buy the football team.
Mm-hmm.
You could almost get 2 football teams by the time they get done building this Purple Line. Right now, the cost is at $10 billion.
So y'all haven't figured out that it's not. They're not spending all that money on the Purple Line. It's spending all that money because somebody getting their pockets lined.
I agree with that. Let's go to Miles in D.C. Miles, who you mad at?
I'm mad at the Wizards because no matter who they draft, the coaching staff sucks. I mean, they haven't done nothing in years, but they gonna talk about the people they might draft or who they don't want to draft. Draft somebody and get a better coaching staff. That's all I want to say. I love y'all show.
Appreciate you, man.
Brother. Thank you, man.
The only thing I'll say about the coaching staff, they were told not to win.
They were told, yeah.
So we don't know what this staff
the
can do.
assignment is to be bad.
Yeah, once it becomes winning time in Washington, then we'll decide what we know about this coaching staff. Let's go to Dom out in Chicago. What's up, Dom?
Hey, JT and Brian, I ain't mad with nobody, man, but I tell you this, since every time you talk about your boys, Sanaa, you know I got to think about my daughter, Sanaa, right?
Oh, wow.
And look, when the other Sanaa brought you nothing, I said I was going to make up for it, but then he doubled back and bring you something, right?
Yep.
Because I own the bowling alley in Chicago. I was going to say, when y'all come out here, y'all can broadcast from the bowling alley, you know? So hopefully Chicago make it to the playoffs. You see them in the finals, whatever. And you can broadcast from the bowling alley. You have your, we have our Commanders set up here.
Sounds good, brother.
Now, we don't just come to the bowl now. We don't want to broadcast from there because if you got beer that close, I'm going to have to drink some.
Thanks for the call,
and
dude.
it'd be a terrible no, the show would be very exciting, I can tell you that.
Let's go to Hunt in D.C. This is a curious call. What's up, Hunt?
Yo, guys.
What's up, man?
Mitch, I am donating $10 million to your bike. What you doing tomorrow? I already called General Kelly at the White House. He's going to write a $10 million check. Yes, $10 million, because I own the National. And what you guys don't know, the Commanders going to be Redskins next month. I own the Commanders. I own the Wizards. I own the Spirit. I just happened to call in now because you need the money for your ride of the bike tomorrow.
Can you
I just
donate?
called the general about an hour. Yeah.
What about me?
I'm donating kids. Huh?
Yeah, hey.
I'll take
you
a
can't
cool
be playing
million.
around, man. We raising money for a great cause. You can't be playing around giving me $10 million. You're not going to really do it.
I'll take a cool million.
Look, you know where I live? Hey, you know where I live? Right down the street. I own, see that business that you guys in? All the riverfront, everything. See those 2 big boats? Those belong to Vladimir. I own them. I own the waterfront. I own everything. Yes, it's me. And the way you guys are talking about the Nationals, why do you think the Nationals are winning?
Because of you?
Yes, the Russa and the Barney. Yes, I got Russa in San Diego. All right, yes, it's me. That's why. I've been listening to you guys a long time.
Well, obviously you're not listening.
Send us some cash.
Obviously you're not listening because we're not in those buildings today. We in Bethesda. We don't see no
I
damn
know
boats.
where you at. You are. That's why I'm trying to call to tell you. General Kelly's going to call you and tell you to pick up the check, or you're going to send a check
Maybe that
to
was
you.
that number you
$10
didn't
million.
answer. Thank you for the call.
Where do we?
Thank you, sir. I look forward to receiving cash. $1 million to the Finley Girls Scholarship
We got
Fund.
crazies calling in.
That was something. All right, last one. Tony's in Maryland. What's up, Tone?
What's going on, fellas? Hey, first of all,
Lord have mercy.
bleep you, Jupe. You ain't the king of no S talk. Don't even start that up. Because, hey, B, you is the type of Bama, I mean, you got to keep them away from you on them bike rides because you the type of freaky dude that he'll come and try and snip your seat. You know what I mean? Big Frankenstein forehead Bama. Hey, look here, man. And the Bama who just called here, hey, man, do not mix crack and meth together. I mean, it's a deadly thing. I mean, what is it, 121? And this Bama, he on crack, meth, some Henny, some Louis the 18th. I mean, come on, Slim. You ain't got a $2 to rub on your neck, and you talking about you going to give somebody $10 million.
Well, he owns the Nationals and the Padres. I didn't think you were allowed to do that.
And I ain't even gonna do this, but I'm gonna do it anyway because I'm hard headed. And bleep Collins and Cole for not letting me hold one of them shirts, man. Them jokers is nice.
You could have bought one.
Nice.
Hey, you could have bought one. What the hell wrong with you?
I almost put a couple in my drawers and walked out, but I ain't gonna do it like that. Y'all take it easy now.
All right, Tony.
How you gonna come to a store and mad at somebody because you didn't buy something?
Yo, this dude's just drinking a beer, walking down the street.
I like it.
I like that guy. All right.
Was that a beer or was that a root beer?
I don't know. But I don't know. There's a lot happening. We got guys.
You can't do that in Bethesda. You go to jail for that.
Yeah, Bethesda
if it's a beer. I know that.
A tight leash around here.
Yeah.
Here's what we're going to do. Peter Rosenberg is in New York. The New York Knicks parade is going on right now. Boots on the ground. What's it like in Manhattan for the New York Knicks championship parade? Nobody go anywhere. It's BMitch Finlay live at Collars & Co. in Bethesda. Hey, it's JP Finlay, and we all know somebody that thinks they can take on all the home repairs in their house. They say, oh, I can fix that, and you know they can't. They grab a wrench, watch a YouTube video, and give it a shot, and the problem only gets worse. You know that other dude in your neighborhood who always has the guy with a truck to fix everything. Well, that dude can't fix everything, and eventually you get major problems. That's where Crop Metcalf comes in. They've been servicing Maryland, D.C., and Northern Virginia since 1979, and Crop Metcalf provides certified experts and proactive memberships to take the guesswork out of home repairs. From routine maintenance to unexpected repairs, Crop Metcalf keeps your home running smooth without the stress or the do-overs. Instead of crossing your fingers and hoping for the best, you can count on it being done right. So tell your neighbor that's an idiot and tries to fix everything themselves, leave it to the experts at Crop Metcalf. Book an HVAC Precision Tune-Up Special, now only $99 at ServiceExperts.com.
This sports update is brought to you by paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. The Capitals have signed head coach Spencer Carberry to a multi-year contract extension. Carberry's fourth season in charge is expected to be one that could see the Caps potentially return to the playoffs in what's going to be a very tight Eastern Conference. Exact numbers on that deal have not been released. Speaking of NHL hires, the National Hockey League has determined that Mike Babcock is clear to coach again, opening the path for the Oilers to hire him. The NHL recently launched an investigation into his resignation from the Blue Jackets back in September of 2023 before he even coached a game for them. He left the Blue Jackets less than 3 months into the job after his request to look at personal photos from players' phones drew criticism. This month, score $125 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $600 off doors at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
BMitch Finlay, 106.7 The Fan, coming to you live from Collars & Co. in Bethesda. Listen, if you need a Father's Day present, and a lot of you probably do, come through, man. They got awesome Father's Day stuff.
Take care of Pops.
Shout out to the Bob family. Appreciate them. Great people. Jordan doing a great job growing the Collars & Co. brand. Great to see his parents as well.
I like people to know, though. I had somebody ask my wife, like, hey, does Brian really like those shirts? She say, hell yeah, he wears one like every day.
Telling the truth. All right, right now we're going up to the heart of the city. I think. We never know where Peter is. Joining us is our friend Peter Rosenberg, ESPN New York, WWE. He does it all. Peter, are you in Manhattan, and is the ground shaking?
I am in Manhattan. I have made it back home from my attempt to go to the parade. A great attempt happened. Came up a little short, but got to be down there and be in the madness for a while. And then I just watched the end of the ceremony back here from home.
I heard that Brunson kind of went at the critics. You heard what he said?
Yeah, he did. He did you guys see the other day when Stephen A. tried to apologize?
No.
Nah, I try to avoid anything Stephen A. does.
So Jalen went on First Take, and Stephen A. was kind of apologized for doubting, and Jalen kind of gave it a cold stare the whole time. It was sort of in that theme. It was just basically to all the haters, I got nothing to say to you kind of situation. Mentioned it without then saying anything, but made clear I heard it all and bleep y'all.
I love that. I like that.
It was the most aggressive thing I've probably ever heard him say. I mean, this for a guy who's the consummate, class act. He took a little moment there. Everyone cheered, and he was like, "Yeah, nah, that's all we're giving them," and then moved on.
Every once in a while, you gotta just pull the covers back, say what you gotta say, and keep moving on with your life. Let them know.
Yeah, absolutely. And he for him to do it in that spot, I loved it, guys. That guy is everything every organization in every professional sport wants. He's what every fan wants. He's what every coach wants. He's what every owner wants. He is the consummate professional, always says the right thing, always team first, gave up money to build the team, clutch in every situation. Guys, it's when you try to think about sort of his greatness, it's kind of hard to think of who the comp is. A guy who's physically undersized, doesn't have sort of all the ability on paper, but is the most incredibly clutch dude, ultimate team leader. He's a unicorn.
Yeah.
Dude, I noticed on the court after Game 5 when they won the title in San Antonio, Draymond tried to apologize to him.
Yeah, he gave him that look,
He just looked at him and said, okay. I just thought it was the best way to handle that, dude.
Yeah. And I promise you, Stephen A. saw Draymond do it and copied.
He might.
That's all he did.
Where is the parade? Is it like in front of MSG? Where do they hold it?
No. So they do parades here in the Canyon of Heroes. It goes from the bottom tip of the city. It goes from Battery Park up to City Hall, up Broadway. So I was invited to two things. There was a Nike did an event where they had like a space in an office building that had a view of Broadway. That was what we were attempting to go to. I also had a ticket to City Hall, to where the actual thing was. I had a hunch I wasn't going to pull off the City Hall thing because they wanted you there at least 3 hours before the event started. Woo! And, listen, as much as I want to take this in and be a part of it, listen, it's not the Commanders. I'm not showing up 3 hours early to wait there. I'm not doing it. So, we attempted to go to the Nike thing. The problem is we took the train, and when we got out of the train, and there was really just no way, we were annoyed a little bit and kind of beating ourselves up. But
you have your wife and daughter with you? Who's we?
I did not bring our daughter, thank God Almighty.
Yeah.
But me and my wife, when we got out of the train, the only place it would let us out, we were on the wrong side of Broadway. There was no way to cross Broadway. That was the kind of what the cops did. Mm-hmm. They just completely shut it down at Broadway. So we tried to figure out how to completely go around the parade route and get to where we were going, but it never really worked. So we just kind of walked, around the people. My wife took photos of just people celebrating and being crazy. And then we went and got some delicious Chinese lunch in Chinatown, and I came back and watched it. And I got to tell you guys, I don't know if I'm too close to it, seeing the team this much and being in this city and seeing the joy of it. But if you guys get a chance to watch the actual ceremony, from the time I'm going to say it right now, Mamdani gave the single best speech I have ever seen a politician give around sports.
Wow.
Ever.
Wow.
We'll have to watch it.
Well, because this is I know he's a lightning rod, and some people love him and some people don't. He is a legitimate, hardcore, 300 level Knicks fan. You know what I mean?
That's great.
So, and he's 32 or whatever he is. So he just really, he referenced everybody. It's one of those things that's not forced at all. It's who he is. So his speech was amazing. And then Alicia Keys performed at the very end.
New York, huh?
Alicia, she did. So she covered New York State of Mind by Billy Joel, which was fire. And then after she did New York State of Mind, I didn't know. Guys, I hate to admit this. I love Jay-Z. I'm not a big Empire State of Mind fan, okay? It's not my favorite Jay-Z
It's not
record.
the most advanced lyrics.
For Jay, it's kind of cringe, if we're being honest.
Uh-huh.
But Alicia has the slow remix version of it that I love. What she did, where it's just her singing, what they did was she sung her version, but over the up-tempo, so she could still hit the big up-tempo chorus.
All right.
And
cool.
it came off amazing. And listen, man, it is a cool moment. And obviously, I'm not a Knicks fan, but I am a fan of the city. I love living here, consider it home. So getting to watch all these people you love so much take this in, it has been a joy. And I'm in a group chat with my cousins who are Celtics fans with me. They're Bostonians. And even they're this team is just so hard to not root for.
Yeah,
it's just
totally.
They're a very likable group.
Yeah, we had Tony Massenberger on earlier, and he talked about they were a team, and I think that's so much. You look at team sports, we get so caught up in the individuality of them. But when you find a team like the 1991 Washington Redskins, people don't like to give that team credit because, they was just a team. What the hell you want in a team sport?
Totally.
Well, but it's funny because, that team, whenever that team, your team, comes up on my show, my co-host Don LaGreca always refers to it as one of the greatest NFL teams of all time. Mm-hmm. If you were there and you lived through it,
totally,
you knew it was an unstoppable force, just an absolute juggernaut on both sides of the ball. But yeah, there weren't superstars on that team.
Right.
Yep.
Dude, so you mentioned the police are doing a great job of trying to keep everything safe and orderly. I don't know if you've seen this video. I'm just show B real quick. Tyler Kolek is a 6'2" white guy that played in 60 games for the Knicks. He's an end-of-bench guy, but he was part of this team. Kolek is running up and down the parade route high-fiving fans, and 2 cops grab him because they think it's a fan that has jumped over and is not part of the parade. Watch this. The cops come and grab him. He's like, dude, I'm on the team. How funny is that? I don't know if you saw that yet, Peter.
I'm looking at it right now.
I'm looking at those 2 dudes, the 2 dudes that grabbed me on Watch Sports.
I did want, how funny is
you know
that?
what I'm saying? Those 2 dudes that grabbed me, Peter, they look like they never saw sports in their lives.
Yo, Rosenberg.
And he's not the absolute end of the bench. Like, when they were just doing, there were like, guys, there were like 3 dudes who were like the first ones to get their keys to the city. I was like, yo, I have never heard of them all year long. Tyler Kolek is at least you know him.
Right. I wanted to ask this because I know here in D.C. there gets to be this like vision of things on social media, and then there's the reality, boots on the ground. Some of the celebratory stuff we saw after the Knicks were winning these games, some of the images we saw from New York were awful, of these people just like destroying cars, and I know people were getting hurt, and people like robbing like taking Spurs jerseys off people. What was the reality being there versus like social media video goes viral and everybody thinks that's what's happening?
All
like,
over the place.
what was the percentage of everybody partying, having fun, enjoying it to the dumb stuff that was happening?
Yeah, like
dangerous.
JP when he was in college.
Yeah, like what we did in College Park.
Yeah, I was there too.
Yeah.
I never threw anything in the fire though, I promise.
I did. I sure did.
Well, yeah, you probably did. But I'll say this. I didn't observe any of it, but I didn't go out. Like, the thing is, if you go out to Times Square or you went out to, like, near Penn Station, Madison Square Garden, I'm sure you saw, and, like, there were some crazy moments, I'm sure. I think by and large, I didn't hear of anything. Like, there were 21 arrests the first night. When you think about that, that's basically nothing, right? I think there were 46. I think there were 46 arrests after the next one, after Game 4. I have not seen, because I'm pretty confident that the New York Post would have absolutely wanted to torch Mamdani if things were really bad, okay? Like, you have to understand, there's a political narrative here that because Mamdani is this far-left progressive, there is obviously a lot of people on the right who want to see, look, he doesn't care about safety. Crime is out of control. The city's a mess. The fact that there really weren't stories, except for a few crazy videos of people in Spurs jerseys, which, by the way, let's be honest, some of those things were absolute trolls. Like, I think half of them were not legitimate. Like, who was really going to Times Square in a Spurs jersey? It just doesn't make sense. It makes no sense. So I think the long answer is no. And by the way, down there, I was a little paranoid today because I've never seen that many people in New York. I got to tell you, the energy was amazing. I didn't observe anything. It was just love everywhere. It was pretty great.
That's great.
I tell you, if I see one incident, the next day I'm not going down there with my jersey talking trash to people.
Right.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
Now, but let me tell you the thing you really want to know about. I went to a party on Monday night. The team had a private party, and a cool friend of mine, his wife couldn't go and invited me. So I was able to party a little bit with them on Monday. What do you guys think I talked to Josh Hart about?
Skins, Commanders, Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, that's right. He is absolutely expecting a bounce back season from JD5.
I love that. Dude, my favorite piece of social media from this whole thing was Josh Hart tweeted out, "I expect to be called champ from now on," and the Commanders' official account replied to him, "Okay, champ." I just thought that was awesome. Dude, enjoy this. It's got to be a cool time in the city. We appreciate you making time for us, man, and thanks. We'll catch up soon.
Appreciate you, Pete.
Yeah, man. Hey, let's see if Team USA can have another incredible game tomorrow, by the way. That would be pretty cool, too.
We will be ready. We will be watching.
I'm going to see your biggest fan tomorrow, my son.
Oh, word. Please send him my regards.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to do that. I'm gonna do that.
Peter, just so you know, tomorrow morning, BMitch has to wake up at 4 a.m. to ride a bike from D.C. to Dewey Beach. Then he's driving back to Virginia, and then he's driving to Nags Head, North Carolina. So whatever you're doing tomorrow, just think about B.
Why is he doing this?
He's nuts. That's why.
I love to do charity work, and I've signed up to do it. I'm gonna do it. And then my family decided we're going on vacation, and I can't tell them no. So you know.
Thank you, Peter.
God bless you, BMitch. Later, guys.
All right, bro. Take care.
That's our guy, Peter Rosenberg. We come back. We gotta make some bets.
Let's get it. Hey, it's BMitch here. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you this summer, then you need to turn to Rude. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn up the AC before heading out for vacation? You can adjust it in seconds and stop cooling an empty house. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best. They've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the cool, crisp difference instantly. And here's the best part. Rude systems are whisper quiet. No more noisy interruptions while you're trying to relax. Just peace of mind. Rude's variable speed compressor ensures precise temperature and humidity control, operating efficiently even in the absolute peak of the summer heat. Its comfort and performance perfectly balanced. Also, don't forget about the savings. Make sure to visit Rude.com to learn more about the different ways you can save on your home HVAC products. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't Rude, it ain't right.
BMitch Finlay 1067 The Fan. Shout out to the homie Wes / Luigi. He's grinding today. I don't know what's going on, but the things are going on. There's been a lot of moving parts, but we've had an excellent day out here at Collars & Co. in Bethesda, right on Bethesda Row. If you're doing some Father's Day shopping, come check out all the gear, all the shoes, all the sport coats. They got it all in here, man. It's a really nice shop, really good quality gear. B and I wear it all the time, and people ask me this, like, hey, do you just wear that because you have to? No, I don't have to. I wear it all the time because it's comfortable and it looks good.
And it looks good.
Now, we do have to make some bets. I don't know. Did we make bets yesterday?
I know. We ain't worried about making no bets, man.
That means B lost.
We're not here tomorrow. I don't know what I did yesterday.
White Brian, how'd we do yesterday?
We did not bet yesterday.
We didn't bet yesterday,
Okay.
so and I won the day before.
I won the day before.
So,
I'm undefeated for the last month.
Everyone's undefeated except for Ryan Clary.
That tracks.
So, Ryan, you always suck.
Yeah.
I've had a bad week.
Bringing iced
You've
coffee.
had a bad month.
Bringing iced coffee to a manly man is just weird.
The iced coffee thing. It's coffie, man. It's summer.
What do you hate more,
cold
iced coffee or mimosas?
Mimosas. and guess who had the mimosas with dudes? Ryan. Metrosexual.
I can't win.
I don't know.
Metrosexual is what he is.
Listen, I don't drink coffee, so I can't really weigh in on the iced coffee versus hot coffee debate.
It's horrible.
Was it just a regular coffee?
So Stallion said, I'm going to go get coffee. Do you want one? I said, I'd like a Diet Coke. He said, no problem. He got me 0 Diet Coke. BMitch said, I'd like a coffee, no cream with some sugar. And Stallion went, to me, when I heard Brian describe it, and I'm not a coffee drinker, but the way Brian said it, and this was still early in the morning, this was at like 10:20 or whatever, it sounded like he wanted a hot coffee, like a standard coffee.
Of course.
I think if you want an iced coffee, you have to clarify
specify that.
iced.
Now, okay, and you're right on that. Because I think, in my mind,
If I would have said caramel
the guys that I hang out with.
Yeah, that's the problem. If I said caramel macchiato, he'd have bought an iced caramel macchiato, and I'd punch him in his face.
Yeah, Ryan, that's 100% on you.
It is on me. It is on me because he did it, like, in hindsight, he asked for a coffee.
And then in classic Stallion fashion, he tried to turn him screwing up B-Mitch's coffee order into B-Mitch owed him a steak. Do I have that correct?
That's what yeah.
I could try that. Yeah. I can gaslight people.
Give us a Nats preview. They're down in Tampa, right?
Yeah, they're down
Today's
in Tampa.
travel day. Did they get the day off or are they playing?
Travel day today.
Okay.
It feels like a Friday because we're off tomorrow.
And I'm not complaining.
Not complaining about that whatsoever. But, yes, tomorrow night, Cade Cavalli on the bump. Nats got to win this series.
6:45-ish, whatever?
Yeah, 7:10 first pitch in
Okay.
Tampa. Kind of a weird, like...
That's what
Tampa
all
traffic.
games used to be.
I know, but, like, it's like these cities do it. Like, Atlanta has, like, a weird start time. Because
Right.
their traffic is terrible.
Yeah.
And I guess Tampa, because they play in St. Petersburg. Like, so
Yeah, they do.
that's like a 40-minute drive.
That's how it's
far. Yeah.
Add traffic to it, it could be 2-3
And
hours.
so I guess it makes sense why they start late. But yeah, this is a big
Are
series.
you
for the
still
Nats.
waiting for the other shoe to drop?
I remember as the days go on, I feel a little bit better.
All right.
A day went by.
How about this? To round out the program, Team USA plays tomorrow at 3 o'clock against Australia, correct?
Australia.
Let's make some picks. USA versus Australia. You got to give specific scores, B. U.S. won their first game, what, 4-2?
4-1.
4-1.
I'm going to take USA 2-1 over Australia.
B is on the board, 2-1. Good guys. Although I don't really have beef with the Australians, but
Just don't go there. Everything over there that bites you could kill you.
I would love to go to Australia, but that's some travel, man.
That's a long time to be on a plane.
What are the give me some odds? I imagine the U.S. is favored over Australia,
All we
right?
need odds.
Minus 160.
You say give us a specific score.
You did it right. I'm just curious what Vegas has for the game. I'm just curiosity, man. My job is to ask questions. So the U.S. is a favorite, minus 160, you said?
Yes.
I'm going U.S. 2, Australia 0. If they start 2-0, they're clearly going to get through, too. So that's how I'm expecting things to go. Stallion, what do you got?
I'm going to go 1-0 USA.
Okay. Wes / Luigi.
I'm going to go 3-1 USA.
Dub B?
5-2 USA.
Wow. And remember, White Brian's the one that has the U.S. winning the entire World Cup, which is pretty darn interesting.
They might.
Thank you to Wes, who somehow ended up working our show. We appreciate it. You also know Wes is not used to doing the show on TV. They showed the producer cam, and it was just very clearly his phone texting somebody. I kind of hope somebody screen grabbed that. Awesome day at College Coat. Thank you to Jordan. Thank you to everybody
Appreciate
here.
it, Jay.
We've really enjoyed it. Great to see all the folks that came through. Great and Danny coming your way next. You made it this far. I owe you a Collars Coat.
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Head coach Spencer Carberry has signed a multi-year contract extension with the Washington Capitals as his contract was set to expire at the end of next season. Carberry has 2 Stanley Cup playoff appearances in his 3 seasons as head coach of the Caps. And Washington Wizards guard Trae Young plans to decline his $49 million contract option for the 2026-27 season and will become a free agent on Monday. Now, the Wizards reportedly remain the frontrunner to sign Young long-term, but he expects to get max contract interest from other teams. According to Yahoo Sports, there has been speculation that the Wizards and Young may agree on a new 3-year contract in the neighborhood of $120 million. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Power Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Good Thursday afternoon. Welcome into Grant and Danny, June 18th, 2026. You're listening live to The Fan. We are in the Navy Yard in our Half Street Studios in D.C. And we'll be with you for 4.5 hours today, taking you all the way up to 6:30. Logan Paulson's on the show at 3, my co-host from the Take Command podcast. We're going to talk to him about minicamp, which is ongoing in Ashburn. And our buddy Ted Wynn of The Athletic stops by at 5. He wrote a story after watching the tape on Brendan Sorsby about what type of pick will be used on Sorsby in the supplemental draft. He's also an excellent NFL insider, so we'll bounce around the league with Ted Wynn today at 5 as we're into the thick of things in the summer. Danny, I just got a picture. My kids are at some kind of water park today, all in bathing suits in the heat. It's summertime, man. We did it.
We are here. School is out. My boys are at an amusement park with their grandparents this afternoon. I dropped them off this morning. It is happening. Good sport going on as well. Team USA, 25 hours from right now, will be playing Australia. No longer a frenemy for about 90 minutes plus stoppage time. But this is a big one for Team USA. You got the Nats going tomorrow. There's a golf tournament that some people care about. Good for you if you care. But there's a lot of things happening that are good.
At day 3 of minicamp for the Commanders today. So they'll wrap things up. Players will all hit the exits, and then they'll be off until training camp. That's the next time we'll hear from anybody, about 5 weeks from now. And that's the unofficial start of the season at that point, because you're not leaving the building again until after the season ends, hopefully deep into the winter in February after a playoff run. But day 3 of minicamp, we'll get the report from Logan coming up at 3 o'clock at some of the storylines. You mentioned USA and Australia. That's tomorrow at 3 o'clock, game 2 for the Americans. I would say heavy favorites in that game. This is a game they should absolutely win. I haven't seen a betting line, but especially after they played the way that they did to open the tournament against Paraguay to knock them around by 3 goals and score 4 goals. It would be a massive letdown if they suffered a loss or had a draw, I would say.
Yeah, Australia won their first match. Bit of a surprise, the way they played against Turkey. The people that got a chance to watch it closer than I did said Turkey was probably the better side, but didn't win, which happens sometimes in sports. We're familiar with that rhetoric. But the USA looks like, just a quick and dirty search, minus 165 betting favorite.
Okay, so I would say significant favorites should win the game. Kind of a 2-0, 3-1 outlook based on that betting line, I would think. But it would be a tell if they could handle their business and look decisively better again, right? I mean, the way of U.S. soccer, and I don't pretend to follow it closely between World Cups, but I certainly, like everybody else, get into it during the World Cup every 4 years, is it would be on brand to kind of have a letdown here, and then we're having a different conversation going into their third match in pool play. Whereas go out, handle your business, beat up on Australia, have 2 convincing wins, be on your way into the next round, and I think we start to have a discourse about this team being able to do something that's pretty uncommon.
Yeah, this group has been referred to as the golden generation for a while, right? Meaning this is supposed to be better than it's been. There have been a lot of fluctuations, a lot up and down since 2002 when they made it as far as they have in my lifetime. The They finished third at the 1930 World Cup. Kind of a different story, the way soccer's grown around the world. But this is supposed to be the next step that they're able to take. This Australia team plays like an old school U.S. team. This sort of big physical, grab you, slow you down, to kind of get you stuck in the mud a little bit. And this is not the old U.S. team. This is a group of high-level, high-skilled athletes that played, hopefully they're able to do what they did against Paraguay, keep the ball the entire time, move, use their speed, swarming defense when they lose possession. That group, the way they played, could beat a lot of teams in the world.
Nats, as you said, don't play today. They're in Tampa, enjoying a day off. They'll play at the Trop indoors against the Rays tomorrow, and Cade Cavalli will be on the mound for the Nationals in that game as they kick off a 3-game series against one of the better teams in the American League. They'll be looking to win a 5th straight series when they play Tampa Bay. They are currently 3 games over 500. But I wanted to start with a couple of news items here. First, quickly for the Capitals. Spencer Carberry got an extension. We're going to talk about this in greater detail later in the show. But right off the top here, I wanted to say kudos to Carbs and the Caps. This was a great hire when they made it. They internally had evaluated him back in the day when he was in their organization. He had left as kind of the one that got away and was in Toronto helping run their power play and doing some things as a young assistant. They hired him as the youngest coach in the NHL at the time at around 41 years old. And he made his debut in his age 42 season. And, of course, the Caps were a stunning and surprising playoff team that first year. He has now coached for 3 years. They did not make the playoffs this past season, although the metrics didn't suggest that they shouldn't have. They were a 95-point team. They had a better record, as an example, than the Vegas Golden Knights, who got to the Stanley Cup. They finished 4th in the Metro for the second time in 3 seasons under Carbs. But I say that to say this is a Jack Adams Award winner 2 seasons ago as the coach of the year in the NHL. It looks like they've hit a home run here. And I know they didn't make the playoffs last year, but when I saw this yesterday, that was a fist pump moment for me that he gets the multi-year extension. And in a sport where he's now one of the 5 longest
most senior guys,
tenured coaches in the conference at 44 years old, which is crazy. I've said this a few times. He's going to coach Team Canada in a Olympics. I mean, he's that highly thought of around the league. So good on the Capitals for getting a multi-year extension done with Spencer Carberry.
This is the hardest sport for me to evaluate how good a coach is. I mean, the only thing you can do is kind of look at the results, where I go, well, the previous coach from Vegas didn't seem particularly good. John Tortorella took over, and they got to the Cup final. So it seems like he knows what he's doing, and maybe the other guy didn't. I just kind of know the feeling when it ain't working, when it's not right. See Reardon Kamatad or Adam Oates or other guys that, frankly, they wasted multiple years on for a team that had a wide-open Stanley Cup kind of potential. So it's really tough for me to evaluate. The only thing I can do is sort of use that anecdotal evidence of he's in contention to coach Team Canada. The people around the league seem to think this guy's pretty awesome. I like him. I mean, I love how he talks. I love how he answers things. I love how he emphasizes moments of accountability while developing guys. To me, he seems like a home run. Just it's hard for me to say balls or strikes. Like, is he great at this? I kind of have to use that evidence. That's not kind of the way I usually like to evaluate stuff. If that makes any sense. I like to be able to watch the games and go, I can pick that apart one way or the other, good or bad. A lineup decision, a pinch hitter, a pitching change, a team that doesn't know how to use timeouts in football. This one I think is harder, but the public support within the industry kind of says, seems like they got a home run here.
Well, the other thing with him is 2 playoff appearances in 3 seasons, where at best the expectation could have been to have made 2, maybe 1, because he came in at a point where they were not really supposed to be a playoff team in that 23-24 season. And then with the bad goal differential, if you remember, they got in and ended up getting swept, went 0-4 against the Rangers. Last year, they got out of the first round, played into the second round, played 10 playoff games. So he's got 14 playoff games under his belt in 3 seasons as well. But they've threaded the needle on kind of rebuilding on the fly with the development of a lot of young players under his tutelage. Previously, you've seen them have coaches that came through here that didn't get as much out of young guys. And it's not surprising that a guy with the resume he had, winning Calder Cups and having a ton of success at Hershey and in the minor leagues, that he's been able to really get to some of their young players. So I think he's a very, very talented, very good coach, good leader of men, and the extension for Carberry seems well-earned. The other big news in DC sports today was the pending extension, hopefully, the 3-year deal that could be coming reportedly for Trae Young. This all started late last night when we found out that Trae Young was opting out of his contract with the Wizards. At that time, while we've heard this was a possibility, I was a little surprised. I kind of thought that maybe they do the extension before the opt-out. The timing is a little bit quirky because it just feels like when you opt out, a couple days after there's reports that some teams are trying to trade for you, what if he just leaves? What if he does hit the market and walks out the door, even though the Wizards want him and he said nothing but nice things? But as the dust is settled on this story, a lot of the people weighing in that are plugged in around the sport, including Brian Windhorst, are saying this was always the expectation. Everybody on both sides knew that he was going to opt out, and eventually he's just going to be re-upping with the Wizards.
When Trae Young was traded to Washington in January, it came with the understanding that he would opt out of his contract. It also came with the understanding that he would basically not play for the rest of the season. They listed injuries, but the Wizards lost 26 of the last 27 games, with Trae Young only playing in 5 games after the trade. The expectation is, he may take a meeting or two for appearances' sake. He's going to re-sign with the Wizards, likely on a 3-year, very large contract.
He might take a meeting or two thing. Nobody gets nervous about that?
That's interesting to me.
So unsettling. If you're just so sure, Mr. Windhorst, that he's going to be coming back to the Wizards, that this is a formality, you're not taking meetings. Like, anytime you go on dates with other people, you are considering options. What he is saying is, yeah, they're going to take a quick break, but don't worry, they're still going to get back together and get married. And in the meantime, he's going to go out to a couple dinners and wine and dine somebody else? Did I miss that? He might take a couple meetings. What are we talking about here?
I think,
this is such a basketball thing.
It is very basketball-y. You never know what's real. You never know what's behind door number 2 and the like, because this is all backroom stuff and it's all, a couple power agents manipulating everything. But I believe, let me go blow by blow here. I do believe this front office, Winger, Dawkins, I don't think they're surprised. I don't think they saw like a Brian Windhorst report last night and went, oh my God, he's opting out. I think everybody knew everything. I think they've got plan A, B, C, D, all the way down to H and I.
But
they're all set.
When we had heard all along that Trae Young was likely, well, let me go back.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't know definitively and for sure until very recently, based on some reporting, that the opt-out was the likely result. You and I debated for weeks after the trade and have talked ad nauseum about, do you want to extend him or just let him play on this final year? The point was, I remember being told by a bunch of our NBA experts after, he's not opting out of that deal. He's not going to get better than that. And now he is opting out. But let's just say everybody knew behind the scenes he was going to opt out or that he was going to, want a new deal. If he wants to be here so badly and the Wizards want him as much as they clearly do. We've heard Winger talk about essentially that trade was their choice in free agency. They had all the money for free agency. They didn't know who was going to be available. So let's use that money now on a guy we can acquire via trade who wants to be here. Then what are we waiting for? Why allow him to opt out? Why not just do the extension before? Why allow him to take meetings? Why have him go meet with the Miami Heat or whoever the hell else he's going to talk to? Why not just get the extension done?
Great question. Again, there may be some accounting I don't quite understand, or I don't know what I don't know here. But his option was for just under $49 million. So let's call it 49 for ease sake. The report that I've seen, or the number that I've seen thrown around, is for a little bit less AAV, but for a few years. Before last season started, before he was traded from Atlanta, if he'd had a great year, he would have been eligible, I believe, for a 4-year, $229 million deal, which averages to right around what Anthony Davis is making. It's $57 million and change, to save you guys from that math in your head as you're driving around. So that went off the table once he injured his knee. Then the whole season kind of went awry. Then Atlanta saw Jalen Johnson and a bunch of other guys emerge and said, yeah, we're going to start a new chapter that doesn't include you being the sun and the stars, which happens in the NBA. I don't think anybody's got hurt feelings about that. So Trae Young leaves. And now I don't think he's going to get 3 years at that $49 million range. So it's 3 years and a little bit less than that, but the overall money is more instead of a 1 year, and then we'll see what we are in free agency.
The extension rumor is 3 years at 40, which is 3 and 120. By the way, a massive discrepancy from what you were just saying he might have been able to get had everything continued to go well in Atlanta, but that ship has sailed. But 3 at 40, 3 and 120. What I care about is that it's still a tradable contract if they decide they want out of the Trae Young business a year or two from now. The reason I was okay with that trade, the reason I signed off on, I had to, Michael Winger had called over to the show. But no, seriously, the reason I was okay with the Anthony Davis trade, Danny, was you still had flexibility. They were buy low acquisitions where you didn't have to give anything up for a future Hall of Famer in Anthony Davis and a potential future Hall of Famer in Trae Young. For all of his foibles defensively and the things people like to say about him and is he a winner or whatever, he is an unbelievable talent on offense.
There's a lot of really, really good in his bank account.
He is a fire starter on the offensive floor, and this is one of the great point guards offensively, frankly, in the history of the league. So I understand why a team like Washington that had a hard time kind of having someone start the party on the offensive end in the half court would want Trae Young to come in here and get some buckets and set some people up. He had some incredible seasons. But I do want to keep the flexibility of the out. I'm not trying to marry Trae Young. I'm trying to date Trae Young. I'm not trying to marry Anthony Davis. I'd like to date these guys. And the 3-year extension, you're teetering on the brink of making it a little bit harder. But I think at 40 years old, at $40 million per year, rather, 3 and 40, 120, at his age right now, and where he's at, I think that you can still trade that contract. So
I think so, too.
I have no problem with a 3-year extension for him, I guess, is the long-winded way to say it.
I'm not bothered by it. And I know he's fallen out of favor for whatever reason. Like the baggage that he had, personality-wise, how mercurial people kind of thought he was. And, it would be 11 guys and Trae Young in Atlanta. That was the rep. Whether that's fair or not, I'm just telling you that's what was out there. And you've heard Michael Winger talk about this. We often reference that podcast he was on with Ryan Russillo. And Winger they're talking about him in a way that it doesn't sound like a toxic, broken asset. You know what I mean? Davis is a different animal. We'll get there in a second. But for Trae Young, this is not somebody that is looked at as a detriment, a net negative for a franchise. This is somebody that his skill set may not be exactly what it was when he was, 24 years old, 25 years old, averaging 26 and 11. And he's an MVP voting. And he's taken a team to the Eastern Conference Finals that was very pedestrian. He may not be exactly that guy, but he's way better than what was here, and he's what they need to a high degree.
Yeah.
And they're talking about we traded for him, an expiring piece, and C.J. McCollum was not part of any future here. And Corey Kispert, frankly, from a rebuild that never was from the previous regime. Kispert's fine, I liked him, but not a guy that needs to be here one way or the other, right? Even though he's very handsome and he was always nice to us. But so you traded two pieces that are not part of your future for a guy that you think might be or instrumental in getting you to your future. So if there's a couple year more commitment there, I'm not as scared of it as I think a lot of people are. It's one of those, like, I forget the old guy that would talk about this, but I don't want to be part of any club that would have me as a member. I forget somebody used to have that kind of line. It was like a Groucho.
Rogers.
It was like a Groucho Marx.
I think it was Mr. Rogers.
It might have been.
Yeah.
So people think, because he's here, he's toxic, he stinks now. No. That's not the case. He can help an awful lot, and I think he will.
Here's what I wonder about, though. This notion that he's going to take some meetings, again, implicitly,
this is
when you opt out, if the extension isn't done before free agency or before he's allowed to be courted, then you're just banking on him coming back, but you are risking him walking out the door. Now, I don't think that's going to happen. I think he will be the point guard here, and I think clearly, based on all the reporting, the Wizards have a pretty good beat on how he feels. But remember, I think it was 3 days ago. Today's Thursday, so this was like Monday. Jake Fisher of Bleacher Report reported that there were several teams that wanted to trade for Trae Young. Do you remember this?
Yes, I do.
And you and I talked about it on the show when we both
Miami
said,
was going to be interested.
Yeah, well, okay. I would definitely field phone calls. I'm interested in trading him for the right price. If the Heat want to give me a big package that includes the 13th overall pick, let's have a conversation. Although I think they can end up with Giannis if he doesn't end up in Boston, and they might do a little bit bigger and better than Trae Young. But we're about to find out if that was true or not. Because if both things are accurate, if teams wanted to trade for Trae Young and Trae Young's about to become available to you don't have to trade anything. You could just have these conversations with him. Then there is a chance he could walk out the door. If he hits the market and no one's flocking to talk to him, remember when the Wizards acquired him? What we were told was what? Nobody wants Trae Young. He wants to be a Wizard because none of the teams that he would want to play for want him.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody's not right here, I guess, is my point. I thought that story a few days ago about all the teams that would want to trade for Trae Young, that there are several teams that would trade for him, I thought that was agent floating, like CAA Sports, Aaron Mintz, and his guys, Austin Brown, those agents. I thought they were just getting the word out like, hey, there are teams that want to trade for Trae Young. Well, okay. If you want to trade for him and give up assets, bet you might want to have a meeting with him. And if he starts to have meetings, now we're talking about a whole different vision.
We could sell you our vision. Here's what we could do for you. Yeah.
And if he leaves, does that mean now in the backcourt, you need a guard? You need a offensive fire starter. That's more Peterson.
Yeah, that's interesting. The draft is in 5 days.
a wing like AJ DeBonsa. Like if Trae Young were leaving, I think your interest in bringing in a bucket getter in the backcourt like Peterson should go up. By the way, this was Trae Young on wanting to see through the rebuild with the Wizards on the Pivot podcast. Everything he has said since he got here was that he loves the Wizards. He's doing the Bryce Harper bit. His favorite monument is the Washington Monument.
My favorite food is the cheesesteak.
He likes mumbo sauce, and I don't know if you guys heard this, but he hates traffic on 66, and he wears Alex Ovechkin jerseys. What if he did that bit for like 3 months and then rolled out? That would be amazing.
I'm focused on like making sure when I get into this season, I'm ready. I know our team is going to be ready. Like we have young guys that have been through the rebuilding stage now. Like they've went through a lot of losing these last few years, and they're tired of it. You know what I'm saying? As mad as I am of people thinking about me, like my teammates are tired of losing, and I want to be right there with them when we winning. You know what I'm saying? So regardless of what other people are thinking about me, for me, I just got to focus on that. You know what I'm saying? Focus on my teammates. I'm bringing them. I mean, y'all see stuff. They're going to be with me a lot more this summer. I mean, they're going to be a lot this summer. This is my first summer with these young guys, and so it's going to be cool, and that's my main focus with that.
Trae Young's favorite baseball player is James Wood. Like, you guys hear about these traject machines? He just knows everything about DC sports.
Such a huge fan.
How do you think this Trae Young situation is going to play out? Is it a foregone conclusion and nothing to worry about in a formality? He'll just get the 3-year extension, and this is all part of the plan? 800-636-1067. What about the idea that he might take some meetings, according to Windhorst? And then also, how does all of this impact the next week for the Wizards? How does it impact the draft? How does it impact Anthony Davis, who's watching and trying to figure out how badly he wants to be here? We'll take your calls next. 800-636-1067. What a week for the Wizards. The NBA draft is 5 days away. This is The Fan.
This update is brought to you by the Fredericksburg Tattoo Invitational. U.S. Open going on right now. First round at Shinnecock Hills in Southampton, New York. Rory McIlroy leads at 3 under par. Just behind him is Sam Stevens at 2 under. 4 players at 1 under par. Ricky Fowler, Keegan Bradley, Ludwig Aberg, and Ben James. FIFA World Cup, one game already concluded today. Czechia beat drew with South Africa 1-1. Switzerland about to get underway with Bosnia at 3 o'clock. Canada will take on Qatar at 6. Mexico will take on South Korea tonight at 9. Baseball day off for the Nationals today. They'll take on the Rays for a 3-game series starting tomorrow night. The Capitals signed head coach Spencer Carberry to a multi-year contract extension, and Wizards guard Trae Young did plan to opt out of his player option, but likely to sign a 3-year extension with the Wizards, according to multiple sources. More artists, more talent, more ink. The 3rd annual Fredericksburg Tattoo Invitational is back June 26th through the 28th at the Fredericksburg Convention Center. Experience 3 days of live tattooing and tattoo competitions at our biggest show yet. Presented by Black Horse Tattoo Studio. Don't miss the Fredericksburg Tattoo Invitational. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
This is the most slept on I've been in my whole life. Like, even when I was in high school, I wasn't this slept on. Like, I felt like I could have been top 5 in my class. I should have been top 10. Number 1 point guard, I felt like, but I was number 4. So was I slept on a little bit? Maybe, but this is, it's starting to feel a certain way. But for me, I know it's all, I've learned over the years, there's a lot of recency bias that goes on, especially in media. And I know if we start winning, imagine the Wizards as a number 1 team in the East next year, what people are going to be saying.
I'd like to imagine that, Trey. Grant and Danny welcoming you back on The Fan. That's the Pivot Podcast starring Ryan Clark with Trae Young. He is opted out of $49 million this coming year. The report is he's going to get $40 million per year over 3 years and do a deal with the Wizards. But in the meantime, he might test the market and take some meetings. We're all just supposed to sit here and be like, yeah, no problem. This is the old, like, if you love something, you have to let it free and come back to you kind of deal where go have your meetings, buddy. Enjoy those conversations with those other teams. We'll be here waiting when you want to come back.
Remember our pitch? Remember we said some good stuff about you? Huh? Okay, bye.
Not my favorite.
Just send you a text thinking about you.
Here's my question, because I do think he will be a Wizard. It just seems like all the reporters that are plugged in are too confident, and everything Winger and Dawkins and this front office have said and done is under the assumption that he's going to be here as their Energizer Bunny on the offensive end and their point guard leading them next season. So I have to assume that they've calculated all this and they're right. What does this week do in the bigger picture for the Anthony Davis conversation, which is also significant?
Yep.
He's watching with bated breath to figure out how badly he wants to be here and what moves you're making.
Who do I want to catch lobs from?
Which we can get to second. And first here, the draft. Because I really do believe in a world where Trae Young somehow, some way wasn't here, Peterson becomes a way better fit personnel-wise than DeBonsa, which is not me saying that you should definitely take him, but I wonder, like, if you have Trae Young, should that disqualify or take away from Peterson as a ball-dominant scorer?
To a degree. And I know it's not, it shouldn't, because here's what should happen. Your current roster should be like, you'd almost do it like a blind date style, like one of those game shows where you don't, Bachelor number 2, what would you do to me if I were ice cream? Put that behind. Don't even look at your roster when you're making your selection. You take the best player on
Just
the board,
for my own
regardless of position.
Curiosity, what show is that? I'm just writing it
Remember,
down.
it's what's the blind date? Maybe is what it was called.
Okay.
But like there's 3 contestants and like
Do they go
you can't see
crazy
them.
after like an answer that they lead them into? Like,
Yeah, it's always like one of those woo kind of stupid questions. It was so suggestive and dumb.
Family Feud's like, name 100 things you do with your wife while you're laying in bed late at night. And then someone says,
And
the
Steve
obvious
Harvey's
thing.
like, oh my God.
He's like, why would you say that?
That's filthy. It's
We were
a
saying
family
sleeping
show.
Or talking or texting or napping. 800-636-1067 is the number. I think that this informs the draft only if he walks. The fact that there's not an extension done now ahead of this makes me wonder a little bit about Peterson versus DeBonsa. Like, are they less, in the same way that the Hawks became less desperate to keep him around because of Jalen Johnson's development? If they're settling on Peterson, I don't think that's the case, but just
let's say, yeah.
Let's just say they've decided they want to take Peterson at 1-1. Does paying Trae Young $40 million interest you less? Probably.
It's human nature. But the thing I was saying when I used my weird analogy about the dating game, thank you, Darius. That's what the show was called.
The ice cream.
Yeah. Just what would you do to me if I was ice cream? That's all I'm asking. But the point I'm trying to make is it should be in a vacuum where you go, regardless of position, regardless of fit, I am not a championship team trying to fold in a player. If I'm coming off the NBA Finals, I've got more of an eye towards my roster. I'm still very much in a building phase. I want to be good pretty soon, but if you think Peterson's the best, you take Peterson. It doesn't matter who the hell's there. With all due respect, Keshawn George can get bumped if the best player's a small forward, or Coulibaly can sit on the bench if the best player's a small forward. If the best player's a 4, maybe Sarr has to have his development curbed. This new superstar that's coming is going to be the best player on your team if it goes well, and you take the guy that will be that.
Totally true. I just think that
human nature, though, to have an eye towards
it. If it's really, really close, and everyone seems to think that it might be, I kind of thought this was the DeBonsa draft, and Peterson's here too, based on the last year. Now, you know how I felt.
Yeah.
Actually, if everything was even and Peterson was not a question mark and didn't have the games where he pulled himself off the floor and the creatine year and all this other stuff, I actually would take Peterson. I just think we undervalue scoring and putting the ball in the basket in a way that he's going to be able to at the next level as a sharpshooter from the outside. Not to say that DeBonsa can't. In the world that we live in right now, the reality of this past season, I'm running the show, I'm drafting. I will take DeBonsa because it's a surer, safer thing. I think the floor is higher, and he's also got the unbelievable ceiling. They both do. But had this year have gone differently, I was ready to have Peterson 1 and DeBonsa 2 until probably like a few months ago. Let's go to George, who's in Fredericksburg, wants to hop in on Grant and Danny. What's up, George?
Oh, what's up, boys? First off, shouts out to Jermon and guys like you, Grant, for visualizing Rise and supporting the local community in the Northern Neck. Awesome, man.
That was fun, yeah. My buddy Jermon Bushrod's charity event. Played some golf last week, Danny.
You're a big golfer.
Very poorly. I played some golf and ate some of Grandma's pound cake.
Did you do your bit where you hit every club the exact same length straight down the fairway?
I did.
That's the best. It's I've never seen anything like it.
It's kind
driver,
of my move.
putter, they go the exact same yardage.
What's up, George?
All right. So, given that we're hearing the parameters of a deal, the 3 and the 120, and the fact that that's leaking out, and that the fact that the teams with true salary cap space kind of all suck on par or worse than the Wizards,
it's a great point.
Nets, kind of lends the fact that it's like almost like a restricted free agency. Like, hey, Trey, go see what you can get, and if you can do a sign and trade package where it gets you another lottery pick or a talented player or 2 back in return, then I think it's smart play by the Wizards.
So this is what the Wizards are banking on. It's a really smart call, George. There aren't that many teams that can pay Trae Young. In fact, it's not that nobody would want him, in my opinion. It's how many teams have $40 million AAV laying around in cap space to give him, and the teams that might are way less appealing and enticing than the Wizards who are on the come, especially after he was just here being wined and dined,
being wooed,
wearing his Ovechkin sweater, ice side on the glass at Caps games for the last couple of months. So they are certainly counting on that, and I think that's why they think he's going to come crawling back if he does take some meetings. He's on to something there. The pool of teams that can afford him is, 4 to 6 tops. How many of those are actually appealing? The answer is not many.
No, there may be a couple spots. Again, how bad you want him, you could start moving some pieces around. But the point is true. It is fairly limiting. And also, he's such a, I don't know how to say this, but like he has gravity to him. In other words, if you employ Trae Young, you got to have a good space for Trae Young.
He's not going to be superstar.
He's not going to be the backup point guard in Sacramento. You're not going to go to San Antonio and languish there. You'd want to employ someone like that because you want the basketball in his hands. In theory,
well, you're paying him $40 million a year,
right?
So you're making a massive commitment, and the team's going to revolve around him in some way. So you have to be willing to give him that power. To your point, but also, is he of the level that you will? You just said if you want him, you could rearrange some things. He's not that guy. We saw that when the Wizards acquired him in a trade, when there just weren't suitors, when he wanted to go to the Wizards because that was the best available team to go to.
Mm-hmm.
Teams are not willing to rearrange all the furniture in the room to make him fit. If you can get him at $40 million, like the Wizards could, they got him for peanuts. Now we're interested. But if you're talking about blowing out different players and rearranging your cap situation, I don't think he's a priority ad like that. Let's go to Gus in Arlington. What's up, Gus?
Hey, guys. So you sort of answered my sort of question, which was, I mean, if we don't sign him, then it's egg on the face in the front office, right? Because we would have given away McCollum for nothing. And do they double down and give him like a no-trade clause in that situation because they're desperate to bring him back?
So you didn't give away McCollum for nothing, if I could say this. I think they lost 27 of their last 28 games. You gave away McCollum so that you could draft number 1 overall. Let's be very honest.
Yeah, it's not a contending team made a trade and then the guy like slipped on a banana peel and could never play for you. Right? This is a different story. I understand the point where you go, look what you have to show for the CJ McCollum deal, a guy that's not on your roster anymore. Sort of, if you're doing apples to apples, but it's not. You're 100% right on that.
But if they didn't trade McCollum when they did, they were accidentally starting to play.
Yeah.
He was playing well. They were winning a few games, probably too many games. And it's not a coincidence that you flip him for this future asset that you really like, and then he doesn't play. They shut him down, and he played all of 5 games the rest of the year. The reason they got rid of McCollum, who was unbelievable in the locker room, helping kids develop, was you were about to start risking the thing that the whole plan was about. So that's why they got rid of McCollum. And yes, it helped that you could bring in Trae Young too.
As part of a longer term, with the idea of it being a longer term thing, he had his rights and they were aware of them when they traded for him. So his image has been rehabilitated to a degree with this goodwill tour that he's been on, talking about how much he loves Washington and I'm here to help people win. And he's done the podcast tour, not as often as Anthony Davis, but he's done it enough where he's no longer thought of, or at least he's hoping, as this semi-toxic, selfish, aloof, away from my teammates kind of a guy. He was here to show buy-in, and he's done that to a degree.
Is there any way he's not their point guard when the season starts? I would say no to that, but
it's a percentage chance, but it's a small one.
And then the other question that I want to drill down on next, and we'll take calls 800-636-1067. Does anybody out there not like the idea of a $40 million at 3-year extension for 120? That's the report. 3 at 40 per, 120 mil to build the offense around Trae Young. Are we all on board with that at this point? G&D on the Fan. All right, we got rumblings here. Toby's calling his shot. He's saying no Christian Pulisic for the Americans tomorrow.
I'm co-signing. I got my nervous face on. The thing that I don't like is when everybody tells me it's going to be fine, and then it's the Curtis Samuel corollary. Like, we were interviewing Ron Rivera on the air, and I'm like, hey, Coach Rivera, how's it going? Why hasn't Curtis Samuel practiced at all? Why is he riding on the stationary bike all the time, always? Oh, everything's fine. It really is. He finally gets put on the injured list. I can't play football list for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks. That after, during the phone call, that happened. So I don't like being lied to or pandered to. He's not practicing again. I'm very concerned.
I hope this doesn't come off wrong, but
yep.
I'm gonna throw it out there and we'll see.
I know what you're going to say. Go ahead and hit
I'm
me.
sure it'll be taken terribly. No, this has nothing to do with you. One of the things I kind of enjoy about getting to watch the U.S. soccer team in the World Cup is I am such a casual with so little year-long investment that I come in basically like a lot of people would come in on the Nats or the Caps or the Wizards or the Commanders or whatever, who are like very base-level fans.
Mm-hmm.
And they have like some understanding based on either listening to the show or whatever about this player and what people think. That's like me with the U.S. soccer team. So I know Christian Pulisic from several years ago, watched him in the last World Cup, and he's been the promised child for the Americans or whatever. But I come in, and other than knowing what he looks like or whatever, I can't tell you much about how he's done lately or what the resume looks like. But then I watched that game the other night, and I go, I love that. Like, he's making he had a couple rushes where he like split two defenders and set up the first goal. And I'm like, damn, this guy is as good as ever.
He was incredible.
He was fantastic. Not having him if he doesn't play would actually be a huge loss for Team USA, obviously. But I don't think his injury is serious enough based on how it was originally reported and what they've been saying that he would miss if they didn't feel like they needed him. Does that make sense? Like, I bet you there was a video. Did you see the leaked video somebody shot of him like working out in a tent yesterday after a practice? And it's basically like him testing out his hamstring where he's like jumping from one foot to the other. Did you see that?
Yeah, I mean, part of the issue, too, is you're thinking long-term here. It's not that you don't think that you won't, but he has a long history of injuries as well.
Okay, so that I didn't know about. But I guess what I'm getting to is I don't think they need him for Australia. So he's probably, Danny's worried he's like hurt right now. I'll bet you he's like 85%. And they're going, we got this one. We need you a week from now to tune up so that we get you ready for the next round.
That or it may be one of those things where it's not even looking at the opponent as much as we could run the risk here of missing you the rest of the tournament versus maybe you miss Australia and you're good for Turkey next week.
Right. Yeah, there you go. The Turkey game, and by all accounts, just from reading and then having a couple guests on, way more physical team, going to really like lean on you and be more of a pain in the butt. In theory, I say all this and then watch Australia will come out tomorrow and play their butt.
They're going to be physical.
But I think that I don't know anything. I'm assuming he's not as hurt enough for you to worry about. I think this is we'll see you in a week kind of situation.
Yeah, and I'm sure there's some gamesmanship too. But what I don't like is what? No, he's fine. He's fine. It was precautionary. 4 days not practicing. Alone in the tent. Not with the team. That's the part that makes me, well, if you're lying about that, what else are you lying about? And again, I'm not mad at anybody. I get very nervous because when he's on the field and he's right, you see it. He's finally been put in a position where he can be dangerous. He terrified them. Those constant probing runs, the creative play, they couldn't dispossess him. He was just so dynamic. That was the guy that we were all promised.
Here's what I'll describe him as. He doesn't play this position, but in hockey, he is like the playmaking center. He is the Backstrom.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
What he did in the first half, he gave fits to everybody on the other defensive end. He set up that first goal, and I think he was the best player on the field other than Balogun, who obviously finished a couple goals for the Americans, and certainly in the first half. Let's go to Shane in Fairfax, wants to hop in on Trae Young. What's up, Shane? How are you?
Commander Danny, Lieutenant Grant, how you boys doing today?
Good, buddy.
Doing well.
Hey, look, I'm with you. I think he does suit up and plays, but I don't see him. I mean, I like to see a trade. I really would. I like to see like a sign and trade. I know free agency is Monday, but, I don't know. I like to see him here and do his thing. I think a 40-year, $40 million is not bad for 3 years. I don't think that's bad, but we'll see. I mean, can he gel with this team? He's going to be, as everybody knows, he's a ball heavy point guard, but he will make everybody better around him. So that's the thing. I'm excited for for the Wizards right now. I'm a diehard Celtics fan, but my team, I support my local team, the Wizards. So, but we'll see.
5 days away from the
Appreciate
draft,
you,
my
Shane.
friend. Appreciate the call as always.
Do you think this Trae Young thing affects who they would draft, or no?
No, I don't think so. But I think it should a little bit, honestly. Like, I'm going to go back to the idea of, let's just say, my prediction's wrong, because I'm predicting they're going to take DeBonsa. But let's say that they're actually closing in on Peterson, and this whole report that Peterson's camp knows he's number one, so they're not going to do any other interviews. Like, that's not a smokescreen, and that's actual authentic.
Let's say it's real, yeah.
I don't think it's the craziest thing in the world to set Peterson up to have the most success the fastest, to be the ball-dominant guard in your backcourt, to then shop Trae Young and make the idea of like this sign and trade or whatever, which is different than him opting out. But the reports are, we're going to hear later in the show from Kevin O'Connor, who says the Wizards are desperately trying to have a second lottery pick, that he thinks they're moving heaven and earth to try to get back up into the first round or possibly get into the middle of the top 15 or whatever with the second selection. I got a trade chip for you then, if that's really important for you. And Peterson becomes your scorer and the guy that you design things around in the backcourt. That's not the craziest thing. Now, I think it's DeBonsa on the wing, and then he slots in pretty well next year with Young and with your huge front court of Sarr and Anthony Davis. But we don't know anything right now.
I mean, I go back to John Wall was drafted when Gilbert Arenas was still here. Now, it wasn't that Arenas. It was post-ACL Arenas.
Yeah, that was a different Arenas.
But it was still, you got a marquee All-NBA caliber point guard, quote-unquote, on your roster, but everyone knew. The math worked out where it's going to be John Wall's team, matter of time for the guy that's here.
There also wasn't a player as good as John Wall in that draft.
No, not at all. But I guess what I'm saying is, if you go, the answer is Darren Peterson, just for the sake of argument, let's put the Peterson thing out. The math says he'll be here longer than Trae Young will. So that's not going to affect us. It may be weird with them sharing a backcourt together, but eventually one's going to be gone.
Logan Paulson's been covering Commanders mini camp this week. He joins us to break it down next. Logan Paulson coming up on Commanders minicamp. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan, brought to you by the law firm Condori and Mirage.
They can help you with so much like estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com. And be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Let's go to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And bring Logan Paulson onto the show. He's been out in Ashburn working up a lather the last few days, watching the boys on the practice field. Logan, 3 days of mini camp down for the Commanders. I actually want to start with the big story that came out of camp today, which was that there was a weird way of going about practice where the starters were asked to do one thing, but the backups were doing more. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, man, I think it's just, I remember when I first was here in Washington. First off, thanks for having me on, guys. Always good talking to you. But when I first got to Washington there, I think it was 2012, we used to do, split field practice. So, the 2 offense would go versus the 1 defense, and the 1 offense would go versus the 2 defense. So this felt very similar to that. But instead of going 2 versus 1s, they went 1 versus 1s kind of approximately. There are some exceptions to this, obviously, in a kind of walkthrough type setting where you can kind of rep more specifically the communication combinations versus looks. Those other kind of good on good looks, they can work their calls a little bit differently. And it kind of felt like it was a way to kind of protect that kind of the big boy varsity group while letting the younger guys, the guys that need to kind of prove themselves a little bit more, go with live bullets in that other kind of section of practice. So I think it kind of serves an opportunity to kind of keep the big boys safe, the guys are going to be a part of the team, and it lets the young guys kind of develop their craft and get some work. So it was cool to see, Jalen Lane have some nice catches today. Luke McCaffrey have some nice catches. So I think it just gives that young group more opportunity, which I can attest to, having done this before, is really, really helpful in terms of development.
Logan, it's easier for me to say as just an old pudgy guy that gets winded going up a couple flights of stairs. But it's been my feeling over the last couple of years that this has not exactly been the most intense set of training camps, preseasons, et cetera. And that's kind of the trend around the league, is to try to keep guys healthy for as long as possible. Of course, didn't work last year, bad luck with injuries, et cetera. But do you feel like, and again, this is mini camp, it's June, it's not going to be as physical, obviously, but do you get the sense there might be a paradigm shift to some degree from Quinn and this staff in terms of lead up to the season, whether it's, going a little bit harder more often?
Well, I think, like you talked about in this press conference earlier this week about how this is going to be a really competitive camp. I think that's speaking to the depth, but I also think it's speaking to a certain mindset / approach. Even just watching kind of that second group, or the group that's going kind of at a full tilt out there, that's a competitive group of guys out there. It's pretty physical. They're not in full shoulder pads, but they're pushing the envelope there. And it does feel like, if we're kind of comparing it to last year, especially during training camp, there's a little bit more pop, a little bit more energy, and a little bit kind of more just excitement on the team. And I think that is cool. And so, yes, while there is this kind of new age thinking of, protecting the players and finding ways to modify practice to mitigate injury, I also feel that this is kind of a mix of, some pretty competitive practice reps and letting guys get better. So I think it's about, to your point, Danny, walking that line a little bit and finding the best way to maximize health and safety while also getting the team better.
Can you tell the difference, watching now compared to a year ago? And is that something you can notice in real time? I don't remember that being a storyline last year, that there was a lack of excitement. I bring this up because Dan Quinn did an interview, I think with CBS, with Evan Washburn, and he basically said, I showed guys tape of this. He showed players, he picked a video of some kind of OTA or minicamp or something, and the energy at a practice a year ago versus the year before, 24 versus 25, and he thought there was a very tangible, noticeable difference. Is that something in real time that you can feel as a player?
I mean, it's something, I think I remember talking with you or with somebody else on the beat about this last year. There was kind of this feeling of, a lackluster feeling, especially around the training camp time. And I kind of chalked it up to, Terry's working on his contract, Noah Brown's not there. They don't have their starting left guard in the lineup. They're kind of nursing some guys back from injury on defense. And that was kind of what I chalked it up to. But today, for just as an example, they were doing a thing where you could tell it was a point of emphasis. They were like, hey, we want everybody to celebrate in the most ridiculous celebration of all time. And so the refs are there and they're throwing flags after every single touchdown in the red zone. Everybody's hooting and hollering at each other. And just the pulses were up. So that's something that I always appreciated about Dan is like, it should be fun to come to work. We should be getting productive, energetic kind of exchanges between the offense and defense. And I felt like today, whether that was scripted or whether that just kind of happened organically, I thought that was kind of something that speaks to your point, Grant. Like, it's not like, we're going super hard, but you could just tell the guys were having fun. The energy was up. It was very competitive. They were kind of jawing at each other in a playful, productive way. And it felt different, felt different than it's felt specifically last year. But, today was just a lot of fun to watch and a lot of fun to be out there.
Our guy Logan Paulson with us here on G&D. So for folks that can't, consume a lot of this in person in terms of seeing how they're lining up, operating, etc., when we tune in kind of as a regular rank and file fan, when we watch them for the first time, whether it's preseason, regular season, whatever, what will we easily be able to notice that's different from last year?
Well, I think, obviously we can't talk too much about scheme, and you guys will be able to see that when the preseason rolls around. But I think the major thing, the thing that sticks out most acutely is the different type of body types they have at the practice, right? Obviously, Leo Chanel is a massive, strong, fast dude. Sonny Styles is a freak. Frankie Luvu, again, kind of the way they've got him working in the defense is going to be really exciting, I think, for a lot of fans. Dafe Owe, like watching him in the individual defensive line drills, it looks like somebody from a different planet running around out there. So seeing what he's going to be, obviously, all those different new additions are really special. And then the other thing that sticks out to me is just Terry. Like when he's on the field, the amount of juice and energy and explosiveness he brings to the offense, I think is special. So that's the biggest kind of thing that we can talk about that I noticed is just the energy, the physicality, the speed seems to be ramped up a notch, definitely since Dan Quinn and Adam Peters have been here.
Logan Paulson, you know him from his work on the pod I do with him. Take Command. It's available wherever you get your audio. Download, rate, review, do all that podcasty stuff to help us out. Just a very, very deep dive into all things Commanders, X's and O's, and scheme. Speaking of which, non-specifically, I guess, not really from the practice field, but just talking about David Blau. Like, what are the things that you're most excited to see Jaden Daniels get to do in this offense that he didn't get to do a lot with Cliff Kingsbury? And why are you confident that he'll be able to take to them pretty quickly and seamlessly?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think the biggest thing for me is just the fact that Jaden Daniels won't have to do everything. And so what I mean by that is, like, when you look at the explosive play opportunities in Cliff's offense, they're kind of like low percentage throws. They need a big time opportunity and accuracy from the quarterback to make them happen. If the concept's covered, he's got to create a lot with his legs. And so I'm hoping that, and based on what I've seen in OTAs, I think this is definitely in line with kind of what we've seen from, Ben Johnson in Detroit and Chicago. Like, I think you're going to see just an offloading of responsibility for him. Like, we're going to work schematically to open guys up a little bit. We're going to work different formations. We're going to condense the formation. We're going to get into bunches. And again, those cross releases, those switch releases, those pick releases we're going to get are going to give you some opportunities to find guys wide open. And I just got to know kind of what the defense is in. I got to know where the ball should go, and I just got to deliver it. And I think when you look at Jaden Daniels in terms of his superpower, I think everyone wants to point to his athleticism. To me, it's the quick release and the accuracy. And that seems to fit right in line. And it reminds me a little bit of like Kyle Shanahan and Jimmy Garoppolo's second or third year in San Francisco, where, they have this really kind of middling average depth of target, but they have like a huge explosive play rate. Like the offense is doing a lot of the heavy lifting for Jaden, so he doesn't have to do it all the time. And then when it's time on 3rd and 10 or in the low red zone and he's got to go put his Superman cape on, Jaden can do that. But I think that's the thing I'm most excited for David Blau to accomplish or achieve with this offense is just make Jaden Daniels' life easier, make it simpler, find easy ways for explosive plays and find easy ways for the offense to stay on schedule so he doesn't have to do everything heroic all the time like he's done the last 2 years.
So, Logan, I know I'm a crazy person, and it's easy to make fun of me, and that's fine. The thing that I would like to hear that nobody's talking about, because you can't really do anything about it right this second, but I would love the paradigm for everybody affiliated with the offense, from Daniels, even to Quinn, who oversees everything, to Blau, to anyone in between, have a very large emphasis on how we keep Jaden Daniels healthy. What does that look like? What does that mean? Whether it's less of this, more of something else, whatever that is. And it goes hand in hand with kind of some of the stuff you're talking about schematically, where you want the ball out of his hands quickly, that therefore he's not getting hit. But it's everyone sort of seems to go, yep, last year was kind of weird. And I'm going, whoa, what can we learn? What can we do better to make sure this incredibly important player is upright? Just A, your thoughts there, and B, kind of what do you think the plan actually is?
Yeah, I do think last year was kind of weird, to be honest with you, like in the sense that, like, when you look at more traditional offensive structure around the league, especially the groups that are kind of in the top 5, top 8, like you're talking your Seattles, your LAs, your San Franciscos, your Green Bays, like they don't run the offense that Cliff runs. And now there's a lot of merits and benefits to that offense. But one of the things that is difficult is you're in 5, 6-man protections pretty consistently. Teams can take advantage of that. They can put a lot of pressure on you. We didn't have a lot of vertical horsepower on the perimeter. We're going to see a lot of man coverage. And what does that do? That offloads a lot of responsibility, not offloads, that puts a lot of responsibility on the quarterback to elevate. And so he has to deal with quick, immediate pressure and not a lot of good answers because we pressed him on the perimeter. So now all of a sudden we're going to kind of diversify our offensive sets. We're going to get into condensed formations. We're going to run the ball a little bit more. We're going to use play action pass. We're going to use boots. So what does that do? Play action pass that allows us to keep more guys in protection, that allows us to affect the middle level of the defense in terms of guys stepping up at near towards the line of scrimmage to create more space for him to get the ball out of his hands quickly. We can change the launch point because we're going under center. We're working more traditional play action pass boot concepts, getting him out into space. So, like, to me, like, the weirdness goes hand in hand with the newness of what David Blau is bringing, right? He's just kind of abiding by more traditional offensive football convention, and those offensive football conventions allow for more diversity in the offense, which is going to protect Jaden because it's going to make the life easier for the receiver, for the offensive line, and for the quarterback. And as we've talked about, Grant and I on Take Command, that's all a projection, but I look at the offensive structure that he's coming from, and that's the principle of the offense. So it should just inherently, by its principle and its fundamentals, keep Jaden Daniels a little bit healthier because we're going to protect him better. We're going to get the ball out of his hands more quickly. We're going to make his decision-making process easier. And all those things, I think, lead to a healthier Jaden Daniels in 2026.
Logan Paulsen on Grant and Danny. Take Command is the show. You should download, rate, review, and make sure you check out all of his analysis on 3 times a week. Drops Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. So, Logan, I want to give you a guy that I'm intrigued by, and this was coming into minicamp, although I've seen a lot written about him over the last few days, and I've kind of long thought there could be more in the tank in his future. I want to get your analysis on him, and then I'm going to ask you, so you can start thinking about this, like, who's a guy like that for you, that you think is a deep down the roster guy that you would, like, buy stock in for the next few years? But my guy would be Colson Yankoff, who's the big 6'4", 210-pound tight end. For people that don't know, he played quarterback going into college, played at UCLA where he played some wide out and running back. He ran 47 times out of the backfield, like 260 yards, almost 6 yards per carry, had some rushing touchdowns. He's a great athlete. There was an awesome video today of a one-handed catch he made in the end zone. What do you make of Colson Yankoff? We keep talking about Ben Sinnott in this offense where they're going to turn up the faders on tight end a little bit. Why couldn't Colson Yankoff become more of an athlete making plays for David Blau?
Yeah, I think Colson Yankoff is an excellent shout-out by you because he's a guy that has gotten better each year he's been here, and I think has a role already carved out as a special teams guy. And I think because of his athleticism, you mentioned like the one-handed dexterity with the catch today, but also to me it's the route running nuance and subtlety. Like you could tell like he's played with Zach Ertz. There's a little bit of that to his game and how he approaches his routes. And so I do think like that type of body type, that type of skill set definitely plays for the tight end position in 2026. And so, like, to me, it's like, yeah, I think he's a guy that is for sure on the roster because he's an absolute maven on special teams. Just depends on, like, how big or how small his role is on the offense. So, and I think each and every day that I've gone to practice, he's done something, whether it's an individual, whether it's in special teams, whether it's in the offensive phase, where I'm like, man, that guy's a good football player. And it'll be really interesting to see how that continues to progress, like, through preseason, as you know, Grant, like we've seen guys make and break their respective seasons with good or bad preseason games and joint practices. So that's something I'm going to keep an eye on with him specifically.
So who would be a guy like that for you that you think there's more in the tank or maybe has a chance to have a brighter future help more than people acknowledge or think right now?
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good question. I think there's obviously there's a bunch of guys. Like the first guy that came to mind when you started talking was Luke McCaffrey. I don't know if he's down the roster necessarily, but watching him over the last couple of days, again, kind of in that 2 versus 2 kind of live scrimmage environment, I was like, man, like he's moving really well. He's separating well. He's running routes with great confidence. He understands kind of where he needs to be with regards to spacing. And, I think we've talked about it on Take Command, like the idea that he, was kind of starting to come on a little bit before he broke his collarbone, I think is reinforced by what I've seen by practice. And we talked about him in off seasons before where you're like, man, I don't really quite see it. He's not as explosive as I was hoping, or he's not as confident or demonstrative as I was hoping. And I didn't get that at all from this offseason from him. So it does seem like he's maybe turning a corner, but I think that's what's to be expected from a guy with his type of pedigree. So the other ones would be like the safeties. That group is really interesting to me. And I think you've seen guys over the course of OTAs and minicamp like Quan, I don't know if he's down the roster far enough, Revo, do some things like from a communication, from an alignment standpoint that I think is really interesting and exciting in terms of them maybe playing in the defense a little bit more. Now, who knows? It's so hard to tell who's who and what's what during the OTA minicamp phase. But those 3 guys have been impressive to me through this offseason process.
So, Logan, let's go into McCaffrey a little bit, because this is a guy, I get the sense that maybe, I don't want to say they've moved on. He's obviously still on the roster, but enter Antonio Williams, and I feel like Burks may be kind of the darling of the moment as a bigger body guy on the outside. Just where do you see McCaffrey right now in the pecking order? And if it goes well, what's his role this year in your view?
Yeah, I think that it's a good question. I think partially what I would say is that he does seem to be kind of putting his resume emphatically on the table. And I think people want to say, oh, it's going to be Burks, it's going to be Antonio Williams. I think Antonio Williams is doing a good job kind of distancing himself from the pack here a little bit. But in terms of that next tier of guys, so Terry McLaurin, Antonio Williams, and then the next kind of group of people, I think, Luke's kind of making a really strong case for himself. And this is honestly why you have the offseason process. Has Treylon Burks done some good stuff? Yes. But again, the guy that has caught my eye more consistently is Luke McCaffrey. Now, you can talk about Van Jefferson and some other pieces, but I do think there is this is nothing set in stone. And Dan's talked about that in his press conferences, how this is going to be a really competitive offseason. This is going to be the most competitive training camp you feel like he's had since he's been here. And I think this is part of that conversation is yes, the fan base is talking about Treylon Burks, but Jalen Lane had a big day today, right? Luke McCaffrey had a really solid day today. Ben Siddon had a big catch. And so everybody is kind of, again, saying, I deserve to be on this team. And outside of that kind of top-tier group of the names that you would expect, like your Laramie Tunsils, maybe your Sam Cosmes, I think there's going to be a lot of guys that can make waves in terms of saying, I deserve this role, whatever it is, on this football team.
When you say Antonio Williams is separating himself, and Logan Paulson's with us, by the way, is he obviously the second best receiver behind McLaurin to you right now? What are you seeing?
So I think it's more when you watch individual, there's just something a little bit different about him. We talked about the route running stuff kind of a lot. And so I do think that that shows up in individuals, when he kind of knows when to sit, the way he runs his. And again, this is all, kind of in the drill work, but he does seem to have a different element to him than the other guys, right? Terry, you got him. And I think the other guys are, again, kind of working in terms of competition to kind of find that spot for themselves. And, the staff has spoken very highly of him. So I do think that they are very confident in what he's bringing, what he can do. And I'm excited to see what he does in minicamp in training camp and during the preseason. That's, again, where I think the fans are going to see what we've been able to see at practice with him.
Tell me about the linebackers. Sonny Styles, Chanel, by the way, great job doing Chanel and not Chanel. I just Chanel, Logan. It's hard for me to adjust when I see that AL there, and it's only recently, and I've said Chanel so many times. I'm going to try to Chanel, but we need leaders like yourself who Chanel'd right out of the gate to get us all Chanelling. Anyway, that linebacker rotation, they got 3 guys, and I don't know how often it's going to be 3 true linebackers on the field, but they're 3 of your best 11 defenders when you add Luvu into that mix. How do you see that deployment? And it must be a fun problem to have to figure out how to get all those guys, attacking.
Yeah, I think that's the thing with the linebackers that is really fun to think about, because to me, in my mind, and they haven't shown this during OTAs or minicamp in any way, but I'm just there has to be a way. They have to be, doing something in a walkthrough or drawing something up in a dark room somewhere where all 3 of those guys are on the field, because it would make a lot of sense. You could still be in your base 3-4 structure with those guys on the field. You could move some other pieces around. And I just when I look at them, they're talented. they're talented, and again, like they're still going through kind of like learning the defense and going through all those things. But when I watch them, like the way Sonny Styles communicates, the way Frankie Luvu's been getting downhill, like there's something there that I think is going to be really fun and just different for Commanders fans, just from an athlete and a physicality standpoint. So I get really excited watching that group. But again, like this is the exciting and frustrating part about the offseason, because it's just such a minute part of what this defense is going to actually be at some point. So I'm still kind of waiting for that declarative, like this is what that role is going to be. And we might not find out honestly till like week 3 or 4 of the season, but they are definitely talented. They're definitely big and they're definitely fast. And that group definitely feels significantly different than they did at any point last year.
Commanders minicamp wrapped on Thursday. The team had 3 workouts. Didn't get off early like has been the case around the league so often the last couple of years. They did like a family cookout barbecue thing, little bonding experience out in Ashburn today, which was cool. But educate me on now what happens for these guys between today and training camp. I know several of them will do some golfing and traveling and legitimate vacationing with loved ones. But is it just case by case in terms of the workout program? And like, what were you doing leading up to camp? Are there guys that will show up and will be a little out of shape because they did less? Like, how does that work?
Yeah, I mean, this is, since the new CBA, this is something that, I talked to, Kendrick Golston today. I talked to, Santana Moss and Fred Smoot about this. I talked to Fletch about this. And everyone kind of to a man of those guys that I spoke to said this was the most stressful time of the year for them. Because it's like you've done all this work, you've put all this time in, you've gone, what is that, like almost 12 weeks of, lifting, running, football, getting in shape. And now you've got this, month and a little bit extra to kind of make sure you stay in shape. So I remember talking to them. They're like, yeah, it might take, 2 or 3 days, go on a quick vacation, but I'm coming back and I'm getting on my workout routine. And then I remember talking to Kenny, he's like, I might go to Jamaica, but I'm working out the whole time while I'm down at the resort. And so it's just, there is this like cloud of the season looming over you, like the anticipation, the excitement, but also the anxiety and the consternation that you're not going to be in shape. So inevitably there are guys that don't come back in shape. They go a little bit too hard in terms of having fun and playing loose and fast with the schedule. But most of the guys understand that this is really important. This is what I get paid to do, and I need to make sure that I'm physically prepared to be on the field. So I think most of the guys that I know and that I talk to are going to be training pretty significantly and not having too much fun, but enjoying the break as much as they can.
Logan, awesome as always, buddy. Enjoy the weekend.
Thanks, man. Appreciate you.
Appreciate you, bud.
There's Logan Paulson. Take Command is where you can find his work. The podcast I do with him drops Monday, Wednesday, Friday, available for you wherever you get your audio. Really good insight on minicamp. Next, Mike Rizzo talked to Barry Svrluga of The Athletic about how responsible he and his regime are for some of the success the Nationals are having. Now, it was also on MLB Network today discussing that. I want to get into that next on The Fan.
This update is brought to you by Fredericksburg Tattoo Invitational. World Cup underway once again. Czechia and South Africa drew 1-1, the second game of the day. Currently about a half hour in. Switzerland and Bosnia are scoreless. Two other games tonight. Canada will take on Qatar at 6. Mexico will take on South Korea at 9 o'clock. United States will take on Australia tomorrow at 3 o'clock in Seattle. They're hoping to have Christian Pulisic, but he didn't train with the team for a fourth straight day today. He is considered day-to-day, however. U.S. Open going on right now in New York. Rory McIlroy atop the leaderboard with Sam Stevens and Ben James at 2 under par. The Capitals signed head coach Spencer Carberry to a multi-year contract extension, and Wizards guard Trae Young plans to decline his player option, but still likely to sign a 3-year extension with Washington. More artists, more talent, more ink. The third annual Fredericksburg Tattoo Invitational is back June 26th through the 28th at the Fredericksburg Convention Center. Experience 3 days of live tattooing and tattoo competitions at our biggest show yet. Presented by Black Horse Tattoo Studio. Don't miss the Fredericksburg Tattoo Invitational. From the Crap Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Barry Svrluga wrote a piece that came out yesterday in The Athletic where he had gone to lunch with and talked to Mike Rizzo, the longtime president of baseball operations with the Washington Nationals, who was fired about a year ago at this time, right around July 4th. Paul Taboni came in, hired an entirely new staff. They've had an entirely new analytics-driven philosophy, and the results have been fantastic. You and I talked this week about the one-year anniversary of Davey Martinez saying it's never on the coaches, and how this season has been a gigantic referendum, it feels like, on the old coaching staff and some of the old coaching philosophies. I don't feel as negatively about Mike Rizzo and the job he did as I do the coaching staff specifically around Davey and Davey Martinez even. I think Rizzo had a longer run of success and did a lot more good, and the balance sheet is largely positive for Rizzo over the duration of his time here. Whereas if you look at Davey Martinez's run here, Danny, it was basically the second half of the 2019 season, which was unbelievable.
Which was great.
Separate that, and it was just all losing, essentially.
And it's not just losing. This is the part I always want to hammer. Manny Acta lost. Frank Robinson lost. A lot of teams here lost a lot of games. It's the same beat your head against the wall, guys getting picked off, guys can't hit cutoff men, guys throwing to the wrong base. The same, oh my God, are we bleeping kidding mistakes for however long? And it's just nothing different.
The story, though, is really interesting. I think people should check it out in The Athletic. I enjoyed it because the Rizzo era and the recency of the several years in the post-World Series lack of success is so complicated, especially looking back now. I mean, this guy and Davey Martinez, to a large extent, are the reasons why the Nats won a World Series. Mm-hmm. October 2019 is one of the great months of my life.
Yep.
And the second half of that baseball season will have forever. And they built not just that team that won the World Series, but several better teams than that, honestly, that could have and didn't, that ran into oddities or wackiness in the playoffs or came up small somewhere along the line. But let's go through this story. So Svrluga starts the story. They're sitting at lunch. He says Rizzo's in shorts and a T-shirt. He's 65 years old. He's smoking a pre-lunch cigar. Club sandwich is on his way. He's got 2 replaced hips. He's throwing pitches to his son, Sonny, who's 3 years old now. And he's kind of living his first summer without baseball in decades. He said, when was the last time Mike Rizzo didn't have baseball games to attend to all summer? And Rizzo's answer is, are you counting high school and college baseball? And he says, yes. He goes, well, then not in 50-plus years. So he's going back to like when he was 11, 12 years old. But he says, I'm energized. I feel great. I'm ready to do what I do. And Svrluga points out that while there's a lot of negativity around the Rizzo regime here from the last several years, understandably, during that 16-year run and during the 2019 World Series, that ended an 8-season stretch in which the Nationals won more than any other team other than the Dodgers. There was a time when the Nats did draft well. Rizzo, for his credit, And to his credit, over 16 years, when he ran the Nats, I think had the best trade resume of any executive in the sport.
Certainly up there, right?
You'd be hard pressed to find someone who had more trade success during those 16 years in baseball, any team, with any number of executives than Rizzo did. So I give him a lot of credit for that. The Soto deal saves his bacon. If he hadn't made the Juan Soto deal, imagine how bleak this thing would have been the last couple of years. Frankly, he may not have lasted as long as he did. And imagine what this thing would look like for Paul Taboni now, if not for James Wood and C.J. Abrams.
Bleak.
The Mackenzie Gore deal that they've turned into a massive upgrade to the minor league system with 5 prospects. But Rizzo deserves a ton of credit for that. You have to acknowledge that was a ballsy trade that a lot of teams, a lot of GMs, a lot of executives would not have made, and it's going to go down as one of the great returns in the history of any sport.
Absolutely. And, the pivot was there. It was the right one. But there for every one of those deals, there's a Wilson Ramos for Matt Capps. There's Trey Turner and Joe Ross for Steven Souza. There are remarkable.
The Doug Fister Lombardozzi trade.
How did you pull that one from there kind of trades? Lane Thomas for John Lester after the trade deadline somehow. Whereas we didn't fax you in time. It still goes through.
Denard Span for Alex Meyer. Do you remember that one?
Of course I do. I mean, the list is nearly endless in that regard. So that really was what it was, because there's after Harper, the Strasburg-Harper-Rendon triumvirate, which is the core of an excellent team, and then 2 of those 3 guys are 3 of the 5 reasons they win a World Series. It's a lot of Jake Johansson and Carter Kieboom and Seth Romero and Mason Denneberg and fruitless draft classes.
Yes.
I don't mean like, below average or mired in lack of production. And it's not like some second or third rounder would come through and take those guys' place. There was a dearth. I understand you're picking to the back of the first round. You're a prisoner of your own success. Even still within that grading on a curve, there's no other way around it. It was disastrous.
The conversation he had with Barry wasn't overly revealing. As Verluga writes, Rizzo's not going to go all in on the learners, but there is an undercurrent of, quote, well, if you would have spent on veterans to supplement the young core we had gathered, then ... And I think that's reality. Like, that's not an excuse. You and I said this all of last year. The rebuild didn't go terribly, thanks to the Soto deal. The rest of it leaves a lot to be desired in terms of draft classes and development. But it almost doesn't matter, because in one fell swoop with that trade, you've got a core now that you can build the whole thing around if you supplement with money, and ownership didn't send reinforcements over that hill. But what Sverluga points out is that 21 of the 37 guys that the Nationals have used so far this season for what they're doing and overachieving and being a current playoff team in the wild card were brought into the organization by Rizzo. And that's where Rizzo, I think, is taking a bit of a victory lap and kind of suggesting, we knew what we were doing. It looks a little bit better now than it did a year ago at this time. To that, I would say, though, this regime is getting a lot more out of them. Now, that's not a Rizzo point as much as it is, again, I'm going to the coaching level, the instruction level. I think at the minor league levels, player development, the staff that's in place, the hitting and pitching instructors, the people working hands-on in the cages are getting more out of prospects than they did previously. This isn't even a front office point other than you're the ones doing the hiring and setting the agenda from a paradigm and philosophical standpoint and a technology and an R&D standpoint. And maybe this is a lesson learned. Dan Quinn always talks about all the stuff he learned in Atlanta. Maybe wherever Rizzo goes, his right-hand man, now his Mike DiBartolo too, is going to have a bigger, more influential, powerful voice, and they're going to lean more into the data and the technology, because it was clearly a shortcoming, and it's been proven this year. But I think to just say, well, look, Jacob Young's having a really good year. That was our 7th-round pick. That is true. But Jacob Young, when he was coached by your guys doing it the way that the previous regime wanted, is not this Jacob Young. This is a new Jacob Young with a new approach and a new swing, and it's all been redesigned. Keibert Ruiz, we gave him the extension. Everyone made fun of us. Now look, he's got an 800 OPS. Yes, that's true. He wouldn't have an 800 OPS if Davey was managing and Darnell Coles was his hitting coach.
Yeah, he'd also be the frying pan back there that he was under you guys for years. He was a disaster as a catcher. Not anymore.
And there was some of this at the minor league level too, where he says, look at the minor league system and how much better a lot of our guys are. We knew they would come on. It would just take some time. As if Yoandy Morales or Seaver King or some of the guys that they drafted where they did, who are now flourishing this year, like it was just inevitable.
Yeah, time wasn't the variable.
Right, like this new regime came in or not. And to me, both things can be a little bit true. Like, I never thought Yoandy Morales was a bad pick at 40. He's a talented guy. I didn't hate the Seaver King pick, although I was always told that they would have taken Seaver King over, Connor Griffin or over Nick Kurtz and a couple. Like, that's bad, but I digress. At least you've got to acknowledge, though, that the reason these guys are coming on is based on the instructing and the coaching that they're getting. Yoani Morales told me straight up a couple weeks ago that his use of the traject machine that they use pregame in Rochester, which they never had until this year, is the single biggest reason for his hitting development this year. That is a direct way of saying what is happening with him would not have happened last year. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, guys in a lot of places have career years for whatever reason. And that's true. You look at some up and down players, change of scenery. Some coach gets in your ear, says the right thing. I mean, the Daniel Murphy story and Kevin Long is it's not just Kevin Long. There's a million of those guys. It used to be Dave Duncan in Seattle, in St. Louis rather, would fix every pitcher's career, turn a guy that was a former prospect who was a washout into a superstar. That's time immemorial. So that's not that crazy of a thing to have that happen. When the entire roster's doing it, you don't get to get credit. Sorry.
Well,
you know what I mean? Like, yeah, you scouted as good or as whatever as anybody else, and that's fine. Good for you. A lot of guys had Bryce Harper 1-1. A lot of guys had Steven Strasburg 1-1. A lot of guys could tell that James Wood had a chance to be pretty good. When every single player to a man, save Dalen Lyle, who I think was just beyond exceptional at the end of last season, has progressed and not regressed under you, or as soon as you're gone, it's hard not to do more than correlation. There's some causation there, bro.
Rizzo says in the story that he's hoping to get back into baseball, would love to run a front office again. And I hope he gets that chance. I don't know that he will at 65, the way the game is trending. But he talked about maybe being just a senior advisor or helping somebody out. And he could definitely be an asset in that way. There's no doubt in my mind. But I think he could still be a successful GM where they spend some money. You know what? He is great at trades.
Yes.
And if he leans into a assistant like a DeBartolo, who's a smart R&D person, and it is, welcoming to some of that even more so than they were here, and kind of turns over a new leaf in that regard, I think it could work if you're in a Detroit, as an example, or like Dave Dombrowski, who's an old school guy in Philly, having plenty of success now, where they can spend money, where ownership gives you money. He played a little checkbook baseball here. You were able to sign Strauss for 175 and 245. You were able to sign Scherzer for 210. You were able to sign Worth for 126. You got to add and supplement that way. If they're going to operate in D.C. like they're the A's or the Rays, I don't think Rizzo's the guy to do that. You're not going to cut corners the way that this group's going to with the tech and the data and all that.
Yeah, everyone in this front office is half his age or less, and that's where the league is going.
Yeah.
It's younger. It's MIT over. I drove 7,000 miles to see a 165-pound, switch hitting second baseman. You know what I mean? The numbers are winning because it's more efficient. There is still
Whereas
a
this
role.
Staff's already ruled that kid out because of his swing decisions.
Yeah, there is a role, as you said, for the old school baseball man. That's still welcome. But I don't think he's running a team anytime soon.
Well, and my point is, I think he could successfully, if he got the opportunity, with some money to spend. But if it doesn't matter, because here they don't spend money. They haven't in years.
Yeah.
Hopefully they will again at some point. But if they are going to be the Brewers or the Rays, you need a front office Grant and Danny on the Fan. Our double play is next. I want to tell you about a movie that is very, very popular that's getting a sequel, and I'm steamed up. Toby's upset. G&D on the Fan. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. I do have to say real quick before the double play, this came to mind a moment ago. Because the big voice guy in the rejoin said, on YouTube, or whatever that was. The amount of people that come up to me now and say, like, I'll watch your show. They really don't know me from the radio in any way. It's literally like, I see your show. You're the guy on YouTube.
You're the guy.
And I'm like, what do you mean? Like yesterday, I was coming down the steps over at the parking garage by the Nats, and I'm like walking up to the ballpark, and this guy's kind of looking at me, and you kind of know that like he's recognizing kind of thing.
This is going to sound annoying, but we get that just often enough where it's like it's a look that someone gives you, and like you can tell they start talking to someone. Like, I think is he that? You're now aware of it enough. Not that we can recognize a lot, but it's just enough.
No, we get recognized constantly. We're super famous.
We're very famous, yeah.
Obviously. But anyway, shtick aside, like I always just try to ignore that because it's weird for like. Yeah. I'm not gonna be like, yeah,
it's me, everybody.
Yeah, it's me.
I know what you're thinking.
So until they say something, you're just going forward. But he was doing that thing where he's like pointing and looking and pointing and looking, and I'm like, okay, we're gonna have an interaction at some point. He's got to confirm this first. But anyway, eventually, this guy goes, "Hey, are you on YouTube?" And I was like, "Probably, yeah, like sports talk stuff." He's like, "Yeah, I watch you do a show on YouTube show." And I was like, yeah. He's like, oh, man, I love it. Keep up the good work. That's awesome. I was like, oh, thank you so much. But it is always
a YouTube show.
Crazy to me because I am just not a person who consumes that way, my information that way. But there are people, I think, that just sit down and on the couch and like get on their smart TV and just scroll YouTube. Or maybe they watch on their computer. I really don't know. It's not how I do it. It's not how Dad did it. But that is how people do it. And I get that more and more now where people are like, not listening to the radio, but the dude's like, I know you from YouTube. And I'm like, okay, sure.
Well, I told you this similarly before, not exactly the same, but feed out of the same trough. I went to my son's school for a parent-teacher conference, right? Just the normal thing. And so we're awkward. We got our visitor stickers on, and we're making our way through the halls to go to my son's classroom to meet with his teachers. And one of the kids that knows him, but like I don't know if he's like great buddies with him, has never been to our house. We don't really know him real well. Stops and goes, are you, my son's name is Dad. I go, yes. He goes, do you have a podcast? And I'm like, well, our radio program is podcasted. And he looked like I just kicked his dog. He was devastated that it wasn't like just a podcast first.
Right.
Like it was way cooler to him, the idea that I was doing a podcast in my basement than going to WJFK and sitting in the same chair that Don and Mike sat in an afternoon drive.
Right.
Like if you were doing like a, hey, what's up, chat? Like that would be cooler to him than what we're doing now.
Oh, podcast.
Yeah.
Definitely cooler for people under 25.
It's like, do you have a podcast? I was like, yeah, they podcast my radio show.
Which doesn't make you feel very good.
So you don't have like a point at night where you go home and you like consume any kind of content on YouTube at all?
Never once.
Wow. That's incredible.
Yeah, pretty much never. We've had to get YouTube pretty much out of the house.
Really?
Simply because my kids watch the most mindless, hot garbage in human history.
So I actually do wonder if that's a small part of it. I am so far, and I'm going to knock on wood, one of the only parents that has multiple kids 5 or older who has never had them consume anything on YouTube. And that is the goal. It is a war. I am Jon Snow with a sword and all of the bad guys. Who are the bad guys, Danny?
In which one you talking about now?
Jon Snow fighting the bad guys?
Talking about the White Walkers?
Yeah, the White Walkers are running, and I am winning this battle.
Mm-hmm.
So part of it is that. I will say I have, like, at home occasionally put on, like, BMitch and Finlay or whatever while I'm in my living room walking around just because I can go to my smart TV and do that. But in terms of looking for something, searching for something, I could count on one hand. I mean, the Commander's Log I remember watching one time because I wanted to see some clip about like the Jaden Daniels draft class or whatever. But no, I know people do it. I am not people. I do not consume content that way. And currently, like I think if you're a fan of the Commanders, you have a YouTube show and you hate us also. That's the second part of that.
Like it's qualification. Do you want a YouTube show?
Yeah.
Great. Do you hate Great and Danny?
You have to have a YouTube show and then call me a fat ass every day on social media. Mm-hmm. You get to do those two things. And if you hate us and you have a YouTube show, that's the Venn diagram of being a Commanders fan.
And then you get like great guests somehow.
Exactly. Do they get great guests?
I'm sure they do. We're like, how the hell did that guy get that guy?
I've never.
It happens all the time.
Not familiar with that. It is time for our double play. Sponsored by FH Fur. For 45 years, FH Fur has set the standard for premium comfort. To celebrate, get 0% financing for 72 months on a quality new system purchase, plus a premium Enviro Air IAQ 5-inch filter. Absolutely free. FH Fur plumbing, heating, air conditioning, and electrical. Absolutely the best. So, Danny, this is big time. You ready for this?
Yes, I am.
I'm normally not team sequel, but I can get down with this. The Hollywood Reporter, about an hour ago, dropped this bombshell. Universal and Image Entertainment are developing a sequel to How the Grinch Stole Christmas, with Jim Carrey in talks to reprise his role as the Grinch and Ron Howard signing back on to direct. This has become one of the all-time Christmas classics. This is now the film we watch as a family. Used to be when I was a kid, it was like It's a Wonderful Life, or maybe it was a Christmas Story when I was like 10 to 15 years old. Now for me and my kids, The Grinch and Elf are like the two movies. And they're going to run back The Grinch. I don't think they're going to remake it. I think you got to have a new story and like a secondary angle here now for The Grinch with old Cindy Lou Who. But let's do this thing together. A new Grinch. That was such a good movie.
So I'm stunned that this is happening for the simple reason that Jim Carrey has openly discussed how he had to endure. I mean, torture's too strong because that's like, we know what torture means, but it's whatever's below that. The makeup to put him into the Grinch costume took 12 hours or more. He would have to sit there in that chair while they applied the stuff, and he couldn't eat, sleep, breathe, really do anything. And he was beyond miserable. Had to go to like a psychologist to like help him get through it, and talk to like people that do interrogation techniques to get through the application process. I cannot believe he would sign up to do that again. Maybe they've found some sort of better, more efficient way for him to just slide into the outfit. Maybe it's going to be AI generated or something. But that, to me, that's all. The first thing I thought of was, how did they get him to agree to go back into that costume? Amazing.
A lot of money, I would imagine.
That would do it, I suppose. Yeah.
That's the most successful movie he's ever done. I mean, Dumb and Dumber's great. He's in a lot of classics. I guarantee you he's made more money off of The Grinch, and it is the single biggest success of his entire career. Do you know how well that movie will do? That's going to drop on Thanksgiving 2028, let's say, or 2029. That movie will make $700 million, or whatever. It's like kids' movies and holiday classics being reprised. I normally don't love the running back of a film because I'm team, let's think of some new ideas. But I will definitely be there on opening day to watch The Grinch.
Let me push back a little bit on that. I think you love sequels. I think if they made Fast and the Furious 75, you'd be there on opening night. Like you'll go forever.
No, that's different. That's a series that's ongoing. There just doesn't end.
Those aren't sequels?
No, 20 years after the fact, you come back and get back to like Dumb and Dumber. Remember that?
Yeah.
We didn't need to do that.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
But I went and saw it. I'll watch it.
Yeah.
I don't know if that means I like it, but like I get to touch the button. We made that movie or we didn't. We didn't make that movie. With The Grinch, I think I'm touching the button to make the movie again. I'd like a Christmas classic. Why not?
I'll smell what you're stepping in right there.
As long as it's not just a money grab where everybody's very lazy and does a bad job. Ron Howard gets paid. Jim Carrey gets paid. I watch it.
Everyone's here for a paycheck. They film the whole thing in 4 months and get out of there.
G&D on the Fan, a jam-packed Beltway Blitz. Caps, Wiz, NFL, Commanders. Next.
U.S. Open underway out in New York. First round action. Taking a look at the top of the leaderboard. A couple of players tied atop the leaderboard. Sam Stevens and amateur Ryder Cowan are tied at 2 under par. Rory McIlroy finished with a 69, as well as Ludwig Aberg. Brian Harman, Max Grazerman, as well as others at 1 under par. Just 14 players currently under par at Shinnecock Hills. In soccer, earlier today, the first game of today's World Cup action, Czechia and South Africa finished in a 1-1 tie. Second half just now getting underway between Switzerland and Bosnia. They are scoreless just after halftime. Canada will take on Qatar tonight at 6 o'clock. Mexico will take on South Korea at 9. United States will be back on the field tomorrow against Australia at 3 o'clock, hoping to have Christian Pulisic, but he did not train with the team for a fourth straight day today. Capitals signed head coach Spencer Carberry to a multi-year contract extension. And in basketball, Wizards guard Trae Young plans to decline his player option, but still likely to sign a 3-year extension with the Wizards. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
What are you doing to protect your family's assets? The law firm Kondori and Murad would like to know. They're the sponsors of this show. They're going to help you out with a last will and testament. Any of the other important family needs that you might have, probate administration, real estate transactions. Go to kmlawyers.com and mention Grant and Danny. They'll get you a discount. kmlawyers.com, good buddies of ours. It is time for your Beltway Blitz, and we got a jam-packed blitz. We're going to cover the Wiz, 5 days from the draft, the NFL, and the Commanders, who are on the practice field today, but we got to start on the ice. Caps news. This morning we found out Spencer Carberry got a multi-year extension with the Capitals. Katie Florio, Caps Radio Network, joins us now. So, Katie, why don't we start with just, this was in the works, I'd imagine, for some time here. Your thoughts on Carbs hanging around a little bit longer?
Yeah, well, first off, thanks for having me on. Great to talk to you guys again after a quiet few months. So it's always fun this time of year when some news starts popping up, especially hearing news like this. I mean, I think it's great for Carberry and his family. The 2 or 3 years that I've been around the team now, I mean, you can just tell the utmost respect that the guys have for him. I think, too, at only 44 years old, you know, he's only getting better. He brings such a fresh, eager, kind of young, youthful energy to this team while also, you know, still having that experience and things like that. But the biggest takeaway that I feel like I've noticed is that guys, even media, you kind of feel like you can relate to him. He's so personable while also, you know, obviously bringing that intensity that you need to be a head coach. And I think, you know, what he's done in his time here should certainly be considered successful, winner of the Jack Adams Award last year. And I think, you know, with those years under his belt and where it can go from here, he's definitely a guy that can lead this team down deep playoff runs. And so hopefully that's what we'll see. But I think that the general consensus is that, you know, everybody is really happy that he's sticking around because not only is he a good coach, but he's a really good person that has built a really good culture within the Capitals as well.
Yeah, Katie, the culture of hockey, speaking of that, just non-Capitals related, but this is to everybody. Teams change coaches like we change socks. I mean, it just is not a long job security position. There's always looking for a new voice. So for a guy that young to get that kind of extension, I think speaks really well to him. So just A, would love your kind of thoughts there, but B, you mentioned some of the attributes. What does make him so special? Why they saw something here, despite kind of, as you mentioned, a couple years in the playoffs, but nothing to hang your no banners or anything like that yet. But everybody kind of clearly sees that this is the dude.
Yeah, and I think to that point, it's kind of some of those intangible things. Again, as someone, you know, that has gone to every practice for 2 full seasons now and speaks to him at the podium after every single practice, it sounds cliche when you say, oh, the culture's good here. We see the social media videos. We see the post-game locker room speeches. But I really mean it when I say that you can just tell that everyone is bought in. I think too, he's a guy that he's had to work for everything. He's come up through the East Coast League, the AHL, now the NHL, and I certainly have a soft spot for that as someone completely different career path, coach, broadcaster, but I came up through the AHL. My dad was an East Coast player and coach, and so I think it takes a special person to really understand just how much of a grind it is to climb through those rankings. And so I think as someone that has had to absolutely work for everything he's gotten, he understands what it takes to be successful, and he appreciates the grind that comes with it. I mean, I've heard that he is in our office or in our practice arena, as close as 4 or 5 a.m. in the morning. I mean, that's a time you will not even see me close to being there that time, but he just loves it because that grind is all that he's ever known. And so when you're around a guy like that, it only makes you want to be better, make his coaching staff be better, his players want to be better for him. And so it's just a very comfortable, friendly atmosphere he's built, but at the same time, there's still that competitiveness and that edge and that intensity to him. I think, too, we talk a lot about, in this day and age, like players coach. I see him being like that, too. And again, it just goes to him being such an approachable guy. I'm sure when it's needed, he can harp down and he can give it to them. But at the same time, he just gives off this energy that you can go to him if something's wrong. You can talk to him. He's a family man, too, obviously a wife and 2 kids, and talks a lot about his son's youth hockey and things like that. And so I think, again, it really starts with kind of the person that he is and the person that he has grown up to be, and that you can just kind of feel that trickle throughout the atmosphere. So, again, the success that he's already seen, I think the sky's the limit for him, and it kind of starts with just that energy that he's brought to this team. And it's been great for the past 3 years he's been here, and I think it'll only get better from here.
Katie Florio, Capitals Radio Network, thank you.
Thank you.
We await now the Alex Ovechkin decision on his future. Hopefully he'll make the decision before the end of next hockey season. I think, and he just gets to do what he wants.
Whenever he wants to do it.
So maybe it'll be the start of the year.
I would just like to know what it is.
Let's talk basketball. Josh Robbins of The Athletic covers the Wizards. They're 5 days away from the NBA draft. They hold the number 1 pick. Josh, let's start with Trae Young. Number 1, were you surprised at all that he opted out of his contract or that he's going to? And number 2, I guess, secondly, why is he going to take meetings if he's just going to end up a Wizard in the end anyway?
No, I wasn't surprised that he's going to decline the option because it puts him in a position to sign a new deal. And sometimes when you sign a new deal, it certainly helps to get the confidence of the rest of the market. If there's another team out there that is looking to pay him big money, then that certainly would compel the Wizards to do so as well. And as for taking meetings, I'm not sure if he is going to take meetings. In the new CBA for the NBA, the incumbent team, obviously in this case the Wizards, has a negotiating window ahead of what other teams can do in terms of negotiating with him. It's possible that they will come to an agreement, the Wizards and Young, before that open negotiating window actually opens.
How does this news today affect their roster build or any decision with the draft or Anthony Davis? Just what are the trickle-down effects here, Josh?
I don't see any trickle-down effects. One of the smart assumptions people have made is, well, this might be somehow connected to Darren Peterson. If the Wizards then draft Darren Peterson, they'll install Darren Peterson as their point guard, which means Trae Young doesn't want to stay around. I don't see any of this. That's a logical assumption. I think, though, in this case, that's overthinking it. I think that they're totally separate issues. The real trickle-down effect is that if he resigns with the Wizards, as I think he will, and certainly the expectation throughout the league is that he will. Having him around, having Davis around, ought to take a lot of the pressure off of the entire young core, which will include whoever it is they draft first overall, who most likely will be Debanza.
So let's double-click on that. How confident are you that they go with A.J. Debanza, and do you think that's already been determined, or do you think that they're still deciding things?
I think that they have a preference in mind, and they've had a preference in mind for weeks. But I don't think that they have finished their final deliberations yet. How confident am I that it will be him? Well, I think it will be him. I think it will be A.J. Dibata. But I'm not confident enough, obviously, to write it that it will be. I think he's going to be their pick. But, hey, I've been surprised so many times before. And this is a front office that if they wind up determining that Peterson's the better guy for them, I think that they would have the courage to upset the fans in the short term if they really believe that Peterson's a guy. Still, I think they're going to go ultimately with AJ. But as I said, that's my belief. That's not my certainty.
Josh, I feel like people, just because of what happened, the way Atlanta ended with Trae Young and the emergence of Jalen Johnson and some of the old stuff about how kind of maybe a different cat he was, talking about Trae Young in Atlanta, whether he was aloof or kind of separate from the team or whatever was happening in his younger years, I feel like the pendulum has swung way too far. They act like this guy can't tie his shoes. You know what I mean? I think this is still a pretty damn good player who's going to impact the Wizards. What does it look like on court if and when he's here?
Well, wow, that's a great point. I happened to cover one of their play-in games 2 years ago where he actually got thrown out of the game, and the Hawks lost that game. And that was one of the moments there that really led everyone to pile on, and pile on they did. It was like a fumble in the middle of the Super Bowl in a tie game where he's really taken a beating here. And And so this is his opportunity to resuscitate his old image. I don't mean the free agency. I mean the way he plays with whatever team he signs with, most likely the Wizards. What does it look like? I think it's going to look like he's going to create a ton of open shots for Wizards players. And guys particularly like Trae Johnson, Alex Sarr, they're going to benefit markedly from those open shots. Now, the other guys aren't going to have the ball in their hands where they're going to be dribbling incessantly. I think that is probably more off the table than it was before. But in terms of open shots, that impact Trae Young has, that's real. And I think that he showed that even in those 5 games late last season.
Josh, thank you. I know you got a crazy week ahead. Should be a blast, though. Pick number 1 in the draft. The Wizards, 5 days away. Thank you.
You're welcome, guys.
You got it. Let's talk football. Mini camp this week. 3 days out in Ashburn. Liam Griffin was on the scene multiple times this week for the Washington Times. Liam, did you notice anything overly different or any kind of stylistic difference to this year's mini camp from a year ago?
So for us, we didn't see a ton in the way they conduct their business. Obviously, the offense and the defensive schemes were vastly different, just on the base level of seeing Jaden take a bunch of snaps under center. That was the big one. But Dan Quinn shouted it out today. Behind the scenes, it seems like they have really tried to recalibrate the way they attacked this camp. He said they thought that last year they became kind of complacent. They didn't have the same hunger. And so this year they tried to really reinvigorate themselves. And we didn't see a ton of it in our limited viewing practices, but it seems like the players have really latched onto that.
How different, and it's so hard, as you kind of alluded to, it's OTAs and minicamp. We haven't gotten full pads on, and we're not headbutting just yet. But does this feel different than last year at this time?
It's definitely a different atmosphere because the focus has to be different, right? You're not just refining, a Cliff Kingsbury, a Joe Witt system and saying, we got this close to the Super Bowl, here's how we can take the next step. You are completely installing a new, really, philosophy on both sides of the ball. This isn't just new playbooks that are going in. This is a completely different approach to how these guys are seeing the game on both sides of the football. And so we're seeing a lot of emphasis on that from the players, of the mental aspect of that, how quickly they can start to latch on to what David Blau and what Durante Jones are doing and how it can really impact them. And so there's a lot of excitement around that, around how, when there's not a lot of film on what the Commanders' offense and defense look like in 2026, how they can really thrive.
Did you end up writing a story just based on something you saw when you were out there that you hadn't planned on, Before you got there, I know you wrote a lot about Sonny Styles, but is there something where you go, you know what, I got to double click on this guy and maybe go back and dig a little bit to write some kind of feature because I like what I see?
Yeah, I mean, there are some that I'm going to put some marks in to see what their training camp looks like after minicamp. For me, and again, as you mentioned, this is all with a grain of salt because there are no pads on yet. But defensive tackle Jason Newton was somebody who I kept looking at being like, oh wow, he got in the backfield so fast there. Oh, he read that perfectly. Again, there's only so much that when you're not doing live tackling, but it seems like things are really clicking for him in a way that they weren't in the past. And so that's somebody who, and Dan Quinn shouted him out at his final press conference at minicamp too. So he's somebody that I'm going to be really interested in keeping an eye on as training camp progresses.
Who are some of the young guys that you think might be primed for kind of that next step? For a couple of years, we've been waiting on Luke McCaffrey as an example, but there are plenty of guys kind of waiting in the wings, whether their turn is now or they've been superseded by newcomers. Are there a couple of young guys that you think might ascend this year?
Yeah, so I already shouted out Newton. At the linebacker group is another one because of how Durante Jones is going to use those guys in a lot of different and kind of varied ways. Jordan McGee was kind of primed to be that, all right, if Bobby Wagner doesn't come back, he's the guy who we can see taking a lot of reps, and they started to work him into the defense more late last season. And then Sonny Styles came and kind of threw a wrench into all that. But I think Jordan McGee is somebody who is going to be a really interesting watch into playing into his strengths on that defense of playing sideline to sideline, developing a little bit more in pass coverage. And then in the offense, I've talked to you guys about him before. I am still waiting on how Ben Sinnott is going to become an NFL contributor because I think that this David Blau system is going to be much more friendly to the second and third tight ends on the roster than what we saw with Cliff Kingsbury.
Liam, thank you. Much appreciated, and we'll chat soon.
No problem. Thanks for having me, guys.
Check out Liam Griffin in the Washington Times. Mike Garafolo of NFL Network. They've merged with ESPN, so maybe he's also with ESPN now.
ESPN NFL Network.
Yeah, one of his interviews on ESPN with Terry McLaurin. He's been out there. He's got a lot of access, a lot of interviews with different people. I want to get a national perspective on what he saw at minicamp. He's been at a few different facilities this offseason. That is next right here on The Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Ruggiero here from my pals at Ted Britt Ford. Employee pricing. It is back at Ted Britt. No need to swipe that key card or burn through your PTO. You are in. Now, for a limited time, you pay what they pay on most new Ford vehicles. Give you some examples. You want one? How about this? 2026 Bronco Sport OBX Edition. Just like our buddy Matt Valdez from the Junks has. $6,000 off the MSRP and 0 payments for 90 days. How about a 2026 Bronco Raptor, the main machine that everybody wants, $11,000 off the MSRP and 0 payments for 90 days. Would you like more examples? Fine, I got more. 2026 Explorer from Ted Britt Ford, over $7,600 off the MSRP and 0 payments for 90 days. 2026 Mustang, almost $10,000 off that MSRP. And again, 0 payments for 90 days. Go see my guys at Ted Britt Ford. They're in Fairfax, Chantilly. Click away at tedbritt.com. They've been making people just like you and me happy for 60 plus years. Go see them and tell them Danny sent you.
This update is brought to you by the largest fireworks store on the East Coast, Guerrilla Fireworks. Currently, the U.S. Open first round underway. Top of the leaderboard, Sam Stevens, Ryder Cowan, Wyndham Clark at 2 under par. Rory McIlroy, among others, at 1 under par. Currently, just 15 golfers under par in the first round of the U.S. Open. FIFA World Cup. One game already in the books for today. Czechia and South Africa with a 1-1 draw. Switzerland and Bosnia are in the 69th minute, and they are still scoreless. Canada going to take on Qatar at 6, and then Mexico will take on South Korea at 9. In hockey, the Capitals signed head coach Spencer Carberry to a multi-year contract extension, and in the NBA, Wizards guard Trae Young plans to decline his player option and is likely to sign a 3-year extension with the Wizards, according to multiple sources. Guerrilla Fireworks, the largest fireworks store on the East Coast, is now open, featuring all major brands: rockets, mortars, artillery shells, Roman candles, and more. 30 minutes from the DMV in Charlestown, West Virginia. Guerrilla Fireworks, 1 mile from Hollywood Casino. Celebrate 250 years of America by lighting up the sky. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
In an hour and a half at 6 o'clock, we'll preview the United States' matchup in the World Cup tomorrow with Keith Costigan of SiriusXM-FC. I don't know if he's related to Billy Costigan. When I tell you to put the body in the mosh, you put the body in the mosh.
We're going to assume he's related and just do departed bets and see how it goes.
Right now, though, let's talk mini camp and some football. The Commanders have been hard at work. Mike Garafolo of NFL Network joins us now. He has been out in Ashburn, did some great interviews, saw his one-on-one with Terry McLaurin. He's been getting good access and having some conversations that were enlightening. Mike, do I introduce you as NFL Network's Mike Garafolo or ESPN's, or what do I do exactly?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
That works.
That's what we thought, yeah.
Garris, my producer said to me today, he's like, yeah, I saw this interview you got to watch on ESPN. It was Garafolo and McLaurin. And I'm like, you mean NFL Network?
No, that's not right.
It's just a weird thing for me to get used to.
I honestly, like, it all gets sent in. It's in the can. It can be aired anywhere. I know for, it was on the Insiders, our show on NFL Network last night. I mean, but it's possible it did make air on ESPN. So I don't know that he was wrong. I don't know.
I think he's right. I think it did. It's funny. He doesn't even know. He's like, you guys
they just
do
tell
what
you where to
want.
show up. Yeah.
I'll do the interviews. You guys put them where you want. Let's start with that, though. I thought that was a pretty insightful conversation. One of the things McLaurin talked about that I'm fired up about is Blau and the fact that they're going to actually try to marry some run and pass and play action here a little bit. What was your takeaway from players like McLaurin and how they're feeling about Blau in this offense?
Thank you. I hate to put this on him, but, Ben Johnson-esque because of his, connection to Ben. And, everybody's got their own spin on things. It's kind of like the answer I've been giving everybody in Philadelphia with regard to Sean Mannion being the new OC. It's like, yeah, he's an acorn off the Shanahan tree, but don't expect it to be a carbon copy of what you're seeing. I mean, everybody's got their own ways of doing things. It's kind of like the old West Coast offense years ago. And then whether it was Andy Reid or some of these other guys who are running it, everybody's got their own variation. So, again, I don't want to put that on them, but I think you'll see some things that are similar. You'll see some concepts that are similar, some philosophies. And really, for as much as we think of Ben Johnson as some of the things that he does creatively and especially deep with the Lions a couple of years ago, trick play-wise, the idea of running the football, running it effectively, and running it smartly is a big part of that, and I think that's absolutely what we're going to see from this Commanders offense.
So regarding McLaurin, impossible to tell now, Mike, because we're in June and no one knows anything. Everyone's 32 cities are optimistic, but McLaurin's last year from months ago all the way through the end, whether it was injury plague, whether it was a contract thing, nothing went according to plan, and kind of people I want to say have moved on, but there's a degree of we sure Terry McLaurin is still that dude. Just kind of where you at on that, and where was he on that?
Yeah, I feel like last year, and and that was the thing that I asked him and talked to him about was, what a difference a year makes. This time last year, you're standing on business and you're trying to get things done, and honestly, I thought it could have been done a lot quicker, and maybe if it had, things had been a little bit different. But the tone of things is not the way that that he goes about his business last year. So when he started on that note and really continued it through training camp, deep into training camp, and it still wasn't done, and it finally gets done, I thought that, that carried things with him into the season, whether it was, mental or physically didn't get the work in that he needed to get in because he was attending to business matters and not really practicing. So I think that was the biggest thing, number one, but also mentally, emotionally, he's certainly a different dude. The other part of it is, and he mentioned this to me and others had mentioned it to me as well, about how vocal he's been, how much he's been talking, whether it's behind the scenes or on the field. It's hard to do that. This is more me saying this than him, but I'm confident in this information and my take and my read on it, I should say. It's hard to say those things to the team when you're dealing with your individual stuff, and it's not allowing you to be out there. So now being where he is, having the contract stuff behind him, I would expect that this will be whether it's a renaissance or a bounce back year, whatever you want to call it. I'd expect to see a better Terry McLaurin this season.
Yeah, he had gone for 1,000+ in every year since his rookie season prior to the injury-riddled 25 campaign. Mike Garafolo of NFL Network joins us now on G&D. You mentioned two particular players that you'd heard a lot about while in Ashburn, and they're two guys that we've highlighted on the show that have a chance in some show-me years to maybe break out for this team. Rachaad White on offense and Caleb on Chason on defense. Just go into that if you would, and why there's so much interest revolving around those guys.
I always loved Rachaad White in Tampa Bay. I mean, I understand Bucky Irving and the skill set that he had, and even Sean Tucker was getting some run last year for them, and I know that they moved toward Kenneth Gainwell now, but I would always tell his agent, like I would be pumping him up to his own agent all the time. I know his agent Sonny Shaw very well, and I'd say, Sonny, he's their best back. Like he can do a little bit of everything. He can run inside, he can run outside, he can catch the ball out of the backfield, and that's what you're going to have to do in this offense. And I think that he's going to get the chance to do that for sure. Like he'd be one of my. I don't do fantasy sleepers. I play fantasy football, but I don't professionally do. Hey, here. But I'll give it to you. Like he'd be one of my sleepers this upcoming season, especially because nobody really knows for sure how the split is going to be, and there might be some weeks where maybe it's a little bit less him and some of the other guys, Bill or whatnot. But I think he's going to get a chance to shine right now. And I talked to him briefly yesterday as he was leaving. I really thought that he's in a good frame of mind too as well. And the other guy is Chason. Yeah, Chason, his career arc, not his style of play, but his career arc, sort of reminds me of Hassan Reddick, a guy that was drafted highly in the first round. Maybe things didn't work out exactly well and wasn't used in the right way or whatnot, but then all of a sudden was, and then it's like, okay, well, here's a 1-year deal to prove you can do it again. And then when you do it again, now you can get the big multi-year deal. So it's still, he got a nice payday, but now it's like, here comes the big payday if you can do it again. So, they're loving the fact that he's going to be motivated in that regard. And, I did ask a couple of folks there, say, well, how do you know it's not a flash in the pan, and how are you confident? And they said, look, we really don't know till he gets in here, but the spring that he had and the mentality he had and the way that he's approached things leads them to believe that, yeah, it's just a guy that took a while to get. And don't forget, I mean, he's young. He was 20 when he came into the league. Sometimes it takes a little bit longer for a guy that's a little bit younger. So it could be that he is finally hitting his stride, and that could be a real big boom for them with regard to a free agent signing.
Mike Garafolo on G&D. Did you get a sense at all while you were there that Dan Quinn has an urgency about getting this thing fixed? And I'm just curious on the outside, like nationally, we talked to so many of our local reporters here, what you would think the pressure on him to get this right should be this year. They went to the NFC title game in year one. Last year was kind of a fiasco where they went from 12 wins to 5 wins. Now you're in year 3 as a program, and it feels like the seat is heating up under him a little bit.
Yeah, I think it's fair. And not, it's the way the NFL goes. And, there are other guys who are going to be on the hot seat where you might say, well, it's a little soon for them too as well. But no, that's how it goes. And you sort of get that sense for when you're replacing both coordinators. It's like, well, that's it. Like there's nobody else really to look at if things don't go well other than the head coach. So, I think that's fair. I think he's certainly going to have to put more wins in the win column this year to avoid that fate, and to really do it with two inexperienced coordinators. Like usually at that point, it's like I got to get somebody in I know I can trust and somebody that's been through the ringer before. In this case, he went out on a limb, and it may pay off. I mean, I've heard plenty of good things about David Blau, not just in recent days, but leading up to the point at which he was hired as offensive coordinator. But you just don't know till he gets under that headset and starts to make some of these calls. It's urgency. I feel like he always operates with a sense of urgency, and I think one of the things that he does, and that's why I thought his approach to minicamp was really smart, is, okay, what went wrong last year, and what does this team right now? Well, what went wrong is once we started to poke holes in our roster with guys getting injured and needing to lean on other guys, those guys didn't necessarily respond the way that we had to. So let's use this minicamp as an opportunity to put those guys in the spotlight, allow ourselves as coaches to evaluate them and say, this guy's not ready, he needs more work, or maybe we need to bring in somebody else because we can't lean on him. Let's get a look at that, and that's what he tried to do for these last couple of days of minicamp. So once they get into training camp, they know that they've got that wealth of information to rely upon already.
Speaking of injuries, Mike, Jaden Daniels started and finished 4 games last year. Just, again, it's just a disaster of epic proportion. And what I haven't really heard, what I have heard is just, what a fluky, weird thing. And it's like, there's nothing fluky and weird about it. A guy that's among the most hit players in the sport, both in the pocket, part of the quarterback position, and then also as a runner, being injured sometimes with a very slight frame is not crazy to me. I would love to hear more about, here is how we're going to keep him safe. Here's what is being emphasized. And I know they're not going to give away all their plans and strategies, but I'd love that to be a paradigm. Just what was your conversations, and what are they thinking about that? Is it just, whoops, a random occurrence and we'll just go back to the way it was, or what?
No, and I think that's a byproduct of the offense and what they're trying to do as far as running the football, because that's how you keep them healthy. I mean, you keep the defense focused on what are they doing to attack us with their running back, and you can boot off of that. You can do other things off of that, and you've got an effective running game. You got the defense on its heels in the first place. So I think that's, in addition to being a scheme that they feel good about to put points on the board, I really, truly do feel like they think it's a good scheme to help him and to keep him healthy. So I think that's the biggest thing for him, because he's going to take hits. I mean, every quarterback, you can't avoid it. At some point, they do get sacked. You want him to be smart when he's out in space, obviously, and that's something that they'll continue to work on. I mean, that's something with, I've talked about it plenty with Jackson Dart with the Giants. Like, they're having those conversations with him, but, and last year Brian Dable was the coach. He was having those conversations with Josh Allen for 4 or 5 years until Allen started to really get, and Allen's still having trouble. Okay? So it's going to be a combination of, if this offense clicks, that'll help him, and also him needing to be smart when he's potentially vulnerable.
Mike Garafolo of NFL Network. We'll let you out on this. I saw you had posted a video earlier today of part of your interview with McLaurin, and you were joking that there were some shades of Joe Buck and Josh Harris, because there was this weird moment where your kind of fist is out and then Terry kind of fist bumps you. I just wanted you to know, I hope you don't lose sleep over this, you did nothing wrong there. See, Joe...
Oh, no. I know. Yeah, but it's like you're making these... And neither did Buck. I
would disagree a little bit. Like, Joe Buck did this thing.
His hand wasn't in. It was out, but not all the way out.
Yeah, his hand was too close to the owner, I think.
It's interesting that he invaded his space, you're saying. Well, I got to review the tape a little bit more closely, but I guess, I gave him the... Bill Clinton used to do the remote push with his fist when he was talking, so I sort of gave him that, where the fist was up in the general vicinity of a guy giving a fist bump while also sort of giving him a compliment, like, hey, you took care of your business last year. So he gave me the bump. Now, the one thing my producer did mention to me, because he thought the Harris thing was one of the funniest things he'd ever seen in his life.
It's so good.
It's perfect.
It's
just a human being. Yeah.
Yeah. So he's like, at least you acknowledged it. Like, you were like, oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, we'll give you a fist bump. Yeah, perfect. So...
Yes,
but I tell you, it was a lighthearted moment. I love Terry. It was great, and I just felt like myself. I was like, oh man, yeah, oh geez, all right. Hopefully we can edit that out. And they didn't. They just rolled with it. I love it. Let's go.
Fantastic. I liked it. No, we had. I don't remember the specifics, but Josh's wife was on shortly thereafter, and we asked her about it, and she said they were like wearing him out at home, his kids, for like days after that.
Like awkwardly half extending a hand. Are you going to shake it or you're not?
Just all-time kind of hilarious, awkward live television moment in the booth there.
Mike, it was a preseason game, so like we needed it too.
Yes,
that was
that's
the best
true.
part.
Yep. It is the most memorable thing about that Commanders-Ravens game for sure. Right. Thank you, buddy. Good catching up.
You got it, boys. Take care.
All right, there's Mike Garafolo, one of the best in the biz at covering the National Football League. Coming up at 5 o'clock today on Grant and Danny, Ted Wynn on Brendan Sorsby and what type of supplemental round draft pick is going to be used on him. Next, though, want to dive into this storyline that the Commanders starters did a little less than the backups at minicamp today. You're listening to The Fan. Lay of the land ahead on Grant and Danny as we take you up to 6:30. No Nats tonight. They're off. They're in Tampa. They've got a series at the Trop with the Rays. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. By the way, we're off tomorrow, so we won't be back with you after 6:30 until Monday. Well, 3-day weekend for the boys. Ted Wynn, The Athletic, 5 o'clock on Brendan Sorsby's draft stock. He watched the tape to try to decipher what kind of prospect Sorsby is and what pick a team's going to use in the supplemental round draft. And then I want to get back into the Wizards' best case scenario for them this week with Trae Young opting out, draft 5 days away, them having the number 1 pick. But Danny, you and I really haven't given our opinion. We've heard from Logan Paulson. We've heard from Mike Garafolo, both giving us some reports from Ashburn today. What do you make of this practice style that was quirky and new to Washington, where Dan Quinn had the starters essentially doing a walk and jog through, but the second and third stringers were getting after it at minicamp?
It's part of what I want. And now I understand you can't go full bore here in June, and it's stupid. There are enough non-contact injuries. There's enough bad stuff that happens that derail seasons, in effectively it's still the off season. So I understand all that. I just want the paradigm. I don't know the specific minute to minute, but it sounds like I'm getting this a little bit more than I have in the years past. I want it to reflect the urgency. I do not want a relaxed, veteran day off every 5 seconds training camp where everyone's on cruise control and we'll just roll out the footballs and be ready to go early on in the season.
Sounds like you won't get that this year.
And it's still
Dan Quinn saying as much. Dan Quinn just verbally coming out and suggesting last year wasn't good enough from a work standpoint. I mean, when he told Evan Washburn of CBS that he showed the team videos from practices in the summer of 24 and 25, and there's an audible, noticeable difference in energy and kind of what they're getting done. To me, that tells you everything, that he thinks after a deep dive and researching his own process last year that they were set up to fail a little bit going into the season.
Yeah. What I want is the guy that was hired. This Dan Quinn 2.0 is the guy that supposedly, we talked about this, did the deep dive on his own failures, the deep dive on where I went wrong, and here's how I'm going to improve. Well, I don't want that to stop one time. I want that to continue. I want us all to get better every day. I like being told, hey, this is what you need to work on. I want to work on things. I like being coached. Good professionals in any capacity want that. And part of that's being a head coach knowing, hey, I ran a soft-ass camp in years past. My veterans weren't ready. My veterans still got hurt, even though we couldn't have done less work in training camp, the offseason, et cetera. Again, I'll never forget the second day of practice. Multiple veterans were off that day for, quote, vet day off. The second day. I understand giving Von Miller a rest after a week of headbutting and smacking the pads and everything in between. That's fine by me. I understand that. The guy's got pelts on the wall. The second day of practice, I just sort of told you the story. It set the tone for all of it. So, but back to this today. It's a step forward that at least some people were going hard, and I'm hoping that even the walkthrough work was still diligent and on task. But I don't know. It is a step. It's not exactly what I'm hoping for and looking for, though.
It seems to me like it's smart. I texted a few people, players and coaches and stuff around the league, and haven't heard back yet, so I want to get more insight from the people that are actually in it, because I just don't know enough on it. But I think this is a having your cake and eating it too situation that might actually be like the next wave or smart and kind of newfangled here in the sense of generally you have to decide, are we going today or are we not? And most of the time teams on this third day are actually just like at a movie theater or not practicing at all. You also don't want to risk injuries. And with starters, especially your best players, your highest paid guys, you really don't want to risk injuries. So this is potentially a hybrid way to keep those guys healthy. Now, I'm not suggesting you can do this on the Wednesday of a game week or all training camp long, but it's June 18th. It's minicamp. So if you can keep those guys fresher, not beat up their bodies, keep them healthy, but then get the work for the guys that frankly probably need it more, that seems smart to me. Like that seems like a good way to go about
a good compromise.
The operation to try to get done what you need to while protecting players. Because that's what everybody's trying to do.
Right.
How do I go about keeping my most important players healthy, making sure nobody gets hurt, but also getting everybody the work they need? Well, this might be the answer.
Well, to that point, the thought, at least even if I disagree with something, I like it when there's thoughtfulness, right? When we think back to, again, I'm just bringing up one thing that was top of mind. Ron Rivera and the entire kicker thing, where he's like, I need to make a sacrifice. Give me a head. Bring me a head of somebody. And it was like, let's do the kicker. We'll cut him. And I bring in Chris Blewett. There's no plan there.
Where do you think Ron Rivera's handling of kickers ranks on the things that you mentioned on the show?
Top 17.
It's very high.
Well, it was also egregious.
No.
Yeah.
This is not me defending the kickers. I'm just wondering, like, it's 2026.
Yeah.
I think this one's not going away for a while.
No, this will come up again.
This one keeps you up at night.
Yeah, I mean, that one does. The fact they traded up for a long snapper, that's on the Paulson Hall of Fame list.
One.
But the point of the dude's story is, when there's no thoughtfulness behind something, even if I disagree with it, I go, you know what, I can see it. So I can see this one where he's going, we were beset by injuries last year, and I don't feel like our guys that are going to inevitably in football, because it's a pretty high injury rate, that are going to have to come in and play, were really ready to go, ready to compete at the level we needed them to. I don't want to have to dumb things down. I don't want to have to change physicality. I don't want to have to alter my plan because somebody goes down, right? We can't have the season be derailed because Dorrance Armstrong can't go. That can't be the end because Dietrich Wise isn't available to us for a few months. That cannot be the reason we just collapse and lose games by 25 points a week.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. We are going to talk to Ted Wynn coming up. This story he did in The Athletic that I read last night was he watched a bunch of tape and graded and evaluated Brendan Sorsby, who's going to be in the supplemental draft. Do we think a first or second rounder could be used on him? By the way, I got some tweets coming in at Grant Paulson. You can hit me up on Instagram at Grant H. Paulson. People are wondering, what do you think Jim Carrey's going to make in a new Grinch where they're going to run back one of the most successful Christmas films of all time? That's got to be like a $30-40 million price tag just to get him to do it?
Well, for a while, he was the first $20 million man, and that was a huge deal. Now I imagine it's not only that, plus more with inflation, so
He's
maybe call it 30.
Like a percentage of every ticket.
But there it is. It's got to be a percentage. For him to go through that, even if it's half the makeup process, which was so miserable for him that he hated it so much and has talked about it openly since, it's got to be so much money, it's insulting.
Has he talked about, like, being miserable in the... I know he says it was arduous and terrible, but I feel like he loved the movie and was, like, glad he did the movie.
I think he was beyond miserable, and he's openly spoken about that.
And now he's going to do
He's going to do it again.
I mean, maybe it's $50 million or something. But to have him back in and Ron Howard, I almost called him Ron White. That's a very different guy.
Tater salad guy?
Yeah. Him and Ron Howard back together for the Grinch 2.0. Can't wait. Ted Wynn next. G&D on the Fan.
This update is brought to you by the largest fireworks store on the East Coast, Guerrilla Fireworks. FIFA World Cup, another day underway. Czechia and South Africa tied at 1-1. One other game already in the books. Switzerland and Bosnia. Switzerland winning 4-1 in that one. Canada will take on Qatar in about an hour, and then Mexico will take on South Korea at 9 o'clock tonight. United States will continue their World Cup tomorrow against Australia at 3 o'clock in Seattle. Christian Pulisic did not practice for a fourth straight day, although he is considered day-to-day with a left calf injury. U.S. Open, first round underway out in New York. Sam Stevens, Ryder Cowan, Wyndham Clark at the top of the leaderboard of that one. Ryder Cowan alone at the top at 3 under par. Stevens, Rye, DeChambeau, and others at 2 under par. Currently, there are just 15 players under par at the U.S. Open. Hockey, the Capitals signed Spencer Carberry to a multi-year contract extension. Guerrilla Fireworks, largest fireworks store on the East Coast, is now open, featuring all major brands, rockets, mortars, artillery shells, Roman candles, and more. 30 minutes from the DMV in Charlestown, West Virginia. Guerrilla Fireworks, 1 mile from Hollywood Casino. Celebrate 250 years of America by lighting up the sky. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
With Danny, I'm Grant. This is The Fan. We're brought to you by the law firm Condori & Murat.
We love them. They are the best. As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condor & Murat can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. Grant, 100 points, control the board. Name the artist. 100 points, control the board.
This song here?
This song right here. Fade it up a little bit there. Just a little bit.
Play the beginning of that song again. It's very popular. I've definitely heard it.
It's a big one. It's one of this band's many hits. They had a lot of hits.
Stadium Anthem-y.
Yep.
Dun, dun, dun.
Yep. Pretty famous.
AC/DC?
That is correct. That is correct.
Back in Black?
It's not Back in Black at all. It's similar to some of their other songs, but this is not Back in Black. They did sing Back in Black, however.
Right, of course they did. I think I guess AC/DC every time, and I just so happened to run into AC/DC this time.
Do you usually guess AC/DC?
That's my go-to guess.
I feel like you never do, and that's why I thought I would stump you with this one.
Anything that's a powerful guitar generally gets an AC/DC guess from me.
Looking for Highway to Hell here. That is Highway to Hell.
Got a highway to
That's
hell.
the one right there.
Yeah, I know that song pretty well, actually. G&D on The Fan. We are efforting to catch up with a guest to talk about Brendan Sorsby, our buddy Ted Wynn of The Athletic, who watched the tape and tried to decipher where he thought he would be drafted. The conclusion he drew in his piece was that Sorsby would not net a top 2-round pick on day 1 or day 2 of the NFL draft, both because of a little bit of a lack of arm strength, I would say, overall, but then also, and maybe this one's more important, just the baggage that comes with him. Remember, we were talking about Trae Young and the fact that he would take some meetings and he might leave the Wizards in the short term to go test the market, so to speak, before coming back to them. And we came to the realization that there just aren't that many teams with money that can accommodate him on their books at $40 million per year. So the pool of clubs that could actually flirt with him to steal him away from Washington is very small. And none of them are probably in a better spot than the Wizards to make him happy. Well, I go back to Sorsby and I would say, how many teams are in a spot where they really need a quarterback and they have a strong enough culture and building with their current quarterback room to bring in a guy that is going to be a massive distraction? Because for the wrong reasons, this is not Tim Tebow. This isn't even like a Colin Kaepernick or something where a guy's had some quality production in the past and now CNN wants to interview him. This is a guy that everybody is going to want to come talk to from all over the media landscape because of what he did and how his college career ended.
Yeah.
So for all of those reasons, I tend to agree with Wynn. You better be super special if a team's going to burn a first or a second round pick on you in the supplemental draft. And it does not sound like Wynn thinks that's going to be the case.
It's such a unique case as well. The novelty of it crosses out of sports. Like, this is your mom at the kitchen table who doesn't follow sports has heard of this guy level. You know, it was like, oh, did you hear about the guy that can't play college football but is just going to go to the pros? Like, this is now kind of gone mainstream beyond that. So as you kind of mentioned, those other guys for very different reasons, some via achievement, some via, whatever. It's a lightning rod where CNN's there, not just the regular football folks. Mike Garafolo is going to go to all 32 camps. When CBS News or CNN or whoever is going to show up also, because this is such a crazy thing and an unprecedented time and moment when the NCAA has no idea which way is up, when players are getting paid in college, and this is all the Wild West, and this guy was punished so severely in college, he's just going to skip it altogether and just hope to go play in the pros. Whether suspension follows, there's still plenty of language in the CBA that allows for that. Who knows how this is all going to be handled? This is very murky, and there's going to be intrigue there for a guy that presumably won't play for you for a while if you're just going to go the backup route. And if you have a celebrity backup, why are you doing that in the first place? So the whole thing is very interesting to me. I'm fascinated to see what he gets.
Yeah, more on Sorsby if and when we track Win down a little bit later on. Let's pivot, though, to something we were going to talk about earlier and didn't get to, which is Major League Baseball changing its home run derby rules. So starting in 2014, I believe it was, in Cleveland, if memory serves, Major League Baseball pivoted to having the home run derby no longer dictated by outs or swings, but instead by a running clock with a timeout. So forever, growing up, hitters would get 10 outs in the home run derby every summer. And that would mean they could swing as many times as they wanted to, as long as 10 times you didn't not hit a home run. And after you did that 10 times, that's a swing and a miss, very rarely in BP. That is a batted ball on the ground or a pop fly or a foul ball or whatever. After 10 batted ball non-home runs, 10 swings that didn't go over the fence, you were done. And however many home runs you'd hit was your total. Well, the problem with the 10 swing home run derby, among other things, was guys would take way too many pitches. So you would have what was a fairly boring event occasionally, where guys would be really selective and they're waiting on the perfect pitch. So they could technically take 9 pitches in a row. And sometimes, I don't know if it was ever 9, but like 5 or 6 straight pitches, 45 seconds in real time, dudes would just kind of be standing there, and everyone in the crowd's kind of getting restless, and you could kind of hear it almost like the noise you would get when someone keeps checking on the runner at first base or something. Like, come on, man, this is ridiculous. So they tried to fix that, and they wanted something that moved. They wanted something that was a little better for television. They wanted more home runs, and they got all of that in the, I think it's a 4-minute clock. It's changed a few times. But basically, the clock format that they started in 2014, which has drawn rave reviews, at least initially. And for several years, people loved it. Now, I've gone to every single home run derby over the last 12 years, I think. I've been at all of them. I go to the All-Star Game, the Derby, and it's just a summer thing that I do every year for my obligations with MLB Network Radio, and I'll be in Philly this year. Excuse me. I happen to love the way that they do the Derby, where they essentially have this clock, and you hit as many home runs as possible, and we calculate it, and we carry it out to potentially like 20 home runs in a round, and someone catches fire. It became unpopular that guys wouldn't wait until a ball would land. They didn't like that the rules were being bent. You're supposed to not pitch until the last ball had come down.
So I remember that was a big kerfuffle. Because again, at the end of the day, like, it doesn't really matter who wins this thing. There are memorable moments that come out of it. But that was a big complaint from, I think it was still with the Cubs at that point, when Kyle Schwarber didn't win against Bryce Harper. When Harper won here at Nats Park, the Cubs fans were all for toots because, like, he wasn't waiting until the ball landed before he took his next swings, and Schwarber was, and that's why he lost. And it was like, okay, thanks. This was fun in front of the home crowd.
But I think that's become a big enough gripe that people have in the final round over the last few years. I don't think there's another reason to do this, that other than just to change things up, they are changing the rules again, and they're kind of going back to the old way that stunk. But it's a little bit better in that they're not doing outs, they're doing swings. So the way this is going to work at the Home Run Derby this year in Philly, participants will get 20 swings in the first round and 15 in the final 2 rounds, the second round and then the finals. On the last pitch of each round, you can keep going until you don't hit a home run. 20 swings, not outs, means if you hit 14 home runs, that's 14 swings in your first 14 pitches. Used to be you would still have 0 outs and you would just keep going forever. So this implicitly, I think, number one, is going to make this a shorter event.
Yep.
Maybe that's part of their goal as well.
I think that's the idea.
Because if there are way fewer home runs, it's going to be a lot shorter. Well, there are about to be way fewer home runs. God forbid we have a lot of home runs in the home run derby.
And what's it called again?
Right.
The home run derby? Right.
If the goal is let's make sure there are less home runs in the home run derby, check. And the event goes faster and we get it over with sooner, I guess, check. But 20 swings round one, 15 after that, swings not outs, better than outs, not as good as the clock. This is a change that I'm not that excited about.
So what I would do is I believe the old school television show Home Run Derby that I used to watch reruns of as a kid when it was all in black and white and they were doing it. It was like, here's Willie McCovey against Casey Stengel, not Casey Stengel, whatever. The old timey guys like Willie Mays and Hank Aaron were doing it, and Mickey Mantle would do it. I mean, it was incredible. It was the best television show ever. And if you took a strike, that was an out. That's what I would do to prevent the taking of all the pitches.
Is there an umpire behind the plate saying it was a strike?
Well, we got the box now. We got all the technology. We'll know right away whether it's boom, that's a strike, so that's an out. So that's the fix I would make to prevent the, oh my God, nothing's happening, because the guy's trying to recuperate because you're flexing that much. Nobody hits like that.
Well, there's also an argument to be made that this could actually take longer if players are stepping out, lollygagging,
and that's
adjusting their gloves.
Because nobody's when you hit around a BP and you hit around in the cage, when you hit around, you do not take 20 straight swings. That is not done. You usually take 5, 6, 7, maybe occasionally 8, and then get out of there to kind of rest and recuperate. It takes a ton out of you, and it's unnatural. A lot of guys don't like taking that many swings in a row, especially max effort where you're trying to lift and separate and drive the ball out of the yard, and it can mess with you. I mean, think of the greatest round we've ever seen in the history of the home run derby was what? Josh Hamilton, Yankee Stadium, hit 28 bombs in a round. He hit 4 the next round and 3 in the final round and lost to Justin Morneau.
He wore down.
No one remembers Justin Morneau won the thing. We just remember Josh Hamilton doing the Josh Hamilton thing.
Greatest show ever put on in the Derby.
It's the coolest thing ever. And that's why I tune in, is in the hopes of seeing something like that.
But you're going to see a lot less of that now.
And that, damn it, that's my point. This prevents that. I don't want to prevent that. I want to keep that, but somehow eliminate the, okay, I took a swing, I need to take 4 pitches.
This
and
is
then
a
take
bad
another.
change.
Yeah.
It's just a bad change. I mean, to me, what is the point of watching the home run derby? Well, clearly, seeing home runs, you'll see fewer of those. That's without question. But on top of that, it's the action. The whole push in the entire sport, game to game, is to mitigate and minimize the downtime where nothing's happening and maximize the game time where there's actual action, right? Why is it that the commissioner and the sport are obsessed with that in the game, but you're doing something that's the complete antithesis of that in the home run derby? That doesn't make sense to me. The derby, as it was constructed last year and in previous seasons, you just stood there and the 4-minute clock ran, and it's pitch, swing, pitch, swing, pitch, swing, pitch, swing, pitch, swing, pitch, swing. Timeout. Got to get my Gatorade. Woo, come on out. Dab me off with a towel. My teammates come out. Let's take a quick selfie. Okay, go back. Pitch, swing, pitch, swing, pitch, swing. This is pitch taken, pitch taken, pitch taken, pitch swing, pitch taken. Like, again, if it's not outs and it's swings, you just got to think about how selective guys are going to be. So someone's got to help me on why they made this change. I don't really get it. At Grant Paulson, if you want to tweet me, at Grant H. Paulson on Instagram. Toby, did I hear you liked this change? I thought when I saw this yesterday, you were reacting positively.
Yeah, I prefer it. I think too often in the previous format on TV, I couldn't tell where the balls were going. I couldn't see where it was. I didn't know that the ball went 480 feet into the chop house until they showed a replay after he was done his round. So in person, I'm sure it's fantastic watching it with the timer. Part of the fun of the home run derbies as well, the amount of times when I was in Milwaukee.
Don't they do a split screen, though?
They do, but
it's still hard to track.
I can't
He's
find
right.
the ball.
I know last year they did a stupid quarter screen. It was 1/4 of the screen, and I remember that was a huge complaint because we even talked about it after I got back from the Derby, that no one could see where the ball was landing. But I think if you just did a literal half screen, they do that in golf all the time.
Yeah,
you
but
could track the
even
ball
so,
and the guy at the tee box.
Even previous iterations where they've done that sort of thing, it's still tough to track the ball. I agree that part of it is you want to see a lot of home runs. The other part of it, I want to see a dude hit a ball 500 feet, and I need to be able to see where the ball lands. So the amount of times when I'd walk around Miller Park and people are talking about, you see that time Sammy Sosa hit it up into the third deck over there in left field? He might only hit 7 home runs that round, but one of them was way up there. So you lose some of that with the timer.
It's more memorable for sure to hit it farther, but the event in real time, like that night, if he would have hit 19, it would have been a bigger deal than if he hit 5. But I'll say this, or 500 feet rather, was what I was going with. That is a good point on the TV element. This might be better for tracking the ball, keeping score. I still think action for television, swing is better than. I promise you, there's going to be so many takes. Everyone's going to say that was boring, and I'm going to say I told you so.
Yep.
I saw this. It was 15 years ago. We did this. We have been here. We've done it. I'll be here, and I'll raise my hand and say, what do we think now? Because if they're just up there and they take their 20 hacks in a row, I will be shocked. I'll bet you the average player is taking, let's see, 20 swings. I'll bet you the average player takes like 45 pitches to take 20 swings. I think they're going to take that many pitches.
Yeah.
Which is that is not entertaining. Now, the other part is, as I admitted, I'm at every home run derby. So I have not watched a home run derby on television in probably 15 years. And in person, the format they just had was remarkable. It was awesome. And to a person, like every year, it's like, man, that was amazing. That was so cool. That was great. It might be that it's just way better in person, and on TV it's bad. But I don't know how someone could convince me that this will be better on TV.
So I don't know what I don't know here. I haven't seen or heard anything. But my guess is, if I had to pin an educated guess, is that the players don't love the time format. Because it's just not something that you naturally do as a hitter. You have a pre-pitch routine, a pre-at-bat routine, where you gear up for a couple swings maximum. This idea that you're doing this for so long, I think too many guys think it screws with their swing, or it just gets you out of whack, or it's just not what we do normally, and let's go back to having it timed more like baseball. I bet you that was the impetus for it. And again, I can't prove it. I haven't seen any comments about it, but that would be my guess as to where it came from.
It's possible. I've never heard that. Maybe. I mean, I don't know. The only thing I remember was when Brent Rooker from the A's had that controversial exit last year when Cal Raleigh moved ahead of him because of like a StatCast ruling of .08 feet. I'm pulling it up here. Rooker expressed frustration with the tiebreaker rules, specifically because neither he nor the broadcast was informed that distance would decide who advanced. He initially thought he was moving on to a swing off. That was the only complaint I remember a player having recently, and I did think he kind of got screwed. So he had a better round, seemingly. But what about this? Because Toby makes a really good point about not being able to track it. Why couldn't you just keep the old format, the clock, the way that they did it, and a pitcher is not allowed to throw until like a light goes off or whatever behind the plate, which says you can now throw. So there will be fewer swings and fewer pitches than the pitch, and there's like two balls in the air at the same time for the ball tracking that you talk about. I think that's the closest thing to the best situation.
Yeah, they had an umpire, whoever back there with his hand up to say, wait, it didn't really work.
But if you do it so, or maybe like you're not given, you can't get a ball out, like the little bucket opens up or something. There's a contraption where.
Or Bryce Harper's dad's throwing cutters.
Yeah, but like now you can actually pull a ball out. Or there's like an actual light behind the plate, and until it goes off, you can't throw a pitch. Now you can track the ball, you can watch the ball to the end, but it's still the timed home run derby that I think most people would say was better.
You could also do something similar to a pitch clock in baseball where you've got a swing clock. Like, you can take as many pitches as you want. You got to swing in this 12-second allotment. And then it resets every time you swing.
So they didn't say they're going to do that, but that would be interesting. If or what if you gave them a set number of takes? Would you like that or not? I mean, I guess, I don't know that I would, because then you have to swing at a terrible pitch, like in the other batter's box potentially.
Well, yeah, you got to use them judiciously. If you're taking a middle thigh high ball, then that's on you, dude. Just because you want to catch your breath. Again, I would do it as old school as possible, because it's trying to build it for TV, where strikes are outs. I keep the outs, and I go, take one at your own peril. If it crosses our little box, and we'll know it right then, right away, Steerike, that's an out.
I just got a question from somebody on when we find out who's going to be taking part in the home run derby. Generally, that is around the 4th of July that those names trickle out. James Wood was the last guy to confirm he'd be in it last year, and that was on July 3rd, the day before Independence Day at Nats Park. So that would be about when we'll find out. I would not anticipate James Wood participating again this year. I don't think the second half of his season was based on the derby like most people do. Having said that, I think if you're him, there's no reason to run that back after the way the second half went. You probably just want to get through this season.
Like
But
to lay low.
I'd love to see him participate if he wants to. Go for it. I mean, see that star rise. But I'm sure a lot of Nats fans are hoping that doesn't happen this year.
Indeed. Yeah, we got to see it. That was cool. Thank you very much.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. What is the best case scenario for the Wizards this week? That's next.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. When you buy from Ted Brittford, you get Ted Britt for life. That's lifetime vehicle coverage with every new and pre-owned vehicle with less than 100,000 miles. Think about that. If you buy a pre-owned vehicle from them with 88,000 miles, you get Ted Britt for life. What is that, Danny? Great question. It's peace of mind for life. That's powertrain coverage, battery replacement, complimentary service loaners, Virginia State inspections, and so much more. It was a few months back now, but my Mustang Mach-E, Ted Britt Ford, I got the little email notification, hey, you're due for service. I was in and out in the morning. They gave me constant updates as to how long everything would take, so it wasn't left there with a big mystery. Courtesy cars were available, a ride was available, the whole 9 yards. I was able to stay at the dealership, have a cup of coffee. It was done. I was good to go. It's beautiful. They make it easy for you. They want to take care of you. They know the whole business model is they treat you well. You get a great deal on a car that you like. You're likely to come back and see them again. That's why they've been doing this for well over 60 years. These guys are the best at Ted Britt Ford. Do me a favor. When you go see them at Ted Britt Ford in Fairfax and Chantilly, just tell them Danny sent you.
This update is brought to you by the largest fireworks store on the East Coast, Guerrilla Fireworks. In hockey, the Capitals signed head coach Spencer Carberry to a multi-year contract extension. In basketball, Wizards guard Trae Young plans to decline his player option, but he's still likely to sign a 3-year extension with the Wizards, according to multiple sources. World Cup, 2 matches already completed today. Czechia and South Africa tied at 1 apiece, and Switzerland beat Bosnia 4-1. Coming up in about a half hour, Canada will take on Qatar, and then Mexico will take on South Korea tonight at 9 o'clock. Golf, World Cup or U.S. Open round 1. Top of the leaderboard, Ryder Cowan, the amateur, through his first 9 holes is 3 under par. Sam Stevens, Wyndham Clark, Bryson DeChambeau, and Xander Schauffele are all at 2 under par. For the Nationals, day off today. They'll begin a 3-game series against the Rays in Tampa tomorrow. Guerrilla Fireworks, largest fireworks store on the East Coast, is now open, featuring all major brands, rockets, mortars, artillery shells, Roman candles, and more. 30 minutes from the DMV in Charlestown, West Virginia. Guerrilla Fireworks, 1 mile from Hollywood Casino. Celebrate 250 years of America by lighting up the sky. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Because we won't be here tomorrow to preview Team USA's game with Australia, Keith Costigan of SiriusXM's football channel will stop by to discuss the United States men's national team's matchup. That's coming up at 6 in a half hour right here on The Fan. A lot to get to on the Wizards front, though, in the meantime. What a week ahead, the next 5 days. We're going to get resolution on Trae Young, who's opting out and likely to get a 3-year extension. They've also got the number 1 pick coming up in the NBA draft. So why don't we hear from Kevin O'Connor, who said his sources are telling him that the Wizards want another lottery pick, that picking at 1-1 is not the last time we'll hear from them on the first round of draft night in the NBA.
My league sources say that the Wizards want another lottery pick. They're trying to trade in to the late lottery. They want another choice. So I wonder if that could also dictate what they do here with this first pick. If they get, let's say, 12 from OKC, would that mean if there's a player they want there, they might go in a different direction at 1? Who knows? But that's the latest that I'm hearing around the Wizards, is that aside from all the drama around number 1, they are targeting another late lottery pick.
So this does not surprise me.
No, it does not.
Because you and I both know the quality of this draft and how they internally feel about this draft. They've been saying for 2 years to people internally that this is one of the best drafts as a staff they've ever seen. So if they could get 2 lottery picks, 2 picks in around the top 10, the top 12, they're going to really want that. They currently have picks 51 and 60 in the second round, and they're not taking 2 second-rounders, I don't think, in that range. That makes no sense. I've thought they were going to wheel and deal to get back into the late first or the 20s. This is what this staff does, by the way.
Yes.
Their first draft, I think, was 23 with Bilal Coulibaly, and they moved up 1 pick to take Bilal Coulibaly. Then in 2024, if memory serves, that was the Denny Avdia trade where they got Bub Carrington. And then last year in 2025, they obviously maneuvered the board, moved back for Riley, and ended up getting Watkins, I think it was, in the second round. And so, but by all of that, I'd say 3 years, 3 draft nights, they've traded in all of them. They've moved all over the board. And now you're armed with 51 and 60 and one of the deepest drafts ever and all the other future assets. I definitely think they're going to make 2 picks in the first round. But I haven't thought a ton about it being another pick in the lottery. That's interesting.
Well, yeah, because with all due respect, you're not getting there with a couple second rounders and some nice words. Someone on your roster, you're going to say, I'm willing to move. And again, that's part of what this phase has been. That's the building up enough assets that somebody covets them. Now, I don't know who that means. I don't know if that means, hey, look at this. Do you guys like athletic wing scores in Will Riley? Is that someone they dangle?
So
who's done well?
So O'Connor, Kevin O'Connor there said he referenced 13. Is that Memphis?
So 13 is Miami at the moment.
Miami. Okay. Where's Memphis?
Memphis is, I got it right in front of me. Give me a moment.
He also mentioned 12.
Memphis is 3.
OKC.
Yeah, 12 is OKC.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to get at. Okay, 12 is what he said. So OKC, not Memphis. I'm just obsessed with Memphis. You know anything about Memphis? Tell me about Memphis.
Memphis used to be a really awesome, huge town, and it kind of run down a little bit now, and people like pretend that it's not run down, but it's kind of run down.
What about the Pyramid? That was
Pyramid's nice.
The fight between Tyson and Lennox Lewis.
That's a good pull. Memphis State, Penny Hardaway was great. You sleep. A Rendezvous Barbecue, it's dry rub on the ribs.
Okay.
It's tremendous.
I just really wanted to talk about Memphis.
Anybody have any Memphis thoughts? The Redbirds play there, Cardinals affiliate.
That's the third level of the minor leagues at AAA.
The grindhouse era of the Grizzlies. Come on. Zach Randolph
Hard
and
to
those
beat.
boys.
I was a big Zach Randolph guy. What number did he wear? I think I can pull this.
I have no idea.
You got to see if I'm right on this.
Okay.
This would be a wacky Nostra Paulson bit. I'm thinking 54. Zach Randolph. Toby says I'm wrong.
50.
Headband.
50.
Really?
Yeah. 50 everywhere.
That's disappointing.
Always 50.
But he had a headband?
Yes, he did have a headband.
I'll accept that. Oklahoma City at 12. How are they getting that pick? Who are you trading? To me, that's not... I don't think Will Riley is getting you that with a second-round pick. And I like Will Riley, but that's not a thing.
I don't know if that's enough, but again, what is enough to get back to... Because the thing that they think about this draft, so does everybody else.
What about Bub and some stuff? What about Bilal Coulibaly?
This is what I'm saying.
And some stuff. Do you think they're willing to do that?
I do. I think this is the whole point of the exercise. When you build up enough good assets, you don't know what they are for you as a competitive team, right? You just know that, hey, I've seen this guy play well. Hey, I need a wing that can guard somebody. Well, there's Bilal Coulibaly for you. I need a versatile, bigger guard that can play some point, but can be tenacious and play a little defense for you. Well, there's Bub Carrington. I need a scoring wing to come off my bench. There's Will Riley. I have no idea what teams might want, but that's what you're doing is you're building up these assets when you're not winning, and they've done a perfect job of that.
I have a sneaky Wizards take that actually would match with them getting back into the lottery. I don't know, again, how they do it, but assuming you would take the Bonsa or something at 1, or maybe Peterson. I'm just going to throw his name out there because it's still in the maybe pile. But I think they need another player in the front court, especially if Alex Sarr's foot is a question mark. By the way, people forget that Alex Sarr's missed 49 games the last 2 years. Now, I don't know how much of that is adding games missed because they're tanking, and they're like, you're fine, let's just wait a week. But he has had a bunch of injuries. How many times has Alex Sarr been hurt the last 2 years?
A lot.
So you add the broken bone in the foot with surgery now to a guy who's had injury issues. The other big man that we're so excited about in the front court is Anthony Davis. He's durable, right?
No.
He never misses any time?
No, he does.
So Sarr and Davis, you can't just bank on games played from both of those guys, let alone, or either of those guys, I guess. So I guess my point is, they're going to need more front court depth anyway. Why wouldn't they want to get back into the first round to get a big, to get either a
Dime Mara?
Yeah, a Dime Mara would be awesome, but I think he's going in the top 10. But like if you took 12 or 13, I don't know, this that Yaxel Lindeberg kid from Michigan or someone else who's like 6'10" to 7 foot that can play in the front court.
His Michigan teammate Morris Johnson is turning
sense.
some heads. But that's not a crazy take. But again, I don't know if it has to be that, is my point. You're still in a... Yes, we'd like to start fitting pieces together, but you're also still maybe in an asset gathering phase too. Where
agree.
if you think, I'm just making this up, you think Nate Ament, who's there at your new pick 13, for the sake of argument, let's say they get that. Nate Ament's there, you've got him, whatever, you've got him as an 80, and Morris Johnson's on the board as a big, and he's a 57. You're still taking Ament right there. But if it's close, you might tie goes to the runner there. It might be a big.
But you also have to account for, like, you've done a good job today pointing out a bunch that just take the guy you like the most, position be damned, essentially.
Yeah.
Like, add good players. And to that, I would say, add players that can play and get on the floor. Like, just to take... There also is a element of how many seats are at this table. And you do have guys, unless you're moving them, that are at positions. Now, I'm not saying at number 1 that anybody's getting blocked. But if you... I'm just going to say you take DeBonsa. If you take DeBonsa, you got some wings. You know what I mean? Like, to just take another one at 12 because you like a guy... You don't necessarily have to do that. Like, I'm not saying position of need, but take a guy that you love at a position of need. BPA at need is kind of a nice way to go, too. I think it might be two conversations. The front court might be a more significant need than people think, depending on this Sarr.
I 100% agree with you. And I actually think it's their most dire, quote-unquote, need if you're actually going to have a great season. But I think my pushback is, if I'm Oklahoma City, I am drafting based on need. What's the one thing I need that will fit in with my Western Conference final team where my young stars are all, 26 and under? I'll do the same thing if I'm the Spurs. when I'm, picking first in the lottery, I don't know what I am yet. I don't know what I am in a couple of years. I'm still in can this dude play in this league at a high level and be a star? Because I'm not going to not do something because I have Will Riley.
But I don't know if I'm not saying it clearly because I don't think I'm disagreeing with you.
It sounds like you're vehemently disagreeing with me. Man. You want to talk about Memphis?
Well, I do really want to talk about Memphis because you sleep on Memphis. No. Yeah, of course. I would say any team is an asset adding, and especially the Wizards, but they are loaded with young developing players. They have to be on the floor to develop. You need to play guys like, we're done now with the, hey, go sit for 20 games, Keyshawn George. Hey, right. Alex Sarr. So my point is, it's the Orioles from 3 years ago where everyone's at AAA about to be in the big leagues and you had 9 prospects. You don't want to give any of them up. You actually need to start picking who you care about and who you don't.
I think that's right.
Because there's some minutes to divvy up. And just because you like a guy a lot at 10, if he plays the same position where you already have 4 dudes in your rotation, like Belial and Riley and Keyshawn George.
And George, yeah.
I mean, no.
Right.
Then take someone who actually fits in with those guys if they're part of your future plan. And they have to have some understanding of that. But I want to hear what people think about the idea of them getting back into the first round to make another pick.
And what are you willing to give up to do it?
That's the big question.
Yeah.
What would you be willing to put on the trade block to get back into the middle of the first round or maybe even the lottery? Which kids on this team would you dangle in conversations if you're a winger? 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. You're listening to The Fan.
My league sources say that the Wizards want another lottery pick. They're trying to trade in to the late lottery. They want another choice. So I wonder if that could also dictate what they do here with this first pick. If they get, let's say, 12 from OKC, would that mean if there's a player they want there, they might go in a different direction at 1? Who knows? But that's the latest that I'm hearing around the Wizards, is that aside from all the drama around number 1, they are targeting another late lottery pick.
That was Kevin O'Connor. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. 5 days from the NBA draft, the Wizards pick 1, but the Wizards apparently want to make another early first-round pick in the lottery. So here's what my dream scenario is. I think this is close enough to realistic that I'm not just the caller saying, let's get J.J. Watt and let's give up. I'm going to think of a random obscure offensive lineman. Chad Reinhardt. Well, the Redskins would do that.
Yeah, let's call OKC and trade Leaky Black for SGA. See if they'll do that.
I want to start making calls right around like pick 9 or 10, let's say. All right, that's probably where I'm going to start making my calls realistically. And I'm going to offer every single team Anthony Davis and draft picks, some combination therein. I would actually, you know what my package would be? It would be Anthony Davis and Bub Carrington. And like 2 2s. And I would offer that to, well, the Mavericks are probably not a good place to start. I would offer that to
Golden
the Hawks.
State?
I would offer that to the, sure, Golden State can get that
At
call.
11, yeah.
But the Warriors at 11, and the team I think it makes sense for it would be the Thunder at 12. A lot of people have them taken Axel Lendeberg from Michigan. They need a big, I thought Chet killed them in the playoffs, was just a complete,
just the anchor
loser of a performance in the finals, right? Why not go get a big for some insurance and make sure that doesn't happen again? And I'm giving you Bub, and I'm giving you a second. If you were the Wizards, would you do that? If I'm getting 12 and maybe like something else, maybe it's 2 years from now, like 2 2s or whatever,
or something
to make
future
it
pick.
all work. Because my idea would be I'm getting my pick at the top of the board, and then I am getting a big like Lenderberg or somebody else at 12.
I think I do that. My argument is, here's a depth performer for you that can be versatile enough in Bub. It's going to be physical. He's tough. He'll play a little point guard for you with the second unit. He can do a lot for you, right? I'm not saying he's a frontline player. You put Davis on a minutes restriction, you're close. Some of these teams up there, it's the last ride for the Warriors, for example. Their last chance to Steph Curry's almost 40 years old, by the way. That window is all but closed. One last shot with a couple of, with the oft-injured player. But if he's right, you guys are, a championship contender in the West. Same with OKC. You needed something. Instead of having Isaiah Hartenstein do push shots from 17 feet as your best offensive option against the Spurs, what about Anthony Davis trying to help contend with that menace down there in San Antonio? You don't want that? That's my push. That's the entry point there. A kid doesn't really help those teams. It helps mine. It doesn't help them as much.
Would they do it?
I don't think so. Because the risk of Anthony Davis is just so high.
It is, but they're right there.
They're right there?
I honestly think they could. It would not be crazy if they did. Who are you willing to trade? Keyshawn George?
Yeah.
In a pick 412?
And people are going to sound like I don't like anybody. That's not true.
So your answer is anybody?
Almost. I'm probably not trading Sarr, even with the foot thing. I'm scared to death,
Definitely
but I'm
shouldn't
keeping
trade
Sarr.
Sarr.
I love Trey Johnson. I would include him if somebody was enticed.
Would you trade? Now, I would not do this, but would you trade Trey Johnson for 12?
No.
I wouldn't either. What about if you're about to take Peterson?
No, it's kind of same deal.
I still wouldn't.
Yeah.
But I think if you're taking Peterson, Trey Johnson becomes a little more redundant.
Yeah.
Taking DeBonsa. Bub can go. I love Will Riley, but I would package him into a deal. I actually think he's the best of the guys. Like, I think a lot of people think Keyshawn George is the best of all their young guys right now, not named Sarr. I actually think it's Will Riley.
I don't think that's crazy. Now, I was talking to Tobes during the break about this. Keyshawn George, for a team that doesn't have a true point guard, where he's your point forward, here's kind of that Pippen role, doing a little bit of everything, more valuable than Keyshawn George is just a regular old catch and shoot small forward when you have a point guard dominating the basketball. So his skill set isn't as exciting to me when I've got Trae Young presumably and add AJ DeBonsa to that, or even add Darren Peterson to that.
But
to
who
me,
you're drafting might also matter to this.
and that's kind of my point, is who goes 1 or 2 or goes 1, I think matters. But also, if you've got a dominant ball handler, Georgia's point guard and the half-court skill set, it's like Denny Avdia when he was here. I don't really want that anymore. I've got something else to do that, and I'd rather have other guys doing catch and shoot than him. Yeah, and I like George.
If you're taking DeBonsa, I think he